Yu Changel was lying on the ground, soaking wet, with her throat making gurgling sounds now and then. Her ears felt full of water, buzzing constantly. It seemed there were many people around her, talking loudly, but she couldn't understand what they were saying. Finally, a sharp, continuous curse pierced her ears. Don't think just because you're acting like you're about to die, this matter will be over. Hand over the money, or you'll never be able to get past this life. Someone nearby tried to comfort her. Sister Song, calm down. We're neighbors living in the same big courtyard. It's not that serious. What nonsense, neighbors. Song Chunlon was still scolding fiercely, not listening to any advice. She even stole her child's tuition money. She's really no good. No wonder old Meng is never home. Who has a thief like this in their family? How can life go on? Even if she jumps into a pond or a river, once old Meng finds out, he'll just see her as a troublemaker. If she wants to jump, why bother saving her? Drowning her would be a blessing. Seeing Song Chunlon's insults getting worse, many onlookers frowned. Although losing 5 yuan was not a small amount, it wasn't enough to cost someone their life. Yu Chengel usually was a bit unruly at the military compound, but everyone didn't believe anyone would risk their life over just 5 yuan. Maybe there was some misunderstanding. Mom, I found it. A small, clear voice whispered softly. What did you find? Song Chunlon, interrupted, looked impatient. But then her expression suddenly changed. You found the money? Song Chunlon's son, Xiaohu, nodded nervously. Yes, I found it under the bed. Maybe I dropped it when I changed my pants this morning. His mother's yelling just now was really frightening. It made Aunt Yu cry and jump into the pond. Now that the money was found and not lost, he was worried he might get into trouble soon. The crowd's expressions changed completely. As expected, it was all a misunderstanding, and it almost led to a tragedy. Song Chunlon's face alternated between red and white. She forced herself to stay calm and said, How do you know that the 5 yuan under the bed is the same one that was lost? I was short 5 yuan a few days ago. You don't know anything. Go back to school. And look at the time. She pretended to scold Xiao, who while pushing him out. Suddenly, a strong force tightly held her ankle. A cold, damp feeling spread from her ankle all over her body, making her hair stand on end. A chilling voice seemed to come from. First, clarify what you're saying. Yu Chengel, who had been lying motionless on the ground since being rescued, finally regained consciousness. Her veins bulged on her pale, trembling hand as she tightly grabbed Song Chunlon's ankle. Her big, clear eyes stared fixedly at the woman in front of her, who had just insulted her so badly she wanted to drown herself. Huh. Bullying someone to the point of despair and then just walking away? Did she think Yu Chengel was easy to bully? The creepy tone and cold temperature frightened Song Chunlon, making her heart race. But she stubbornly said, I have nothing to say to you. Let go. You've been sneaking around stealing cats and dogs every day. No wonder people suspect you. Which family hasn't had their stuff touched by you? That's hilarious. You're blaming me even when you're wrong. Yu Chengel sneered coldly. Everyone heard what Xiaohu said clearly. You didn't understand? Are you stupid or deaf? Song Chunlon's face changed dramatically after being publicly exposed. She couldn't think of a reply and stubbornly refused to admit she was wrong. One of the military wives who was trying to mediate stepped forward and said, Sister Song, since the money was found under your bed, this matter is almost settled. You falsely accused Mrs. Yuan. Apologize and let's move on. We're neighbors. No way. Both sides shouted in unison. Song Chunlon was stunned. What do you mean, no? Of course, no. Yu Chengel raised her eyebrows. You insulted me publicly, accused me falsely, and almost caused me to drown trying to prove my innocence. Just a simple apology? That's not enough. If it were that easy, I'd curse you, make you jump into the pond, and I'd apologize immediately. Hearing Yu Chengel's sharp retort, Song Chunlon, who usually looked down on her, felt confused and nervous. She couldn't understand how someone usually so stupid as a pig could seem like a different person today.
So, What do you want now?
Yu Changel held up a hand, waving her fingers in front of her eyes. Compensation for emotional distress, 5 yuan.
Dream on.
Everyone saw it. The pawn was you who jumped in. What does that have to do with me? I think you're crazy for wanting money. Song Chunlon, like a cat that's been stepped on, immediately got angry. Refused to give it? Fine, I'll go to the army to ask old Deng and ask the leaders to judge. Yu Changel didn't argue further. She stood up, still wet from the rain, and seemed determined to go to the army. Song Chunlon was stunned and angry. Someone nearby advised her, you shouldn't cause trouble at the army. Old Deng will lose face, and you shouldn't even think about asking the leaders. Seeing Yu Changel already at the gate, Song Chunlon shouted, stop. But Yu Changel seemed not to hear and kept walking outside. Angry, Song Chunlon chased after her, shouting, here. 5 yuan, I'll give you. Yu Changel finally stopped, turned around with a half smile, and held out her hand. Fuming, Song Chunlon threw the 5 yuan into her hand, then grabbed Xiao Hu and left with a sullen face. With the main troublemaker gone, the onlookers also dispersed, and the small courtyard finally became quiet. Yu Changel looked at the old 5 yuan banknote in her hand and smiled bitterly. She didn't expect that when she opened her eyes again, she had transformed from a 21st century financial elite into a chubby military wife from a rural area in the 1980s. Her rebirth memories told her that the original owner was also quite a character. She was lazy and greedy, often borrowing food and money, with a hot temper and a stubborn personality. She caused trouble in the family compound, offending almost everyone there. That morning, she woke up hungry, smelled food, and went to Song Chunlon's house. Luckily, Song Chunlon had gone out, leaving only Xiao Hu eating a steamed coarse grain bun. She shamelessly slipped inside, asked Xiao Hu for 2 buns, and casually took a boiled egg. Right after eating, Song Chunlon and a crowd of people came looking for her, accusing her of stealing money. They not only scolded her fiercely but also threatened to go to the army to find her husband, Meng Jian. If Meng Jian found out she stole money, he would divorce her. The original owner was fearless of everything, but she was most afraid of Meng Jian mentioning divorce. In a panic and unable to argue, she was pushed into a corner by Song Chunlon and jumped into the pond to prove her innocence. But she ended up choking on water and struggled for a while before losing consciousness. When she was pulled out, the shell remained the same, but the core was no longer the same. Newly arrived Yu Changel finally had time to look around this small courtyard. It was a typical military family compound, with a small 2-room house and a yard where she could grow some vegetables and fruits to be self-sufficient. Unfortunately, the original owner's yard was overgrown with weeds. When she opened the door, the inside was even dirtier and messier. Dishes that had been left for many days were piled up in the sink. The floor was covered with fruit peels and shells, and dirty clothes and socks were scattered everywhere. It was like living in a trash heap. No wonder her husband didn't want to come home. Now that she had to live here herself, Yu Changel was reluctant, but could only frown and pick up the broom and dustpan from the corner to clean up. It took her over 2 hours, and she was exhausted with a sore back and waist, but she finally made the house look brand new. Suddenly, a very sour and foul smell wafted into her nose, coming from herself. How many days had she gone without a shower? The original owner's clothes all had an odor, so Yu Changel decided to use her husband Meng Jian's clothes instead. They had been having a bad relationship since they married, and they still slept in separate rooms. Meng Jian was a soldier, strict about discipline. His room was as clean and tidy as in the army, with everything neatly arranged. Finding a clean outfit to wear was not a problem. Anyway, they had just argued yesterday. Meng Jian was sent back to the army in anger, and taking one of his clothes wouldn't be noticed. Yu Changel found a short military shirt from his wardrobe. She measured it, almost knee-length, enough to cover her hips. Meng Jian was 1.88 meters tall, while the original owner was only 1.63 meters. She was quite a bit shorter. The pants were too long to wear, so she only took the shirt to the kitchen to boil water and take a shower. There was no shower gel, Nothing but a half-used soap bar by the sink. Yu Changel was not picky. As long as she could wash off the sweat, it was fine. The soap smell was better than the sweat odor. Just after she finished washing, she remembered she hadn't found a clean towel to dry herself. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking at the door. Yu Changel was startled. She quickly hugged her body and crouched down, alert and staring at the door. What kind of response was that? She looked annoyed and asked, "Who are you?" "Open the door." Outside the door, Meng Jiwen's face turned pale with anger. This woman must be doing it on purpose. Not only did she lock the door during the day, but she also deliberately provoked him. After saying a few words, Yu Changel finally realized that the voice sounded like her husband, Meng Jiwen. But why was he back now? "How come you're back?" She was a bit panicked, not bothering to dry her wet clothes, and quickly put on her shirt. "I'm home. Do I need to report to anyone?" Meng Jiwen sneered angrily, raising his voice without realizing it. Suddenly, he noticed someone peeking outside the yard and lowered his voice, warning Yu Changel fiercely. "Stop talking nonsense. Open the door quickly." "Wait a moment." Yu Changel buttoned the last button, making sure everything was covered, then unlocked the door lock, opened and stuck her head out. "What do you want?" Hearing Yu Changel ask from the door, Meng Jiwen was so angry he pushed the door open and strode into the room. The door slammed shut behind him, blocking the prying eyes of gossipers. "Oh no!" Yu Changel, leaning against the door, lost her balance and fell to the ground. Luckily, her bottom was thick, so she didn't hurt herself badly. Meng Jiwen instinctively reached out to pull her up, but was stunned by what he saw. Her long, shiny black hair was wet and draped over her chest. Her open shirt collar clearly revealed her smooth, delicate skin. Water droplets from her hair-soaked part of her crisp shirt, which clung to her body, showing faint contours. The shirt's hem revealed a large patch of white. Her legs? He quickly turned his face away, cheeks flushing red. He gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, "What are you doing again?" Yu Changel rubbed her bottom, trying to get up from the ground. Suddenly, she was startled by Meng Jiwen's loud scolding. She froze for a second, then her anger flared. "You pushed me down and didn't even apologize, and now you're asking what I'm doing wrong?" Her bright eyes were full of anger as she stared at Meng Jiwen without backing down. Her red, puffed-up lips pouted, and her chest rose and fell. Just as Meng Jiwen was about to turn away, he suddenly saw her and immediately turned his head again, his voice sounding a bit unnatural. "During the day, who told you to lock the door?"
"And
"What are you wearing?" Zhang Lu stood up, brushed off the dust from her clothes, and said annoyed, "What's wrong with me wearing this uniform?" When Meng Jiwen heard her mention the uniform, he turned to look and saw she was actually wearing his short-sleeved military shirt. He immediately became angry again. "Hurry up and take it off for me." As he spoke, he reached out to grab her. Frightened, Zhang Lu quickly raised her hands to block him, turned around to avoid him, and cursed while dodging, "Are you crazy?" But Meng Jiwen was stronger. He grabbed her hand firmly and pulled her close, holding her tightly. "You're not supposed to wear the uniform just to mess around." Before he finished speaking, Meng Jiwen suddenly realized how intimate their actions looked. At this moment, her warm, soft body was pressed tightly against his chest. His throat involuntarily moved, and he stopped speaking. This strange, pleasant feeling stunned Meng Jiwen. He didn't speak or let go. Zhang Lu struggled hard to push him away. When she looked up, she saw Meng Jiwen's face very close to hers. He had thick eyebrows, big eyes, a high-nose bridge, definitely a handsome face. His tough, soldier-like aura added a rugged charm. She could smell a faint soap scent on him, and with the military uniform, he looked like a real-life uniform model. "Let go, you're hurting me." Zhang Li's chubby face turned red. Her voice dropped by a tone. Being handsome really was an advantage. Meng Jiwen suddenly woke up, released her, and took 2 steps back. His voice was a little hoarse and strange. "The uniform isn't for you to wear and mess around with. Hurry up and change out of it." Zhang Lu finally understood what he was about to do. She quickly explained, "I didn't mean to wear your uniform." All my clothes are washed, so I borrowed yours to wear temporarily. Once my clothes dry tomorrow, I'll change back and wash yours. Meng Jiuan frowned at her words. This woman lied easily. In their half-year marriage, he had always been the one washing her dirty clothes because he couldn't stand it. She had never taken the initiative to wash clothes herself. So her problem was being greedy and lazy, and now she was lying too? He was about to mock her, but then he noticed the room had been tidied up somehow. The trash on the floor was gone, the table was clean, and besides 3 cushions on the bench, there was no sign of the dirty clothes.
Could it be
that she really washed herself? Yu Chang'e was afraid he wouldn't believe her, so she quickly went to the window, opened it, and pointed to the clothesline by the yard wall. Look, I've hung my clothes outside. Meng Jiuan looked suspiciously in the direction she pointed. To his surprise, the clothesline was indeed full of clothes. He had noticed earlier because he was in a hurry when he came in. So she wasn't lying after all. He had wrongly accused her. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Since he was wrong, he admitted it sincerely and apologized without trying to save face. Hearing his awkward apology, Yu Chang'e smiled gently. All right, I asked for it. You pushed me down, so we're even now. Actually, Yu Chang'e wasn't ugly, just a bit overweight. Her features were quite delicate, but because she was lazy, greedy, and didn't like tidying up, her face often looked greasy. Today, after a bath, her face was clean, white, and chubby, and she looked quite adorable. Meng Jiuan quickly looked away, trying to push away the strange thoughts that arose in his mind. Today, for some reason, Yu Chang'e, who usually annoyed everyone, looked somewhat pleasing to the eye now and then. He remembered his urgent return from the army and his mood changed. Did you jump into the pond? Old Wang came to the playground to report that his wife had suddenly jumped into the pond in front of everyone. His face darkened almost to the point of losing control. It was Old Wang's wife who, fearing something might go wrong, hurried to tell Old Wang, asking him to come home quickly and check. Hearing about this, Yu Chang'e's round face turned red with embarrassment, and she denied, I didn't jump, I accidentally fell in. Thinking about what the original owner had done, Yu Chang'e felt as if she had lost all her face that she had never lost in her previous life. Just because she argued with someone and couldn't win, she still jumped into the pond? How miserable to die like that. If she hadn't traveled here, the original owner would have been dead and branded as a thief. If it were her, anyone who falsely accused her would be the one jumping into the pond. Meng Jiuan couldn't help but sneer. He clearly didn't believe her story. But he didn't plan to investigate further because he was tired of Yu Chang'e's endless troublemaking. He was definitely done with this arranged marriage. It turns out that Yu's father once saved Meng's father in the mountains. During those times, every family was poor. Meng's father couldn't think of any other way to thank Yu's family, so he proposed a marriage between their children to show his sincere gratitude. As the only son, Yu and 3-year-old Meng Jiuan, who was just learning to fish in the river, were arranged to marry early. As days passed, both old Meng and old Yu passed away one after the other. The childhood marriage, which went against the new marriage customs, was forgotten. However, one day, 15-year-old Yu Chang'e came to the door crying and insisting on marrying Meng Jiuan, who had already gone to join the army. Meng's family only had his mother and sister, both honest and simple people. They couldn't handle Yu Chang'e's daily crying and fussing. The villagers gathered around, gossiping and pointing fingers, and the commotion was so loud it seemed like they could drown the two women in their words. His mother, overwhelmed with shame and worry, suddenly fell ill. Meng Jiuan rushed back home after hearing the news. His mother, tears streaming down her face, held his hand and apologized, saying she was sorry but couldn't lie. She confirmed that the childhood marriage had indeed been arranged by Meng's father. In their remote mountain village, if he tried to break off the marriage, his mother's reputation would be ruined, and his unmarried sister would be affected too. At that time, he couldn't afford to bring his family with him to the army. Seeing his mother suffering and feeling guilty, he made a tough decision and agreed to the marriage. They didn't register the marriage officially, but from then on, Yu Chang'e considered herself part of the Meng family and took care of his mother for 2 years. Initially, because of her care for his mother, Meng Jiun planned to fulfill his promise and bring her to the family home to get married once he was able. However, after 2 years apart, Yu Chongli's true nature showed. She was lazy, cunning, and greedy. Her behavior grew worse each day, and she caused more trouble. Meng Jiun endured silently. He simply avoided her whenever he could, even hiding in the army to find peace. Today, I almost caused a serious accident, and I can't let things go on like this anymore. Yu Changel saw his face turn pale and thought he was angry because he felt ashamed of falling into the pond. She considered and spoke. It's my fault for embarrassing you. It's understandable that you're upset. Even if we get divorced, I agree. But can you give me some time? Let me find a job first and settle down. Then we can go through with the divorce. Over the past 6 months, they argued a lot. Yu Changel knew that divorce was inevitable in her view. She thought it was better to take the chance today, when Meng Jiun apologized to her, to buy herself more time to adapt. Meng Jiun couldn't believe what he was hearing. This woman actually proposed divorce to him? And said she agreed? He stared into Yu Changel's clear eyes, trying to see if she was hiding any bad intentions. Yu Changel understood he probably didn't believe her, so she raised her hand and swore, I promise, starting tomorrow, I will find a job. I won't go back on my word. Seeing Yu Changel so serious for the first time, a strange feeling arose in Meng Jiun's heart. He felt something was off, but he didn't know what. He replied coldly, I hope you mean what you say. After saying that, he didn't look at Yu Changel again and turned to leave. The door closed louder than usual. Yu Changel finally relaxed and sat down. She had managed to handle the situation and bought herself some time. Now she needed to think carefully about how to live in this era. It wasn't just about basic needs. She wanted a good life, to make the most of this opportunity. The 1980s was a time of change, full of opportunities. She tried to remember the shining moments of the 1980s in history. She wanted to be a gold seeker, catching every piece of gold she could from the waves of the era. Just as she was deep in thought, suddenly a tall figure appeared at the window. A cold voice said, Close the window. She was startled. Looking closely, she saw it was Meng Jiun just after leaving the door. She walked over with some confusion.
Why?
It's hot. Opening the window is good for ventilation. Meng Jiun frowned and quickly looked her over. Then he turned his face away. The army training is happening these days. I won't be home at night. Lock the doors and windows. Longer felt increasingly confused. When did Meng Jiun ever report his schedule to her? Every time, it was the original owner pestering him with questions, and he always seemed eager to avoid her. But at this moment, he was still her pretend husband, and his words made sense. Longer nodded politely and agreed.
Got it. You can go now.
Meng Jiun's face darkened. From her tone, it seemed she was eager for him to leave quickly. He clenched his fists tightly, turned, and strode out of the yard. Suddenly, he heard Longer calling after him. Wait a moment.
See?
He knew Longer was never easy to deal with. A slight smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. Usually, whenever Meng Jiun left home, she would find all sorts of reasons to bother him for a long time, which he found very annoying. But today, when she called him back, Meng Jiun didn't notice a faint feeling of happiness quietly bubbling up inside him. He turned around, still with a serious face, but his voice was softer than usual. Is there something else? Can I borrow 10 yuan? Meng Jiun's clenched fist suddenly tightened again. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, Didn't I just give you 30 yuan at the beginning of the month? Only half a month has passed, and it's all gone? Meng Jiun held the rank of company commander in the army. His monthly salary plus allowances was 68 yuan. He gave 30 to Longer, 30 to his hometown, and was left with only 8 yuan. Usually, a family of 3 only needs about 20 yuan a month for living expenses. He mostly ate in the army and wore military uniforms, which cost nothing. The 30 yuan was for Longer's expenses. In just half a month, she had spent it all. For Longer, this was almost like borrowing money from a stranger. She felt extremely embarrassed and could only grit her teeth and say, Sorry, this 10 yuan is a loan. I will pay you back later. Meng Jiun took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger. He took out a stack of change and ration tickets from his pocket and slammed them onto the windowsill. All for you. If you cause any more trouble, I'll send you back to the countryside immediately. Watching Meng Jiun leave in a huff, Longer only managed a bitter smile. She knew the original owner had caused Meng Jiun a lot of trouble before. It was understandable that he disliked her. It was better to find a job early and give both of them a peaceful life. She gathered the small change and ration tickets, tidied them up, and counted a total of 13 yuan 5 jiao tufun, along with 10 jin of flour tickets and 34 jin of grain tickets. Nowadays, it's the ticket era. Without tickets, even money can't buy anything. Yu Changlu found a small purse, carefully stored the change and tickets, and then took a small notebook to record the money and tickets borrowed from Meng Jiun today. She couldn't control how much the original owner spent before, but since she borrowed money from him, she must pay it back later. Her most urgent task now is to find a way to make a living. With her past experience in the financial industry, she hasn't yet figured out how to use her skills in this era. She also doesn't have the ability to directly enter the financial field or lead industry reforms. The investment opportunities, she remembers, are still years away from now. How should she spend these few years? Yu Changlu gently rubbed her thumb and forefinger together, a small unconscious habit when she was deep in thought. She carefully considered what useful skills from her previous work experience she could apply now. Suddenly, she had a bright idea. Her main profession might not be useful for now, but the various courses she took to support her main work could come in handy. Simple courses like flower arranging, wine tasting, golf. Long-term courses like fashion design, jewelry appreciation, foreign languages, law, piano. Don't doubt it, an experienced, meticulous financial professional spends a lot of time and effort improving themselves privately to better serve clients and maintain good relationships. Finally, a smile appeared on Yu Changlu's face. She knew what she could do now. She sat at the table, picked up a pen, and began writing a shopping list. The household was badly in need. No rice, flour, or oil. No vegetables, meat, or eggs. She wondered if the original owner had turned into a locust or something, as nothing was left at the crossing. It had been 3 or 4 hours since she was rescued from the pond, and lunchtime had long passed. Her stomach was already protesting with growls. After quickly writing down what she needed to buy, Yu Changlu started rummaging through the kitchen for food. Given her current outfit, she was clearly not suited to go outside shopping. She struggled to drag the rice jar out from under the stove. Luckily, there was still a ring of rice at the bottom. She grabbed the scrub brush used for washing pots and swept out some rice, finally managing to scoop out a handful. Today, I will just have plain rice porridge to make do, as I plan to start losing weight early. Suddenly, there were 2 knocks at the window. Yu Changlu suspiciously went over to check. Could Meng Jiun have come back again? She opened the window, and right in the middle of the windowsill, there was a salted duck egg. A small figure quickly darted past the gate.
Who was that?
Running pretty fast. Never mind who it is. Yu Changlu picked up the salted duck egg and smiled carefree. Truly, when all hope seems lost, a way out appears. Today a meal is here. She ate the salted duck egg with plain rice porridge happily, then took a short nap. Only then did she feel completely better. At dusk, every household closed their doors to eat dinner. There were almost no pedestrians on the street. Yu Changlu confidently wore her shirt dress and stepped outside, starting her first day of her self-made weight loss plan. On the first day, she knew her body needed time to get used to it. She only scheduled 30 minutes of exercise. 5 minutes brisk walking, 5 minutes slow walking, with a 5-minute rest in between. After 2 rounds, she was sweating heavily. She didn't hold back anymore. After all, borrowing is borrowing, whether 1 or 2 items. She also picked a short-sleeved shirt from Meng Jiun's wardrobe, boiled water, took a shower, and then comfortably went to bed. She had a dreamless night. When Yu Changlu woke up, the sun was already high. The clothes she hung to dry overnight were ready. She quickly packed them away, changed into a short-sleeved top and long pants, and washed Meng Jiun's clothes. Feeling refreshed, she headed out. To go from the military family compound to the city, she could take the bus for just 1 dime, but walking would take an hour and a half. Time is also a cost. Yu Changel decided not to bother with the tiring walk and paid a dime to take the bus into town. As she approached the bus stop, a few familiar faces appeared in front of her. Oh, Juan's wife is also going into town. Where are you headed? Looking for old Meng? The speaker was Lu Fong, who made a teasing face and winked at the person next to her, full of mockery. When Yu Changel saw her, her brow furrowed. This woman is just as bad as Song Chunlan. Yesterday, she was the most aggressive in causing trouble. The original owner was watching the fun when she jumped into the pond. Someone was afraid she might get hurt and tried to help, but she was still there telling people not to interfere. She's just as mean. Usually, she looks down on others and doesn't bother to talk to the original owner. Today, it seems she wants to speak up for Song Chunlan, who was wronged yesterday. Currently, Yu Changel no longer wants to cause trouble. She agrees to stay quietly and move away once she finds a job. She looks back toward the bus arrival and coldly responds, I'm going into town to handle some affairs. Laundry? What kind of affairs could you have? Lu Fong rolls her eyes, showing disdain. A rural woman going to the city. What serious business could she have? Suddenly, she remembers seeing Meng Juan angrily pounding on the door outside Yu Changel's house yesterday. An idea flashes through her mind, and she laughs out loud, saying, "Ha, I know now." She then deliberately teases everyone, raising her eyebrows and remaining silent. Someone nearby asks her, "What do you know?" "Come on, tell us." "You're just teasing." Since they are waiting for the bus and have nothing else to do, Yu Changel watches like she's watching a show. She wants to hear what Lu Fong has discovered. Seeing everyone's eyes on her, Lu Fong feels proud and satisfied. She then smugly says, could it be that she's going into town to divorce old Meng? Yu Changel eyes Lu Fong coldly. Lu Fong is in her early 30s with trendy, finely curled hair, wearing a neatly ironed white shirt and dark blue pants and shiny black leather shoes. With this outfit, she's the top among the military district's family women, often calling friends and acting like a central figure among military wives. She always feels confident about herself. It looks like she's sure her reputation is ruined and no one will stand up for her, so she dares to confront her openly. Good. Yesterday's lesson from Song Chunlan wasn't enough, and now she's asking for more trouble. Lu Fong has never seen such deep, intense eyes from Yu Changel before. She thinks Yu is about to lose her temper, so she quickly pulls 2 other military wives over to boost her confidence.
What are you looking at?
I'm asking you, did your man leave you? Are you trying to take your anger out on others? Seeing Lu Fong's actions, Yu Changel realizes she's just a cowardly bully who talks tough but is weak inside. She shakes her head and says, I didn't expect you to be such an uneducated, rude person. I feel ashamed for you. When you go out, don't say you're from our neighborhood. It's embarrassing for us to be associated with you. Who do you think is shameful? Lu Fong, who is just smiling, suddenly gets angry. You, a girl from the countryside, who only went to school for a few days, are calling others uneducated and rude? As soon as she says this, Yu Changel notices a few other military wives nearby look uncomfortable. Nowadays, many military wives who follow their husbands are from rural areas. Lu Fong only cares about scolding her and doesn't realize she's also insulting many others. What's wrong with being from the countryside? Not going to school, much doesn't matter. Rural folks are honest. I still have basic manners. I would never joke about someone with divorce. I believe that besides you, no one else here could do such a thing. Unlike Lu Fong, Yu Changel faces a group of enemies and knows she must first divide them from within. She can't attack blindly like Lu Fong did. You? Lu Fong didn't expect Yu Changel to be so good with words today, and she was left speechless by her rebuttal. Also, did you tell me earlier that every family in the yard was watching me and laughing? That I should visit each house to explain myself and not take the blame alone? I thought you cared about me, so I followed your advice and disturbed everyone. Now I see you're like this. I wouldn't listen to you anymore. Taking this chance, I want to apologize to everyone. I've been provoked lately and caused some trouble. Please forgive me and also watch over me. I promise to behave and not bother everyone again. Yu Chang'e looked serious and sincere. After speaking, she bowed to the few military wives who had been annoyed by the original owner, showing she was genuinely sorry. Those military wives are also honest people. Her action made them a bit unsure, but a wife named Li Mei stepped forward, took her hand and comforted her, saying, "It's okay. We're all in the same yard. Just clear up any misunderstandings, and we can live peacefully in the future." Yu Chang'e gratefully nodded at her. With her support, the other wives looked much happier and nodded in agreement. Lu Feng saw that the other wives had been won over by Yu Chang'e and quickly said, "Don't believe her lies. Can you trust her? In the past half-year, she caused trouble for many families. She's just a troublemaker. Only by driving her out can we have peace." As for rural folks being honest, after Yu Chang'e sincerely apologized in front of everyone, the wives felt warmer inside. They thought that the young girl was naive before, but now she's grown up and apologized. They couldn't hold grudges anymore. Li Mei is one of the more outstanding military wives in the group. She said, "Sister Lu, the young girl is still new and unfamiliar with this place. She made a mistake, and as the older sister, we should help and be tolerant. We shouldn't judge her harshly. Don't you agree?" She is a military wife who came from the countryside, having only studied up to 5th grade. She is one of the few educated women among the group. She heard the harsh words Lu Feng just said. If it weren't for keeping peace in the yard, she would have argued with Lu Feng. She couldn't understand why Lu Feng looked down on rural people. Lu Feng doesn't care much about the other wives, but her husband is the direct superior of Li Mei's husband. She frowned unhappily, but didn't dare to embarrass Li Mei directly. She could only nod reluctantly. Yu Chang'e saw Li Mei speak up for her and immediately smiled sweetly. She said, "Thank you, sisters-in-law, for your understanding. I will learn from you and never fall for petty tricks again." Lu Feng was about to get angry, sensing her words had hidden meaning. At that moment, the long-awaited bus arrived at the station. The ticket seller shouted loudly, "Get on the bus." Everyone waiting on the platform became excited. If they missed this bus, they would have to wait another half-hour. Even with many people, they had to squeeze on. The wives didn't bother to chat anymore. They hurriedly called to each other and pushed into the crowd to get on the bus. Yu Chang'e, using her advantage of height and strength, blocked the back door and shouted, "Sisters-in-law, come quickly." Li Mei and the others saw her and quickly squeezed over. Yu Chang'e grabbed each of them and helped them onto the bus. Only then did she squeeze inside. Lu Feng was worried about her clothes getting wrinkled and her shoes getting dirty. She kept pacing outside the crowd at the door, shouting, make way," but didn't push hard to get in. Sure enough, the ticket seller shouted again, "Stop pushing. No more room. Wait for the next bus." The bus doors closed, leaving Lu Feng anxiously outside the crowd, unable to get on. Yu Chang'e happily stuck her head out and waved to her, "Sister Lu, wait patiently. We're leaving first." Her proud attitude made Lu Feng angry, and she pointed at the bus, ready to scold her. Suddenly, Yu Chang'e loudly exclaimed, "Huh? The next bus is coming so soon?" When the crowd below the bus heard the commotion, they quickly turned and pushed back, knocking Lu Feng to the ground unexpectedly. But where was the bus? After the crowd dispersed, Lu Feng, still lying on the ground, had messy hair, wrinkled clothes, and her black shoes were covered with mud and footprints. She couldn't hold back her anger anymore. Ignoring her injuries, she started crying loudly and cursing, "Just you wait. I'll get you back." Everyone waiting at the bus stop thought she had gone crazy and avoided her like she was a plague. No one came to help her. Yu Chang'e felt a burst of relief inside. She sat happily on the bus, enjoying the cool breeze as she headed into the city. After arriving in the city and getting off the bus, Yu Chang'e waved goodbye to her sisters-in-law. Today, besides shopping, she also wanted to look at rental houses in the city. She didn't want her sisters-in-law to know about this, so she found a reason to go alone. Outside the bus station, everything around her made Yu Chang'e feel like she was truly living in the 1980s. A paved asphalt road with no lane markings. Most of the houses on both sides were single-story, and electric poles stood at intersections with black wires strung between them. Sparrows gathered on the wires, occasionally flying down to peck at a few grains spilled from pedestrians' bags. There were few cars on the road, and most people wore simple cloth clothes, just like in the period dramas. Curious, she looked around but suddenly felt a sharp stomach ache. Oh no! She remembered she had half a salted duck egg left from last night. She thought about eating it this morning to avoid waste, but the hot weather probably spoiled it. Now she had a stomach upset. Quickly clutching her belly, Yu Chang'e ran back to the ticket office and asked, "Comrade, where is the bathroom?" The ticket clerk didn't look up and said, "There's no bathroom here. Turn right when you leave," then left. "There's one over there." "Thank you," Yu Chang'e said and hurried toward the public toilet. When she finally came out feeling relieved, she was about to decide whether to buy some things first or look at a house, when suddenly someone bumped her the shoulder. "Watch where you're walking. Are you blind?" A man cursed loudly. Yu Chang'e looked at him. His hair was messy like a chicken coop, and he looked scruffy and very. Not wanting to get involved, she said nothing and quickly stepped aside to walk away. I also heard the person behind still cursing, "Lazy fat guy. So fat, taking up the whole sidewalk." Yu Chang'e took a deep breath. Don't argue with trash. If a dog barks at you, should you bark back? Just as she reached the corner, a sharp female scream came from the public restroom behind her. Yu Chang'e quickly turned around. The shady man from before was panicking, running toward the corner, and looking back nervously. Something was wrong. She prepared secretly, waiting for the right moment, and kicked out her foot to trip him. The shady man yelped and flew about a meter away. Yu Chang'e immediately shouted, "Catch the pervert! Catch the pervert!" The shady man was startled and quickly got up from the ground, lunging toward Yu Chang'e, pretending to cover her mouth. At that critical moment, a flying kick suddenly arrived, hitting him and knocking him 2 meters away. He curled up on the ground, groaning. At this time, the woman from the restroom also ran out, still shaken, pointing at the man on the ground and loudly accusing him. "It's him." He was just now peeking over the wall into the women's restroom. More onlookers gathered. The man who had kicked the shady man stepped on him and said to the crowd, "Everyone heard that, right? He's caught in the act of spying. Some strong men, come help me tie him up and take him to the police station." Hearing that he would be taken to the police station, the shady man ignored his pain and struggled fiercely, fighting with the brave man. Seeing this, no one dared to step forward. Yu Chang'e hurriedly shouted, "Quick, call the police." Some people might be afraid to fight, but they would help run errands. Sure enough, soon 2 police officers in green uniforms arrived after hearing the call. "Stop fighting. Break it up." With the police present, the crowd dared to step forward and separate the 2 men. The brave man looked like he had been punched in the eye, with dark circles and a bloody eyebrow. He grinned and said, "Officer, I didn't start a fight. I was just helping out. They can testify for me." He pointed to a woman standing nearby, and Yu Chang'e. Yu Chang'e nodded quickly.
Yes, I saw it.
That person was peeking into the women's restroom. He was just helping catch a bad guy. The woman nearby saw more and more people gathering. Although she felt a bit embarrassed, she mustered her courage and said, "I saw this man leaning against the wall, secretly looking into the women's restroom. He's a troublemaker." They all came to help after hearing me call for help. With a few witnesses speaking up, the police officers didn't hesitate. They arrested the suspicious man and took him back for questioning. Once the crowd lost interest, they started to leave. Only 3 people remained at the street corner. The woman gratefully thanked the 2 men, saying, "Thank you so much today. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have caught this troublemaker. My name is Lu Yuding. Nice to meet you." Yu Chang'e, who had done a good deed, was also happy. "Hello, I'm Yu Chang'e. You were very brave. I'm glad to meet you too." Indeed, in the 1980s, when social customs weren't very open, many women still felt deep shame about such matters. Even if they were secretly watched, most would be too shy to speak out, let alone openly identify the. This was one reason why some men enjoyed bothering women. Liu Yuting's courage to point out the in public was truly brave. Seeing both women introduce themselves first, the brave man also smiled openly. Hello, I'm Liu Bo. You seem a bit older than me, so you can call me Big Brother Bo. We're kindred spirits, fighting for the people. Ha, Yu Chang'e responded cheerfully, thanks to Big Brother Bo's flying kick, or else we two girls would have been in trouble. Liu Yuting nodded in agreement. If I hadn't met Big Brother Bo, that troublemaker might have run away, and who knows how many people he could have hurt. Liu Bo grinned happily at their praise. You two young ladies don't look very old, but you're quite brave. I admire you. Liu Yuting proudly said, nowadays, society is new, and everything follows the law. Our teacher said those bad guys are just paper tigers, nothing to be afraid of. If I see him again, I'd dare to catch him. Yu Chang'e raised an eyebrow. Are you still a student? Liu Yuting nodded. I'm a student at Yuzhou Normal University. I just started my second year. College students, no wonder. Such strong awareness of justice, Liu Bo said with admiration in his eyes. It had only been 3 years since the college entrance exam was restored. Back then, college students were rare, and each one was truly a lucky star. Liu Bo, are you a college student too? Liu Bo then asked Yu Chang'e. Although she was a bit chubby, her elegant aura didn't seem like a worker. Yu Chang'e felt unexpectedly proud when she answered. No wonder, a woman can be just as capable as a man.
Liu Bo admired.
He didn't expect that this young girl, despite her age, was already married. The three of them quickly became friends and enjoyed talking. Unfortunately, each of them had their own things to do today, so they exchanged contact information to stay in touch later. After saying goodbye to the two, Yu Chang'e looked at the sun. It was almost noon, and she had spent a lot of time here. Plus, she needed to use the bathroom, so she was very hungry. She took out a note from her pocket and remembered there were still some things she needed to buy. She had to hurry. In a strange place, Yu Chang'e stood by the road looking around. Her curious look caught the attention of a kind woman passing by. The woman walked over warmly and asked, Little girl, are you from out of town? Where are you going? I can help you find your way. Yu Chang'e blinked. The woman's friendly smile and her carrying vegetables made her feel this was the right person to ask. She smiled and nodded. Thank you, ma'am. I want to buy these things. Do you know where I can find them? The woman took the note from her hand. Oh, you want to buy so many things? You can get these at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Just need a ticket. When she mentioned tickets, Yu Chang'e suddenly remembered. She only had meal tickets and grain tickets given by Meng Jian. She didn't have tickets for meat or fabric. Ma'am, do you know where I can buy tickets? The woman's face suddenly became tense. She quickly grabbed Yu Chang'e's hand and looked around quietly. Little girl, you shouldn't ask about that. Seeing the innocent look in Yu Chang'e's eyes, the woman thought she was young and naive. She kindly explained, those tickets are issued by the government. Private buying and selling are not allowed. If you ask me, I can tell you, but you shouldn't ask others.
Yu Chang'e finally understood.
Although she was born in the 1980s, it was late in the decade, and she remembered that soon after, tickets wouldn't be needed for shopping. She wasn't very familiar with these policies. Fortunately, she met this kind woman. Someone else might have reported her to the police station. She nodded gratefully.
Thank you, ma'am.
I understand now. The woman looked at the young girl, who was pretty and polite. She wanted to help. What tickets do you need? I have some extras at home. Today, she truly met a good person. Yu Chang'e quickly replied, I only have meal tickets and grain tickets. I also want to buy some meat, eggs, and fabric. All right, my older sisters all have these. Let's go, I'll take you to get some. The older sister said confidently, walking quickly ahead, leading Yu Chang'e back home. Yu Chang'e was amused by her enthusiasm. People in this era are less wary of strangers, and many are kind-hearted. She didn't hesitate and followed her. Since she had no ticket and couldn't buy anything in the city, she didn't mind. They chatted as they walked. Yu Chang'e noticed the older sister was wearing a dark blue dress. Upon closer look, She saw the fabric wasn't ordinary cotton, but looked more stylish. Curious, she asked sister, your dress is really beautiful and well-shaped. The quality looks good. Is it made from special material? The older sister smiled happily at the compliment. Good eye, little girl. This is Dingliang fabric. It's so rare you can't even buy it with a ticket. My husband brought it back from Yangcheng.
You chang le size li up.
Dingliang fabric is available in the country now. This fabric later became very popular nationwide. Compared to easily worn-out cotton, it avoids many flaws. Clothes made from Dingliang are wrinkle-free, shrink-proof, don't need ironing, and won't fade. Compared to current clothes, it's much more fashionable. Seeing the amazed expression on the girl's face, the older sister didn't want to dampen her excitement. This material isn't produced domestically. You have to buy it from foreign goods shops in Yangcheng. Even with cloth tickets, it's hard to get. You need connections to buy it, and the price is very high. Yu Changlu understood her kind intention and smiled. I heard about it when I was learning tailoring. It's called Dingliang, an imported fabric that's crisp and durable. Seeing it today, it really lives up to its reputation. Oh, you learned tailoring too? The older sister was surprised. The girl looked young. She thought she was still in school. Yu Changla nodded and thoughtfully said, Sister, if you take in the waist a bit more and raise the waistline, it would look even better. It would make your figure look more attractive. Seeing her serious expression, the older sister hesitated. Really? It can be made to look even better? Her dress already made her stand out, but if it could be more stunning, it would be worth the money her husband spent. Eager to help, Yu Chengel nodded confidently. It's not hard. When I get home, I can pin it for you first. If you like it, I can help you make adjustments. Yu Chengel is a grateful person. Her older sister is kind and caring, and she's happy to lend a hand. She also has her own little plan. Someone who can afford such expensive fabric is her potential customer. Her sister's social circle probably has similar conditions. If she maintains a good relationship with her sister, she might get referrals for high-end clients when she opens her shop. The older sister smiled more brightly upon hearing this. That's wonderful. I felt a good vibe when I saw you standing by the roadside today. You're really a capable girl. From now on, I'll consider you my little sister. Yu Chengel smiled and replied, Sure. I also feel we get along well. You're very kind. My name is Yu Chengel. Just call me Chengel. The young girl was plump and pretty, with eyes that curved like crescent moons when she smiled. The older sister liked her more and more.
Hey, Chan, I'm Liu Rumei.
You can call me Sister Liu or Rumei. That made her feel closer and more friendly. Yu Chengel opened her mouth sweetly. Rumei's sister. Her sweet voice made Liu Rumei look even more pleased and fond of her. While talking, they arrived at Liu Rumei's home. It was clearly a government employee's building, with a guard at the gate. No wonder Liu Rumei wasn't worried about bringing someone inside. Liu Rumei's home was on the 4th floor, a 3-room apartment of about 100 square meters. It looked renovated, with tiled floors that made the space look bright and clean. Yu Chengel politely waited at the door while Liu Rumei fetched a ticket book. She sincerely admired, Rumei's sister. Your home is really beautiful. Liu Rumei took her hand and led her inside. Come in and sit. No need to be so formal in my house. Soon, she brought out a ration book from the back room, flipping through it to take out 2 pounds of meat tickets and 3 pounds of egg tickets. Only my husband and I eat here. The younger ones are out of town. We still have some meat and egg tickets left each month, but the cloth tickets aren't enough. I don't have any extra cloth here. Liu Rumei looked a bit embarrassed. She had promised Yu Chengel help but forgot that she had sent some leftover fabric to make clothes for a few children earlier. Yu Chengel still smiled warmly. That's okay. You've already helped me a lot. I'll find another way to get the cloth tickets. While speaking, she took out a stack of small change from her small purse. The 13 yuan she received from Meng Jiuan, plus the 5 yuan compensation for emotional distress from Song Chunlan, made her feel relatively well off. However, she wasn't sure how much money to give Liu Rumei. Liu Rumei saw her take out her purse and quickly waved her off. Put that away. It's just a few tickets. Your brother-in-law's company will send more soon, so you don't need to worry. Yu Changle didn't want to take advantage of her and insisted, Rumei, sister, if you give me the tickets, you've already helped me a lot. If I don't pay now, I won't feel at ease holding on to them. She then took all the remaining small change from her purse and placed it on the table, pretending to leave. Lu Rumei was surprised and quickly grabbed her. Silly girl. These tickets aren't worth that much. She was increasingly sure that Yu Changle was a young girl just starting out, maybe even her first day managing things. No matter how rich her family was, they couldn't keep up with her reckless spending. Seeing Yu Changle's insistence, she took a 1 yuan coin from a small change and said teasingly, Fine. I can't argue with you. This 1 yuan is enough. When Lu Rumei accepted the money, Yu Changle smiled sweetly and put the rest of the money back into her purse. She believed that kindness should be met with kindness. She shouldn't just take without giving back. The more she understood others' kindness, the more she should treat them well. Only then could their relationship stay healthy and lasting. Yu Changle was sure Lu Rumei was a good person, so she wouldn't take advantage of her. Plus, she was counting on her to help introduce clients. Seeing how she spent money so freely, Lu Rumei couldn't help but worry. Girl, I think you don't really understand prices. Later, I'll go with you to the supply and marketing cooperative and explain things to you. Yu Changle eagerly agreed. In her original memory, there was no concept of prices. She was naive and careless. No wonder 30 yuan a month wasn't enough for her to cause trouble. After discussing the tickets, Yu Changle offered to help Lu Rumei modify her skirt. She was worried Lu Rumei might not trust her sewing skills, so she suggested pinning it first to see how it looked. Lu Rumei loved beauty and immediately took off her skirt. She found some pins and handed them to Yu Changle to try. Yu Changle carefully measured Lu Rumei's waist and leg length with a tape measure. She then marked the skirt with pins, making a few adjustments. In no time, she had altered the skirt perfectly. Li Rumei changed into a dress and felt her waist looked even slimmer. When she stood in front of the mirror and looked at herself, she was so happy she couldn't stop smiling. Oh my sister, you look so beautiful now. She couldn't help but turn around and look at herself from different angles. The modified dress looked more fashionable and pretty. Most importantly, she looked like her waist was thinner and her legs longer. Seeing how satisfied Li Rumei was, Yu Changle also felt happy. This showed she could really make a living with her sewing skills in this era. Rumei looks good in anything, but her figure is especially nice. Anything she wears looks good. If she used better stitches, her top would fit even better and show her figure more. Li Rumei blushed from the compliment. Her husband also secretly praised her figure, her slim waist and curvy hips. Oh, I shouldn't think about his strange comments anymore. Li Rumei was very happy with how the dress turned out. She said confidently, Changle, can you help me with some sewing? I'll pay you well. Yu Changle was about to refuse money, but Li Rumei seemed to know what she was about to say. She picked up a 1 yuan coin and waved it at her. We're sisters, so let's be honest about the costs. Yu Changle chuckled and nodded in agreement. Li Rumei kept her word and took Yu Changle to the supply and marketing cooperative store. She pointed out different items, explaining which ones were in high demand and which ones weren't worth the price. They arrived just in time to buy some packaged candies that had been returned because of minor flaws. The price was low, and importantly, no sugar coupons were needed. Each person could buy half a jean. Both Yu Changle and Li Rumei bought half a jean. These candies are usually hard to find during the new year, so they didn't want to miss out. After leaving the store, Li Rumei, feeling closer to Yu Changle, quietly leaned in and whispered about the black market prices. The black market was where some people secretly sold their supplies without needing official tickets. They just paid money, but the prices were much higher. Besides daily necessities, some tickets for special items were also sold, like tickets to buy bicycles or watches, which were very popular and expensive. Hearing this, Yu Changle felt even more grateful to Li Rumei. If she sold her tickets on the black market, she could get at least double the price. After shopping, it was already late in the day. Yu Changle had arranged with Lu Rume to deliver the altered dress to her home the day after tomorrow. To make Lu Rume feel at ease, Yu Changle also gave her the address and phone number of her large courtyard. When Lu Rume learned that Yu Changle was a military family member, she felt even more reassured. Sitting on the bus heading home, looking at the full pockets in her hands, Yu Changle felt much more at peace. Starting something new is always difficult, but she was happy to have taken her first step into living in this era, and it seemed she was adapting pretty well. She bought what she wanted, learned the rules of the time, and even took her first order. Yu Changle felt that a good life was just around the corner. Leaning comfortably against the window, feeling the gentle breeze, the bus moved slowly. After a busy day, Yu Changle was gradually getting sleepy from the gentle rocking. Suddenly, her stomach made a loud gurgling sound, startling her awake immediately. No wonder she had felt like she hadn't done something important. Turns out she had forgotten to eat. Although there weren't as many people on the bus on the way back as when she first got on, it was still quite full. Yu Changle's round face turned red, and she quickly covered her stomach with her hand, trying to stop it from making noise. The more she was afraid, the more her stomach growled. Starving all day, her stomach refused to stay quiet and kept making louder noises. Yu Changle's face was as red as a monkey's. She wished she could bury her head in her arms like an ostrich and felt like everyone in the carriage was watching her. Suddenly, an apple appeared in front of her. Surprised, she looked up. It was the young man sitting next to her who had handed it over. Wasn't the person sitting next to her an old lady? She had been dozing off the whole time and hadn't noticed when the change happened. The young man had fair skin, wore glasses, and looked refined. Seeing Yu Changle look up, he smiled kindly at her.
Please eat. Washed.
Yu Changle wanted to refuse, but the young man placed the apple beside her and turned back to continue reading his book. Seeing him so focused on his reading, she felt shy to bother him. But just pushing the apple back and forth seemed too petty. She quietly said thank you, then turned to look out the window and started eating. This apple tasted especially good now, sweet, juicy, and free from worries about pesticide residues. Relieved from her stomach's empty city plan, Yu Changle felt very happy, but she didn't notice a snake-like gaze staring at her from the back of the carriage. After about 10 minutes, the train arrived. Seeing Yu Changle stand up, the young man next to her politely got up to make way. Yu Changle smiled and thanked him again, then carried her full pockets and got off the train. Back home, she put away everything she bought, then mixed the flour and dumpling filling, preparing to cook a big bowl of meat dumplings for herself. She made 30 dumplings in one go, drooling with craving. But when the water boiled, she pursed her lips and only cooked 10 dumplings. Not because of anything else, her body was not looking good with all this excess weight, and it was unhealthy. Medicine wasn't advanced enough in this era, so she needed to take good care of herself. If she developed fatty liver or other obesity-related diseases at a young age, it would be a lifelong burden. Looking at the plump, white dumplings in the bowl, Yu Changle couldn't hold back anymore. She ignored the scalding heat, grabbed one, and put it in her mouth. Smelling the aroma, so delicious. She wished she could eat one after another all at once. Her last bit of reason told her to chew slowly, which would help digestion and make her feel full longer. In the end, she resisted her craving and slowly finished the 10 dumplings in her bowl. Feeling a bit disappointed, she then cooked the remaining 20 dumplings, packed them into a big bowl, and carried it outside. It was almost dinner time. Li Mei was busy in the kitchen when she suddenly heard someone call her outside. Is sister-in-law Li at home? She put down the scallions, responded while walking out of the kitchen. Yes, who is it? It's me, Yu Changle. As soon as Li Mei stepped outside, she saw Yu Changle holding a large soup bowl at the gate. She couldn't help but wonder. She really thought Yu Changle had turned over a new leaf. Now, at dinner time, she was here again mooching food, but since she was a military family member, she didn't want to refuse outright. Still, she felt a bit unhappy inside. Jiwen's wife, the family hasn't cooked yet. Yu Changle heard this and smiled, knowing that the original owner was afraid of being caught mooching again. After all, no family had much grain. It's perfect that you haven't cooked. I made some pork dumplings. You and the kids should have enough. Meng Jian said they had training these days, and her husband Wang probably wasn't home either. 20 dumplings would be enough for her and her mother. I heard there are pork dumplings being made. Lily, who was doing her homework inside, put down her pen and hurried over to Yu Changle, standing on tiptoe to peek. She asked excitedly, Annie, it smells so good. Are these pork dumplings? Her eager, curious look made Yu Changle smile. Just go inside and get some chopsticks to try. You'll find out. Lily happily took the soup bowl, ran into the kitchen, grabbed some chopsticks, and picked up a dumpling to eat. She chewed and said, Annie, these are pork dumplings. They're really delicious. Li Mei watched her daughter eat with juice all over her face and was surprised. She didn't expect Yu Changle to come over just to share food, especially with such a big bowl of pork dumplings. She instinctively looked toward the sky. Was the sun rising from the west? Yu Changle smiled warmly. Good food should be shared with Mom. Lily obediently swallowed her dumpling and cheerfully called out to Li Mei, Mom, come try the dumplings Auntie Yu made. They're pork ones, and they're so tasty. Li Mei finally came back to herself and looked a bit awkward. She said to Yu Changle, Oh, this is too much. Such a big bowl of dumplings. How much meat and flour does that take? Yu Changle laughed. Sister-in-law, don't be so polite. I often enjoy your family's food. In her memory of the original owner, no family in the military compound had ever refused her food. Some families were easy to talk to and their couples were nice, so she visited them often. Li Mei's family was one of those. This is actually my first time making dumplings. Sister-in-law, try them while they're hot and tell me what you think. Hearing this, Li Mei relaxed a bit and smiled. Just the smell tells me they're good. The dough for the dumplings was kneaded firm, and the filling was all pure meat, no vegetables at all.
Li Mei was surprised. You're
making pure meat dumplings? She couldn't help feeling a little sorry for her. This young wife really didn't know how to manage a household. Who makes dumplings without adding vegetables? How many dumplings can she make with just pure meat? Yu Changle felt a bit shy. She had only wanted to buy meat and had forgotten to buy vegetables. She blushed and replied, Sister-in-law, you know, our yard doesn't grow many vegetables, not even green onions. If you don't have vegetables, just tell me. My yard has plenty. Whatever you need, I'll pick some for you. Now Li Mei felt completely happy. She had received a big bowl of pork dumplings from Yu Changle and felt a bit guilty about it. She decided she would pick more vegetables later to send back. Yu Changle waved her hand and said, No need, sister-in-law. I came today to ask to borrow something else from you. Li Mei's heart skipped a beat. It seemed the pork dumplings weren't enough to satisfy her. What could she want to borrow? Maybe money? Just as she hesitated to reply, Yu Changle continued, Tomorrow, I want to borrow your sewing machine. Is that okay? A sewing machine was a big item. Only 2 families in the entire military area had one. One was Song Chunlan's family, and the other was Li Mei's. Li Mei and Song Chunlan had a bad history, so she couldn't ask her for help. But Li Mei was kind and willing to stand up for herself when needed, so she thought she could lend it. Hearing it was just a sewing machine, Li Mei relaxed and quickly agreed, Sure, come over whenever you want to use it tomorrow.
No need to be so polite.
Yu Changle smiled and thanked her. Her chubby face looked especially cheerful, and even Li Mei found her more likable today. When she was leaving, Li Mei picked some vegetables from her yard and happily saw her off at the gate. It was the first time Yu Changle had come to her house, and it didn't make her feel upset at all. Just as Yu Changle left, before Li Mei could close the gate, a figure suddenly jumped over the wall, startling her. Sister-in-law Li, that greedy girl is back again, trying to mooch food? The person who suddenly spoke was Lu Fong. She looked at Yu Changle's back with disgust and asked disdainfully. Li Mei patted her chest and frowned, saying, Do you know that people can scare others to death? Lu Fong didn't seem to notice Li Mei's displeasure and kept trying to find out why Yu Changle was at Li's house. Is she causing trouble again? You're too easy to talk to. That beggar keeps pushing her luck. If it were me, I'd point at her nose and scold her out. Li Mei's face turned cold instantly. You're talking nonsense. Changle came to bring dumplings to my family. She's just here to eat, and it doesn't affect you. Why call her a beggar? And what's wrong with beggars? If she came to ask for food at your house and then pointed at you to scold you, that's your problem. Li Mei suddenly scolded Lu Fong harshly, catching her off guard. She stood there stunned for a long time, unable to respond, completely surprised that the usually kindly Mei would suddenly turn against her. Angry and impatient, Li Mei didn't give Lu Fong a chance to reply. She turned around and slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Lu Fong was left standing outside the closed door, trembling with anger, her teeth clenched, and her face flushed red. Ever since being mocked by Yu Changle in front of everyone, now even Li Mei dared to scold her openly? She glared bitterly toward Yu Changle's small courtyard. The lights inside were on, and through the dim glow from the window, she could vaguely see figures moving back and forth. Lu Fong clenched her fists and muttered through gritted teeth, "Just wait. You'll see what's coming to you soon." In Yu Changle's small courtyard, she was still busy with the borrowed sewing machine. She took out a small notebook and pen, carefully sketching her ideas for a dress style. After several adjustments and revisions, she finally felt satisfied and put down her pen. Women in the 1980s had jobs and income, a time when their self-awareness was awakening. They were just as capable as men at work, earning as much money, and many full-time women still worked after marriage and having children. Having the ability to earn money meant they also had the right to spend it. Everyone loved beauty, and with money in hand, they naturally wanted to spend on their looks. Yu Changle had already made up her mind. She planned to use her knowledge of fashion design and her advanced aesthetic sense from the future to make her first fortune in this era by opening a trendy clothing store. Of course, her dreams didn't stop there. The clothing store was just her first step to settle down. Once she established herself in this era, she would follow the flow of opportunities, riding the waves to success. After finishing these plans, she didn't forget her daily exercise. She did another half-hour workout, then took a shower, feeling relaxed and ready for bed. The next morning, she woke up early, cooked a fragrant bowl of egg noodles for herself, grabbed a handful of fruit candies, and put on Lu Mei's dress before heading to Li Mei's house. "Changle is here. Have you had breakfast yet?" As she approached Li Mei's courtyard gate, she heard Li Mei's warm greeting, completely different from her previous guarded attitude. People in this era were indeed much simpler. Yesterday, admitting a mistake and bringing a bowl of dumplings was enough to make the other person forget past grievances and treat her warmly. Yu Changle smiled sweetly and said, "Sister-in-law Li, I've already eaten, but I want to borrow your sewing machine. Is it convenient now?" Her polite and respectful tone made Li Mei feel even more convinced that Yu Changle had truly turned over a new leaf. She was happy and friendly in response. "It's convenient, of course. We agreed yesterday that you can come any time you want to use it. No need to be so polite." As she spoke, she put down the watering can she was holding and led Yu Changle into the inner room. Lily saw Yu Changle arrive and was very happy. Yesterday, her aunt made delicious big dumplings with pork filling, and she dreamed about eating more that night. "Hello, Auntie Yu." The little girl greeted cheerfully, with two small braids curling up, smiling happily at Yu Changle. Yu Changle took out a handful of fruit candies from her pocket and teased her. "Lily is so good. She even greets me first. I'll reward you with some candy." Seeing the colorful candies, the little girl's eyes lit up with excitement. She didn't rush to take them like yesterday, but turned her head and asked eagerly, "Mom, can I have a piece of candy?" Her shy and hesitant expression made Yu Changle want to laugh. It seemed that after she left yesterday, Lily hadn't been scolded much by her aunt. Seeing her daughter like that, Li Mei didn't want to discourage her. She also saw that Lily had improved, so she softened her tone and said, "Auntie Yu is rewarding you with candy. You should thank her." "Thank you, Auntie Yu." The little girl's eyes sparkled. Carefully, she picked out a red-wrapped fruit candy from Yu Changle's palm. She didn't have that red wrapper in her collection yet. Yu Changle happily took her by the collar and poured all the candies into her hand, saying generously, "One isn't enough." These are all rewards for Lily, because she's a good, polite child. Wow, Lily couldn't help but exclaim happily. So many candies. Thank you, Auntie Yu. You're so kind. Li Mei saw how lavishly Yu Chanlo was giving candies and immediately stepped in to stop her. That's too much, too much. These fruit candies are precious. You should keep some and enjoy them slowly. Yu Chanlo smiled and said, Sister-in-law, I saw these fruit candies being sold at the supply and marketing cooperative when I went to town yesterday. I thought I'd buy them to give to the children here. Please don't be polite with me. I'd feel embarrassed to trouble you otherwise. Hearing her words, Li Mei felt a bit embarrassed and no longer refused. She gently patted Yu Chanli's hand and said, You're just too polite. What she didn't say aloud was, compared to the old Yu Chanlo, she was completely different now. When they entered the inner room, Yu Chanlo immediately saw the sewing machine on the windowsill. It was covered with a piece of flowered cloth to keep out dust, showing that Li Mei cared for it very much. She lifted the cloth and saw the shiny, dark machine body with golden patterns. A butterfly was dancing among the flowers, and 3 big golden characters, Butterfly Brand, caught her eye. Li Mei asked curiously, What are you going to do with the sewing machine? Do you want my wife to help you? She found it hard to believe that Yu Chanlo still did sewing work, and honestly, she was a little worried she might damage the dowry she had bought when she got married. Yu Chanlo sat down, skillfully moved the control stick, and replied, No need, sister-in-law. I just want to change a skirt. It will be done soon. Li Mei then noticed the bag Yu Chanlo carried contained a deep blue long skirt. The color was brighter and more vivid than usual skirts, but the fabric looked. Just as Yu Chanlo was about to start sewing the first stitch quickly and skillfully, Li Mei hurriedly grabbed her, sounding a little nervous. Wait, isn't that fabric? Ding Qiuliang? Yu Chanlo was startled. After hearing her question clearly, she grinned and said, Isn't it Ding Qiuliang? Sister-in-law has good eyesight. Seeing Yu Chanlo confirmed it, Li Mei became even more anxious. Then why are you just casually sewing on the machine? Li Mei's only hobby when she had free time was making clothes. Her husband Lao Wang and Lily usually wore clothes she made, mostly cotton and linen. Recently, she heard about a new imported fabric called Ding Qiuliang, which was smooth, durable, and brightly colored. Wasn't that the fabric of the skirt Yu Chanlo was holding? Afraid she might ruin the skirt, Li Mei quickly examined it carefully, worriedly saying, Silly girl, do you know how much this fabric costs per meter?
15 yuan.
You can't even buy it. That's almost a worker's monthly wage. This skirt, excluding labor, costs at least 30 yuan. If you ruin it, how can you pay for it? This Ding Qiuliang fabric really looks good. It's not like those soft, thin cotton fabrics. It's stiff and firm. Li Mei grew more and more fond of it, tightly holding the dress in her hands, afraid that Yu Changle might ruin it. Yu Changle saw her worried look and almost wanted to laugh. Madam Li, don't worry. I'm not joking. Someone asked me to help alter this dress. Once it's fixed, I have to deliver it to the city. Hearing this, Li Mei also felt a bit embarrassed. She cared so much about the fabric, but it belonged to someone else. Clinging to it tightly was pointless. Still, she couldn't completely let go. After returning the dress to Yu Changle, Li Mei stood aside, watching her work with some doubt. Yu Changle worked skillfully, smoothly, and in no time, she stopped the sewing machine. She carefully examined the dress for a while, then nodded with satisfaction.
Li Mei var stund.
She didn't expect Yu Changle to really know how to use a sewing machine, and her skills were so good. The stitches were even and smooth, almost invisible. It was impressive. Changle, you're really good at sewing? Seeing is believing. Li Mei finally believed that Yu Changle wasn't bragging. Yu Changle smiled sweetly. I learned from an older sister who went to the countryside when I was young. Luckily, I haven't forgotten.
Thank you, Madam Li.
I need to deliver this dress now, so I'll go first. Li Mei nodded, full of admiration. She had always thought Old Meng's wife was lazy, but she never imagined she was a sewing master. Yu Changle didn't want to delay. This was her first order, and she wanted to deliver it quickly and well. At home, she found a porcelain cup, poured boiling water into it and carefully ironed the long dress on the table. Then she folded it neatly using modern display methods and placed it in a basket. She then headed out to catch the bus into town. As soon as she stepped outside, she was noticed by two people. Song Chunlon, who had previously received 5 yuan for her emotional distress, saw her and got angry. She turned to Lu Fong, who looked just as hateful, and said, "Look at her proud look. She even used my money to buy candy for the kids. She's so young but already good at winning people over. She's really not a good person." It turned out that Lily got some fruit candies and happily ran to show off to her friends in the yard. She even generously gave a piece to little Tiger. Song Chunlon saw this and snatched it away, threw it on the ground, and stomped on it, making little Tiger cry loudly. In Song Chunlon's eyes, Yu Changle was using her money as if it were nothing, buying candy to act generous and make her jealous. But last time, she was taken advantage of by Yu Changle. For some reason, she didn't dare to cause trouble for Yu Changle and instead went to complain to Lu Fong, who shared her same attitude. Lu Fong naturally wouldn't tell Song Chunlon about her own embarrassment at the bus stop. Her dislike for Yu Changle was even stronger than Song Chunlan's. Humph! Lu Fong glared fiercely at Yu Changli's back and snorted coldly. Not just getting carried away, I think she still doesn't know what it means to behave properly. This hidden meaning made Song Chunlon alert. What? Did she do something inappropriate? Yesterday she went into town, today she went again. Old Meng has only been away a few days, and she can't stand being alone. Look at her now, cleaning everything like crazy. Don't you see something's wrong? Lu Fong smirked coldly. She had seen Yu Changle flirting with a young man on the bus. The little flirt even ate the apple the man offered. She didn't believe they had nothing going on. Yeah, she always looks greasy and sloppy, begging for food everywhere. But these days, she's been tidying up so neatly. Only then did Song Chunlon realize Yu Changle had changed a bit. Humph, is that all? Lu Fong snorted again. Do you know what she's doing at night? What could she be doing at night? This completely piqued Song Chunlan's curiosity. Old Meng isn't home. What can she do alone? Lu Fong then told her about seeing Yu Changle wearing a short top and shorts in the yard, doing some inappropriate poses. She exaggerated the story, making Song Chunlon blush. Puffed. That girl is shameless. Old Meng isn't home, and there are over 10 men in the yard. Who is she showing off for? Song Chunlon spat in disgust. She always took her husband seriously. If he was even 5 minutes late, she would ask questions. Hearing Lu Fong's story, she immediately became alert. Exactly. Maybe she thinks Old Meng will leave her soon. She's rushing to someone so she won't be sent back to the countryside. Sister Song, your husband Deng is a good man. You better watch him closely. Lu Fong knew Song Chunlon well and understood she couldn't handle this news. As expected, Song Chunlon, who had already suffered from the money issue, remained calm at first, but then suddenly lost her temper. I'm not afraid of thieves stealing, but I fear they might be thinking about it. Can I keep watching over people all the time? Song Chunlon's back teeth clenched with a clicking sound. People like that should be kicked out of the big courtyard. Lu Fong nodded happily, hiding a smile at the corner of her mouth. She leaned in and quietly whispered a few words into Song Chunlon's ear, who nodded repeatedly. Yu Changle, waiting leisurely at the bus stop, was unaware that she was once again being targeted by troublemakers. She was happily planning her next steps to develop her career in the 1980s. This trip to the city was mainly to deliver goods to Lu Rumei and to find a storefront for her shop. After wandering around the city last time, she had a good idea of the situation. Business was not very developed, and most shopping and spending happened on Shunqing Street. On both sides of the single-lane asphalt road, there were breakfast shops, restaurants, barber shops, a bookstore, and the only department store, making it the busiest shopping street in Jinbo City. Yu Changle's gaze also fell on the street, but she knew that renting or buying a storefront here wouldn't be cheap. She planned to ask Lu Rumei for advice when she delivered the goods to see if there was a better place for her shop. She confidently found the residential building where Lu Rumei's family lived and politely explained her visit to the gatekeeper. To her surprise, the gatekeeper remembered her. I remember you. You came back with Mrs. Ding last time. I was wondering why the little girl from the Ding family looked so much heavier when she returned. You took a few extra looks when you left, and I realized you weren't really from the Ding family. But you came at a bad time today. I just saw Mrs. Ding rushing out anxiously 10 minutes ago. I don't know it's urgent, but no one should be home now. The gatekeeper's quick words made Yu Changle smile. She never thought she would be remembered because she was overweight. It seems being fat is also a memorable trait. Maybe it will help her in business someday. Thanks, Uncle.
I'll come back later, she said.
Not upset about being called fat, Yu Changle still happily said goodbye to the gatekeeper. Since Lu Rumei wasn't home, she decided to go for a walk on Shunqing Street to look for a suitable shop to rent. She wants to rent a shop facing the street, preferably with a backyard, so she can live there and also use it as a sewing room. The front of the shop will be used to display clothing. When she arrived on Shunqing Street, the once quiet street became busier, with a few cars passing by now and then. Meng Jian focused on driving steadily, returning to the army with his friend Bai Chuan from the logistics department after meeting. Suddenly, he heard a question nearby.
Huh?
That person looks a bit like my sister-in-law. Meng Jian casually glanced at the roadside. There, Yu Changle was holding a basket in one hand and munching on a steamed bun with the other, looking around curiously at everything in the city. Bai Chuan saw Meng Jian's expression and knew he hadn't mistaken anyone. He said, "Hey, I think I saw right. Stop the car. Let's say hello to my sister-in-law." As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Jian pressed the accelerator, startling Bai Chuan with a sudden pushback. "Why are you doing that? You scared me. We just saw her and you didn't say hello to your sister-in-law?" Meng Jian glanced in the rearview mirror at the increasingly distant figure and said seriously, "It's work hours. I have nothing to say to her." "Look at you." Bai Chuan rolled his eyes in disgust. Stopping the car to say a word wouldn't hurt. "You act so noble and upright. No wonder your sister-in-law is upset with you." Bai Chuan, being a friend of Meng Jian, also knew about Yu Changle. But he didn't think it was just her fault, unlike others who blamed her entirely. He understood Meng Jian well. He was like a piece of iron, unyielding and difficult to get along with. Meng Jian fell silent for a moment and then said, "It won't be long now." Bai Chuan sensed there was more behind his words.
What?
Really going to? Meng Jian pursed his lips without replying, keeping a serious face as he continued driving, ignoring Bai Chuan, who was curious and scratching his head. Meanwhile, Yu Changle, busy thinking about her shop, didn't notice a military vehicle passing by, nor did she see her husband Meng Jian driving the car. She bought a steamed bun and a cup of soy milk for just a few cents and ate her lunch on the roadside. She had protein, vegetables, starch, and meat, enough to stay healthy and slim down by carefully controlling her calorie intake. While eating, she didn't forget to ask the shop owner, "Boss, do you know if there are any shops for rent nearby?" The owner, who had been smiling, immediately became cautious upon hearing this. Why is a young girl asking about this? Are you planning to start a business? Seeing through the owner's concern, Yu Changle smiled and said, "I've learned a bit of sewing. Since it's lively here, I want to try opening a small clothing shop nearby." When the owner heard she wanted to open a clothing store, his smile returned. "You're so young but quite capable. There are shops for rent, but I'm not sure if you can afford the price." This was also Yu Changle's main concern. She asked, "May I ask, how much is the rent for a shop like yours per month?" "Just one room like this costs 15 yuan a month. The better ones can be up to 20. As long as it wasn't a competitor trying to steal business, the owner answered happily. Rent prices are easy to find out, so there was no need to hide anything. The price surprised Yu Changle. She thought it would be more expensive, but she didn't expect her money to even cover this small room, let alone a house with a backyard. Just as she was feeling a bit discouraged, she suddenly heard someone cheerfully call out, "Yu Changle, is that you?" She looked up and saw Lu Bo, a friend she had met only yesterday. Brother Bo, what a coincidence. Lu Bo had just finished his morning shift and was on his way home. He immediately noticed the chubby girl across the street. After crossing, he confirmed it was Yu Changle. He smiled and said, What a coincidence. I saw you from across the street. Come on, let me treat you to a meal. Yu Changel quickly waved her hands. No, thank you, Brother Bo. I've already finished eating. Eating more would just go over her calorie limit. Lu Bo didn't realize her little worries. He thought she was shy and, without hesitation, took her basket and led her forward. You're done eating? Yesterday was busy, and today I'm lucky to meet you again. That's fate. Can I treat you to a bun for lunch? Come on, let's go. Lu Bo was tall and strong. He held her basket high in one hand and strode ahead. Yu Changel couldn't take the basket back, so she had no choice but to follow him. Unknowingly, at this moment, Meng Jiuan and the others, who had already driven far away, turned back and saw Yu Changel joking and walking forward with Lu Bo. Meng Jiuan's face turned pale, and he clenched the steering wheel tightly, silently watching Yu Changel walk away in the distance. At this time, Bai Chuan deeply regretted persuading Meng Jiuan to come back. He kept thinking about how his sister-in-law hadn't been to the city before, whether she might get lost or wander off, and he listed all possible accidents. Only then did he persuade Meng Jiuan to drive her to the station. But now, seeing his sister-in-law chatting and laughing with another man, and then walking away with him, what should he do? The breakfast shop owner saw the military vehicle stop in front of his shop and hurried over to attract customers. Comrade, do you want some steamed buns? There's only one basket left. When it's gone, we're closing. He immediately regretted asking. The soldier driving the car had a cold face like ice, silently staring ahead with an invisible pressure around him. Could he be on a mission? Would bothering him cause trouble and get him into trouble? Just as the owner was feeling anxious, a gentle voice came from the passenger seat. All right, I'll have a basket. That voice was as bright as sunshine, about to melt the icy coldness around the owner. But then, the ice-faced soldier spoke again. No money. The owner froze, feeling shocked in broad daylight. Was he about to eat a free bun? Afraid of scaring the owner, Bai Chuan quickly got out of the car and joked, I have money. How much does it cost, boss? The breakfast shop owner carefully looked at Meng Jiuan's expression before bravely answering the friendly-looking soldier. Meat buns are 10 cents each. The last basket has 6, so it's 50 cents for all. Bai Chuan smiled and waved his hand, about to speak. No. As a People's Army soldier, you shouldn't take a single cent from the people. How much is needed? Just take it. Suddenly, that icy-faced soldier's voice, as hard as stone, sounded again, making the owner shiver. He quickly took the money from Bai Chuan and dared not say another word, hurriedly retreating into the shop to pack up. Bai Chuan glared at Meng Jiuan with annoyance and handed over the steamed buns. People's Army soldiers don't have money, but they sure talk tough. Meng Jiuan hurried to the military district for a meeting, so he didn't have breakfast. After 2 hours of meeting, his stomach was already growling loudly. He didn't bother with Bai Chuan and took a bun to eat. The big meat bun, about the size of a palm, he bit into half at once, eating fiercely. His fierce eating look made Bai Chuan feel scared. Hey, why are you eating the buns so aggressively? Bai Chuan couldn't help but tease his old friend. He could tell that since meeting his sister-in-law, Meng Jiuan's mind has been restless. His emotions fluctuated a lot, and he was no longer calm and steady like usual. Meng Jiuan shot him a sidelong glance, then looked back toward Yu Changli's departure, still biting his meat bun loudly. Listen, if you're worried, just go and check. Bai Chuan was used to Meng Jiuan ignoring others. He kept talking to himself, hiding here sulking. What's that about?
Could it be?
He's scared? Meng Jiuan almost choked on his bun from Bai Chuan's words. His face turned red from choking, and he coughed a few times to catch his breath. He turned his head and glared at the troublemaker. Cough. Cough.
Me?
Sulking? Meng Jiuan's face still had a flush. He hurriedly said, still scared? Meng Jiuan, have never been scared. Seeing Meng Jiuan so emotional for the first time, Bai Chuan found it amusing. He couldn't wait to tease him more. Yeah, who are you? Commander Meng. Afraid of whom? Just now, I saw someone not even daring to get out of the car, only daring to vent at the boss. Meng Jiuan wanted to argue but felt that his attitude toward the boss earlier was indeed not good. He felt a bit guilty and hesitated before replying. Who's venting? I was just telling the truth. No money. This piqued Bo Chuan's curiosity. Really? Didn't our unit just distribute some subsidies and ration tickets a few days ago? Already used up? You eat too much. What are you thinking? Mentioning this, Meng Jian got really angry. The day before yesterday, I went home and gave the money and tickets to Yu Changla. Thinking of Yu Changla saying she borrowed them, he inexplicably felt uncomfortable. He forcibly removed the word borrowed from his mind. Good for you, old Meng.
Bo Chuan suddenly laughed brightly.
I was worried you wouldn't care about her, but look at you, thinking about your family. Not bad, getting married is an improvement. Meng Jian looked at the street, which was already empty, and said in a dull voice, Use you? Just like eating radishes and not caring.
Hey, you. Bai Chuan was annoyed by his remark.
Do your team members know you talk so harshly? Meng Jian crumpled the leftover paper from his bun and handed it to Bai Chuan.
Hold this.
Don't distract me while I'm driving. After saying that, he ignored Bai Chuan's anxious chatter and started the car, heading towards the military unit. The breakfast shop owner, who had been pretending to be busy closing up, finally saw the car leave and let out a sigh of relief. He was worried about causing trouble, especially since the stern-looking soldier's presence earlier was quite intimidating. Meanwhile, Yu Changel was warmly invited by Lu Bo to a restaurant. When she saw the name, she almost burst out laughing. The big sign had 3 bright red characters. How could I? The restaurant owner saw the customers and quickly came forward to greet them. Welcome. What would you like to eat? Our place offers dishes from all over the country, with the 8 major cuisines. There's nothing you can't find here. His enthusiastic words and friendly smile made a good impression as soon as they entered. Lu Bo, a regular customer, waved his hand confidently. Let's have the 3-piece set. All right, please take a seat, the owner called loudly to the kitchen. 1 3-piece set. Curious, Yu Changel asked, what is the 3-piece set? It's their 3 signature dishes, Lu Bo explained with a smile. This restaurant is a long-established brand, Lu Bo continued. It was started by the owner's grandfather, and it's been around for about 50 years. Hearing Lu Bo talk about the restaurant's history, the owner happily chimed in, 53 years. My grandfather passed it to my father, and my father passed it to me. The owner looked well-fed and cheerful, with a round face that smiled so broadly his eyes disappeared, making him very likable. Yu Changel was amazed that such an old restaurant could survive through the chaos before the founding of the country. Her curiosity grew even more. 53 years. That's impressive. It's a true old brand. What are the 3 signature dishes? Seeing that the guests were interested, the boss happily boasted, Of course. Thanks to these 3 dishes, we've been able to support our whole family. Back in the day, my grandfather fled from the mountains to Jinbo City. Hey, when people ask you about the 3 dishes, no one wants to hear about your grandfather fleeing. You could talk about that all the way until noon tomorrow. Knowing that the boss loved to talk, Lu Bo quickly interrupted his nostalgic storytelling and urged, Serve the dishes already. If we wait any longer, we'll be full of your stories instead of eating. The boss shyly smiled and added, All dishes are freshly made to keep the flavor. It takes a little more time. Please wait a moment. I'll go and remind the kitchen. Soon, the boss happily brought a plate to the table. First dish, cold chicken slices. The chicken was sliced thinly and piled into a small mountain on the plate. There were no other vegetables except scallions. Bright red chili oil poured down from the top of the mountain, covering the entire plate, making it look very tempting. Yu Changel couldn't help but swallow. Since rebirth in the 1980s, she had mostly eaten noodles or dumplings. She hadn't properly enjoyed a real dish yet. This plate of cold chicken slices looked so dazzling in her eyes that it seemed to shine. Lu Bo generously invited, Go ahead, use your chopsticks. Try if it's delicious. Yu Changel picked up a slice of chicken covered in red oil and took a bite, savoring it carefully. Lu Bo and the boss looked on with eager anticipation for her opinion. It's so delicious. Yu Changel's face lit up with happiness. The aroma of spicy red oil and tender chicken filled her mouth, and the satisfaction from the food wrapped her tightly. Having eaten several days of plain, light food, she realized that this strong-flavored dish truly made her feel happy all over. Now she believed it. With just this dish, the special seasoning used in the restaurant must be unique in Jinbo City. No wonder it's their signature. Hearing Yu Changle's exclamation, the two men looked pleased. The second dish was brought out next. Braised assorted delights. The boss's singing tone had a special Jinbo City flavor, pleasant and fun. A large, thin-bottomed round plate was filled with dishes coated in golden yellow sauce. The ingredients were simple but fragrant bamboo shoots, lily bulb slices, crispy pork. Despite the simplicity, the aroma was irresistible. This time, Lu Bo couldn't hold back either. He picked up his chopsticks and said to Yu Changle, "Try this dish. It's very fresh." Yu Changle was no longer polite. He picked up some food and put it in his mouth. The different textures of meat and vegetables, combined with the delicious sauce, made him enjoy it very much. Honestly, this stir-fried mixed vegetables dish isn't as fancy or refined as the dishes in modern high-end restaurants. But it has the pure, natural flavor of fresh ingredients, which can't be matched by vegetables grown in greenhouses or meat from feed-fed animals. It instantly brought Yu Changle back to childhood, recalling his mother's homemade chicken soup. Thinking of his mother unexpectedly made Yu Changle's eyes water. He quickly lowered his head and ate a few more bites of rice. "Don't just eat rice. Try some vegetables, too." Lu Bo smiled, but then quickly noticed Yu Changle's red eyes. "Hey, what's wrong? If you don't like it, don't cry. We can just stop eating." Just then, the boss brought out the third dish. Hearing Lu Bo, he was surprised.
I'm sorry.
"Maybe you don't like this dish. I'll take it back and have the kitchen make a new one." Yu Changle hurriedly looked up and explained, "You misunderstood. I think this dish is so delicious. I've never had such tasty food before." I was a bit excited.
Ha!
You scared me. Big Brother Bo isn't afraid of anything, but he's afraid of girls crying. I almost fainted from the shock. Lu Bo relaxed and started teasing again. The boss also sighed in relief. That's good. Eat as much as you like." Feeling a little embarrassed, Yu Changle looked for something to say. "The sauce is really well made, golden and shiny, and tastes great." That's right." The boss praised proudly, puffing up a little. "This sauce isn't ordinary. It's my special secret recipe." He paused mysteriously and raised his eyebrows at both of them. Yu Changle gave a polite smile. "I understand. Your secret recipe, of course, can't be shared." Lu Bo didn't like the boss's boastful attitude. He shot him a look. "If you can't share it, then hurry up and bring out the dishes. What are you waiting for?" The boss finally realized he still had the third dish in his hand. He quickly started explaining, "The last dish is dubon fish." With one chopstick, he dipped into the sauce-covered fish. When he took a bite, the tender fish melted in his mouth. It was incredibly soft and delicious. Longla didn't expect this small restaurant to serve such good food. Her appetite suddenly increased. With Lu Bo's enthusiastic greeting, the two of them started eating and chatting. Lu Bo told her many stories about gold and silk. Suddenly Longla thought, "Isn't there a local expert on gold and silk right here?" She put down her chopsticks and asked seriously, "Brother Bo, I want to ask you something. Do you know if there's a cheap shop for rent on the street?"
Lobo smiled proudly.
"You're asking the right person. I live just behind this street. I've been running around this street since I was a kid. I know all about shops for rent. But shops on this street aren't cheap. The back street might be a bit cheaper." He thought for a moment. A few days ago, Zhang Dapeng said he wanted to sell a shop. I don't know if he's renting it out. If you want, after we finish eating, we can go take a look. It's not far, just 200 or 300 meters.
Great.
Let's go after we eat, Longla said happily.
Lobo nodded.
No problem. Who are you asking for? Do you want to open a store? Longla blinked her bright eyes.
Just asking for myself.
I want to open a clothing store. After leaving the restaurant, they crossed a small street. That's where Zhang Dapeng's house was, as Lu Bo mentioned. His house was at the corner of Shengqing Street, with one wall facing the intersection. He had knocked a door and window into that wall, turning part of the house into a storefront. He lived behind it in a tiny room less than 3 square meters, separated by a wall. He was a single man, unemployed, living off rent from the storefront. He spent his days eating and drinking. When tired or sleepy, he would go into that small room, wrap himself in clothes, close his eyes, and sleep. Lu Bo confidently shook the rusty iron door, which made a clanging sound with the lock hanging on it. Suddenly, a man's voice shouted, "Who is it?" "It's noon. Why are you knocking? Aren't you sleeping?" "I'm me, Brother Bo," Lu Bo called out loudly. The door in the yard quickly opened, and a thin man came out. "Brother Bo, why are you here? Have you eaten? If not, come in and have a bite." Lu Bo shook his head disdainfully.
Eve eaten.
"Dapeng, you should tidy up your place."
Look at how things are going.
The yard was full of junk. Zhang Dapeng's clothes were so greasy they shone. But he didn't care. He grinned, showing a mouthful of yellow teeth. It's fine. During the conversation, I noticed that Lu Bo was standing next to a chubby girl.
Well,
she is a bit overweight, but her appearance is still okay. Zhang Dapeng raised an eyebrow and gestured to Yu Changle with his chin. "Hey, didn't see you. There's a girl here. So, are you here to introduce me to someone?" "Dream on," Lu Bo replied bluntly. "Didn't you say a few days ago that your shop was for sale? Did it sell yet?" Hearing about the shop, Zhang Dapeng perked up. "No, anyone interested in buying? That's good. My friend wants to rent it." "You name a price," Lu Bo said directly. "Rent it." Zhang Dapeng's enthusiasm dropped noticeably. "I'm actually planning to sell the shop. You know, I went south recently and probably won't come back. It's better to sell it all at once." "Aren't you asking too high and not selling?" Lu Bo raised his voice. "It's just sitting empty anyway.
Just rent it to my friend for now.
When a buyer comes, we'll see."
Well,
Zhang Dapeng hesitated for a moment, but shook his head. "No can do. I need to leave soon. If I rent it out and then someone buys it, I'll have to go back and forth." "Hey, you're really stubborn today." Seeing that he was actually ignoring his words, Lu Bo was about to lose his temper, thinking he was relying on leaving soon and not taking him seriously. Yu Changle quickly pulled him back. "Calm down. Good words bring wealth." Then she turned to Zhang Dapeng with a smile. "Brother Zhang, how much do you plan to sell the shop for?" In the previous moment, Zhang Dapeng was shrinking back, afraid of getting into trouble. But as soon as Yu Changle asked about the price, he perked up. If it was just the shop, he wouldn't worry about selling it. But Zhang Dapeng had decided not to return to Jinbo and wanted to sell his house along with the yard. Naturally, the price went up. 2 buyers had come before, but they didn't like the dirty and messy yard and only wanted to buy the shop. When they saw Zhang Dapeng was eager to sell and kept lowering the price, he got so angry he chased them away. Now a young girl has come. She probably isn't as cunning as those previous buyers. Maybe she can buy it at a good price. Thinking this way, Zhang Dapeng became more enthusiastic and turned to invite the others inside. Come in. Look around and talk as we go." "What do you call this? I've said so much, but I haven't even invited you in for some water." Just then, out of respect for Yu Changle, Lu Bo had suppressed his anger. Now, he responded impatiently. "I want a drink, but can you find a clean cup in your house?" Hearing this, Zhang Dapeng awkwardly smiled, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Yu Changle quickly stepped in to help. "No worries, we're not thirsty right now. Let's just look at the shop first." The two followed Zhang Dapeng through a wooden door into the shop. Both sides of the door had locks, probably because the shop was usually rented out and kept locked when not in use. The shop was small, about 20 square meters. It had a door and a window facing the street, with no fancy decorations. Seeing Yu Changle examining carefully, Zhang Dapeng felt more confident and started explaining. "My previous tenant had a good business. Every day, lots of people came and went, so busy they couldn't keep up. If it weren't for family reasons, an elderly relative falling ill and needing care, I wouldn't have given up the shop." Yu Changle nodded. Although the shop was small and simple, the location looked quite good from the window. The rent is 10 yuan a month. If you buy it, you don't even need to open a store, and you won't have to worry about rent. Zhang Duping pressed on. Since your friend brought by Boji, I won't ask for too much. Flat price. 800 yuan. You can take the shop and the yard too. Before Yu Changel could respond, Lu Bo, who was watching nearby, couldn't hold back. You're joking, right? Dare to ask for 800 for this old place? Do you think this is the main street? If rent was only 10 yuan a month, wouldn't you be out looking for deals everywhere? Zhang Duping was startled by Lu Bo's loud voice but still tried to defend himself. This shop is right at the corner of the main street, so it counts as a main street shop. Get out of here with that main street nonsense. 300 yuan at most. Who would want your broken yard? Even if you gave it to me, I'd be embarrassed. 300 yuan? That's too little. Someone offered 400 before, and I didn't sell it. In a hurry, Zhang Duping shouted out his lowest price. Lu Bo sneered and said, You're still not honest. Since Brother Bo has time today, let's talk about the matter from 2 years ago at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative.
Don't.
Hearing the word Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Zhang Duping clearly softened. After some hesitation, he made up his mind and said firmly, All right, to give Brother Bo face, I'll sell it to you for 400. Seeing him stubbornly refuse to lower the price, Lu Bo was about to press him further when Yu Changel spoke up. 400 is fine, but you need to rent from me for 3 months first. The rent is 10 yuan per month. After 3 months, I will pay the full house price. If I can't pay, I will give you 100 yuan extra. Zhang Duping quickly calculated. 3 months' rent is 30 yuan, which means he earns more than selling the house. If he can't pay after 3 months, he still makes an extra 100 yuan. This deal is definitely profitable. He quickly made up his mind but pretended to look hesitant. That means I have to wait 3 months. I can't wait that long. I need to go south at the beginning of next month. Yu Changel calmly said, In that case, I will pay you all 3 months' rent at once next month. After 3 months, if you return the money in Jinbo, we'll settle the house payment face to face. If you don't come back, just give me an address and I'll transfer the money. How does that sound? That's good. Whether the house is sold or not, I get 30 yuan first. I was worried about not having enough for travel expenses. Seeing Zhang Duping silent and still calculating, Lu Bo, who was impatient, kicked him in the backside. My sister is so straightforward, and you, a grown man, are hesitating? You're worse than a baby. I'll vouch for her, and you still don't trust me? Painfully, Zhang Duping jumped back 3 feet, gritting his teeth and replying, All right. Brother Bo said it, so what's there to not agree with? To be safe, Yu Changel asked Zhang Duping to bring paper and pen, and she wrote the terms word for word into a contract, then made a copy. She confidently signed both contracts and handed them to Zhang Duping. He didn't expect her to be so formal. Not wanting to seem nervous, he also pretended to look at the contracts seriously. Lu Bo saw him look so serious and was about to kick him again, but Zhang Duping, already alert, dodged quickly. Hey, this isn't right. In a flash, Zhang Duping noticed 2 additional clauses in the contract. 1. If Party A breaches the agreement, they must pay Party B a penalty of 100 yuan. 2. After 3 months, if Party A refuses to do the transaction face-to-face, guarantor Lu Bo will collect 400 yuan from Party B for the house purchase and handle the property transfer on behalf of Party A. Yu Changel smiled and pointed to another clause. This one says that if Party B breaches the contract, they also have to pay Party A penalty of 100 yuan. This makes it fair and keeps everyone honest. What do you think, Brother Zhang? That sounds reasonable. Zhang Duping was too embarrassed to admit that he was just trying to take advantage of the young girl. He scratched his head and looked at Lu Bo. Brother Bo, you're guaranteeing this? Is it settled like that? Lu Bo shot him a look. I'm guaranteeing it. What are you worried about? It's decided. Having settled his worries, Zhang Duping smiled happily and said, All right, the deal is done. Let's celebrate with some good drinks and enjoy our cooperation. Yu Changel was happy that the business was settled, but she didn't forget she had another important matter to handle in the city today. It was about whether she could earn enough to pay the rent for the next 3 months, so she couldn't delay. She politely declined. Thanks, Brother Zhang. Brother Bo just took me out for a 3-course meal at noon, and I'm still full. Let's meet again at the beginning of the month. I have some things to do, so I won't stay longer today. Zhang Dupeng didn't listen to anything else. 3 courses? A restaurant famous for hospitality, with 3 dishes costing 6 yuan for the entire set? Hearing those 3 words, Zhang Dupeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lu Bo. Why didn't you invite me to join you for a good meal? Brother Bo, that's really not fair. You only took the young girl to eat so little. Before he finished, Lu Bo covered his big yellow teeth with his hand. Shut up. Don't embarrass my friend. Changle, don't you have something else to do?
You should go now.
I have a few things to discuss with Dapeng. Thinking about the long dress she promised to give Lu Rumei, Yu Changle didn't think much and nodded, saying goodbye to the two. Once her figure disappeared around the corner, Lu Bo withdrew his hand, annoyed, and shook it off vigorously. Zhang Dapeng, with a mischievous grin, leaned closer. Brother Bo, what's going on? Lu Bo initially wanted to say that Yu Changle was a military family member and shouldn't joke around casually. But then he thought, why should I explain to Zhang Dazue? He glared at him and turned to go home. Meanwhile, Yu Changle reached the downstairs of the staff building. She saw that the window of Lu Rumei's family on the 4th floor was open, so she guessed they had already returned home. She still greeted the gatekeeper politely with a smile. Sure enough, the gatekeeper nodded towards the 4th floor. This time, you didn't come empty-handed. Just got back home. Got it. Thank you, sir. After politely thanking him, Yu Changle carefully checked her long skirt in the basket before heading upstairs. Suddenly, there were 3 knocks on the door. Someone came to answer. Oh, dear sister, I'm sorry today. I made you come all this way for nothing. When Lu Rumei opened the door, she saw Yu Changle carrying a basket. She quickly took her hand, looked guilty, and kept apologizing as she invited her inside. It turned out that when the gatekeeper saw her return, he mentioned someone was looking for her. That made her remember she had promised Yu Changle to visit her today. She suddenly felt annoyed. She didn't expect Yu Changle to stay and wait so long, and now she had brought her a gift. At this moment, she felt both guilty and touched. The dress she had been thinking about for days no longer mattered. This girl was truly kind. It's okay, Rumei. Thanks to you, I even went to a restaurant in town for lunch today. Yu Changle joked playfully. Lu Rumei was amused by her words. All right, then consider this lunch on me. Tell me what you want to eat. Yu Changle pretended to be proud. Then I can only mark it down for next time.
You have to treat me then.
For lunch today, someone already invited me. It's a 3-course meal from a guest, and it's the first time I've had it. It's really delicious. Wow, sounds like you ate well. The 3-course meal from a guest was famous for being tasty. Even Lu Rumei thought it was expensive. Who is so generous? Oh, I see. Your boyfriend? She still thought Yu Changle was a young girl who wasn't married yet and happily teased her. Yu Changle quickly explained, no, it's just a new acquaintance, an ordinary friend.
Rumei, don't misunderstand.
Lu Rumei looked at her anxious explanation and found it amusing. She teased her more. Misunderstandings aren't a big deal, but if that ordinary friend misunderstands, that's serious. It won't happen. It won't happen. Yu Changle kept fidgeting with her hands. It was her first time meeting, and she clearly introduced herself as a family member of the military, so there was no room for misunderstanding. Lu Rumei saw she was explaining seriously, smiled, and stopped teasing her. She then asked about the long tencel dress. Yu Changle handed her a basket. Try it on and see if you like it. Lu Rumei noticed a cloth covering the top of the basket, used to keep out dust, and felt even more pleased with Yu Changle's carefulness. She opened the cloth and was surprised. It's folded so well. It would be a shame to mess it up. Seeing Lu Rumei's happy reaction, Yu Changle felt secretly pleased. This was exactly the effect she wanted. This is easy. I'll teach you how to fold it later. Why don't you try on the dress first? Okay, sister. Let's see how Sister Lee's sewing skills are. She didn't realize until she wore it that the dress was much better than before. Compared to her previous one, The difference was clear, no comparison, no harm. She thought her tencel dress was fashionable enough, but after Yu Changler's careful adjustments, it became more comfortable and better fitting. It also looked more stylish and upscale. This fits so perfectly, and looks so good. Mai exclaimed, "Your skills are amazing. I'm glad you like it. I tailored it specifically to match your style. That's why it looks so special on you." Even with good friends, giving compliments was necessary, a professional habit from her past work in finance. Your sewing skills are as good as Master Yu's, or even better, more fashionable and trendy. Mai loved it so much, she didn't want to take it off. She spun around in front of the mirror, admiring herself. "This dress is so beautiful. I wonder how much effort you put into it. Today, I can't be polite. Please accept the payment." Mai reached into her wallet to give money, but Yu Changler quickly stopped her. "No need, Sister Yu. I'm grateful you trust me enough to let me alter such a valuable dress. I can't accept your money." They kept insisting, but finally Yu Changler said, "Sister Yu, I plan to open a clothing store in the city. Later, you can help me find some customers." Mai asked curiously, "A clothing store? Do you mean a department store that sells ready-made clothes?" Nowadays, tailor shops are common on the streets, but only department stores have dedicated counters for finished clothing. Yu Changla nodded and said, "Yes, I plan to design some clothing styles and sell them myself." "That's great. When you open your shop, I'll be the first to visit. I'll also bring those fashionable wives, and we'll work together to empty their wallets." Just based on her skill in making this long skirt, the clothes Yu Changla makes will definitely be very stylish and beautiful. Yu Changla was amused by Lu Mei's exaggerated joking tone and continued, "All right. When the time comes, I'll treat Sister Rumei and brother-in-law to a good meal with the money I earn." When she mentioned her own brother Ding, Lu Mei's cheerful smile suddenly froze, looking a bit forced. Yu Changla noticed something was wrong and carefully asked, "Sister Rumei, did I say something wrong?" Lu Rumei isn't good at hiding her feelings. She didn't say anything at first, but after Yu Changla mentioned it, her heart couldn't help but worry about brother Ding. "It's not your fault. It's just that my brother Ding ran into some trouble. Usually, brother Ding's matters are official, so she doesn't like to talk about them. For example, the women who come and go regularly are all from different households, and their relationships are complicated." But she was really anxious inside and didn't want to worry brother Ding, so she kept quiet. When facing Yu Changlo, a simple-minded girl with no hidden motives, she couldn't help but share her worries, feeling relieved to get it off her chest. It turned out that Yu Changli's first visit was unsuccessful because she received a call from Brother Ding's workplace, saying Brother Ding had suddenly had a heart attack and fainted, so he was taken to the hospital. Lu Rumei was so worried that she forgot about her appointment. She hung up and rushed straight to the hospital. Yu Changla didn't expect such a big thing to happen at Lu Rumei's home. She immediately asked nervously, "How is brother-in-law now?" Lu Rumei patted her hand and said, "Don't worry, your brother-in-law is fine. The doctor said it's not a serious problem, just a sudden emotional shock. To be safe, he'll stay in the hospital for a day for observation, and he can go home after that." "That's good. Sister Rumei, don't worry too much. Brother-in-law is a good man and he'll be fine," Yu Changla comforted her. Lu Rumei smiled bitterly and said, "Yes, I just hope everything is okay." Yu Changla listened and thought, there's more to this story, huh? Although she sensed there was something more going on, Yu Changlo, who knew her boundaries, didn't plan to ask further. But Lu Rumei was so anxious, she couldn't hold it in. Without her asking, she spoke quickly and clearly. "Your brother-in-law went to Guangzhou a few days ago to order some fabric. Look, this skirt was brought back by him at that time. Today, I just heard him say that the fabric had a problem. We're in a hurry to use it here, so we can't delay things. Well, he got so worried that he fainted. I think he's just too focused on his work." Don't listen to Lu Rumei speak so lightly. Yu Changel secretly thinks it's no wonder her family's Lao Ding was so worried he had a heart attack. Lu Rumei seems to be protected too much at home by Lao Ding and doesn't realize how serious it is. In this time period, if work problems involve money, they are not taken lightly. A small mistake could ruin your future or even lead to jail, and it might also cause trouble for the whole family. Knowing how serious it was, she asked worriedly, "Is there a way to fix this now?" Lu Rumei finally smiled a little again. Laoding said he has a plan. He thinks he can solve this problem, so I don't have to worry. That's why I felt safe enough to come home. Seeing Lu Rumei smile, Yu Changel nodded and smiled too, but she still had a question in her mind. If Laoding really had a solution, why did he faint from worry? But seeing Lu Rumei's relaxed and happy face, Yu Changel couldn't bring herself to ask. Laoding probably didn't want her to worry, so she didn't say anything to upset her. It could have been left at that, but recalling some news from later times, Yu Changel hesitated and asked, "Are you going to pick up your brother-in-law from the hospital tomorrow? Do you need my help?" Last time she visited, Lu Rumei said her children were all out of town, and now with Laoding in trouble, she had no one to help her. Lu Rumei gratefully replied, "No need, I can handle it myself. He's awake and able to walk and jump around. When I go tomorrow, I'll definitely bring his new suit. That old man is more vain than me. He insists on wearing new clothes after leaving the hospital." Something felt wrong, very wrong. Yu Changel, sharp as ever, sensed a hint of danger from Lu Rumei's words. "Oops. I forgot to pour you a glass of water after coming here all this time." Lu Rumei finished venting her worries and suddenly felt much lighter. She remembered she hadn't poured water for Yu Changel and quickly got up to go to the kitchen. Before Yu Changel could refuse, a warm cup of brown sugar water was handed to her. Lu Rumei smiled gently and said mysteriously, "Little girl, you should drink more brown sugar water. When you do, your stomach won't hurt." Her caring tone and soft smile made Yu Changel feel a little dizzy for a moment. Unconsciously, she obediently took a sip. It's really sweet. Rumei, why don't you take me to visit my brother-in-law at the hospital? We've been to your house twice, but I haven't even said hello to him." Holding the warm and comforting brown sugar water, Yu Changel suddenly said this to Lu Rumei. Lu Rumei casually waved her hand. "It's just a small matter. There's no need for you to make a special trip to the hospital. Your brother-in-law will be home tomorrow. Come over on the weekend, and I'll cook something delicious for you." Yu Changel couldn't tell Lu Rumei her uneasy feeling inside. She could only act spoiled. "Sister, if you don't know, that's fine. But I do know that my brother-in-law is in the hospital, so I should visit him. Please go with me. At this time, we can also bring dinner to my brother-in-law. The hospital food is very bland. He just woke up, so he needs to eat something good." Unable to resist her pleading, Lu Rumei also worried about old Ding not eating well in the hospital. After a moment, she agreed.
He's lucky.
Someone visits him even for a day. He'll be so proud. Wait for me. I'll cook some dumplings to bring along. I made extra for lunch. Yu Changel nodded happily, watching Lu Rumei busy in the kitchen. She just hoped she was overthinking things this time. Jinbo City People's Hospital is the only 6-story building in the city. The cardiology department is on the 5th floor. Lu Rumei carried a box of dumplings and the suit old Ding requested. Yu Changel carried apples and pears bought from the supply and marketing cooperative on the way. The two of them climbed the stairs to the 5th floor, panting. By the time Yu Changel reached the 3rd floor, she was already out of breath. Lu Rumei was a bit better, but she was wearing shoes that made climbing stairs difficult. She kept muttering, "Oh, old Ding, you really know how to trouble people. The first thing I do when you get out of the hospital is give you a full foot massage and wash your feet." Yu Changel chuckled at this. The couple really had a good relationship. Finally reaching the 5th floor, Lu Rumei pushed open the door to the ward and said inside, "Old Ding, I told you you're lucky. Staying for just one day." Old Ding? Old Ding? The small hospital room was empty and quiet. The blankets were folded neatly at the foot of the bed, looking unused. Lu Rumei didn't think much and placed her lunchbox on the bedside table. She called Yu Changel to sit down. "That person is so lazy and messy. Probably gone to the bathroom again." Yu Changel wasn't as optimistic. The overly tidy bed made her more worried. Sure enough, after waiting a long time, no one returned. Lu Rumei couldn't sit still. She stood up impatiently and headed toward the door. Did he fall into the toilet? If he doesn't come back soon, the dumplings will be cold. Yu Changel also stood up. Maybe we should go check outside. Maybe brother-in-law isn't feeling well and fainted somewhere. Hearing this, Lu Rumei became even more nervous. What should we do? Should we go look for him? The first place they checked was the 5th-floor restroom. They asked a passing man to help look inside, but no one was there. They also asked the nurse and the patient in the next room, but no one noticed where old Ding went. After checking the rooms, almost no one was left in the hospital corridor. Lu Rumei started to panic. Where could he have gone? Yu Changel looked at the setting sun, feeling more anxious. She quickly stepped upstairs. Rumei, let's go to the rooftop and see. Lu Rumei was stunned. Rooftop? The two hurriedly pushed open the door to the rooftop. A strong wind hit them. Yu Changel brushed her hair away from her face and saw a figure in hospital clothes sitting at the edge of the rooftop, swaying dangerously in the wind. Ding Guang Yao! Lu Rumei shouted sharply, almost using all her strength. The figure seemed startled, trembling suddenly. After a moment of hesitation, it slowly turned around. It was really old Ding. Are you crazy? What are you doing sitting there? Come down right now. Lu Rumei yelled desperately, but her legs felt weak and she couldn't step forward. Old Ding clearly didn't expect Lu Rumei to come back. His face showed panic and despair. Why are you here? I brought you dumplings. And a suit. A suit? I was supposed to bring it tomorrow. Tomorrow? How can you still mention tomorrow? What are you thinking? Liu Rumei's anger made Lao Ding fall silent. He didn't argue anymore, lowering his head and seeming to think deeply. Yu Changel saw this and gently tugged at Liu Rumei's hand, softly shaking her head. Quickly, she thought of her words and said, Brother-in-law, I am Changel. I heard you are sick, so I asked my sister to bring me to visit you. Lao Ding listened to her words. The name Changel sounded familiar, as Liu Rumei mentioned it a few days ago. He forced a bitter smile and nodded at her in acknowledgement. Seeing that he was still concerned about the reactions of others around, Yu Changel continued, We just visited your hospital room. It was really stuffy. You always find a place to cool off, like the rooftop, where the wind is nice and cool. The other two people didn't expect her to say that. They were momentarily stunned. Yu Changel kept talking to herself. When I was a kid, I fell from a tree and became afraid of heights. I can't sit where you are to enjoy the view. Maybe you should come over instead. Liu Rumei finally understood her intention. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she struggled to hold back her tears. Her hand, holding Yu Changel's, trembled uncontrollably. Lao Ding hesitated for a moment, then took the chance to gently pull Liu Rumei's hand again. This time, Liu Rumei quickly understood. How? Changel, one visit isn't enough? Do you want me to invite you again? Lao Ding was still hesitating, but Liu Rumei pretended to complain. Hurry up and come down so I can carry you. Wearing shoes and running up and down the stairs. Look, my heels are all worn out. Hearing this, Lao Ding, who cared deeply for his wife, couldn't help but look at her feet with concern. They were indeed red and sore. By now, he clearly understood what Yu Changel and Liu Rumei were implying in their words. But he took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling as if making a difficult decision. A few agonizing seconds passed. Finally, Lao Ding bit his lip and stood up. He leapt back onto the rooftop. With his jump, Yu Changel's heart also settled. Liu Rumei collapsed onto the ground, covering her face with her hands and quietly crying. Old Ding walked sadly and nervously to Liu Rumei's side, squatting down and gently touching her swollen heel with caring eyes. I told you to walk less in high heels, but you didn't listen. Hearing this, Liu Rumei cried even more, feeling more scared than she ever had before. Yu Changel quietly stood nearby, giving space for the two to calm down. After Liu Rumei cried enough, she was reminded. Rumei, the dumplings are ruined. Liu Rumei, who had been crying like a sad cat, suddenly heard this and couldn't help but laugh softly. It's all his fault. Blowing cold air makes it hard to find. Even if they're ruined, I still have to eat them. Old Ding also showed a faint smile, helping Liu Rumei up. The wind on the rooftop is strong. Be careful not to catch a cold. Let's go downstairs and eat dumplings. Back in the hospital room, after old Ding painfully swallowed the cold, lumpy dumplings, Yu Changel spoke. Brother-in-law, don't mind me being nosy. I heard from my sister that you're facing some trouble. Is there anything I can do to help? Old Ding was surprised and immediately turned to glare at Lu Rumei with a look of blame. But Lu Rumei was even more bold, glaring back without backing down. What are you looking at? If it weren't for Changel, you wouldn't even have hot dumplings to eat. Old Ding, who usually dared not complain openly, pressed his dry lips and said to Yu Changel, Thanks for your concern. It's just work-related, nothing serious. Yu Changel nodded sincerely. Sometimes what we face isn't a big problem, but when you're alone, it's easy to overthink. If you haven't figured out a solution yet, it might help to talk to others. Maybe you'll get some ideas or help. Hearing this, old Ding carefully looked at the young, plump girl in front of him. She had silently given him a way out earlier, convincing him to stop overthinking. Now she was speaking such wise words. This girl is not simple. Maybe, just like she said, she really can help him find a solution? Lu Rumei couldn't stand his hesitation and said, I already told Changel that the batch of fabric you ordered from Yangcheng has a problem. There's no need to hide it anymore. Old Ding felt very regretful. He thought he must have been confused before to tell Lu Rumei about this matter. He knew she was someone who couldn't keep secrets. Now that things had reached this point, there was no way to hide it. He hung his head and told her everything honestly, as if trying to make the best of a bad situation. It turned out that 2 months ago, old Ding went on a business trip to Yangcheng. He was responsible for ordering a batch of fabric from a local supplier. When he returned, the supplier not only delayed delivery but also made excuses to avoid sending the goods. He tried many ways to push for the delivery and finally received some fabric from Yangcheng. But when he checked, he found it was not the same batch he ordered. The quantity was almost half less, and the color had changed from dark blue to white. To support the higher-ups' call, all government offices in Jinbo City were running a campaign to improve the cafeteria environment. The fabric was bought with special funds allocated for making work uniforms for cafeteria staff. With a national competition coming up, the fabric for the uniforms had problems. Old Ding, who was in charge of procurement, naturally bore the responsibility. If it were something minor, it might be okay, but now strict discipline was in place. He had spent a lot of money, and if the issue was investigated, he might be blamed heavily. He was just a small HR officer. If he was found guilty, his wife and children would suffer too. He thought hard but couldn't find a solution. The only way to avoid blame was, Are you crazy? You caused such a big problem and didn't discuss it with me. Doing something stupid alone won't solve anything. Lu Rumei scolded sharply. Everything has a solution. Can a living person be killed by holding an A? Old Ding grimaced in pain but held back from crying out. He weakly replied, Talking to you only makes you worried too. What can you do anyway? Lu Rumei was so angry she wanted to hit him again but realized she truly didn't know how to fix this problem. Old Ding sighed deeply. At that moment, a voice came from the corner where Yu Changel was sitting. Work uniforms for the cafeteria? What do they look like? Hearing Yu Changel ask such an unreasonable question, old Ding couldn't help but feel a bit self-deprecating. He thought to himself that he was truly desperate and had momentarily believed this chubby girl might be clever. Still, she patiently said, All the city's cafeteria staff wear the same uniform, dark blue work suits. When she mentioned dark blue, she remembered the large pile of white cloth sent from Yangcheng, and her temples started pounding. Yu Changel nodded. Brother-in-law, don't worry. Let someone bring a set of work clothes first. Trust me, we can solve this problem. Although she didn't know exactly what she needed the work clothes for, her confidence and determination gave old Ding and Lu Rumei a little hope. Lu Rumei urged him, What are you waiting for? Hurry up and call someone to send a set. If she says it can be fixed, then it definitely can. 20 minutes later, old Ding's subordinate hurriedly delivered a set of cafeteria work clothes. As he left, he was full of admiration. Even though the boss was sick and in the hospital, he still didn't stop working. This kind of dedication and hard work is truly worth learning from. This month, The company's journal published a new article titled Striving for a New Journey and Building a New Era. Yu Changel carefully studied the cut and sewing of the entire work suit, then asked Old Ding how much fabric had arrived this time. She picked up a pen and started calculating carefully. In the ward, only the sound of the pencil swiftly scratching on paper could be heard. After double-checking one last time, Yu Changel put the pencil down on the table, looked up at Old Ding, and asked, "Brother-in-law, how many sets of work clothes does the whole city's cafeteria need?" As the supervisor, Old Ding knew this number by heart. There are about 560 staff members in total. Excluding retirees and employees on maternity leave, there are 432 on duty. So, at least 432 sets of work clothes are needed, right? Hearing Yu Changel's calm tone, Old Ding's heart inexplicably stirred. Could she really have a solution? "Brother-in-law, I've already calculated 3 times. With the fabric we have, we can make all 432 sets." "Really? That's great." Lu Rumei cheered happily. Just now, she had been so nervous she barely breathed, afraid her breathing might disturb Yu Changel's calculations. Old Ding was even more excited. He sat up quickly from the hospital bed, took the paper full of numbers from Yu Changel, and saw a circled figure, 518. "Does this mean we can make 518 sets with this fabric?" he asked, unable to believe it. Yu Changel nodded confidently. "Yes, but it must follow my design requirements." To make it clearer, Yu Changel picked up a pen and explained as she drew. "First, I've carefully looked at the old work uniforms. Many of the seams and edges are poorly made. To save fabric as much as possible, I will redesign the layout, create new patterns, and plan the cutting details. Second, the size and structure of the uniform, including the collar, sleeves, pockets, and their shapes and pleats, must be made exactly according to the standard requirements. Using the new templates I draw, I will prepare a full set of samples in advance, main fabric, lining, facing, paper patterns, making sure all sizes and quantities are correct. Uniforms made this way, with all parts complete and neatly arranged, with correct stitching and proper joins, will have fewer gaps and be of better quality. Also, I've improved the parts of the uniform that used too much fabric or were wasteful. This not only saves material but also makes the operation easier and the appearance more attractive." Yu Changel kept talking non-stop, her pen never stopping, sketching out a new, stylish uniform design on paper. Lu Rumei knew Yu Changel was skilled at cutting and sewing, but she didn't expect her to be so talented. She was so surprised she couldn't speak. Old Ding was also very impressed but remained calm. "This idea is good, but I don't know how the improved uniform will look when made, and the fabric color." The fabric issue was a big mistake. If they changed the uniforms in the city's cafeteria without careful planning, and it went wrong again and again, no one could fix it, not even the heavens. Yu Changel's bright eyes were full of confidence. "Give me half a day, and I'll make a uniform for you. You can see the actual product before deciding if this method works." Lu Rumei eagerly nodded beside her. "Thank you, girl. I believe you can make an even better uniform than before." After hearing Yu Changel's design ideas and seeing her sketches, Old Ding's confidence, which had been shattered, slowly started to rebuild. "All right, girl, that's a lot of effort. If this method really works, you'll have saved me twice." "What do you mean, me?" "Yu Changel is my sister. And you just jump in and take her place calling me brother? No way. I won't accept that. You are the outsider. Chang Le is my own sister." Old Ding was feeling very excited and upset when suddenly Lu Rumei made a jealous comment beside him. This instantly eased the heavy atmosphere earlier, and the three of them all laughed together. After finishing the work at the hospital, it was already dark outside. The bus back to the compound had stopped running for the night. These days, without an invitation letter, you couldn't stay at the guest house. Lu Rumei took charge and insisted that Yu Changle stay at her house. Her reason was that she was alone at home tonight and could keep her company. Yu Changle also had nowhere else to go. She wasn't brave enough to walk home alone at night, so she accepted Lu Rumei's invitation. Another good thing was that Lu Rumei had a sewing machine, so she could start working early the next morning and avoid running around. On the dimly lit playground, a group of people was running in an orderly circle. Everyone's clothes were soaked with sweat, but they kept running steadily and shouted loud slogans. Deng Yue stood by the side of the playground and shouted to the group, Lao Meng.
Lao Meng.
The leader, Meng Jiuan, heard him and glanced in his direction. He didn't stop running. He just ran past him without slowing down. Knowing how serious Meng Jiuan was about training, Deng Yue had no choice but to run alongside him, running and talking at the same time. Isn't the training camp over? Shouldn't your soldiers rest a bit? Meng Jiuan, who had already run 7 kilometers, replied calmly, the training camp is over, but our standards for ourselves don't end. Soldiers must always stay ready for battle. This made Deng Yue, who had been sitting in his office since the afternoon after training, feel a bit uncomfortable. He frowned and continued, proper rest is just as important as training. Aren't you tired? Aren't your soldiers tired too? Meng Jiuan rarely showed a confident smile. Instead of answering, he turned his head and shouted loudly, Tell Comrade Deng, are you tired? Lack of skill. Not qualified soldiers. More sweat on the training ground, to bleed less on the battlefield. The loud slogans rang out clearly and in unison across the training ground, echoing in the night sky. After running the last 3 kilometers of daily training, Meng Jiuan finally stopped and disbanded the formation. He then asked, What do you want from me? After a full day of training, he finally finished and changed back into his officer uniform. However, he ended up wearing leather shoes and running 3 kilometers with Meng Jiuan. Deng Yue felt his heels were swollen. Unfortunately, earlier, the soldiers were very excited and he didn't want to stop, so he had to endure the pain. Now, hearing Meng Jiuan ask questions, he felt annoyed. Why did he leave earlier? But he had no choice, as he needed something from Meng Jiuan today. He could only swallow his anger and reply, Our platoon's vehicle is broken. I need to go home for something. Can I borrow your platoon's vehicle? Borrowing a vehicle requires a formal process. We can't lend it now. Meng Jiuan refused immediately, as he never broke rules.
Then,
after the training ends, you're going home too, right? Why not take me along? Knowing Meng Jiuan was stubborn, Deng Yue was still not willing to give up. They lived in the same big yard, and it wouldn't be hard to ask for a favor. I'm not going home. Meng Jiuan didn't want to talk more and turned to walk toward the dormitory. Deng Yue was anxious. He really had urgent matters today. If he didn't go home, his family's roof might be torn off. Then give me a ride. At most. Next time, your unit can choose the training area first. This made Meng Jiuan stop in his tracks. That was a good condition. He had long been interested in the mountain training area, which was controlled by the second company. The mountain training area was complex and ever-changing. His unit lacked training in such terrain, but every time, the second company would find ways to choose it first. Wait for me to change clothes. Meng Jiuan casually said this and headed toward the dormitory. Along the way, he seemed to hum softly. Deng Yue watched his back, silently thinking he might have fallen for Meng Jiuan's trick. As the military vehicle entered the yard, a figure suddenly darted out of the darkness. Meng Jiuan reacted quickly, stepping on the brakes sharply. Deng Yue, who was dozing off, was caught off guard and hit his head against the windshield.
Ouch!
The impact was strong, making him see stars. He covered his forehead and asked repeatedly what happened. Did I hit something? Before he could recover, a familiar voice scolded angrily. Good job, Deng Shimmy. Are you just hoping to hit me so you can find a new one? It's obvious from the voice that it's your wife, Song Chunlan. Deng Yue doesn't care about his headache anymore. He's afraid that if he doesn't get off the car, Song Chunlan will say worse things. I didn't see you there, and old Meng reacted quickly, so nothing happened. Humph. He didn't hit me, but his wife is making trouble. At this moment, seeing Meng Jiuan, Song Chunlan automatically thinks of Yu Changel, so she naturally has nothing good to say. Meng Jiuan, who usually stays out of others' affairs, immediately looks upset when he hears Song Chunlan. Miss Song, you shouldn't say such things. Knowing his wife speaks without thinking, Deng Yue quickly tries to smooth things over and pretends to criticize. Oh, Old Meng was kind enough to bring me back. Why are you accusing his wife? If you're angry at me, take it out on me. Don't involve innocent people. Innocent? Song Chunlon, already in a bad mood today, finds a small box while cleaning and opens it to find a thick stack of old love letters, all from Deng Yue. She is so angry that she calls the army and demands that if Deng Yue doesn't come back today to explain, she will pack up and go back to her parents' house tomorrow. She says he will never see his child again in his life. Right now, Deng Yue isn't rushing to explain himself. Instead, he starts criticizing her. How can Song Chunlon bear it? If anyone is innocent, it's her, who is falsely accused by his wife of stealing 5 yuan. Since she has come forward, she won't hold back. She can only blame him for hitting the wrong target today. Old Meng, it's not what my wife said. If you can't manage your own wife, don't blame others for stepping in. What are you talking about? Keep your mouth shut. Deng Yue is shocked and frightened. He never expected Song Chunlon to say such things in front of Meng Jiuan. Her words openly imply that Yu Changle is seeing someone else, which is like slapping Meng Jiuan in the face. The car door slams shut. Meng Jiuan steps forward quickly to stand in front of Song Chunlon, his face dark as water. Miss Song, I respect you as my sister-in-law. If you can't control yourself, don't blame me for being harsh.
What?
What are you going to do? Song Chunlon is frightened by Meng Jiuan's intimidating presence and instinctively steps back behind Deng Yue. Deng Yue has no choice but to hold his ground and say, Old Meng, these little quarrels in the family are nothing to worry about. Meng Jiuan's dark eyes swept over the two people in front of him without warmth. Spreading rumors and ruining someone's reputation is a small matter? An invisible, heavy pressure made Song Chunlon, hiding behind Deng Yue, feel scared. She didn't dare to speak back and could only tug at Deng Yue's clothes tightly. Deng Yue also frowned. He didn't like Meng Jiuan's tone of voice and found his words a bit stiff. Old Meng, don't be so stubborn about everything. Sometimes you should forgive others. Meng Jiuan stared at them, suddenly snorted coldly through his nose, and rarely showed a hint of contempt. You should first take care of your wife. If you don't, someone else will do it for you. After saying that, he ignored the two and turned to get into his car, driving off quickly. The tires spun so fast that they kicked up dust into their faces. Old Meng, you, a broken thing like you still think you're precious? If you don't believe it, go home and see for yourself. Who doesn't know to behave properly? Song Chunlon's angry words echoed loudly in the silent night sky, reaching Meng Jiuan's ears word for word. His face darkened, looking very upset. He had never expected that Yu Changle would face such treatment in the residential area. Today, Song Chunlon dared to mock Yu Changle right in front of him. When he wasn't around, what kind of insults did she face alone? Was it only Song Chunlon or... Thinking of this, his heart felt a little tight. No matter what, he was still Yu Changle's husband now. He couldn't just watch others bully her. The car stopped in front of his house. Meng Jiuan sat in the car, lost in thought for a long time. Maybe he could care more about Yu Changle. Finally, he made up his mind to encourage himself to change. He got out of the car, moving carefully as he opened the gate. Sure enough, the lights inside the house were already off, and it was so quiet there was not a single sound. Thinking that Yu Changle was already asleep, Meng Jiuan moved even more gently when opening the door. Fortunately, she had forgotten to lock the door. He carefully closed the door, and a night breeze blew the curtain that hadn't been drawn in front of the window, letting the bright moonlight pour in. Meng Jiuan turned around and froze on the spot. The door to Yu Changle's room was wide open, and the bed was empty. Liu Mei's bed was a wooden frame, more comfortable than Yu Changli's iron bed at home. She slept peacefully and, after waking up, washed briefly in the bathroom. As she stepped out, she smelled the aroma of food. Get up? Come, have breakfast. Liu Mei tidied herself up neatly, showing no sign of the tears she shed yesterday. Her face looked bright and lively again as she warmly invited Yu Changle. Yu Changle smiled and walked to the dining table. There was a bowl of water-boiled eggs with sweet red sugar, 2 plain steamed buns, a fried dough stick, and a dish of pickled vegetables. This is so rich.
Yu Changlu exclaimed.
She used to rush to work in the mornings and hardly ever ate a proper breakfast. Now, reborn into the resource-scarce 1980s, she was enjoying a healthy breakfast every day. Liu Mei broke open a plain steamed bun, scooped some pickled vegetables with chopsticks, and handed it to Yu Changlu. Eat well for breakfast. Fill up at lunch. You're growing, so you must eat more and eat well. Yu Changlu looked down at her waist, which was bulging with 3 swimming rings, and smiled wryly as she took the loving bun from Liu Mei. Thank you, Mei Mei. You're so kind. Don't mention it. I just boiled an egg. Everything else was bought at the company cafeteria. Liu Mei's straightforwardness made Yu Changlu want to laugh. She quickly ate her bun to keep her mouth busy. Eat slowly, don't choke. Drink some water. Liu Mei spoke kindly like a caring mother, and a warm feeling flowed through Yu Changlu's heart. Mei Mei, you must be a good mother, she said sincerely. Liu Mei puffed up proudly.
Ha ha.
My kids say I'm a tiger mom who's always bossing their dad around behind his back. They finished breakfast chatting and laughing. Afterward, Liu Mei headed to the hospital to pick up old Ding, while Yu Changlu stayed home to work on her sample clothes. Last night, instead of resting immediately, she drew all the parts needed for the sample clothes and confirmed the specifications. This made her work much smoother and more efficient this morning. In just an hour and a half, she finished the first sample. Always striving for perfection, she found areas for improvement on the finished sample and made further adjustments right away. When Liu Mei went to pick up old Ding from the hospital, Yu Changlu had already ironed the sample clothes with an enamel cup and hung them neatly on a hanger, ready for display. Old Ding saw the sample clothes as soon as he entered and his eyes brightened. Is it finished so quickly? Yu Changlu smiled and nodded. Take a look. Does it meet your requirements? Eagerly, old Ding stepped forward and carefully examined the sample, nodding repeatedly as he looked. I never expected you could do such a good job. It's even better than I imagined. Honestly, it looks much more spirited than the old work uniforms. Moreover, the style designed by Yu Changlu, combined with the white fabric, looked stylish and lively, without any of the previous worries about being inappropriate. Not only did it meet the requirements, but he was also extremely satisfied. Yu Changlu then took a hat and mask from the side. Old Ding asked curiously, Are these part of the work uniform too? Yu Changlu nodded. Since the theme of the competition is to promote new practices, in addition to preparing good food, the most important thing in the cafeteria is to ensure food hygiene. The hat can prevent hair and dandruff from falling into the food, and the mask can block droplets, which also helps prevent oil stains from dirtying hair and protects against hot oil splashes on the face. I made 2 samples for you to see if you need them. This innovative idea surprised old Ding greatly. That's a wonderful idea. Besides looking good, the competition should also focus on serving the people with care. The 2 small accessories Yu Changlu made instantly elevated the overall look and highlighted the theme perfectly. Truly a brilliant idea. Old Ding finally relaxed, seeing that the problem that had seemed impossible to solve was now easily handled by this young girl. People should not judge by appearance. This chubby girl was truly a rare talent. Changlu, you've really helped me a lot this time. I don't know how to thank you. If there's anything I can do to help you, just say it. Yu Changlu replied, You're too kind, brother-in-law. I'm happy to help. Also, I want to discuss something with you.
Just say it.
If it's something I can do, I won't hesitate. With old Ding's support, Yu Changlu confidently made her request. Brother-in-law, can I take charge of this batch of work uniforms? First, it ensures the clothing quality remains consistent. Second, I plan to open a clothing store, but I lack the startup funds. Sincerity is always a powerful skill. Liu Mei also helped by saying, I think it's a good idea. This plan was originally thought up by Ren Changlu, and you've seen her skills. They are just as good as Master Yu's. Unexpectedly, Lao Ding hesitated. I trust Changlu's skills, but can she handle such a large order alone? He had a point. The inspection team will arrive in Jinbo City early next month to check the results. There are less than 10 days left. Even if Yu Chang'e works tirelessly, sewing machines spinning like fire wheels, she can't finish 432 sets of work uniforms in time. Hearing this, even Lu Rumei felt it might be too tight. Of course, Yu Chang'e also thought of this problem, but she didn't want to miss the chance to earn startup money, especially since she created this opportunity herself. Brother-in-law, I understand. It can't be just me doing this. I can organize the military wives in our courtyard to help sew. Their skills are just as good as mine, if not better. Also, the labor cost for one set of work uniforms is only 2 yuan. 2 yuan? Hearing that the uniforms made by the military wives were considered, Laoding was already somewhat tempted. This was a good opportunity involving military cooperation. He was surprised that Yu Chang'e's price was so low, almost feeling like he was getting a bargain.
Lu Rumei quickly said, "What do you mean 2 yuan?
She means 2 yuan for the top and bottom each, totaling 4 yuan. She kept winking at Yu Chang'e, thinking she really needed to learn more about pricing someday. However, Yu Chang'e didn't catch her signal and corrected her. No, Sister Rumei. I mean the whole set, just 2 yuan. Lu Rumei's face fell. This girl, why is she smart when it counts but silly now?
All right.
Laoding, pleased with the answer, felt very happy. Give you 5 days. Do you think you can do it? No problem. Yu Chang'e confidently agreed. Now, she had the money to rent a shop. There are 432 sets of work uniforms, each costing 2 yuan to make. This order will earn a total of 864 yuan. After paying for the workers' wages, there is enough money left to cover the house payment. Because this pay is much lower than the market price, Laoding still feels he has gained by helping Yu Chang'e. He voluntarily says, "If I happen to win a prize in this competition, I will ask the higher-ups to give you a reward." Yu Chang'e thanks him with a smile, but doesn't take it seriously. She is just happy to earn her first bit of startup money. She agrees with Laoding to send all the fabric to the military family compound later by truck. She will leave first and handle the delivery there. It wasn't until she got on the bus back home that Yu Chang'e felt completely exhausted, as if all her energy had drained away. In just 2 days, she had done many things. Her mood was up and down, nervous, but excited. Her body, now looking a bit overweight, couldn't handle the stress and felt very tired, both physically and mentally. Soon after getting on the bus, she fell asleep again, just like last time.
She didn't know how long she slept.
Suddenly, someone gently nudged her. "Wake up, it's time to get off." Yu Chang'e, still sleepy, turned her head. A face she didn't recognize but felt familiar was very close to her, startling her awake. Are you? She was quite scared and stammered. The young man smiled at her. "I'm the person who gave you the apple last time." "Oh, yes. What a coincidence. I ran into you again," Yu Chang'e said happily. "I take this bus home every day, but I didn't expect to see you again today, especially since you were sleeping." The young man joked, smiling nicely, showing a row of white teeth. "I remember you got off at the next stop last time. I was worried you might oversleep, so I wanted to remind you." Hearing this, Yu Chang'e quickly looked out the window. Not far ahead was the station where she needed to get off. Close call. Now fully awake, she hurriedly tidied up the things she bought from the city. Just as she finished, the bus reached the station. She didn't have time to think improperly and had to hurriedly get off in a rush. The bus slowly left the station, and suddenly a head appeared at the window. "Still don't know your name?" Yu Chang'e, carrying a big bag, instinctively replied, "My name is Yu Chang'e. I'm Ningfeng." As the vehicle moved away from the station, a hand waved outside the window. Yu Chang'e, holding her things in both hands, smiled at the departing bus, and then turned to walk toward the courtyard. After arriving home and putting down her things, her first step was to visit Li Mei for help. Last night, she had already decided that to take on this big order, she couldn't do it alone. She planned to ask Li Mei and contact other military wives in the neighborhood who could sew, forming a sewing team of at least 10 people. Using assembly line production with each person responsible for different parts would increase efficiency and reduce mistakes. Finally, they would assemble the finished clothes. Yu Changel told Li Mei her plan and said that if they could finish the work on time, with good quality, in 5 days, she would pay 2 yuan a day. Currently, an ordinary worker in the city earns less than 20 yuan a day, with better-paid workers earning around 24 or 25 yuan, which is less than 1 yuan a day. Yu Chengel mentioned earning 2 yuan a day, and for Li Mei, it sounded like a lucky opportunity. They could take care of their families and earn 10 yuan to help with household expenses. What better job could there be? Li Mei immediately agreed, and even volunteered to contact the other military wives. Chengel, don't worry. If they find out they can earn 2 yuan a day, they'll all be eager to join. Yu Chengel smiled and said, then please, sisterly, make sure to find experienced seamstresses who work quickly and well. Li Mei patted her chest confidently. You can trust me. I know who in our neighborhood does good sewing work. Li Mei was a decisive person. After accepting the job, she immediately went out to make arrangements. By 3 in the afternoon, a large truck arrived at the courtyard, carrying fabric. Yu Chengel and Li Mei asked the military wives to help the workers unload the materials into their yard. Considering potential problems during production and the need for consistent craftsmanship, Yu Chengel decided to have everyone work together in her yard to sew. This way, any issues could be spotted and solved quickly, and she could keep track of the progress in real time. Tonight, the main task is to cut out all the fabric pieces needed for tomorrow's work. A helpful military wife brought several large tables and joined them together to make a temporary cutting board. Everyone worked together eagerly to prepare for sewing. 10 people worked until the sun nearly set, finally finishing the fabric cutting, ready for the official start tomorrow. This busy activity naturally caught the attention of others in the courtyard. A military wife leaving Yu Chengel's house passed by Lu Feng's door and was stopped by Lu Feng. Chi sister-in-law, what are you all doing? Why are there so many people at old Meng's house today? Chi Dongyu, not from their courtyard, didn't know about Lu Feng and Yu Chengel's disagreement and thought she was just curious. Oh, you don't know? Old Meng's wife is very capable. She got a big clothing order from the city and brought it back to the courtyard for everyone to work on. Isn't she just preparing in advance? She has that skill. Are you sure you're not joking? Song Chunlan was also at Lu Feng's house. After hearing Chi Dongyu, she looked dismissive. Chi Dongyu didn't like her sarcastic tone. The fabric is all laid out in her yard. What's there to doubt? Besides, what does she gain by lying to us? At this point, she suddenly remembered the recent fuss and smiled meaningfully. By the way, Song Chunlan, your family also has a sewing machine, right? Why didn't Yu Chengel call you? That was a good chance to earn money. 2 yuan a day. 5 days, exactly 10 yuan. Chi Dongyu, whether intentionally or not, gestured with her hands in front of Song Chunlan. Song Chunlan also remembered how Yu Chengel had cheated her out of 5 yuan, and her anger grew. Who cares about that money? Stop wandering around others' yards, making noise and bothering people. Chi Dongyu wasn't upset. Oh, it's because Commander Deng is rich and generous. He wouldn't look down on 2 yuan, and 1 yuan is even less worth mentioning. I wonder who was so shameless over 5 yuan the other day? However, I might disappoint you. Starting tomorrow, we will have to come to your courtyard every day. After all, this courtyard isn't just your family's, and you can't control everything. Chi Dongyu's words were harsh and pointed, clearly mocking Song Chunlan, who asked her to speak so impolitely. She didn't consider who she was provoking. Song Chunlan's face turned red from the retort. She was about to shout back, but Lu Feng, standing nearby, quickly held her back. Chi's sister-in-law, don't be angry. She's just quick with her words and doesn't think. Anyway, when she comes tomorrow, she can come over for a meal. Chi Dongyu rolled her eyes at Song Chunlan and then turned to Lu Feng. No need. I have to go back at noon to cook for those 2 kids. Come over to our house to play another time. Lu Feng nodded in agreement and saw Chi Dongyu off. Song Chunlan stopped and, feeling frustrated, almost bit her own lip. What are you doing? Just letting her criticize me like that, and I can't even reply? Lu Feng shot her a quick look. I'm just helping you. Helping me? So, Chi Dongyu has become some untouchable big shot now? Song Chunlan muttered angrily. She lives in the military district. Everyone knows who she is. Lu Fong almost lost patience with her useless teammate. Then tell me, who is she? Chi Dongyu. Her husband is Lu Chongshan from the political department. He's just an officer.
What's so special about that?
Song Chunlon kept talking more confidently. Humph, an officer? Her husband is about to be promoted to section chief, Lu Fong said, unable to hide her jealousy. In the personnel section. Hearing this, Song Chunlon finally understood why Lu Fong had been so polite to her earlier. The political department's personnel section handles evaluations of officials. If you offend Chi Dongyu, she might spread rumors and cause trouble for her husband. Not daring to offend Chi Dongyu, Song Chunlon vented her frustration on Yu Changel. Do you think what she said about Yu Changel earning 2 yuan a day? Could that be true? So, what if it's true or not? Do you think you can earn that money? Lu Fong replied impatiently. Song Chunlon's face turned red and white with embarrassment. She didn't dare to argue with Lu Fong and could only take her anger out on Yu Changel. That girl is really something. She's just trying to embarrass me. Everyone knows only my family and Li Mei's family have sewing machines in our courtyard, but she only calls Li Mei. Who is she trying to annoy? Li Fong's eyes flashed with a hint of resentment. Humph. Now she's the talk of the town, full of pride. But when old Meng comes back and kicks her out, let's see if she still dares to smile. After spying on her for a while, she discovered a shocking secret. She was sure that once Meng Jian found out, he would immediately divorce Yu Changel and maybe even give her a good scolding. The next morning, just before dawn, there was a knock on the door outside Yu Changel's house. The visitors were other military wives carrying sewing machines. This showed the good qualities of military families. Without needing anyone to remind them, they quickly and neatly set up their sewing machines. There were 3 rows of 3 women each. The first row worked on tops, the second on pants, and the third on finishing the garments. The third row had the most important task, led by Li Mei, Chi Dongyu, and a woman called Wu Sa. To outsiders, Yu Changel's small courtyard looked like a clothing workshop, with everyone working in an orderly way. Yu Changel was busy too. During breaks, she checked the quality and kept hot water boiling, pouring it into the water cups the wives brought. At noon, everyone went home for lunch. After eating, they continued working. When night fell, they stopped and took home some fabric for hats and masks. Before bed, they could sew a few more pieces. At the end of the first day, Yu Changel counted 78 finished outfits. This was just the first day. There were many small issues to fix and improve, but she thought finishing 50 sets was good enough. To her surprise, the wives worked so hard that they exceeded her expectations on the very first day. Earlier, Lao Ding had paid Yu Changel 100 yuan as a deposit. She immediately paid each wife 2 yuan for that day's work. When they received the money, the wives, who had been unsure, finally relaxed and even felt guilty for not doing a bit more. The next day, without Yu Changel needing to remind them, the wives worked more smoothly. They finished 93 work uniforms. If they kept this pace and maintained quality, completing the order in 5 days would be easy. Sure enough, on the 5th day's noon, as Yu Changel finished inspecting the last piece of clothing, she excitedly announced, "Everyone, our order is complete. We've reached our goal ahead of schedule." The military spouses cheered happily. Over these 5 days, everyone had worked together, sharing the same goal, and their relationships had become much closer. Some of the spouses who had heard a little about Yu Changel's personality now saw her in a new light. They thought she was smart, obedient, brave, and capable. They liked and admired her. By 3 p.m., the delivery truck arrived at the gate as scheduled. The spouses helped load the finished work uniforms onto the truck. Yu Changel also sat in the passenger seat, wanting to personally deliver the goods to old Ding to feel at ease. Bai Chuan leaned on his desk, resting his chin in one hand, looking at the wooden person in front of him with doubt. The person hadn't written a single word for half a day. What's wrong with Lao Meng? This was the 5th time he had drifted off during the afternoon. He couldn't take it anymore. His curiosity was about to explode. "Gather," the command snapped Meng Jian back to attention. He reflexively stood up, ready to rush out of the office. Suddenly, he felt something was off. When he turned around, Bai Chuan was smiling happily at him. Meng Jiuan's face darkened. He sat back down at his desk, picked up his pen, but found the tip was dry and couldn't write anymore. He reached for the ink bottle but was stopped by Bai Chuan. "Tell me clearly, who is sick?" Meng Jiuan shot him a glance. "My back doesn't hurt anymore?" Bai Chuan's face stiffened. Last time, after meeting, he gave Meng Jiuan a ride, then they did a set of military exercises together. He only dared to take a hot shower after lying down for 3 days. He awkwardly loosened his grip.
"I'm worried about you. I think you're not feeling well."
"Why do you look so distracted? Are you bored? If you're bored, go back to the group. Stop hanging around in front of me." From Meng Jiuan's tone, Bai Chuan knew he had something on his mind, something he wasn't good at solving. Even during the toughest military training, Meng Jiuan never frowned. The last time he frowned was. Bai Chuan exclaimed in surprise. Meng Jiuan pressed his temple and said, "If you know you're sick, go see a doctor. Don't cause trouble here." Bai Chuan ignored his cold words and excitedly said, "Is it my sister-in-law? Right? Tell me, I guessed it."
"Yes." "No."
"Yes." Meng Jiuan felt his face turn hot. He tried to keep his expression calm and replied evenly, "If you keep talking nonsense here, I won't finish this report by tomorrow morning." He thought he could use this report to control Bai Chuan, since Bai Chuan came to him from the group headquarters just for this report. But the next second, Bai Chuan burst out laughing. "Ha ha, are you blushing? Do you know how red your face is right now? Ha ha." This made Meng Jiuan finally lose his temper. He stood up from across and grabbed Bai Chuan, tossing him out like a small chicken. Even after closing the door, you could still hear Bai Chuan laughing loudly, gasping for breath. Despite their playful fight, Meng Jiuan still handed over his report before work ended. Bai Chuan looked at him happily. "Finally, you understand. You want your sister-in-law." Meng Jiuan clenched his teeth and said, "If you don't want to go back to the group headquarters, shut your mouth." This time, Bai Chuan obediently kept quiet, but his eyes kept looking up and down at Meng Jiuan, as if he wanted to laugh but dared not. Meng Jiuan took a deep breath, stepped on the gas pedal hard, wishing he could send Bai Chuan out of the car immediately. When passing by the restaurant, it was mealtime and many customers were coming and going. Suddenly, Bai Chuan shouted again, "Stop!
"Stop!"
Sister-in-law! Sister-in-law!" Meng Jiuan couldn't help but look toward the roadside, and it was indeed Yu Changlo, holding a 3-layer aluminum lunchbox, walking from the restaurant toward the station. Just when Bai Chuan thought Meng Jiuan wouldn't stop again, the car started to slow down. Finally, it stopped precisely beside Yu Changlo. She was startled by the sudden approach of the vehicle and the screeching brakes, almost dropping her lunchbox on the ground. "How do you drive?" She snapped back to her senses, slapping the car door and glaring angrily. She then realized it was still a military vehicle. She muttered to herself, thinking, with such driving skills, she wondered how they could operate a military vehicle. Seems like connections matter everywhere. Bai Chuan hurriedly opened the door and got out of the car, repeatedly apologizing, "Sorry, sister-in-law, I scared you. Who is this person? Why does he keep calling her sister-in-law? That's impolite."
Yu Chang le fronnait, looking confused.
But since the other person seemed to be genuinely apologetic, and upon a closer look, she even looked somewhat familiar. Just as she was wondering, the driver of the military vehicle also got out. "Why are you here? Why are you here?" They said the same thing at the same time. Bai Chuan nodded secretly. Sure enough, they're a couple. Their words are in sync. Seeing Meng Jiuan with a serious face not answering, Yu Changla took the lead to speak. "I came to the city to handle some matters. I've finished, and am now on my way home." Hearing this, Bai Chuan immediately responded, "That's perfect. You can ride back with old Meng. It saves taking the bus for over an hour." Yu Changla had no objection to this suggestion. It's just a divorce, after all. Riding in a car together is more convenient. Both looked at Meng Jiuan. He expressionlessly got into the car by himself and didn't say no. So, he must have agreed. Yu Changla and Bai Chuan exchanged smiles. Neither of them seemed to mind his attitude. But Yu Changlo was the first to sit in the back seat. No matter how much Bai Chuan tried to persuade her, she refused to change seats. Bai Chuan could only give up. As the car started, Bai Chuan caught the smell of delicious food wafting from the lunchbox. Sister-in-law, what dishes are in this lunchbox? It smells so good. Yu Changlo happily opened one and handed it over, a little hospitality gift.
Try it. Oh.
No wonder, this is a signature dish from the restaurant. It's famously delicious. Bai Chuan was good at socializing. He only praised the food and didn't mention the price. Meng Jian, who had been silent, twitched his eyes. So, this is how she spends her monthly household budget? Yu Changlo didn't know what he was thinking. Hearing Bai Chuan praise the food, she agreed. Yes, I like it too. I just had some a few days ago, and today I want to eat it again. It's really tasty. Hearing this, Bai Chuan's forehead twitched. He secretly glanced at Meng Jian's expression. Does he know about her eating habits? No wonder she didn't even have money for steamed buns last time. A wife who eats so well is hard to support. Looking at Meng Jian, who was focused on driving, his face looked much better than he had imagined, and he didn't seem to mind at all. Is this still the simple and hardworking old Meng? Since Meng Jian got married, Bai Chuan felt he was increasingly hard to understand. Bai Chuan had parked the car at the team headquarters, leaving only Meng Jian and Yu Changlo inside. They sat one behind the other, and the car was very quiet all the way. Meng Jian kept glancing at the rearview mirror several times. The problem that had been bothering him for days was on the tip of his tongue, but for some reason, he couldn't bring himself to ask. Yu Changlo was focused on calculating how much money she would receive in a few days. Apart from the 10 yuan each for the military wives, she planned to secretly give 2 more yuan to 3 workers in the clothing team, since their work was more complicated and difficult than the others. In total, the expenses for the military wives would be 96 yuan. That meant she would soon receive a large sum of 764 yuan, plus the 4 yuan from the prepayment, totaling 768 yuan. Thinking of this, Yu Changlo couldn't help but smile. Meng Jian glanced at the rearview mirror again when he heard her laugh. In the mirror, Yu Changlo was happily smiling, with her mouth raised into 2 adorable dimples on her round face, one deep and one shallow, making her smile even sweeter. Seeing her smile, Meng Jian seemed to catch her happiness and couldn't help but show a faint smile on his lips. Suddenly, Yu Changli's expression changed in the mirror, and she shouted, "Be careful." Meng Jian instinctively slammed on the brakes, hitting his head on the steering wheel, and Yu Changlo also bumped into the front seat's backrest. "Are you okay?" He quickly pulled the handbrake, ignoring the pain in his forehead, and turned around to check on Yu Changlo. She rubbed her forehead, feeling that had almost knocked her soul out. Her only thought at that moment was, Meng Jian's driving skills are really not good. She looked up in shock and gasped, You're bleeding on your head." Meng Jian reached out to touch his forehead. A warm, sticky feeling spread from his fingertips. He calmly looked at his fingers and said, "It's nothing, just a superficial wound." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly fainted. When Meng Jian woke up, he found himself lying on his own big bed. Under the soft orange glow of the lamp, a shadow moved in front of the bed. The gentle light cast a calm feeling over her. Yu Changlo sensed a strong, unavoidable gaze behind her. She instinctively turned her head, and their eyes met briefly in the air. "What kind of look is that? Is he studying me?" Meng Jian's eyes were deep and intense. Yu Changlo felt a strange nervousness inside. Since she was pretending to be someone else, being watched by the original husband's gaze made her uncomfortable. She decided to speak first to break the silence. "You're awake? Do you want some water?" Meng Jian only then realized he had been staring too intently. He awkwardly looked away and said no. "Thank you." Yu Changlo continued. Dr. Qin from the first hospital checked your forehead. "You have a small cut, but it's not deep and doesn't need stitches. It's been disinfected with iodine, and it will heal naturally. In the military family compound, there are also military doctors. If someone has an urgent need, they can help." Hearing this, Meng Jian felt the coldness on his forehead and a faint pain. Thank you, sorry to trouble you. He sincerely thanked Yu Changel, but their politeness showed some distance between them. She didn't mind this. She was just curious. Dr. Chin said the external checkup shows no big problem. You probably won't faint again. Do you want to go to the hospital for an x-ray? Since he hit his head, it's better to be cautious. If there's a concussion or brain injury, delaying treatment would be dangerous. Meng Jiuan moved his neck. It should be fine. Yu Changel nodded. She was just trying to remind him kindly. Since he thought it was okay, she didn't insist. How did I get back? Where's the car? Meng Jiuan couldn't remember what happened after he fainted. He asked her directly. For a moment, a strange look flashed across Yu Changel's face. Then she replied, I saw you faint, so I hurried to get help. Luckily, I found someone nearby who can drive, and they helped bring the car back. Someone who can drive? Don't you know them? Meng Jiuan reflexively pressed her strange choice of words and continued asking.
No.
I don't recognize him. He's not from our hospital. I think he's from Hospital number 1. Hospital number 1. They drive cars. Is that person tall and thin? Yes, exactly. He's tall and slim. Does he speak with a northern accent? Northern accent. What's that sound like? Does he have a mole on his right cheek? As soon as Meng Jiuan finished speaking, Yu Changel suddenly jumped up from the bed. What are you doing? Are you interrogating a suspect? It's dark and we're in a hurry to take you home. Why are you checking if someone has a mole? The car is just outside the yard. If you don't believe me, go look yourself. Meng Jiuan was startled by her sudden shout and froze for 3 seconds before hesitantly saying, That's not what I meant. I just got used to asking clearly. Just as he was about to sit up and explain, his body suddenly stiffened, as if he had noticed something, and his face turned very unnatural. About my clothes and pants. Yu Changel casually replied, They're all stained with blood. You need to wash them quickly, or the stains won't come out. Don't worry, they'll be dry by tomorrow. Even if not, there should be others in your closet. Meng Jiuan wanted to ask something else, specifically, who took off his clothes. Right now, he was only wearing his underwear. Seeing his face turn red and his mouth twitch, as if he had something difficult to say, but couldn't, Yu Changel suddenly had a realization and said, Don't worry, I already thought of this. Since Dr. Chin is a young unmarried woman, it's not convenient for her to help you take off your clothes. I took them off for you. This piece of information hit Meng Jiuan like a lightning bolt, leaving him stunned for a long moment. He just wanted to ask, Aren't you a young woman too? Seeing Meng Jiuan staring blankly, Yu Changel decided she would persuade him to go to the hospital tomorrow. There's half a fish and half a plate of mixed grilled dishes in the lunchbox. They've all been steamed and heated. If you're hungry, go ahead and eat. I'm going back to my room to sleep. Meng Jiuan looked at the steaming lunchbox beside the bed, then at Yu Changel, who was yawning and walking out, feeling a bit lost. After a long moment, she quietly said, Thank you. Thank you for helping me treat my wound. Thank you for washing the bloodstained clothes. Thank you for steaming the meal. Thank you for helping me take off my clothes. This feeling of being cared for doesn't seem so bad. Pretending to sleep and sneaking away, Yu Changel didn't know what Meng Jiuan was thinking at this moment. She was only eager to escape from his watchful gaze. This person is so sharp. Yu Changel worried that if he asked one more question, her lie would be exposed. Remember, it's the 1980s now. Few people can drive, and it's rare to meet a driver on a lonely road at night. It took her a lot of effort to get Meng Jiuan into the passenger seat, then she drove the car back to the big courtyard. Of course, she couldn't tell him the truth. She was just a young woman from the countryside, who didn't know much about driving. Only after closing the door behind her did Yu Changel finally relax. She flopped onto the iron bed. The bed frame made a loud, unpleasant noise and was uncomfortable against her back. Frowning, she thought that once she saved enough money, she must go to the city and buy a good mattress. She closed her eyes, ready to sleep, when suddenly a vivid image appeared in her mind. A chubby little hand was exploring on a military green shirt, unbuttoning it one by one, revealing a broad, honey-colored chest. Another hand quickly slipped through the gap between the shirt and chest, supporting the sturdy back muscles, gently lifting the person, then removing the sleeves on both sides. The scene continued downward. Those hands, a bit awkward, struggled with the black belt around the waist, and with a soft click, the belt loosened. Fingers trembled slightly as they unbuttoned the waist, carefully pulling down the zipper. The hand holding the waistband hesitated, paused for a moment, then prepared to pull the clothes off. Suddenly, a blanket covered the entire scene. Thinking of this, Yu Changel couldn't help but hit the bed. Why was she feeling shy at such a crucial moment? Why did she think of covering him with a blanket when she was about to take off his clothes? For Yu Changel, who has never been in a relationship, this was a rare and exciting opportunity. Although she seemed to handle interactions with the opposite easily, that was only because of her professional social skills. This was her first time being so close and touching skin. Meng Jian was eating from his lunchbox when he suddenly stopped. He thought he heard a noise outside, like something being hit, but it quickly stopped. Just as he was about to get up and ask if everything was okay, he saw the lights go out in Yu Changel's room. He decided to forget about it and finished eating, then washed up and went to bed. The next morning, Yu Changel woke up with dark circles under her eyes. She wanted to prepare a nutritious breakfast for Meng Jian, who had fainted last night. Since she was staying at his house as his wife, she felt she should do her duty, especially while he was injured. But when she opened the door, she saw a tall figure busy in the kitchen. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, shining on him with a faint golden glow. His broad back cast a shadow, making him look very dependable. Steam rose in the small kitchen, carrying the smell of food. What kind of smell was that? Yu Changel wrinkled her nose and sniffed again. The smell was sour and burnt. What kind of dish was that? Curious, she walked over and tried to peek from behind Meng Jian. What are you doing? Meng Jian shivered and didn't notice someone approaching. He was focused on making his fried eggs and noodles. He quickly said nervously, I'm cooking noodles. It'll be ready soon. You should go out. In his hurry, he forgot to watch his tone, and Yu Changel rolled her eyes. Just go out. Who's trying to steal your food? She was too lazy to care about what he was doing, and went to wash up. After finishing, she sat there for a long time, but Meng Jian didn't come out of the kitchen. Her stomach was used to breakfast and started growling. Reluctantly, she went back to the kitchen. She pushed aside the curtain and saw Meng Jian standing still, staring blankly with his back to her. The smell in the air was even stronger and more strange than before. She walked over and looked.
Wow.
The pot was blackened, and inside there was a dark, burnt mass. Yu Changel quickly pushed him away, turned off the stove, and wrapped the pot handle with a cloth before placing it in the sink. She looked at the messy kitchen counter and felt overwhelmed. Are you making breakfast or conducting an experiment? Meng Jian blushed. I thought making fried eggs was simple, so. Usually Meng Jian ate breakfast at the military canteen. Sometimes at home, he just boiled water to steam bread or pancakes and ate them. He had never cooked a proper meal for himself. Thinking about how Yu Changel took care of him last night and considering her picky eating habits, he decided to try making a bowl of fried egg noodles. But the process of frying an egg turned into chaos. Sometimes the egg stuck to the pan, sometimes he poured soy sauce instead of vinegar, and to fix it he added too much sugar. In the end, everything stuck to the pan and he couldn't even scoop it out. Yu Changel was both annoyed and amused. She had thought Meng Jian was a versatile person, but it turned out he was a kitchen novice. She pushed Meng Jian out of the kitchen. Go wash up. You're covered in soot. Want to eat fried egg noodles? It'll be ready in 10 minutes. Meng Jian hesitated, wanting to explain that he didn't really want fried egg noodles, but he couldn't find the words, so he gave up. To his surprise, Yu Changel really kept her promise. 10 minutes later, she brought out a fragrant bowl of fried egg noodles. A big bowl of soup noodles topped with golden fried eggs, with hot greens and a sprinkle of chopped scallions, making the aroma even more tempting. Yu Changel handed him the chopsticks. Eat while it's hot. Then she started eating herself, looking very satisfied. Meng Jian hesitated, took a bite, and was immediately surprised. He had never seen Yu Changel cook before. Could she really do it? Not only could she cook, but it was also delicious. Without realizing it, Meng Jian kept eating, finishing the whole bowl of noodles, even drinking all the broth. Yu Changel didn't eat as quickly as he did. She was eating slowly and carefully. Watching her lower her head to eat, Meng Jian couldn't help but feel curious. When did she become so elegant while eating? Looking around the table, he remembered how it used to be cluttered with leftover dishes and dirty bowls, greasy and messy. Now, at some point, she had covered the table with a clean white cloth, neat and tidy. Since that day, it seemed she had truly changed a lot. Yu Changel looked up and saw Meng Jian gazing at her thoughtfully. She also noticed his bowl in front of him, almost empty, and quickly protected her own bowl. If it's not enough, you can steam some bread yourself. Meng Jian was surprised at first, then amused by her protective gesture. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yu Changel was stunned. This was the first time she saw Meng Jian smile so happily in front of her. Even in her original memories, he usually had a cold face or looked angry with veins bulging on his forehead. It turned out that he looked quite good when he smiled. Unconsciously, the scene from last night before sleep appeared again in her mind. Yu Changel blushed and quickly looked down to eat her noodles. Meng Jian was smiling, but suddenly realized how strange his current mood was. He actually felt a warm, cozy feeling. This was so strange. He immediately stopped smiling and looked at Yu Changel carefully, warning himself that everything in front of him was very unusual. Since the day Yu Changel brought up the topic of divorce first, she had changed a lot. Life experience told Meng Jian that such a big change in a person in such a short time was impossible. The most reasonable explanation was that she was deliberately pretending to be kind and virtuous. That warm feeling just now was even more confusing than the tense, confrontational atmosphere before. Soon, Meng Jian adjusted his emotions and reminded himself, everything she did was just a way to retreat and buy time, not wanting a divorce. Thinking back to that night when he came home to an empty house, Meng Jian's face instantly turned cold again. Yu Changel seemed to notice the air around them becoming tense again. She looked at Meng Jian, who had become serious, and wondered what was wrong with him this time. Before she could ask, Meng Jian spoke first. "How is your job search going?" Yu Changel let out a breath. So, he was urging her to find a job and move out. Luckily, she hadn't been idle these days. But for some reason, she felt a hint of bitterness in her heart. Maybe it was because the original owner still couldn't let go of this unrequited love. Yu Changel quickly composed herself and replied calmly, "Almost done. I should have a result by the beginning of the month." So soon she found a job? Meng Jian was a bit surprised. He originally thought that with Yu Changel's education and skills, it would be hard for her to find a job here. He even planned to ask someone for help with an introduction. But unexpectedly, she found a job herself. Which company? Meng Jian couldn't quite believe it. He wondered if she was scammed because she was in such a hurry to find work. Yu Changel thought for a moment and replied, "It's not a big company, just a small clothing shop." When he heard small clothing shop, Meng Jian frowned. Although he knew her abilities probably wouldn't get her into a state-owned company, running a personal shop seemed too uncertain. He thought for a moment and said, "Self-employed workers don't have social insurance. Give me a couple of days, and I'll help you find a more stable job." If she was in such a hurry to divorce and just pushed Yu Changel out without care, Meng Jian, couldn't do that. Yu Changel refused without hesitation. "No need. I've already made plans with someone, and I can't break my promise." Seeing Meng Jian still wanted to persuade her, she added, "Besides, with my education, I can't get into those state-owned companies. If you use connections to push me in, that would be wrong." Hearing this, Meng Jian felt unexpectedly touched. He hadn't thought that one day Yu Changel would consider others. "But what can you do at the clothing shop? You're not a tailor." Meng Jian was still worried. If she was just doing odd jobs, this kind of work wouldn't last long. "Who says I can't sew?" Yu Changel perked up. "Look, I borrowed Sister Lee's sewing machine and made this tablecloth myself. See? I even added lace." Meng Jian was surprised to learn that the white tablecloth was sewn by Yu Changel herself. It was truly unexpected. Seeing Meng Juan's disbelief, she continued, "A few days ago, I also helped someone alter a skirt. If you don't believe me, ask Sister Lee. She'll tell you whether I can sew or not." Watching Yu Chang'e speak confidently about sewing, Meng Juan couldn't help but believe her a little. He nodded and said, "All right, since you're confident you can do it well, then work hard. Every job, big or small, has its value and meaning." He had thought that Meng Juan, like others, would look down on self-employed workers and think they were inferior. But unexpectedly, he said such encouraging words, which made Yu Chang'e see him in a new light. I must say, the original owner may not be perfect in everything, but her taste is quite good. Because she thought Meng Juan was a decent person, Yu Chang'e didn't want to make things difficult for him. She took the initiative to say, "Don't worry. Once I get settled, I will find a place to move out, and we can get divorced the next day." This was the second time Yu Chang'e had suggested divorce. Although Meng Juan still found it hard to believe, he somehow sensed she was eager to leave. This feeling made him a bit uncomfortable. He agreed, "All right, it's settled." Initially, everything was fine, but when Yu Chang'e heard Meng Juan's firm words, she suddenly felt a strange, bitter feeling. The original owner had a lot of strength. After saying these words, Meng Juan didn't want to stay any longer. He stood up. Yu Chang'e knew he had to return to the army, so she quickly said, "Leave the dishes there. You can go now." Meng Juan paused for a moment. This was the second time he felt Yu Chang'e was rushing him out. He pouted in frustration, picked up the dishes, and, as if he hadn't heard her, quickly washed them in the kitchen. He also cleaned the stove that hadn't been tidied up yet. Only then did he put on his coat and hat and leave. Until he left, neither of them said another word, not even exchanged a glance. When Yu Chang'e heard the engine outside, she knew Meng Juan had really gone. She helplessly rubbed her eyes, tears falling into the bowl. She thought this marriage is really a mess. She didn't experience the sweetness of love or marriage, only the pain of divorce. She sarcastically put away the dishes and went into the kitchen. She then noticed that the stove had been cleaned thoroughly by Meng Juan. A faint smile appeared on Yu Chang'e's face. She felt sorry for the original owner. This man was indeed good. Meng Juan drove out of the compound. When he passed the bus stop, someone stopped him. It was Lu Fong, who had been waiting for a while. Lu Fong greeted him with a bright smile. "Old Meng, can I catch a ride into town? I need to deliver some clean clothes to Laoli." Besides looking down on Yu Chang'e or those she disliked, Lu Fong usually appeared generous and kind. Her husband, Li Weigua, was a comrade of Meng Juan, and they were neighbors in the same courtyard. So, they were somewhat familiar. Meng Juan didn't think much about it. He was planning to drive back to the army and agreed to let Lu Fong get in the car. Lu Fong happily reached for the front passenger door, but Meng Juan quickly pulled her back. "Sister-in-law, you sit in the back seat. The front is a bit dirty." Lu Fong was momentarily stunned, then awkwardly smiled and sat in the back seat, still glancing toward the front passenger seat. She didn't see anything dirty. She wanted to sit in the front to make it easier to talk to Meng Juan. Sitting one behind the other felt a bit inconvenient. But these small difficulties couldn't stop her from wanting to tell Meng Juan her thoughts. Lu Fong started chatting casually until Meng Juan showed signs of impatience. He finally changed the subject to Yu Chang'e. "Old Meng, we've been neighbors for a long time. They say close neighbors are better than distant relatives. Sister-in-law truly treats you like a brother. But, well, sister-in-law isn't sure what she should or shouldn't say." A flicker of impatience crossed Meng Juan's eyes. He clearly didn't like this topic. Without hesitation, he replied, "Lu's sister-in-law, there's no need to force it. If you don't know what to say, then don't say anything." Lu Fong's face stiffened, surprised that he didn't follow her usual way of speaking. She paused for a few seconds before continuing, "But sister-in-law can't bear to see you kept in the dark. You're such a good officer, with a bright future. How could you be taken in by some crooked person from the mountain valley? She has no right to do that." Hearing Lu Fong's subtle sarcasm about Yu Chang'e, Meng Juan's expression darkened visibly. "Sister-in-law, Chang'e is my wife. She's not some crooked person. I hope everyone can respect each other and live peacefully. I don't want to hear gossip about my wife. If she ever does something wrong, you can tell me. If she's really at fault, I will naturally apologize with her. But talking behind someone's back like that is not honest. Lu Fang was anxious. She hadn't even said what Yu Chang'e had done, yet Meng Jiuyan was already defending her. How could he say she was not honest? Sister-in-law, it's for your own good. I haven't got the time to care about others' gossip. Do you know what she did behind your back? For some reason, these words suddenly made Meng Jiuyan think of that empty, silent room that night, and his heart clenched tightly. On the surface, he remained calm. I don't know, and I don't need to know. She is an adult and has her own freedom to do things. I don't need to supervise or control everything. The most basic thing between spouses is mutual trust. If you can't trust each other, then what's the point of forcing them to stay together? You, Sister Lu, should understand this simple truth. Since we're talking about this, I might as well say one more thing. I've heard Old Lee complain several times in the unit. Sister-in-law cares for me, and I want to advise her. Don't hold the rope too tightly. If you pull it too hard and it snaps, there's no way to fix it. Meng Jiuyan's firm words made Lu Fang feel both angry and embarrassed. She was afraid that before today, Meng Jiuyan had never spoken to her like this, and now he just kept talking without stopping. Lu Fang was furious. I meant well, but you don't appreciate it. Why are you bringing up my family's Old Lee? I'm not like Yu Chang'e, who flirts and pulls around outside. How could Old Lee be unhappy with me? Suddenly, a sharp, piercing screech of brakes sounded in her ears, and the military vehicle on the road suddenly stopped. The sudden stop scared Lu Fang badly. She clutched the handle tightly, her face turning pale, still shaken. If I remember correctly, you and Song Chunlan are the closest in the yard, right? It's true. Birds of a feather flock together, or in other words, crows are all black. I've already given you the respect you deserve. Now, the respect you have is something you've lost yourselves. Unexpectedly, Meng Jiuyan scolded her openly and told her to get off the car. Lu Fang felt humiliated like never before. Her face flushed red, and she shouted angrily, "Good intentions don't always get good results." I saw her with a young man on the bus, leaning on each other and kissing. The young man even fed her an apple. If I'm lying, may I be struck by 5 thunderstorms. After she finished shouting, the carriage fell into an extremely oppressive silence. Just as she thought Meng Jiuyan had taken her words to heart and was about to feel a bit of relief, a cold, emotionless voice sounded. I'll say it again. Get off the car, or do you want me to throw you out? The car doors slammed shut with a loud bang, and the military vehicle sped away into the distance. Lu Fang was left on the muddy road, with no village in sight and nowhere to go. She was so angry she cried and cursed, but could only step forward into the mud, 1 foot deep, 1 shallow, and continue walking. She now understood that these 2 people were just as bad as each other. Neither was a good person. Today, even if she had to walk with broken legs, she was determined to reach the military unit and file a formal complaint against Meng Jiuyan. She wanted the leaders to see how the company commander was bullying the military family members. After walking for a while, Lu Fang felt her legs hurt so much that each step was sharp pain. She was about to collapse. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a car behind her. She looked back excitedly and waved her hand vigorously. Sure enough, a bus was coming. Today's bus was also crowded. Yu Chang'e was late and struggled hard to squeeze on, just managing to stand near the driver's door. She heard the driver joking, "Some people think they can walk out of the city by themselves. If it were that easy, why would we need bus drivers?" Bus drivers in this era were quite proud of their jobs. Not everyone could do it. It was a stable job with benefits, and the whole family could ride for free. People could go anywhere they wanted, so ordinary families didn't worry about buying tickets. Because of this, bus drivers spoke bluntly. The people around listened without arguing and just looked ahead along with him. Yu Chang'e also looked and immediately recognized that the muddy country person ahead wasn't the fashion leader Lu Fang from the 3rd courtyard. Seeing Lu Fang waving her arms vigorously, Yu Changel realized the driver was easing off the gas, meaning he was about to stop and pick someone up. She quickly shouted, "Wow, this person must have crawled out of a mud pit. Look at all that dirt on her. I wonder if the bus can stop before reaching the station." The crowd squeezed tightly and was already exhausted. When they heard the bus might stop to pick someone up and saw the muddy person, many got annoyed. "Don't stop if we're not at the station. Driver, don't stop. If you do, I'll report you to your unit." "Exactly. We're all squeezed so tight we can't breathe. If someone gets hurt, are you responsible? I'm going to the city for a job interview today. If my clothes get dirty or I mess up my chances, who will take responsibility?" The passengers on the bus were angry. The driver was sweating from nerves. He was just joking, but no one wanted to cause trouble for himself. It is better to do less than more. After all, he is following the rules and will stop when the time is up. He stepped on the gas and smoothly drove past Lu Fong. To catch a ride, Lu Fong deliberately moved a couple of steps closer to the car, but the mud splashes from the tires soaked her completely. She looked in shock as the bus slowed down, then suddenly sped up and sped away without her understanding what just happened. After a while, the people inside the bus heard a heartbreaking roar from behind. "Ah. Ah. Ah." The person who had just talked about going to work quietly added, "Luckily, it didn't stop. It's a crazy person." Yu Changlo nodded and looked at him approvingly. After leaving the bus station, Yu Changlo went straight to Lu Rumei's house. Lu Rumei said she wanted to introduce her to some clients today. Old Ding had already paid her the advance, and she used it generously to pay the salaries of the military wives. The remaining payment would take some more time to process. A few days later, she still hadn't received the rent of 30 yuan from Zhang Dapeng. Yu Changlo was thinking about asking Old Ding for more money if necessary, but yesterday, when she went to deliver goods in the city, she received good news from Lu Rumei. So, after breakfast and getting ready, she planned to catch the bus into town. If Meng Jiuan hadn't delayed her at home, she might have arrived early enough to get a seat. She confidently arrived at Lu Rumei's house. As soon as she entered, Lu Rumei warmly took her hand and smiled, saying, "Come, let me introduce you. This is my biological sister, Yu Changlo." In the living room, there were 3 middle-aged women around her age, all with trendy, tight curls, and their clothes were much better than ordinary people's. "That's hilarious. Your surname is Liu, and hers is Yu. How can she be your real sister?" The woman in a pale yellow blouse and bright red skirt joked lightly, her eyes full of admiration as she looked at Yu Changlo. Lu Rumei retorted, "I like her. What does it have to do with you? Qin Sufin, if you can't speak properly, just stay silent. No one's deaf." Seeing the two almost start arguing again, the others quickly stepped in to mediate. "Oh, enough. You two are already so old, still arguing in front of young people. Really impressive. Didn't you say you were going to introduce us to a top tailor? When is he coming?" This comment successfully diverted Lu Rumei's attention. She proudly pushed Yu Changel forward. "See, isn't that obvious?" Qin Sufin exaggeratedly let out a ha, saying, "You've been fooled again, right? I knew she couldn't have a top tailor recommended. I don't know which tailor in Jinbo City is good." The smiles on the other 2 women also faded. Just as Lu Rumei was about to explain, Yu Changel smiled and spoke first. "Miss Qin, your outfit's color matching is really nice. Just looking at it makes people want to have one." Qin Sufin was stunned by the compliment. Was that a compliment? It sounded a bit strange. Yu Changel didn't give her much time to react and continued, "My sister said that might be a bit of an exaggeration. I'm still far from being a top tailor, but I have some of my own designs and ideas. If you're interested, you can take a look." She then took out a stack of white paper from her cloth bag, carefully punched holes in it with a rope, and bound it so it was easy to flip through. Qin Sufin glanced at it dismissively, but didn't reach out. Another kind-looking older sister curiously took it and flipped through a few pages, her eyes lighting up. "Can you really make this?" Yu Changel looked at the pattern she pointed to and nodded confidently. "Of course. I drew this pattern myself, and I can make it." That older sister was very happy and quickly showed the pattern to the person next to her. "Look, I saw someone wear a similar dress in Shanghai." When they walk, it sways with the wind. It looks so beautiful. Hearing this, Chin Sufin also became interested. She leaned in to look and was a bit surprised. However, she still didn't believe that this young girl, not much older than a teenager, could craft such a complex dress. Maybe you didn't draw it yourself. Even if you did, drawing and making are two different things. Don't learn from your sister. You're too young to be talking nonsense.
Hey.
Chin Sufin, are you having a bad day today? Lu Rumei was so angry at her words that she stood up. If you don't want to make clothes, then just leave. Chin Sufin was an old acquaintance of Lu Rumei. They had known each other for decades, but they never saw eye to eye. They lived in the same circle, so they often ran into each other and would sometimes argue. If it weren't for the fact that her family was relatively well off, Lu Rumei wouldn't have invited her to come and cause trouble. People around her were used to their arguments. The two older sisters didn't have time to stop the fight now. Instead, they asked Yu Changle, "Can you make this? This too? Look at this shirt. The collar is so pretty. I want this one. Help me make one like it." Yu Changle smiled and said, "Take your time, sisters. I can make anything with this pattern. Just tell me which ones you've chosen, and I'll register them for you. You can pick a few, and I'll start making them in a few days. First come, first served." As soon as she finished, the two women quickly started choosing, each wanting to be the first to register. One picked a shirt, a pair of pants, and a long skirt. The other chose a dress, a shirt, and a knee-length skirt. One of them asked, "By the way, how much do these clothes cost?" Yu Changle explained, "All the patterns are made from cotton fabric. Shirts, pants, and knee-length skirts are 4 yuan each. Long skirts are 5 yuan, and dresses are 6 yuan. If you provide your own fabric, the labor cost for cotton and linen is 1 yuan per piece, and for fine cloth, 5 yuan per piece." "Wow, your prices are not cheap. You're as good as Master Yu." Chin Sufin interrupted, teasing. Yu Changle wasn't upset. She still smiled and said, "This is a special VIP price for you because of my sister. It will be more expensive if you buy from the shop later." "Humph. What good is being expensive if you can't sell it?" Chin Sufin scoffed at Yu Changle's confidence. Lu Rumei didn't bother to reply to her and instead helped Yu Changle attract customers. "Sister Lu, Sister Wang, look at this fabric I got. My sister altered it for me. What do you think? Isn't it better than buying it?" She turned around and posed a few different ways. The two women, already interested in the pattern, saw the actual fabric Lu Rumei was wearing. They trusted Yu Changle's skills even more. If she dared to work with such expensive fabric, she must be very good. But they still decided to buy some cotton fabric first. If her work turned out as good as her drawings, they could have her make clothes with their own good fabric later. They happily paid Yu Changle. She had planned to take only half as a deposit, but they insisted on paying the full amount. "Your Rumei's sister. What more do we need to trust? Take it all. Just remember to make the clothes look nice." Yu Changle obediently replied, "Sister Lu, Sister Wang, don't worry. I will make you beautiful clothes and even give you a lucky bag as a gift." "A lucky bag? What's that?" Sister Lu asked curiously.
Yu Changle smiled mysteriously. "It's a surprise."
"You'll find out later." They both laughed. "Okay, we're looking forward to your clothes and the lucky bag." Seeing that the two of them happily chose their clothes, Chin Sufin, who had been watching the show, also felt a bit curious. She was the most beauty-conscious among them and considered herself the most fashionable. She had just looked at a few patterns and found some of them quite nice. If this chubby girl really had such good luck as Lu Rio said, then when her new clothes were made in a few days, wouldn't she be left behind by those two? Lu Rio could tell from Chin Sufin's expression what she was thinking. Now was not the time to argue. Lu Rio said playfully, "What about you? Are you buying or not? Once the shop closes, there won't be another. Didn't my sister tell you? If you want to buy from the store later, it'll be more expensive."
"Ha!
Who do you think I am, unable to afford it?" Chin Sufin pretended to be reluctant. "Forget it. It's just a little money. I'll buy it to give you some face." Lu Rio immediately saw her flipping through the patterns and gritted her teeth, saying, "So I should thank you then." Chin Sufin looked serious and casually replied, "You're welcome." Her confident attitude made Lu Ruyo so angry her nose almost flared. But for Chanlu, she held back. Yu Chanlu naturally wouldn't refuse Qin Sufin's order. Every profession has difficult clients. She was just inexperienced and a bit cautious at first, a little annoying with her words, a bit petty. But how could Yu Chanlu argue over money with her? Not only did she not mind, but while Qin Sufin was looking at the patterns, Yu Chanlu kept praising her enthusiastically. Miss Qin, this dress suits you. You're so tall, people will think you're a model straight out of a magazine. You have such good taste. These trousers are perfect for you. They make you look so elegant. A half skirt? That's also nice. Look at your fair, tender skin. Wearing a half skirt to show a bit of your leg, won't that make all the men on the street turn their heads? Finally, even Lu Ruomei couldn't listen anymore. Yu Chanlu finished helping Qin Sufin look over the designs. They ordered 4 shirts, 3 pairs of pants, 3 skirts, and 5 dresses. Yu Chanlu almost completely covered the drawings she made. She quickly calculated the total cost. Sister Qin, it's 73 yuan altogether. Ah, is it really? So much? Qin Sufin was still stunned. She didn't realize she had bought so many clothes from Yu Chanlu. Lu Ruomei teased sarcastically, I thought someone was really generous. You want this, you want that, and in the end, is it because you don't have enough money? Do you want me to lend you some? Qin Sufin couldn't stand Lu Ruomei's teasing. Her face turned red instantly, and she snapped, Who wants you to lend me money? I just think I bought too many clothes and don't want to carry them home later. Hearing this, Yu Chanlu responded very kindly, Sister Qin, don't worry. Since you're my big customer, I'll deliver the clothes to your house once they're ready. And Lu Jia and Wang Jia are the same. You can rest assured. I'll do everything I can so you won't have to trouble yourselves. After these 2 sisters kept talking, and with Lu Jia and Wang Jia watching the fun, Qin Sufin didn't have the face to refuse. She had to grit her teeth and take out money from her wallet to pay, feeling heartbroken inside. She secretly blamed Lu and Wang for being so generous, paying in full. Yu Chanlu happily took the money from her hand, carefully counted it one by one, and loudly said, Thank you for your patronage, Sister Qin. Qin Sufin felt dizzy and overwhelmed. She wasn't sure if it was because of the tense atmosphere at Lu Ruomei's house. She just wanted to leave quickly and breathe some fresh air. All right. Why are you shouting so loud? Remember to send the clothes over as soon as they're ready. She hurriedly gave her address, not wanting to stay at Lu Ruomei's house any longer. Less than an hour later, her wallet was completely emptied. The chubby girl kept complaining about how she had bought so many clothes, enough to wear all summer. After everyone left, Yu Chanlu and Lu Ruomei exchanged a knowing look and burst into laughter. Lu Ruomei laughed so hard her tears almost came out. Chanlu, I really didn't expect you to be so good at flattering people. What did you just say? Everyone loves her. Flowers bloom when she passes by. Haha, hearing that makes me feel shy. What else is so tempting that it makes people drool? Ha, where do you come up with these words? Red paired with yellow is just like a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. It makes me hungry, haha. Yu Changle also laughs happily. How could she not be happy? She earned several months' worth of wages on this trip, thanks to that kind-hearted Qin Sufin, who helped her take another step toward getting out of poverty and becoming rich. Elder Sister Ruomei, thank you for introducing me to customers. It really saved me, Yu Changle said sincerely with a smile. Li Ruomei teased her. Thanks isn't enough. I also like hearing nice words. Say more so I can listen. Yu Changle pouted and said playfully, Oh, sister, I'm telling the truth. My sister is the most beautiful and the best sister. Li Ruomei couldn't help but smile widely and reached out to poke her nose. You can say such cheesy things. Sit down, we'll eat here for lunch. Yu Changle held her hand and refused to let go. It's too much trouble, sister. Let's go to a restaurant. She waved the stack of money. Lu Jia has 13 yuan, Wang Jia has 14, Qin Sufin has 73, totaling exactly 100 yuan. Li Ruomei was also happy for her sister. She was capable and earned her own money, so she deserved a good meal as a reward. They happily went to the Hakalai restaurant for a meal. In the afternoon, Li Rumei took Yu Changle to the black market, bought many cloth tickets, and then bought all the materials needed for making clothes at the supply and marketing cooperative. They caught the last bus before it left. As the sun set, orange light spread over the military district's rooftops, and smoke rose from every household's kitchen. Wang Zhengwo just pushed open the door and smelled the delicious aroma of meat. He wondered, whose house is cooking such fragrant stew? It smells like it's coming from their own home. Lily happily ran out of the house and threw herself into his arms, calling sweetly, "Daddy." Wang Zhengwo picked up his daughter, feeling as sweet as honey in his heart. All his fatigue disappeared with her warm call. "Good girl. Daddy kisses you. Did you listen to Mom at home and help her with chores?" Lily nodded obediently. Lily listens well and even helped Mom pick some scallions. Li Mei heard the sound of talking and peeked out from the kitchen. She saw the father and daughter sticking close and acting sweet. "You're back. Wash your hands quickly and get ready for dinner." Wang Zhengwo saw his wife busy in the kitchen, sweating all over, and felt strangely at ease. His wife was good, taking care of the house and raising their daughter. She never caused trouble for the army. He truly thought he had found a good wife for the old Wang family. Li Mei didn't know why she felt so emotional today. She was focused on the pot of pork stew with potatoes she was cooking. She had specially bought half a jean of meat using a ration ticket and had it cut at the supply store. She had been cooking it all afternoon. Although Wang Zhengwo was a deputy battalion commander, his salary was only a little higher than Meng Jiuan's. They had to support a big and small family, and the burden from their hometown was heavy. The couple didn't dare relax. Usually they saved money and managed to get by. They only ate meat once a week, except during festivals. So Wang Zhengwo never imagined that the delicious smell of meat was actually coming from their own kitchen. When Li Mei brought a big bowl of pork stew with potatoes to the table, he was stunned. Wang Zhengwo swallowed hard. "Wife, what special day is today? Why did you make so much meat?" Li Mei proudly lifted her chin and paused before answering. "Because your wife, she's earning money now." Lily, who had been waiting eagerly by the table, stared at the bowl of meat with shining eyes. She also praised happily. "Yes, Mom is the best. Mom is earning money." Li Mei smiled as she scooped a big spoonful of stew into Lily's bowl and gave her a plain bread roll. "Be good. After you finish eating, Mom will serve you more." Lily was so happy, she couldn't stop smiling. It looked like she could eat as much meat as she wanted today. Seeing her child eating happily, Li Mei felt very proud. She quickly scooped another bowl for her husband. All right, enough. Wang Zhengwo was still getting used to Li Mei's change. She was piling large spoonfuls of meat into her bowl, unlike her usual stinginess with meat. Li Mei said casually, "Eat more. When this bowl is finished, there's more in the pot."
"What?"
"More in the pot." Wang Zhengwo was completely stunned. Looking at the big bowl of meat in front of him, he suddenly didn't dare to eat it. "Honey, is this the last meat we'll have to eat?"
"Puffed."
"What are you saying?" Li Mei pretended to slap his mouth. "Bad things don't work. Good things do." Wang Zhengwo quickly patted his mouth with his hand. "Pfft. No, honey, this isn't during the New Year or festivals. With this way of eating meat, I feel uneasy." Li Mei was both annoyed and amused. "Just eat without worry. It definitely isn't the last meal." "All right." Since his wife assured him, Wang Zhengwo felt relieved. He picked up a plain bun, took a bite of meat, then a bite of bread. So delicious. Seeing that most of the large bowl of pork and potatoes had been eaten, leaving only a little at the bottom, Wang Zhengwo was satisfied and let out a big burp. Only then did he remember there was something he hadn't told Li Mei. "Honey, are you close to old Li's wife?" "Old Li's wife? Isn't that Lu Fang?" Li Mei thought for a moment and said, "She's from the city. We're just neighbors in the same yard. How close can we be? What's the matter?" It's not surprising that Li Mei sounded a bit dismissive. If Lu Fang hadn't looked down on her because her husband was a deputy battalion commander, she probably wouldn't pay her any attention. Usually, She talked to her with a sense of superiority, but Li Mei was generous and didn't argue with her. Now, since they were inside her house talking privately, she naturally said whatever she thought. Wang Jiangwo nodded. It's better not to be close. I'm just worried you'll learn her ways. No matter what, it wouldn't be good. Li Mei was confused. What do you mean? What ways? How would that be bad? Although Wang Jiangwo was strict and fair in the army, at home he loved chatting with his wife, telling stories vividly. You don't know, today old Li's wife caused a fuss at the military camp, insisting on seeing the leader. I saw her, and she looked like a mud doll, like a living terracotta warrior from 1974. I was so startled. Old Li tried to stop her, but she didn't listen. She even went to the political commissar's office. And guess what happened next? Li Mei was listening carefully when suddenly Wang Jiangwo stopped and asked a question. She quickly nudged him. Speak quickly, no more teasing. Wang Jiangwo now found it hard to believe himself. The political officer called Meng Jiu into the office, too. Old Meng? What's it got to do with him? Wang Jiangwo shook his head regretfully. It's a pity they didn't call me. I don't know what they said in the office. But Li Mei made a firm decision and pinched his thigh hard. Tell me quickly. Wang Jiangwo grimaced in pain and said, Ouch, look at you. Why are you so anxious?
I was just about to say that.
However, at the end of the day, the political officer called me and told me that Meng Jiuan's name was removed from the list of candidates for outstanding individuals this half year.
Huh. Li Mei was surprised.
The old couple had a quarrel, and old Meng was punished? What's going on? You're so talkative. Why are you only telling me now?
Does old Meng know about this?
Yes, he was still in the office when the political officer told him. No, she must tell you Changle about this in advance. After 5 days of close contact, Li Mei felt very close to Changle without realizing it. She thought she was a good person. Knowing that she and Meng Jiuan had always been tense, old Meng must be in a bad mood when he returned today. She didn't want her to have bad luck again. Li Mei hurriedly was about to leave, but after passing the kitchen, she came back and filled a big bowl with stew. Help me clean up the dishes. I want to visit Changle. Hey, don't. Before Wang Jiangwo finished speaking, Li Mei had already disappeared outside the door. He looked puzzled and asked his daughter, who was still licking her fingers, When did your mom get so close to Aunt Yu? Lily didn't lift her head and replied, Because Aunt Yu is very nice to me and Mom. She treats us to good food, and even pays my mom. Pays her? Wang Jiangwo became more confused. He hadn't been home these days and felt like he missed many important things. Here I come. She opened the door and saw it was Li Mei, and immediately she smiled. Sister-in-law Li, why are you here? What brings you to see me? Seeing you Changle's bright smile, Li Mei hesitated for a moment, then changed her words. Well, today we cooked some meat at home, so I brought you a bowl. Yu Changle looked at the fragrant stew of pork and potatoes and couldn't help but sigh internally. There are too many obstacles on the road to losing weight. Thank you, sister-in-law Li. I won't refuse. She took the bowl of stew, noticing that Li Mei didn't seem ready to leave, and wondered if she had something to say. Sister-in-law Li, why don't you come in and sit for a while? Li Mei smiled awkwardly. All right, I don't have much to do anyway. After you finish eating, I'll take the bowl back. Li Mei's unusual behavior immediately caught Yu Changle's attention. She must have something important to discuss. Yu Changle sat at the dining table, pretending to eat the stew, but kept glancing at Li Mei. It was obvious she was uneasy, and her eyes kept drifting toward the door. She couldn't hold it in anymore. Sister-in-law Li, is there something you want to say? Just tell me directly, so I won't worry. Just say it straight, sister. Li Mei sighed in relief when she heard her. Today, don't provoke your husband Lao Meng. He was reprimanded at the army today, so his mood isn't good. Please don't cause trouble. Yu Changle frowned. Why was he reprimanded? Li Mei's information was definitely from her husband Lao Wang, and there was no doubt about its truth. But how could Meng Jiuan, a model officer, be reprimanded for no reason? Li Mei thought for a moment and then told her about Lu Fang causing trouble at the military camp. Why Lao Meng was punished, Lao Wang doesn't know either, but it's definitely related to Lu Fang causing trouble. After hearing this, Yu Chang'e fell into thought. So, she saw Lu Fang on the way here today because she was causing trouble at the army camp, which directly led to Meng Jiuan being disqualified from the Advanced Individual Award. Honestly, hearing this news made Yu Chang'e feel upset. Only she and Meng Jiuan knew about their plans to divorce. In front of others, they still appeared united. Bullying Meng Jiuan was like bullying her, Yu Chang'e. As for the reason behind it, does it really matter? She knew very well the true character of Lu Fang and Meng Jiuan. You have many good qualities, but also some flaws, especially your tendency to defend others too much. Alright, sisterly, thank you for telling me about this. Don't worry, I won't bother old Meng.
Who dares to bully me?
Lu, your good days are over. Li Mei saw that Yu Chang'e seemed to have taken her words seriously, so she relaxed her worries. That's good. As long as you understand, when a couple lives together, it's mainly about caring for each other and helping each other. Don't argue all the time. Arguing hurts feelings. Yu Chang'e nodded, knowing Li Mei was speaking for her. Thank you, sisterly. Don't worry, I won't argue with Meng Jiuan anymore. Once divorced, there's even less chance of arguing. Li Mei smiled happily, feeling she made the right decision to come today. If Yu Chang'e really has changed as she said, the two of them might be a good match. One tall and handsome, the other full and beautiful. One serious and strict, always serious, the other smart and lively. Not only do they look good together, but their personalities also complement each other. The more she thought about it, the more she believed they were a perfect match made in heaven. Yu Chang'e also sincerely thanked Li Mei. In this big courtyard, she was the first person to show her kindness. By the way, sisterly, do you have free time in the next few days? I've taken on a few more orders. Would you like to work together? She knew Li Mei came from the countryside. Although she had studied for a few years, she still couldn't find a suitable job in the city and had to stay at home doing chores. Seeing her child growing up and about to start school, she spent more time alone at home doing housework, which didn't earn money and was a waste of time. So, she wanted to help Li Mei. As expected, Li Mei's eyes lit up immediately. Of course I want to do it. Is it the same work uniform as last time? Yu Chang'e smiled and shook her head. No, this time it's custom-made clothing. I'll show you the pattern. When Li Mei saw the pattern, her excitement faded a little. I don't know these styles, I probably can't make them. Yu Chang'e encouraged her, it's simple. I can teach you. The most important thing is whether you want to learn or not. Yes, I do. Of course, I want to learn. Even if it wasn't for making money, sewing was Li Mei's only hobby during her boring times. It was rare for Yu Chang'e to willingly teach her, so she had every reason to want to learn. That's good. I'll come to your house after breakfast tomorrow. We'll learn and do it together. Yu Chang'e saw Li Mei off and didn't rest immediately. Instead, she changed into a short-sleeved shirt and shorts and started her daily exercise routine in the yard. Clearing her complicated thoughts during exercise had become one of her long-standing habits. In the original owner's memory, there was never any record of conflicts between Meng Jiuan and Lu Fang. Even when Lu Fang saw Meng Jiuan, she always appeared polite and proper. Why would Lu Fang cause trouble at the army unit, and why would Meng Jiuan be punished? The only thing she could think of was that she had embarrassed Lu Fang at the bus stop. Could it be that Lu Fang would go to trouble Meng Jiuan over such a small matter? But even if that was the reason, Lu Fang shouldn't punish Meng Jiuan. Unable to understand, Yu Chang'e decided to stop guessing and go directly to Lu Fang to confront her. If it was truly her fault, she would clarify everything with Lu Fang. From now on, if anything happened, she would face her directly and not involve innocent people. After taking a quick, refreshing shower and changing clothes, Yu Chang'e closed the yard gate and headed to Lu Fang's house. The gate was not locked, so she went straight inside. Just as she was about to knock, she heard voices from inside. You say you caused trouble at the army today. What kind of thing is that? I've been embarrassed in front of everyone. It was Li Weiguo's voice, full of blame. Do you still have the nerve to blame me? Your wife was bullied, and you didn't stand up to fight for me. Can I fight for myself? Lu Fang's sharp voice cut in mercilessly. I've never been so humiliated in my life. What is he, that guy? He dared to kick me off the bus halfway through. I want him to know the price of offending me. Li Weiguo still seemed a bit unhappy. Old Meng wouldn't just kick you off the bus for no reason. Didn't you say something you shouldn't have? What did I say? I told the truth. Lu Fong, like a cat with its tail stepped on, became even angrier when talking about this. I saw you Changle pulling and tugging with a young man on the bus. Why can't I say anything? You're trying to stir up trouble between them, aren't you? Old Li truly couldn't understand why his wife would do such a harmful and unkind thing. Lu Fong snorted coldly. I'm just doing the right thing. A broken shoe from the countryside wearing a green hat, and he still acts like he's the best. He won't let anyone talk about it, and even calls me dishonest? I think he's either lost his mind or completely crazy. As they stared in shock, someone suddenly kicked open their front door from outside. Standing there was the very person Lu Fong had just mentioned. The broken shoe, Yu Changle. Yu Changle looked expressionless, his eyes fixed sharply on the somewhat frightened Lu Fong. The door was closed, so I couldn't hear clearly. Keep talking, I want to hear what else you have to say. If you miss anything, I'll add it. Seeing Li Weiguo, who looked just as stunned, Lu Fong suddenly realized they were in her home. Her temper flared again. Don't you know what you've done? Do I have to remind you? And you broke my door. I'll report you tomorrow. Report me? Yu Changle smirked coldly. To whom? I have no job here, no parents. Should I report to Meng Juan? Are you afraid he'll scold you again? Lu Fong, listen to me. Whatever I did, it has nothing to do with you. It's not your place to tell me what to do. Meng Juan is a decent person. He just kicked you out. I'm not a refined person either. Next time I find out you're spreading rumors behind my back, I'll smash your head. His fierce tone and threatening eyes made Lu Fong feel uneasy. She hurriedly pushed the stunned Li Weiguo. Why are you just standing there? Someone is beating on the door and insulting your wife. Aren't you a man? Li Weiguo was pushed, and he finally reacted. He had never seen a woman so bold before, kicking open the door and cursing with such anger that even he felt his heart tremble. But as Lu Fong said, people were insulting her face to face. If he stayed silent now, he'd seem too weak. So he hardened his face and said, Juan's wife, let's talk nicely. Coming in and kicking the door and yelling isn't very polite, is it? Really? I think it's quite appropriate. For someone who talks behind others' backs, cursing is nothing. Li Weiguo's face stiffened. His wife's actions weren't very proper, but since it had already come to this, he couldn't admit fault. My wife's words, are they just gossip? You probably know best yourself. I advise you not to take your anger out on my family. Instead, find a way to explain things clearly to old Meng. This made Yu Changle laugh in anger. She thought soldiers like Meng Juan would be brave and honest, at least willing to admit mistakes. But she didn't expect someone like Li Weiguo, who twists the truth and acts like a traitor, to be so hypocritical. Just as she was about to speak up and argue, a big hand suddenly rested on her shoulder. Taking advantage of my absence to gang up on my wife? Yu Changle turned around in surprise. The person was Meng Juan. His dark eyes looked coldly at the two people opposite him. His lips were pressed tightly, showing his displeasure. But the warmth of his hand on Yu Changle's shoulder made her feel safe. Li Weiguo didn't expect Meng Juan to appear. He looked a bit confused. Old Meng, you've misunderstood. It's your wife who came to my house, kicked down my door, and cursed at us. We didn't bully her. Li Weiguo, today in the political commissar's office, I didn't say all the nonsense your wife said. I was giving you some face. Do you know how serious the issues of damaging military marriage and hating farmers are? Meng Juan's voice was not loud, but it carried a serious tone. As a soldier and a company commander, knowing your family has problematic ideas, you not only fail to educate and correct them, but also indulge and protect them. Today, you cover for your wrongdoer family members. Tomorrow, you'll cover for your wrongdoer subordinates. How can someone like you lead soldiers? Although Meng Juan and Li Weiguo are both company commanders, Li Weiguo usually considers himself older and acts like the elder brother. But today, Meng Juan's words left him speechless. He was thinking about how to explain himself to Meng Jiuan when Lu Fang, behind him, didn't hold back. Meng Jiuan, stop lecturing me. Are you scaring me like a 3-year-old? Are you trying to protect your wife? You're just afraid she'll embarrass herself. I don't see what's wrong.
Yu Chang'e is just not disciplined.
She's fooling around with other men outside. I saw it with my own eyes. Everyone says the same. Meng Jiuan narrowed his eyes. That was a sign. He was angry. Li Weigua, my patience has limits. If you can't control yourself, let the state or the organization help you. Li Weigua didn't understand his implied meaning. If this issue isn't resolved well today, it will escalate to a class struggle. But Lu Fang couldn't understand. She thought Meng Jiuan was afraid to provoke her, just trying to scare Li Weigua, so she became more aggressive. Who do you think you are? Giving orders to whom? Li Weigua, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly shouted angrily, startling Lu Fang. Are you crazy? Why are you yelling at me? Li Weigua didn't bother explaining the situation to Lu Fang. He sincerely said to Meng Jiuan and Yu Chang'e, today my brother and sister-in-law were wrong. I apologize on behalf of my sister-in-law.
You were wronged by the punishment this time.
I will remember your kindness in forgiving me. I will definitely do better next time. Yu Chang'e glanced at Lu Fang and calmly said, wasn't she just talking loudly earlier? Why is she silent now when she needs to apologize? Does she need someone to help her apologize? Hearing this challenge, Lu Fang couldn't accept it. She shouted like she was on adrenaline. Bah! Who do you think you are? Want me to apologize to you? A dirty. From the countryside. A loud slap landed on Lu Fang's face. She covered her face, stared wide-eyed in disbelief, and turned to look at Li Weigua, who had slapped her. Since they married, Li Weigua had never hit her. Even when they argued, he only tolerated her. Today, he actually slapped her over a girl? Li Weigua felt a slight in his palm. He knew he had used force, but he couldn't hold back. If he didn't stop Lu Fang from talking, the situation would get out of control. Ignoring Lu Fang's shocked expression, he hardened his heart and shouted, apologize to Lao Meng and his wife. Lu Fang couldn't believe her ears. She screamed as if she had been deeply humiliated, pushed Li Weigua away, and ran into the inner room crying. Li Weigua looked awkwardly at Meng Jiuan, fidgeting nervously. I'm really sorry. I'll educate your sister-in-law. Give me some more time, and I will change her bad thoughts. Look, can't we just avoid making this bigger? Making it worse isn't good for anyone. Meng Jiuan looked back at Yu Chang'e, as if asking for her opinion. Yu Chang'e was not a confrontational person. Since Li Weigua had already apologized and promised to educate Lu Fang, and most importantly, because she felt satisfied after slapping him, she nodded to Meng Jiuan. Good, old Li. I hope you keep your promise. Only then did Li Weigua feel relieved, finally returning to his usual self with Meng Jiuan. After the incident, the two of them realized it was late and the moon was high in the night sky. The night was quiet, with gentle breezes softly blowing, like a soothing melody. Under the moonlight, their shadows walked slowly side by side, looking very harmonious and loving. Looking at their shadows on the ground, Yu Chang'e felt a rare warmth in her heart. She wanted to watch a little longer. We've already left their yard, so do we still need to stay close? She looked carefully and then noticed Meng Jiuan's hand still resting on her shoulder, causing her to stiffen. Noticing her, Meng Jiuan snapped out of the warm, peaceful scene and quickly withdrew his hand, as if burned. Sorry, I didn't notice. Yu Chang'e smiled casually. It's okay. I know you did it to show them. Meng Jiuan hesitated, but didn't correct her. They continued walking in silence and soon reached their home. Standing at the door, Yu Chang'e hesitated for a moment before speaking. I've thought about it and I want to explain something. Lu Fang said I was pulling and tugging with a young man on the bus, probably when I was coming back from the city. I was very tired and fell asleep. Before she finished, Meng Jiuan interrupted her.
You don't need to explain.
That's your own matter. I trust that before our divorce, you wouldn't do anything inappropriate. His cold tone, seeming unconcerned about the truth, felt like a sharp, hard needle stabbing her heart. She frowned, reminding herself to push away her discomfort from the original owner's feelings and forced a smile. That's good. I can promise you that before our divorce, nothing like that will happen. Meng Jian nodded and quietly entered his room. Elder Longlo looked at the tightly closed door and showed a faint smile. She thought she was overthinking and rushing to explain herself, but she realized that others didn't care about the truth. They only cared about how rumors affected them. On the other side of the door, Meng Jian stood behind it, motionless for a long time. He didn't understand why he had interrupted Yu Changlo earlier. Was he truly indifferent or too concerned? He didn't want to hear any words that he might dislike. The next morning, Meng Jian came out of his room with dark circles under his eyes, looking like he hadn't slept all night. On the dining table was a small cloth bag, about the size of a palm, bulging as if filled with something. Yu Changla carried a freshly made fried egg noodle dish from the kitchen. Seeing Meng Jian staring blankly at the bag, she casually said, "Didn't I lend you some money and a note before?
Count them.
Are the amounts correct?" As soon as she said this, Meng Jian's already pale face looked even worse. He answered in a hoarse voice, "No one is rushing you to pay back. No need to hurry." Yu Changla didn't notice his unusual mood. She smiled and placed the noodles in front of him. "I'm not used to being pressured to pay back money. As the saying goes, if you borrow, you should pay back. Borrowing again isn't difficult." She surprisingly still had the mood to joke, but Meng Jian felt inexplicably downhearted. "Eat slowly. I have an appointment with Sister Li, so I need to leave first." Watching Yu Chang Li's cheerful figure walk away, she seemed very happy. Meng Jian felt a strange tightness inside, as if he was suffocating. It wasn't until he smelled the aroma of the fried egg noodles that his face eased a little. Forget it, he wasn't really hungry. He just didn't want to waste food. Meanwhile, Li Mei was at home, eagerly waiting for Yu Changla to come. Growing impatient, a chubby little girl appeared at the gate and greeted her from afar. "Sister Li, I'm here." Li Mei happily went out to meet her, taking the big and small packages from her hands. "You told me you had so many things. I came to help carry them. You look exhausted, sweating all over." Yu Changla cheerfully laughed. "I'm on a diet, so this is like weight training." Li Mei couldn't understand the words she was saying, but she understood that she thought she was fat. She hurriedly comforted her. "You're not fat at all. Being full and round looks good. Listen to me, don't bother with those useless things." Yu Changla chuckled and didn't bother explaining. She knew Li Mei was only trying to be kind. Looking around, she changed the subject. "Lily? Has she gotten up yet?" Li Mei teased her. "Probably no one in this yard gets up later than you. You've already gotten up, so who hasn't?" Lily left early for school. Yu Changla stuck out her tongue and thought to herself that she didn't know. But today, someone really did get up later than her. After chatting casually, Yu Changla took out the pattern and planned to start teaching with the simplest skirt. Li Mei studied very carefully. She already had a good foundation, but this was her first time learning modern sewing techniques. With a little guidance from Yu Changla, she quickly picked it up. "Changla, I really admire you. How did you come up with this sewing method?" Thanks to Yu Changla's teaching, the stitches on the fabric were neat and lively. Unlike before, when the stitches were stiff and square, now the lines were soft and full of life. This way of sewing the skirt was much more graceful and flowing than the old method. Yu Changla just smiled. This was only the basic technique. Once she taught Li Mei how to make ruffled edges and then how to create a dozen different pleat styles from those ruffles, Li Mei's jaw would drop. Most of the patterns Yu Changla drew were simple and elegant, chosen to match the era's style. As the country began reform and opening up in 1978, regions gradually relaxed restrictions, and people's ideas started to open up with the wave of reform. But at this time, it was still early in the reform era. It wasn't yet a time of full creative freedom, and there were still many dangers lurking beneath the surface. At this point, Yu Changla chose to move forward steadily. Taking big steps could lead to trouble. However, in just one morning, under Yu Changla's guidance, Li Mei learned to sew the skirt she designed. If she didn't need to prepare lunch for Lily, she would have wanted to make another one immediately to reinforce what she learned.
IQ300 politely declined Li Mei's lunch invitation.
After the stew last night, if she had another stew now, she thought, she might as well just accept being a bit chubbier. Although she refused the stew, she didn't refuse to pick some fresh vegetables from Li Mei's yard. Loofah, bittermelon, and tomatoes. These seasonal vegetables that haven't been sprayed with pesticides are all good for a healthy diet. When she picked the tomatoes, Yu Changel paused for a moment, then casually picked a few more. When Yu Changel returned home, as expected, the house was already empty. Meng Jian should have gone back to the army. Looking at the clean and tidy kitchen, a small smile appeared on Yu Changel's face as she muttered to herself. A neat environment made her feel happier. Today, she decided to cook scrambled eggs with tomatoes and some loofah soup. Both are quick dishes, ready in just a few minutes. Yu Changel enjoyed her meal happily, then started to count her expenses. She had repaid Meng Jian with money and tickets, totaling 15 yuan and 72 cents. Besides the cost of train and grain tickets, she also added a small interest of 5 cents. Buying cotton fabric and fabric tickets cost 56 yuan. This expense reminded Yu Changel that buying fabric at the supply and marketing cooperative with tickets was expensive, so she needed to find a more affordable source for fabric. All these small expenses left Yu Changel with not much money, only 35 yuan and 60 cents remaining. She touched her thin wallet and reminded herself that she was still in the startup phase, so she needed to tighten her belt. In the next few days, Yu Changel stayed peacefully in the courtyard, teaching Li Mei how to make several patterns for orders. Fortunately, Li Mei was experienced and enthusiastic about sewing. Even though she was learning as she went, her speed was quite good. After finishing orders for Aunt Lu and Aunt Wang, Yu Changel also made 2 trips to the city to deliver the clothes. Both women loved the clothes when they received them. They tried them on immediately and didn't want to take them off, walking around the residential area in them. By chance, they also helped Yu Changel get 2 more small orders. At this moment, no matter the size of the orders, Yu Changel was very happy to receive them. Time flew quickly during busy days. Soon, it was the beginning of the month, the time to pay rent. After explaining all the details of the clothes she planned to make to Li Mei, Yu Changel packed her money and took a bus into the city. Following her arrangement with Lu Bo, she got off the bus and headed toward Zhang Dapeng's backyard. Before she reached it, she saw someone waiting for her by the roadside, a person she hadn't seen in a while. Lu Bo is still full of enthusiasm. When he sees Yu Changel from afar, he waves his hand. "Changel, over here." Seeing him, Yu Changel smiles and waves back eagerly. "I'm coming, bro Bo." Today, Lu Bo is dressed very smartly. He took a few days off early to help Yu Changel sign the contract as a witness. He's never played such an important role as a guarantor before. He seems even more excited than Yu Changel, the buyer. When Yu Changel approaches, Lu Bo blurts out, "It's been a while. Why do you look so much thinner?" This makes Yu Changel very happy. She touches her face, and her eyes curve into a smile. "Really?" Lu Bo frowns. "Is it not true? Your face looks smaller. Young girls shouldn't overwork themselves. Losing weight too fast isn't good." Hearing Lu Bo's caring words, Yu Changel feels very happy. It shows her weight loss plan is working and has become noticeable. She smiles and says, "Don't worry, bro Bo. I'm doing well. I just need to lose some weight because I was a bit too chubby." Lu Bo shakes his head dismissively. "Who says you're fat? You were just right before, healthy and full." Hearing this, Yu Changel feels a little annoyed but laughs and changes the subject. "Is Zhang Dapeng at home? Let's sign the contract quickly. Later, I want to buy some things for my shop." "Yes, I've already been to his house. He's coming out to meet you. If you want to buy something, I'll go with you. I took the day off, so I have time." Yu Changel is happy. "That's great. I was worried I might not be able to move everything alone." Lu Bo cheerfully replies, "Don't worry. With me here, no matter how heavy, I can handle it." Just then, a faint voice comes from behind them. "Having such a good chat?" Lu Bo is startled. He turns around and sees Zhang Dapeng. He quickly steps back. "I told you not to scare people like that." Zhang Dapeng dodges playfully and grins. "If there's anything left unsaid, we can talk later. First, let's sign the contract." Yu Chang'e nods happily. Yes, let's sign the contract first. Since the main contract was already prepared last time, we didn't spend much extra time today. Both sides reviewed it and had no objections, so we signed the payment agreement and a supplementary clause for the house purchase after 3 months. When Yu Chang'e handed 30 yuan in rent to Zhang Dapeng, the matter of the clothing shop was finally settled. Zhang Dapeng was generous. As soon as he had money, he was ready to treat everyone to a meal. This time, Yu Chang'e didn't refuse. First, because they had agreed to have this meal at the beginning of the month, and second, because he would need to deal with him again when buying the house. It was better to keep good relations. During the meal, Zhang Dapeng asked for a bottle of wine, but Yu Chang'e and Lu Bo didn't drink. So he drank alone happily. After leaving the restaurant, Zhang Dapeng pulled Lu Bo aside and said, "Come on, Boji brother, I'll take you somewhere fun." Lu Bo pulled back his sleeve in disgust and said, "I don't have time. I need to go shopping with Chang'e." Hearing this, Zhang Dapeng paused, his eyes flickering between Yu Chang'e and Lu Bo. Suddenly, he chuckled. "Haha. I get it. You're full of nonsense." Lu Bo kicked him on the annoyed by his silly look. "Hurry home. Don't spend money just because you have it. Aren't you going south soon? Be careful you don't spend all your travel money." Zhang Dapeng, drunk, didn't dodge the kick and staggered a few steps but was fine. Knowing Lu Bo wasn't angry, he shamelessly smiled with dazed eyes and said, Okay, I'll go back now. I won't bother you. On your date." Lu Bo knew he couldn't reason with a drunk, so he ignored him and turned to Yu Chang'e, saying, "Let's go."
Don't worry about him.
He knows to go home. Seeing Zhang Dapeng wobble back home, Yu Chang'e nodded. She wasn't as relaxed as him. She still had many things to do today. "Boji, do you know any nearby wood factories that make custom furniture?" She had already thought about it. The finished furniture from the supply and marketing cooperative was expensive and required receipts. More importantly, it was unlikely to have furniture that met her needs. So, the best way was to order directly from a wood factory. Lu Bo answered without hesitation, "Of course, Hongxing Wood Factory. My friend works there." "Great, then let's go check it out." The friend Lu Bo mentioned is Zhou Jiqiang, a third-level technician at Hongxing Wood Factory. When Lu Bo brought along a pretty young woman to visit, Zhou Jiqiang greeted them very warmly and was eager to help with anything they needed. Yu Chang'e didn't want to display her items in the current popular long counter style. She took out her pre-drawn sketches and showed them to Zhou Jiqiang, asking if their factory could make what she needed. At first, Zhou Jiqiang was confident, but as he looked more closely, his expression gradually turned to confusion. "These shelves are simple, no problem. But this human mannequin, I've never made one before. I need to show it to my master." Yu Chang'e's drawing included some common modern display shelves and also a frame for a human mannequin, with careful notes about removable arms. This stumped Zhou Jiqiang. Since he started working at the factory at 16, he had never seen furniture shaped like a human figure. Yu Chang'e didn't insist. "I'll just order these display shelves first. As for the mannequin, could you ask Brother Zhou for help? If it's possible, I'll order too." "Sure, I'll take care of that," Zhou Jiqiang replied. "How much are these display shelves? Can I pay a deposit now?" After paying her rent, Yu Chang'e didn't have much money left. She was still waiting for the final payment for her work uniform, and she thought she might have to be bold and ask Lu Rumei at her home about it. Zhou Jiqiang waved his hand generously. "It's just a few thin wooden strips. I can finish them after work. No need to pay now. Come pick them up tomorrow." Seeing that Yu Chang'e still wanted to insist, Lu Bo added. Jiqiang said no need, then no need. The wood factory throws away more leftover boards daily than you need. Just listen to him. Yu Chang'e had no choice but to give up. She had to admit that people in this era were much more warm-hearted and genuine than today. Among relatives and friends, if someone worked at a certain place and could help out, they would do so casually, without expecting anything in return. After thanking them, Yu Chang'e remembered she still needed to buy a single bed. Once Diao Dapeng left the small room, she threw out all the old furniture. When Zhou Jiqiang heard she wanted a single bed, he was even happier. "Today, I just got a bed with a small flaw on the headboard. It doesn't affect you at all. If you don't mind, you can buy it for 6 yuan. Of course, Yu Changel didn't mind. Nowadays, the bedding doesn't need to be perfect at the head of the bed. As long as it looks decent, that's enough. Since appearance isn't the main concern, she only cared about practicality. That's great. Brother Zhou, thank you so much. These things saved me a lot of money. Seeing Yu Changel's sweet smile, Zhou Jicheng blushed and looked a bit embarrassed. No problem. If you're free, you can invite me to dinner or to watch a movie. His words left Yu Changel confused. Was he being polite or not? She didn't respond immediately, instinctively saying, of course. I will treat you to a meal. Lu Bo saw Zhou Jicheng's face turn slightly red and realized that his intentions might not be entirely innocent. But since they were in front of Yu Changel, he couldn't embarrass his friend, so he tried to make up for it. Changel, I was the one who introduced that order. You can't forget to invite me to eat. Yu Changel quickly responded, of course. We're all good friends. The more people, the more lively the meal. Seeing their meeting turn into a small gathering, Zhou Jicheng anxiously signaled to Lu Bo with his eyes. Lu Bo pretended not to notice and reminded Yu Changel, aren't you supposed to go to the supply store? If you don't go now, they'll be closed. Hearing this, Yu Changel quickly said goodbye. Brother Zhou, I'll leave the things I ordered to you. The bed is also included in the order. I'll come pick it up tomorrow. When Zhou Jicheng heard Yu Changel talking to him, he finally stopped glaring at Lu Bo and instead smiled warmly. All right, don't worry. I'll make sure everything is perfect for you tomorrow. That model shouldn't be a problem. He was determined to leave a good impression on Yu Changel, even if it meant bothering his master to get the model made. After leaving Hongxing Timber Factory, Lu Bo felt a bit awkward. Zhou Jicheng is just a big, simple guy. He's a bit too straightforward. Changel, don't take it to heart. No need to mind him. I'll invite him to dinner later. Yu Changel, having recovered from her surprise, smiled and said, Brother Zhou is a good person, just like Brother Bo, kind and helpful. It's no trouble to have dinner. Once I've settled everything, I'll treat everyone. Liobor felt a bit embarrassed to speak openly to Yu Changel, so he just mumbled and nodded, deciding to turn away quickly and clarify things with Zhou Jicheng later. Yu Changel was a military wife, so Liobor knew he must not have any improper thoughts about her. When they entered the supply and marketing cooperative, the clerk immediately recognized Yu Changel. Who wouldn't remember her, having bought dozens of yuan worth of fabric last time? No one else bought fabric so boldly. The clerk warmly greeted them. Hello, comrade. Do you want to buy fabric today? We just received a new batch of pattern cloth. Would you like to take a look? Yu Changel shook her head with a smile, looked around, and didn't see what she needed. Then she asked, hello, do you sell sewing machines? These days, sewing machines were big items. Usually, only well-off families would buy one for weddings or big events. Most stores wouldn't have them in stock. The surprised clerk glanced at Yu Changel and then at Liubo, and suddenly understood. It seemed they were a young couple preparing their wedding trousseau. No wonder she bought so much fabric last time, new quilts, new clothes, and bedding. They must need more for their preparations. Looking at them, the tall, strong man and the beautiful, curvy woman made a perfect pair. The clerk imagined a love story about a young couple about to get married and smiled. We don't have any sewing machines today, but we can apply to the higher-level supply store. It'll arrive in a week. Do you have a sewing machine ticket or a national industrial ticket? Yu Changel was puzzled. She wasn't from the ticket era and hadn't expected sewing machines to have special tickets. Liubo noticed her hesitation and quickly said, yes, we do. Please help us apply for one. He took out a national industrial ticket from his pocket. It was a valuable item, not only for buying sewing machines but also bicycles, radios, and many other popular goods. The clerk's eyes lit up when she saw the ticket. Comrade, may I ask if we could trade? Since you want to buy a sewing machine, would you be willing to exchange your national industrial ticket for my sewing machine ticket? Liubo knew this wasn't a good deal, but since he needed the ticket to buy the sewing machine for Changel, he decided it was okay. He immediately agreed. Yu Changel quickly stopped him and said, no way, I want to buy that sewing machine, so I can't use your ticket. The shop assistant misunderstood Yu Changel's words, thinking the sewing machine was her dowry, and said kindly, "Oh, young girl, you are all here to buy a sewing machine. There's no need to be so clear about whose is whose. It doesn't matter who uses it." Lu Bo handed the ticket to the shop assistant. "All right, I'll exchange this ticket with you. We will definitely get the sewing machine." Before Yu Changle could reach out to take the ticket back, the shop assistant quickly put it in his pocket, smiling happily. "Don't worry, you can come back in a week and I will make sure to get it for you." Then, smiling warmly at Yu Changle, he said, "Young girl, you're so lucky. It's hard to find such a generous partner." Both of them were surprised and hurriedly explained, "No, we're not a couple." The shop assistant, with a friendly smile like an experienced person, said, "I understand. Young people are shy. It's not like that now, but it will be soon." They left the supplies store feeling awkward, still unable to convince the shop assistant that they weren't a couple. To ease the awkwardness, Lu Bo pretended to be generous and said, "Well, we don't need to explain too much. Middle-aged women love gossip. If there's no gossip, they'll create some to talk about." Yu Changle was amused but still felt a little guilty. "Boga, I'll definitely pay you back your ticket as soon as I can. It's okay. That ticket was given to me by my mother to keep just in case." Lu Bo stopped mid-sentence, coughing awkwardly. "Anyway, I don't need it right now, so don't worry about it." Then he suddenly remembered something and asked, "But that sewing machine isn't cheap. You only paid 3 months' rent. Do you still have that much money?" The shop assistant had said earlier that one sewing machine costs 175 yuan, which is more than half a year's wages for an ordinary worker who eats and drinks normally. Can Yu Changle really afford such a large sum? She nodded confidently. Old Ding had promised her that she would receive the money at the beginning of the month, so she wasn't worried about not being able to buy the sewing machine. Lu Bo still looked a bit doubtful. "Don't be so formal with me. I still have some savings. Want to borrow some to use first?" Yu Changle was deeply touched by Lu Bo, this kind-hearted young man. These days, such caring young people are rare. If Lu Bo had not always been straightforward and sincere when talking to her, not just the shop assistant, Yu Changle might have wondered if he liked her. "Brother Bo, don't worry. I have enough money to buy a sewing machine. If I really don't, I'll ask you to lend me some." Lu Bo also smiled and rubbed the back of his head. "All right, you don't need to be polite. As a young girl trying to run a business, it's not easy. I don't have many helpers, so I'll help if I can." Yu Changle felt warm inside and said with a smile, "That's why doing good deeds brings good rewards. You see, last time when you helped someone bravely, I got to meet such a good big brother like you." Talking about the brave act, Lu Bo suddenly remembered. "Oh, I met Lu Yuding a couple of days ago.
She asked about you."
Yu Changle also liked that university girl from Yuzhou Normal School. "Once my shop opens, I'll invite her over as a guest." Seeing that it was getting late, Yu Changle still had an important task, going to Lu Rumei's house to ask about the remaining payment. Her own family's modest savings were almost exhausted. After saying goodbye to Lu Bo, Yu Changle confidently headed to Lu Rumei's house. It was already a bit late, and Old Ding had finished work and gone home. When Lu Rumei saw Yu Changle at the door, she immediately happily pulled her inside. "I was just talking about you with your brother-in-law. Now you've come." Old Ding was also glad to see Yu Changle. "Come in, sit down. Have you eaten? It's just right for us to eat together." Yu Changle felt a little embarrassed. Visiting at mealtime might seem like she was just there to eat, and since she was there to ask for the remaining payment, she felt even more awkward. No need, no need. I've already eaten. I just came to the city to deliver some goods and thought I'd visit my sister and brother-in-law." But Lu Rumei didn't believe her story. "You said you came to deliver goods, but how could you have time to eat? Don't be shy, sit down." She then took a set of bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen and pulled Yu Changle to sit at the dining table. Old Ding took a bowl and poured her some soup, saying as he did, "It's been a few days since we saw you." Little Lu looks thinner, her chin sharper. "Here, have some soup to warm up." Lu Rumei looked at Yu Changle while helping her serve food.
"Isn't that right?
"I was so tired fixing your work uniform that I haven't recovered in days." "Oh, I feel so sorry for you, sis." Seeing the dishes in her bowl overflowing, Yu Changle quickly stopped her with a smile and a laugh. "That's enough, sis. If you keep serving me, I won't have room for my chopsticks. I must say, at Lu Rumei's home, Yu Changel always feels a warm, family-like atmosphere. That's one reason she likes Lu Rumei's family. Maybe she doesn't care much about love, but she always longs for the warmth of her family. Looking at the bowl of soup and the overflowing food in front of her, Yu Changel's lips curl up, her nose feels a little sore, but her heart is very sweet. She doesn't want to ruin this warm moment. So, she decides not to ask about money for now. But, unexpectedly, Lao Ding brings it up himself. Xiaolo, I was just telling your sister that the final payment for the work uniforms has arrived. The post office will send you the remittance slip tomorrow, when they open. You came today just in time, so you don't have to wait. Remember to take the remittance slip after dinner. This news makes Yu Changel very happy, her eyes shining. Thank you, brother-in-law. Thanks? Why should I thank you? It's all you deserve. I even thanked you during the inspection when I explained the viewpoints you gave me. We received high praise from the inspection team, so this evaluation should turn out well. Whenever they talk about the work uniforms in the cafeteria, Lao Ding sincerely thanks Yu Changel. She not only saved her family but also her career, and unexpectedly helped her improve further. She's truly a lucky star for their family. Hearing that Lao Ding's work has achieved good results, Yu Changel is happy for him too. That's great. I was worried the inspection team might have different opinions about the improved uniforms. I'm glad they're satisfied. Lao Ding remembers what Lu Rumei said during dinner. By the way, your sister said you're planning to open a clothing store. Have you sorted out the paperwork? Yu Changel nods. Yes, the shop is at the corner of Shunqing Street. I just paid the rent, but I haven't had time to handle the other business licenses. Lu Rumei adds, your brother-in-law can help with that. Let him handle the paperwork at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, so you won't have to go back and forth. Old Ding nodded and said, yes, indeed. If you handle the paperwork yourself, it will probably take a lot of time. Let me help you do it to save trouble. Yu Changel felt very lucky. After meeting Lu Bo, she had also met this couple, which made her feel warmth in this strange time. Feeling touched, her voice became thick with a nasal sound when she spoke again. Thank you, sister and brother-in-law. Thank you for your help and care. Lu Rumei smiled and gently pinched her nose. You're such a big girl. Still crying? Aren't you afraid your brother-in-law will laugh? Old Ding muttered softly nearby. Tisich, when you were crying like a clown, why weren't you afraid I would laugh? Unaware that Lu Rumei heard him clearly, she immediately reached out and pinched Old Ding's ear, then twisted it. Who do you want to laugh at? Ouch! A gentleman talks without using fists. Aren't you afraid little Lu will laugh at you? Old Ding kept begging for mercy. If you're not afraid, what am I afraid of? You even dare to mention that thing. Looks like you're feeling itchy. Come on, let me scratch it for you. Lu Rumei said as she reached out to do so, but Old Ding hurriedly blocked her. Yu Changel laughed happily from the side. This kind of couple seemed like they were really living together. She and Meng Jiuan. Suddenly, she remembered Meng Jiuan. Yu Changel quickly shook her head. He was someone else's husband. She shouldn't get involved. Meng Jiuan stood in front of his house gate, hesitating and not pushing the door open, even though it was right there. Since leaving that morning, he had been back at the army for several days of continuous drills, which gave him a good reason to avoid facing Yu Changel at home. He didn't want to face her, but the reason was different from his past dislike for her. During this time, whenever he was with her, he sensed something quietly changing. Besides clearly noticing Yu Changel's transformation, what confused him more was the change in how he felt when they were together. He used to think she disliked trouble and was annoying, but after realizing she wasn't that bad, he felt uncomfortable. He felt physically unwell, heart racing irregularly, cold hands and feet, body feeling hot. These symptoms had appeared before. Thinking of this, Meng Jiuan let out a long breath. Luckily, these days would soon be over. At the beginning of the month. Wasn't it here just a moment ago? Hey, who is standing over there? Li Mei approached and recognized him. Jiuan. I was wondering who it was. Why are you standing at the door without coming in? Meng Jiuan respects Li Mei a lot. When he first arrived at the military district, She and Deputy Captain Wang took good care of him. Seeing her come over, he replied, "Sister-in-law, I just got back and was looking for my keys." Li Mei smiled at him.
See?
You soldiers are always forgetful. You can't even find your keys. While speaking, she reached out and knocked on the door. Changel, open the door quickly. Old Meng is back. Her familiar tone surprised Meng Jian. It turned out that it wasn't just Yu Changel bothering Li Mei alone. Their relationship seemed to be quite good.
Huh?
Has she not come back yet? Li Mei knocked a few more times but got no response. She handed the plate she was holding to Meng Jian. Here, take this. Yesterday, Changel said she wanted to eat pancakes, so I made some last night. You two can eat together. Seeing Meng Jian still looking dazed, Li Mei thought for a moment and said, Jian, since I happen to see you, I want to say a few words.
Please don't mind.
Meng Jian finally snapped out of his thoughts and quickly took the plate. Sister-in-law, if we've done anything wrong, please tell us. We will definitely improve. Li Mei shook her head with a smile and said earnestly, You and Changel are good kids. I used to misunderstand Changel too, but after spending time with her, I realized she has many good qualities. And you, there's no need to say. Your character and abilities are excellent. But I do want to remind you, you're still too serious. When leading soldiers, seriousness is necessary, but in daily life, should you always be serious? Not necessarily. Seeing that Meng Jian seemed to listen carefully, Li Mei also wanted to help the young couple get along better. She continued, Married life isn't just about noticing each other's flaws. You should also see each other's strengths. No one in this world is perfect. Look, Changel has been working hard to support the family, leaving early and returning late. It's not easier than training. Her efforts are also to help share the burden of supporting the family, right? Recently, for a work uniform order, she was so busy that she didn't even have time to go home for a day. She stayed late at the customer's house, making sample clothes overnight, and successfully secured the order. Do you think this is hard or easy for a young girl? Li Mei kindly advised her, not realizing that a single sentence she said unexpectedly brightened Meng Jian's mood. It turned out that the reason no one was home that day was because she was busy doing so much. It wasn't just talk about work. He knew that Lu Fong and Song Chunlan, the two gossiping women, were criticizing Yu Changel. Didn't they see how much Li Sa liked her? Although he knew Yu Changel was not earning money to support the family, it didn't change the fact that she was working very hard and seriously. Even Meng Jian didn't notice that his lips were curling up slightly, and his inner happiness was almost impossible to hide. Suddenly, a familiar voice came. Li Sa? Are you all waiting for me at the door? While Meng Jian was lost in thought, Yu Changel hurried back on the last bus. Li Mei was happy to see her. Of course, we're waiting for you. Old Meng lost his keys. If you didn't come back, he'd have to stand there as punishment. Seeing Yu Changel look confused, Meng Jian felt a bit embarrassed. This is a pancake Li Sa brought. When Yu Changel saw it, she recognized it as the scallion pancake she casually mentioned yesterday. She immediately smiled brightly. Thank you, Li Sa. Now I have breakfast sorted for tomorrow morning. Such a fragrant scallion pancake. I've been craving it for days. Li Mei teasingly said, I invited you to eat at home, but you insisted on a diet meal. If I didn't make it for you, you'd probably skip it yourself. Yu Changel pretended to be proud. Li Sa, you're the biggest obstacle on my weight loss journey. Watching their close interaction, Meng Jian suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. He thought everyone in the courtyard disliked Yu Changel. After seeing Li Mei off, the two of them carried the scallion pancakes into the house. Yu Changel didn't expect Meng Jian to come back again. She was a bit puzzled but also found her own thoughts amusing. This is someone else's home. When they want to come back, they come back. How can a guest like you question that? But suddenly, with an extra person, especially a man, in the usually empty house, she felt a little uneasy. Anyway, since there was nothing to say, Yu Changel decided to ignore him completely. After changing her clothes in her room, she went to the yard to do her daily half-hour exercise. Meng Jian sat calmly at his desk reading a book, but he hadn't turned a single page for a long time. By accident, He glanced over and saw Yu Changel coming out of her room again, wearing a different set of short sleeves and shorts. He was about to look away to avoid embarrassment when she suddenly opened the door and went outside. Meng Jian quickly stood up and followed her out of the house, taking 2 or 3 steps. He knew that her going out like this would probably cause more criticism. When he reached the door, he froze in place. In the quiet yard, the moonlight spilled softly over everything. Yu Changel's arms and legs, exposed in the moonlight, looked white and smooth, shining gently. She was facing away from Meng Jian, focused on warming up. She moved side to side and squatted down, each movement precise and proper. Suddenly, she turned around and realized Meng Jian was standing at the door, watching her. She paused and asked calmly, "Do you need something?" Meng Jian felt his face flush. That uncomfortable, feverish feeling was back. He bit his dry lips and his Adam's apple moved involuntarily. "Your warm-up movements aren't quite right." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately wondered why he was answering a question he wasn't asked. Was he nervous just because he was replying to Yu Changel? Yu Changel frowned and thought for a moment. Maybe Meng Jian was more professional than she was in this area. So she humbly asked, "Really? Which movements are not correct? Tell me, I'll improve." Meng Jian didn't speak nonsense. Just now, Yu Changel's side angle wasn't quite right. She hadn't fully stretched her side muscles, and her squat wasn't low enough. Of course, he was just nitpicking her like he would a soldier, but if he didn't say anything, he didn't know how to handle the awkward situation. Yu Changel thought he was right. She followed his advice and asked like this, "Is this enough?" Faced with her question, Meng Jian felt his mouth go dry. He didn't know how to explain clearly, so he walked over, holding her hand and waist, and said, "Keep your stance steady and still. Stretch your arms straight out. Reach as far as you can. The farther, the better." Just as he arranged her to his satisfaction, Meng Jian suddenly realized that his hands were bare, resting openly on Yu Changel's arm and waist. His palm felt a slippery, startling sensation. If a third person had been present and seen this moment, they would undoubtedly say that the two of them looked like they were hugging each other. Yu Changel reached up forcefully according to Meng Jian's words. "Is this okay now?" Thinking it over, she felt something was off and shifted her body slightly. "How about this?" But after waiting a long time and not hearing any response from Meng Jian, she turned back in confusion. A warm breath was suddenly blown over her forehead, then traced down her exposed neck. Yu Changel shivered sharply, quickly pulling her hand back to her chest. She froze as if her pressure points had been pressed. The two stood in the courtyard in a strange yet close pose, as if both afraid of touching some hidden trap. Yu Changel's hair was blown by the night breeze, occasionally brushing past Meng Jian's chin, carrying a fresh soapberry scent and her light floral fragrance. Meng Jian instinctively held his breath, but then took a deeper breath, exhaling a hot breath that sprayed onto the back of Yu Changel's neck. This caused her to shiver from her spine to her back and all over her body, feeling a tingling, numb sensation. The cool night made her exposed skin almost feel the heat coming from Meng Jian's body. The more this happened, the more they dared not move. After a long while, Meng Jian's fingers, resting on Yu Changel's waist, moved slightly. In that moment, a wonderful feeling seemed to switch something on between them. With perfect understanding, they both suddenly pulled away. Yu Changel was the first to speak, leaving a sentence behind. "It's a bit cold. I'll go inside first." Left behind, Meng Jian stood in the courtyard, staring blankly at his fingers. Every slight movement made him blush instantly, as if recalling something, making his face turn red. The next morning, Yu Changel was still half asleep in bed when she smelled the aroma of scallion pancakes coming from the door. Although she hadn't slept well last night and was very sleepy now, she thought about how the scallion pancakes would taste bad if they cooled down. She forced herself to get out of bed. When she opened the door, she saw Meng Jian carrying pancakes from the kitchen, heading outside. He quickly glanced at her, then lowered his head and in a slightly hoarse voice said, "Finish washing up and come have breakfast." Yu Changel nodded blankly. Then, imitating Meng Jian's downward gaze, she also headed into the kitchen. Unexpectedly, after a night, the two still felt a bit awkward when they met. While rinsing her mouth, Yu Changel secretly scolded herself for being so timid. As a modern woman of the 21st century, what's the big deal about a little physical contact? Why was she so shy? She also recalled an old story. In her previous life, a new client manager joined the company, an outgoing girl who immediately wanted to build a good relationship with her boss. Her way of breaking the ice was to invite her to watch a magic show, saying it was rare for the tour to come to the city. She had heard of this macho show before, but at that time, she was overwhelmed with work and refused firmly, even criticizing the girl, saying that instead of wasting energy trying to get close to her, she should focus on marketing more high-end clients. Yu Changel regretted it now. Why had she become a tool in the hands of capitalists? The clients belonged to the company, but the macho show was hers. If she had seen such a grand scene, would she have been nervous last night? Maybe she could have even danced a close-contact dance. Lost in her daydreams, the kitchen curtain was lifted, and Meng Jiwen's deep, hoarse voice came through. "Come out soon, or the pancakes will get cold." Yu Changel jolted, quickly rinsed her mouth a few more times, and came out. They each took a pancake to eat, and the house fell into a quiet silence, so still that you could hear a pin drop.
You.
I both almost spoke at the same time, heard each other's words, then stopped. After a moment of silence, Meng Jiwen spoke. "You go first." Yu Changel finally noticed that his voice sounded a bit hoarse today. "Are you coming down with a cold? Do you have medicine at home?" Meng Jiwen looked a little uncomfortable. Last night, Yu Changel had gone straight to her room after entering, and he didn't know he had stood in the yard for a long time until he sneezed and finally came back to himself. This morning, his throat felt a bit sore, probably caught a cold. "It's nothing.
Just some hot water will help."
What were you about to say earlier? Meng Jiwen remembered Li Mei's reminder from yesterday, so he deliberately slowed his tone and speech, asking Yu Changel patiently. Eager to share, Yu Changel said, "I just want to tell you that my work arrangements are almost settled. If you have time in the next few days, we can go ahead and handle the divorce." Meng Jiwen clenched his hand holding a biscuit, lost in thought, and didn't reply. Thinking he didn't hear her clearly, Yu Changel was about to speak again when Meng Jiwen suddenly said, "There are military exercises these days, so it will be after they finish." "Oh." Yu Changel nodded understandingly. "No problem. How long will the exercises take?" Meng Jiwen frowned. Why was she in such a hurry? 1 week. Yu Changel thought that was fine. The sewing machine wouldn't arrive for another week anyway, and moving early wouldn't help her do anything. She might as well stay at the compound and sew a few more orders using Li Mei's machine. Moreover, Meng Jiwen would be at the military exercises and wouldn't come home, so she wouldn't have to worry about any awkward moments like last night. All right, then let's handle the divorce after a week. By the way, what did you want to say earlier? Yu Changel's relaxed tone made Meng Jiwen feel uncomfortable. He answered coldly, "I was just asking about that." After saying this, he started eating his scallion pancake eagerly. Seeing him eat, Yu Changel also stayed silent and focused on enjoying her fragrant pancake. Watching her eat happily, Meng Jiwen suddenly felt that the pancake in his hand didn't taste as good anymore, and his throat felt tight. He quickly swallowed the pancake in 2 bites, then stood up, grabbed his coat and hat, and prepared to leave. Suddenly, he remembered something. He reached into his coat pocket, took out some money, and handed it to Yu Changel. "This month's household expenses." Yu Changel, with half a pancake in her mouth, froze in surprise. She was unsure whether to accept or refuse. "Aren't we getting divorced this month?" She tried to remind him. Meng Jiwen answered stiffly, "Before the divorce, I will give you the household expenses owed. Not a penny less. After the divorce. Until you are self-reliant, 20 yuan a month for living expenses." Yu Changel was stunned. What kind of move was this? Was there really such a responsible man in this world? All the men she had met before, classmates, clients, colleagues, or bosses, seemed confident and gentlemanly on the surface, but once it came to their own interests, their faces and words changed instantly. She had become used to exchanges based on mutual benefit, But now the man she was about to divorce was still thinking of taking care of her? Meng Jian. This is so strange. Since she set the divorce date with Meng Jian, Yu Changel had finally sorted out the last thing left by the original owner. Next, she was ready to focus entirely on starting her big business adventure. Thinking about starting a business, she had imagined it many times in her past life, but she never dared to give up her high-paying job to take a risky new path. But this time was different. Now, any piece of information she could find was like a golden hen that could lay eggs. Starting this business was no longer a risk, but a happy journey toward success. Confident, Yu Changel gave herself a pep talk and also painted a bright future for Li Mei, making her excited. Changel, I'll follow you no matter what. It doesn't matter if there's a lot or a little money. The main thing is to learn something, Li Mei said excitedly. Yu Changel waved her hand. That's not good enough. Why do something that doesn't make money? If you follow me, at least have a small goal. What small goal? Li Mei asked curiously. Yu Changel winked slyly. You'll understand later. When she had free time, Yu Changel taught Li Mei 2 techniques that she could use on her new orders. After a busy morning and a healthy lunch at home, she calmly prepared the new clothes she planned to give to Qin Sufin. Although Qin Sufin was a bit annoying, she was still Yu Changel's most important client now, so she had to take good care of her. Yu Changel found a cardboard box, cut some light yellow paper into thin strips, and used chopsticks to pull them into wavy curls. In no time, half a box was filled. She then carefully folded Qin Sufin's new clothes, making them look very neat, which made everything look more upscale. She wrapped the box in craft paper and finished it with a pretty ribbon tied into a bow. Perfect. Such beautiful packaging would surely make Qin Sufin feel it was worth the price when she saw it. Sure enough, Qin Sufin, who had been impatient before, was now staring with wide eyes at the beautiful box Yu Changel brought out from behind her, looking surprised. Senior Sister Qin, these are the clothes you ordered.
Please check them.
Yu Changel said politely. Qin Sufin immediately masked her surprise and pretended to be calm as she unpacked, saying, What's the use of such good packaging? I still don't know how the clothes are made. Yu Changel smiled and replied, This is our exclusive packaging for VIP customers. You are now the only one. Hearing this, Qin Sufin couldn't help but smile widely. She didn't expect that buying clothes could come with such fancy packaging, even more impressive than Lu Rumei and others. She felt very happy. Seeing this, Yu Changel looked more agreeable and no longer looked for faults. She focused on the clothes inside the box. She took out a dress and was amazed, saying, I didn't expect you to really be able to make these. Yu Changel smiled warmly and said, I can make more than just the patterns you saw last time. Our store launches new designs every season. You're welcome to come and browse, Sister Qin. Qin Sufin looked at each piece, each one more beautiful than her own wardrobe clothes. She couldn't help but try on 2 outfits immediately. Of course, Yu Changel continued to flatter her, praising her so much that Qin Sufin was very pleased. Excited, she even promised to take Yu Changel to promote at their cultural center. This was also why Yu Changel valued Qin Sufin so much. In this era, most households didn't have televisions, let alone advertising. The only promotion was posting some posters outside the shop, which had little influence. The cultural center was different. Its staff were trendsetters in the area. They led the latest popular songs, dance moves, fashionable clothes. Almost all the newest trends started from the cultural center. Anything that these trendy young people used first would quickly become popular among the crowd. Yu Changel had already planned that if she could successfully take over the cultural center, she could lead a new trend in Jinbo City. After making arrangements with Qin Sufin, Yu Changel had one more thing to do. She still hadn't collected her large remittance slip. Having visited the city many times, she easily found the post office. The sun was shining brightly at 3 p.m., and there weren't many pedestrians on the street. Even fewer people were at the post office. When Yu Changel entered, the hall was empty. The postal worker was leaning against the counter, dozing off. Hello, can I withdraw some money? The person's nap was interrupted, and they looked annoyed. They squinted at Yu Changel with a frown, a young girl with blonde hair. No more bills here. Come back tomorrow. Yu Chang'e frowned. She hadn't even asked how much she wanted to withdraw, and he already said there was no change. That was rude and disrespectful.
She didn't tolerate that.
What denominations do you have? I'll take whatever you have. Hearing this, the person opened his eyes and looked at her, then sneered. Only large bills here. Do you want them? A young girl with blonde hair probably has never seen large bills before. She should have just left quietly instead of making a scene. Yu Chang'e smiled and handed over the withdrawal slip. Take everything. Seeing her insist, the worker picked up the slip and tried to give it back. I told you no small bills. No small bills. He stopped mid-sentence because he noticed the amount written on the slip, 764 yuan. That's nearly 3 years' worth of a regular worker's salary. He was shocked and couldn't believe it. How could this young girl withdraw so much money? Is this your withdrawal slip? Yu Chang'e didn't answer. She took out her household register from her pocket and placed it on the counter. After examining it carefully, the worker finally confirmed it was her. His attitude changed instantly. He quickly stood up and bowed respectfully. Please sit over there for a moment. Your withdrawal amount is large and needs our manager's stamp for approval. Please wait a moment. Someone who can withdraw this much money must be a big client. Recently, the manager mentioned that the post office might soon transform into a savings bank. Where do the deposits come from? Mainly from wealthy clients like her. Ordinary people who come to withdraw just earn enough to get by each month. They don't have extra money to save. Yu Chang'e looked at him expressionlessly, thinking to herself that this was the normal reaction of these people. Unlike Meng Jiuan, who always acts unpredictably. Yu Chang'e shook her head, wondering why she suddenly thought of that person again. This post office was small, probably just a branch office. Usually, residents nearby came to send or withdraw money, mostly small amounts like 1 or 2 yuan. No one had ever withdrawn over 700 yuan at once. When the branch manager heard the news, he immediately put down his newspaper and tea and hurried to the counter. When he arrived, he saw the lobby was empty except for a young girl sitting on a bench near the door. While wondering, the person who had just helped Yu Chang'e quietly pointed at her and said, Manager, it's her. Zheng Mingyi, the manager of the 17th branch, was a man in his 40s. From his glance, he could tell from Yu Chang'e's calm and composed expression that this girl was from an important family. He stepped forward, smiling warmly, and introduced himself. Hello, I am Zheng Mingyi, the manager of the 17th branch. Are you here to withdraw a large amount of money? Yu Chang'e nodded calmly, yes. May I withdraw now? She didn't expect it to be so complicated to withdraw money. She still had to go to Hongxing Wood Factory to pick up furniture later. Zheng Mingyi was very polite, of course. Please follow me. With him present, the staff didn't dare to slack off. They smiled and quickly helped her with her transaction. Zheng Mingyi nodded to the staff and gave a subtle signal. The staff understood immediately and kept working, but the money still hadn't been handed over. I see you came alone today. Carrying such a large amount of cash isn't safe. Why not withdraw only what you'll need today? I can open a savings account for the rest so you can withdraw anytime you want. Zheng Mingyi enthusiastically explained the new services at the branch. Yu Chang'e smiled slightly. It seemed a reform had reached the post office. The post office was now using its widespread network to offer saving services. As someone with a background in finance, she didn't mind Zheng Mingyi's sales pitch. She found it quite friendly. But her recent experience with the service wasn't very good. No, I've withdrawn everything. I'll just go to another branch to deposit. This straightforward remark made Zheng Mingyi and the staff member both look uncomfortable. Zheng Mingyi hurriedly explained, Our post office handles deposits and exchanges at the same branch, so it doesn't matter where you deposit your money. Going to another branch is troublesome and unsafe on the road. We can handle everything here together. Yu Chang'e shook her head. That's not the same. Your branch doesn't have enough small change, which makes it inconvenient for me. After saying this, she gave the staff member a half smile and looked at him. Zheng Mingyi was quick-witted. From her words, he guessed that the staff member might have just made things difficult for Yu Chang'e earlier. He immediately glared at him. Then he forced a smile and said, Don't worry, you can come anytime to get small change. If you have a large amount, just let us know in advance and we can prepare it for you. Seeing that Yu Changel didn't respond, he thought for a moment and added, we will also strengthen staff training to provide better service to the people. That sounded better. Yu Changel didn't want to waste more time. She didn't have the luxury to keep changing branches to deposit money. She took the stairs down the corridor. All right, just help me withdraw 100 today. Only 5 large denomination bills, the rest in small change. Deposit the remaining amount. Got it, I'll handle it right away. With Zheng Mingyi's words, the previously unfinished forms were quickly filled out. The stamps she had been searching for were found, and soon she received the cash and a brand new passbook. Yu Changel counted the 5 large denomination bills and 50 yuan in small change inside the passbook, then looked at the staff member again. Zheng Mingyi watched her actions closely, giving the staff member a sharp look. Fortunately, the big client stayed. If he had driven her away, his monthly evaluation would definitely suffer. The staff member's face turned red with embarrassment. He regretted being lazy earlier and offending such an important customer. When she left, he knew he would face criticism from the supervisor. Yu Changel didn't have time to worry about what might happen next. She had already spent a lot of time at the post office. When she arrived at Hongxing Wood Factory, the workers were almost done with their shift. She went to Zhou Jiqiang's workshop and saw that he was still waiting for her, though his face looked a bit gloomy. Thinking he had been waiting too long, Yu Changel quickly stepped forward to apologize. Brother Zhou, I'm sorry. There were some things on the road, so I came late. Thank you for waiting. When Zhou Jiqiang saw Yu Changel arrive, he forced a small smile and said, it's okay. The items are all ready. Take a look and see if it works. Although he was still smiling, his enthusiasm was not as strong as last time. Yu Changel didn't dare to delay any longer. He quickly went to check the shelves and said happily, Big Brother Zhou, your skills are amazing. This is exactly what I wanted. It must be said that Zhou Jiqiang's craftsmanship was quite good. The finished shelves looked just like the drawings Yu Changel had made. Zhou Jiqiang had already expected Yu Changel's reaction. He was confident in his work and just smiled and said, but the model still needs a couple of days to make, and it requires more material. So, I can't use leftover scraps for it. Yu Changel nodded quickly and said, it's good if it can be made. Whatever the cost, just tell me. Zhou Jiqiang replied, all right, I'll take you to the finance office to get the invoice. We need to hurry, or else they'll leave. At the finance office, they calculated that a flawed single bed cost 6 yuan, 2 mannequins 6 yuan, with delivery included and transportation fee was 50 cents. The total was 12 yuan and 50 cents. Seeing Yu Changel pay without hesitation, Zhou Jiqiang felt a bit sorry for her. He wondered why she would spend so much money on those things. After paying, Yu Changel remembered that Zhou Jiqiang had once said he would treat him to a meal. Although it felt a bit strange, since Zhou Jiqiang had done so much work for free, he thought he should show his thanks. So he said, Big Brother Zhou, let's call Brother Bo later. I'll treat you both to dinner. Unexpectedly, Zhou Jiqiang pouted and shook his head, saying no need.
It was just a joke last time.
I have to work overtime, so I can't go. Although surprised, Yu Changel didn't think much of it. Working overtime was important, and he didn't want to interfere with Zhou Jiqiang's work. As Yu Changel left, Zhou Jiqiang silently sighed. It was a pity, such a kind, chubby girl would have been perfect. Before Yu Changel arrived, Lu Bo had already asked Zhou Jiqiang directly if he liked Yu Changel. Hearing this, Zhou Jiqiang said, what? You like her too? Then let's have a fair competition. Lu Bo was amused and said, Changel is a military wife. If you're not afraid of ruining her marriage, go ahead. Zhou Jiqiang didn't dare to accept that and immediately started complaining to Lu Bo. Then why didn't you clarify that yesterday when you came? Wasting my expressions. I spent over an hour working on these shelves. Lu Bo glanced at him and said, how should I introduce her? This is Yu Changel.
She's married.
Don't get any ideas. Is that clear? Zhou Jiqiang couldn't answer. He only had himself to blame for being so impatient, but he was eager to solve this problem. Whenever he saw someone suitable, he would rush over to them. Lu Bo saw his worried face and comforted him. Don't worry. The revolution isn't over yet.
Keep trying.
Besides, you have your buddies here with you. Zhou Jiqiang pushed away his hand on his shoulder and said, "Be nice, brother. Right now, I just want a girl to keep me company." In the following days, Yu Chang'e was extremely busy. Every morning, she got up early and went to the city. She contacted several fabric factories, but they all said her shop was too small and they didn't use enough fabric, so they didn't want to work with her. Finally, she found a small fabric factory on the outskirts of the city, which temporarily solved her fabric problem. After that, Yu Chang'e didn't rest. She went to a printing factory and spent a lot of money to print hundreds of VIP cards on copperplate paper. The VIP cards came in 4 types: silver, gold, platinum, and diamond. They were made with different spray-painted copperplate paper. Besides clearly printing the name of Chang'e clothing store and the card type, they also listed the discounts available for each card. The back had 3 rows and 6 columns of blank spaces for future purchase records. Silver card required a total spending of 10 yuan to enjoy a 5% discount. Gold card required 100 yuan spent to enjoy a 10% discount. Platinum card required 500 yuan spent to enjoy a 15% discount. Diamond card required 1,000 yuan spent to enjoy a 20% discount. People in this era had never seen such marketing methods before. Even the workers at the printing factory were curious about this order. Just printing the cards made them very interested in the store. When Yu Chang'e received the freshly printed VIP cards, she immediately visited Lu Rume and a few other clients, delivering the cards to each of them. Of course, she secretly gave Lu Rume a diamond card. Only Qin Sufin's VIP card was delivered to her at the cultural center. As expected, the VIP card quickly caught the attention of everyone at the cultural center. Qin Sufin enjoyed the feeling of being noticed. After receiving the VIP card, she proudly showed it off in front of her colleagues, which also served as a direct advertisement for Yu Chang'e. Yu Chang'e took the opportunity to say, "Thanks to everyone's interest on opening day, if you mention that you're Qin sister's colleague, you'll get a special discount with a silver card. Feel free to come and shop." Hearing this, Qin Sufin felt proud and took the chance to promote Yu Chang'e. Smiling, "Didn't you say my dress yesterday looked nice?" It was from her store. "Today, I'm wearing another outfit from there. Looks good, right?" Chang'e said that if you mention my name on opening day, you'll get a discount. It's such a good deal, don't miss it. The young women watching became even more interested. They realized that the beautiful clothes Qin Sufin had been wearing these days were from her store. No wonder they hadn't seen similar styles even after shopping at the big department stores. The young people at the cultural center, always eager for new trends, asked Yu Chang'e for the store's address and opening date. They said they would definitely visit on opening day. Meanwhile, the store's renovation was underway. Zhang Daping had already left for the south 2 days ago, handing over the keys to his home and shop to Yu Chang'e. Yu Chang'e had the doors and windows changed. The plain wooden door was replaced with 2 glass doors that opened outward, and all the windows were removed to enlarge the window space. A modern, large glass display window was installed, which let in plenty of light and looked very impressive. The entire building was freshly painted after being smoothed with cement. The old, worn-out house looked brand new, standing out brightly against the gray brick walls of the street. A signboard with elegant lettering reading Chang'e Clothing Store was hung up in advance. Outside, a small red mailbox was installed by the post office, and 2 mannequins dressed in carefully coordinated outfits were placed in front of the large window. The artistic atmosphere of the storefront instantly became very striking. Even before Yu Chang'e officially opened, the unique storefront attracted many passers-by daily. They eagerly looked forward to the store opening to see inside. Although the shop was small, Yu Chang'e had put a lot of thought into decorating it. Using the same white paint for all surfaces to keep a consistent style, the wooden shelves can be stacked or hung for clothes. Yu Chang'e also bought a few tall green plants to decorate, even painting the flower pots white for extra detail. The counter was already there but was painted red by Yu Chang'e, making it stand out and matching the red mailbox on the door. She also set up a small fitting room in the corner of one wall, offering a unique shopping experience that other places don't have. Currently, even department stores don't provide dedicated fitting rooms, only allowing customers to point at clothes while salespeople help them try on items. Yu Changel thoughtfully placed a long wooden bench in the middle of the shop so customers can sit and rest while waiting. This kind of decoration is truly one of a kind in Jinbo City. The better the effect, the more money spent. Over the past few days, Yu Changel's bank account has been rapidly decreasing. But she didn't mind at all. She knew this necessary investment would bring her great benefits later. There is only one day left before the 7-day appointment. Yu Changel finally finished setting up the shop. Her bed was moved into a small room behind the shop. If nothing else happens, she just waits for Meng Jiuan to finish his military exercises. After they complete the divorce, she can move out of the compound and start her solo business life. On the evening of the 7th day, Yu Changel was packing her clothes and daily items when she heard the key turning in the lock behind her. Meng Jiuan, who had just finished his exercises, returned from the military. Seeing him come in, Yu Changel put down her things and politely greeted, "You're back. Have you eaten?" Meng Jiuan silently glanced at the clothes beside her, slightly frowning. Is she already packing her bags? Seeing he didn't reply, Yu Changel didn't bother to ask further and continued packing on her own. Suddenly, a deep voice came from behind. Not yet. Surprised, Yu Changel turned around and saw Meng Jiuan still standing there. Maybe he looked a bit sad because of the sun from the exercises, giving him a strangely pitiful look. Thinking of his impressive cooking skills, Yu Changel kindly suggested, "How about I cook you some noodles?" Meng Jiuan silently nodded. His expression looked even more sad, and Yu Changel wondered if he was upset because he didn't do well in the exercises. Let's prepare him a bowl of his favorite fried egg noodles to comfort him. This month, he even offered to give some money to his family. Yu Changel understands the value of returning kindness. Yu Changel went into the kitchen and soon brought out a fragrant bowl of tomato and fried egg noodles. Unlike the previous version, this one with tomatoes has a richer, tastier broth. Meng Jiuan thanked her and sat down at the table to eat. Seeing him enjoy the food, Yu Changel thought for a moment and went back to her room to write something on paper. While Meng Jiuan was eating, a piece of paper was suddenly handed over from across the table. He looked closely and saw elegant handwriting with the words tomato and fried egg noodles written prominently, followed by detailed ingredients and steps. He heard Yu Changel's voice. This recipe for tomato and fried egg noodles is simple and delicious. You can follow this recipe in the future so you won't worry about failing. Meng Jiuan lay on the bed with his eyes closed. It was already past 10 p.m., his usual bedtime, but tonight he just couldn't fall asleep. He got up, turned on the light, and decided to go out and get a glass of water. Passing by Yu Changel's door, he didn't hear any movement inside. The door was pitch black, so she was probably already asleep. His eyes darkened slightly. He raised his head and drank the water in one gulp, then turned back to his room. Just as he was about to turn off the light and lie down, he accidentally saw a neat note on the desk. Curious, he walked over and picked it up, reading it again. Her handwriting was unexpectedly neat, elegant, and tall, quite different from her round and chubby appearance. Meng Jiuan remembered her holding her bowl protectively, looking alert. Her small, round face had bright eyes staring at him, and her red little mouth still had some noodles she hadn't swallowed. Her lips unconsciously curled up again. It was quite amusing at that moment, but he didn't expect her to also have a brave and spirited side. If he hadn't vaguely heard her voice and gone over, he might have missed her bold act of coming alone to confront him. Thinking of how she had shouted "smash your head" before she even got close, Meng Jiuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Her roughness was genuine, but she was also a little adorable. Meng Jiuan quietly looked at the dark ceiling, for the first time questioning whether his decision to divorce was right. The next day was another bright, sunny day. Yu Changel, who had slept peacefully without dreams, stretched comfortably. She was exhausted a few days ago, but last night she finally had a good sleep. When she left the room, she saw that Meng Jiu's door was open. The bed was neatly made, and the desk was clean and empty. But he was nowhere to be seen. Just then, the door opened. Meng Jiu came back from outside, carrying a bag of buns. He didn't expect to see Yu Changle at the door. He paused for a second before handing her the buns. I bought some buns. Just a simple snack. Then we'll go to the group office. Yu Changle finally understood what he meant. She almost forgot about the divorce plan after waking up. Maybe Meng Jiao had been waiting for her to wake up all along. She quickly took the buns and said shyly, just a moment. I'll wash up quickly, and then we'll leave. I can eat the buns on the way. She hurried to the kitchen to wash her face and brush her teeth. In a few moments, she was ready. While tidying up, she asked, do we need to bring any documents? She had never been married before, so she didn't know the process. Meng Jiao noticed her relaxed tone, not sad at all, and felt mixed feelings inside. I've prepared all the documents. Once you're ready, we can leave. All right, let's go. In less than 10 minutes, Yu Changle stood refreshed in front of Meng Jiao. Today, she had tied her hair in a high ponytail. Her round face looked a bit smaller, but her complexion was good. Her skin was fair and rosy. Her clear eyes sparkled as she looked at herself, with a slight smile on her lips and faint dimples showing. Her tone was light and cheerful. Was she really this happy about the divorce? Meng Jiao nodded. Once he made a decision, there was no turning back. Maybe he had overestimated his importance before, thinking Yu Changle truly couldn't live without him, as she had cried and begged in the past. That's why he couldn't bring himself to end this unhappy marriage. Now it seems she isn't very upset. In fact, she has recently mentioned her divorces several times, almost seeming eager for them. Since that's the case, I'll let things take their course. Maybe her emotional ups and downs are just her body's way of reacting to a big change in life. He calmed down and said, no car today. We'll take the bus. The two of them closed the courtyard gate and headed toward the bus stop. On the way, they met Chi Dongyu and others from Building 1. Seeing Yu Changle, they greeted her warmly. Changle, are you and your husband going into town? Yu Changle smiled and nodded. Yes, just running some errands. It's not common to see this couple together. Even Chi Dongyu from Building 1 knew they had some tension before. Now that they're going into town together, it seems their relationship has improved. Chi Dongyu was happy for Yu Changle. Wow, you two are really a good match. Look at you walking together, so perfect. Old Meng, you really married a capable wife. She's beautiful, kind, and talented. Not only does she do well herself, but she also helps out us military wives. The other military wives nodded and smiled. Recently, Yu Changle was busy opening her shop. Li Mei was overwhelmed making clothes alone, so she shared some simple tasks with others. The prices ranged from 2 to 5 cents per item. For these wives, it was a good way to pass time and earn some extra money. They all felt grateful to Yu Changle. Meng Jiao was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Yu Changle to get along so well with the other military wives from Building 1. Thanks to all of you for your help. I don't spend much time at home, so I know I've been a bit of a trouble. Chi Dongyu smiled and said, you're just not home enough. You don't realize how lucky you are to have such a good wife. Good wives are hard to find. Keep a close eye on her and cherish her. Yu Changle blushed at the compliment, feeling a bit embarrassed and fidgeting with her toes. She thought if everyone knew she and Meng Jiao were going into town to get a divorce, it would be even more awkward. Suddenly, Meng Jiao remembered how old Lu helped him drive the car home when he fainted last time. Before he could thank him, he said, by the way, Sister Chi, I haven't had a chance to thank old Lu for driving me last time. It was late at night, and I really appreciate it. Chi Dongyu looked surprised. When did old Lu help Meng Jiao drive? Was it at night? She didn't know about this. Hearing this, Yu Changle felt like she was pricked by a needle and suddenly moved. She quickly pulled Meng Jiao and rushed forward. The bus is coming. Sisters-in-law, let's talk next time. Seeing Yu Changle hurriedly pull Meng Jiao away, Chi Dongyu smiled and said, look at her. She's shy after a compliment. Let's go, or we might miss the bus. Next to them, a military wife looked at the two with envy and said, young people are so lucky. They hold hands wherever they go. Unlike our husbands, who hate leaving the house and walk in opposite directions. Chi Dongyu teased her. What's wrong? Want another one now that the kids are grown? I tell you, Now there's family planning, don't make mistakes. Everyone burst into laughter at her words. Yu Changel was eager to pull Meng Jian away from Chi Dongyu, worried that if they talked more, she wouldn't be able to hide her plans to drive home. She kept her head down and pulled Meng Jian forward as hard as she could, wanting to get farther away. Meng Jian looked a bit surprised at their linked hands, but his body naturally followed Yu Changel forward. This was the first time they had held hands since they got married, and no one would believe it if told. Hearing Chi Dongyu and the others' laughter fading into the distance, Yu Changel let out a long sigh. Sisters-in-law love to joke around. I'm afraid if I keep talking to them, I won't be able to walk away for half an hour. We have important things to do, so we can't delay. After a while, she didn't hear Meng Jian respond. She looked back and saw him staring at their hands with a strange expression. Quickly, Yu Changel released his hand. She had been so anxious earlier that she had pulled too hard, leaving a few white marks on his hand. Sorry, I was in such a hurry to catch the bus. I didn't notice. It's okay, the bus is here. Meng Jian's voice was steady, without any emotion, so she guessed he wasn't upset. The bus's arrival temporarily eased Yu Changel's embarrassment. The bus was still crowded, and they finally managed to squeeze on. The inside was packed, almost shoulder to shoulder. Yu Changel tried to lift her arm to block herself, but she still couldn't avoid close contact with the people around her. Just as she was feeling troubled, Meng Jian said behind her, "Let's change seats." Without waiting for Yu Changel to respond, he grabbed her shoulders and turned around, placing her behind him. Now Yu Changel was behind the car door, with Meng Jian in front, which was much better than being squeezed in the crowd earlier. Meng Jian leaned on the car door with his arms, keeping his balance and blocking the crowd from both sides. He slightly arched his back, trying to resist the push from behind and give Yu Changel a less awkward space. Seeing Meng Jian carefully protect her like this, Yu Changel felt a warm feeling in her heart. She didn't expect him to be so attentive and caring. Even though Meng Jian used all his strength, with veins bulging in his arms, there was less than 2 centimeters between them, and they kept getting closer with each bump of the vehicle. In the hot, stuffy car, their breaths intertwined. Amid the noise, a small, intimate circle seemed to form around them, wrapping them in a warm feeling. Yu Changel's heartbeat started to race. She looked up and saw Meng Jian's Adam's apple moving close to her face. She hurriedly looked down, her nose accidentally brushing against his shirt. The fresh scent of soapberry and his body heat entered her nose. For a moment, Yu Changel felt her face flush with heat. Meng Jian was also uncomfortable. He raised his arms to create a more comfortable space for Yu Changel, but the bumps of the vehicle and the pushing passengers made him feel as if he was holding her in his arms. He looked up, trying to keep his distance, but he kept feeling a fuzzy, deer-like sensation brushing against his chest as the vehicle jolted, making his heart itch. He felt a surge of blood, and his whole body grew hot. Suddenly, the bus braked sharply. The strong inertia caused passengers to lurch forward and backward, with cries of surprise. In that moment of losing balance, Meng Jian instinctively pulled Yu Changel into his arms. She reflexively clung tightly to his waist. Their bodies pressed close together, and they could feel each other's warmth through their clothes. When he felt the softness pressed against his chest, Meng Jian's body tensed instantly. He felt as if the part where they touched was burning hot. "Hey, whose cow is this? Why is it on the road?" The bus driver shouted loudly, sticking his head out of the window. A cheerful old man herded his cattle over, saying, "These are mine, haha." The bus driver sighed and said, "Sir, please don't let your cows on the road. If there's an accident, who will be responsible?" Okay, the old man agreed repeatedly, guiding his cows away from the road. The bus driver then turned to the passengers and said, "Sorry everyone, a cow just ran onto the road. I almost hit it. Is everyone all right?" Fortunately, the bus was crowded, so no one could fall or get hurt. Everyone was just startled. Meng Jian and Yu Changel stood up straight, but they had been pushed from near the door to a more central spot. Now they were surrounded on all sides. Both blushing and trying to keep some distance, they found themselves gradually moving closer as the crowd shifted around them. The hot, crowded bus with people shoulder to shoulder, swaying rhythmically, made time seem to stand still. Meng Jiun still felt the intense thrill from earlier when he was pressed against the crowd. This made him very sensitive now. Yu Chang'e kept touching him lightly, each touch stirring gentle ripples in his heart. Suddenly, he had an idea. What if the bus kept going like this forever? End of the line, everyone get off. The conductor's loud call snapped Meng Jiun out of his daze. They were about to get off. As they stepped out of the station, they instinctively walked one behind the other, neither speaking. Yu Chang'e looked down at her reflection in the ground, following Meng Jiun as they headed toward the group headquarters, thinking about the subtle atmosphere between them on the bus. For some reason, she had the strange feeling that Meng Jiun liked her. But rationally, she knew it was unlikely. Maybe his caring was just politeness, or perhaps he was worried about hurting her feelings with his divorce. She realized she shouldn't interpret his kindness as romantic interest. It must have been the crowded bus that made her see things differently, like finding candy in broken glass. She shook her head at herself and, in the next moment, accidentally bumped into Meng Jiun's back with a loud thud. The impact was strong. Yu Chang'e's nose hurt, and she felt tears coming to her eyes.
Suddenly,
Before Yu Chang'e could finish asking, Meng Jiun's voice turned very cold. "We have arrived." Yu Chang'e rubbed her nose, tears in her eyes as she looked behind him. Sure enough, there was a guard post about 10 steps away, with 2 soldiers standing watch with guns. "Have you thought this through?" Meng Jiun, with his back to the sun, cast a shadow over his face, making it hard to see his expression clearly. "Are you sure you want a divorce?" Yu Chang'e was stunned by the question. Hadn't she always wanted a divorce? Why was he asking her now? Or did he still not believe her? Was he worried she might cause trouble again, so he wanted to confirm one last time? Just as Yu Chang'e hesitated, she suddenly heard loud arguing coming from the direction of the guard post. "Stop causing trouble here. Go home quickly. I'm telling you, Li Weigua, you've really lost your conscience. Today, I want you to know the cost of hitting me." Li Weigua was pulling Lu Fong, but Lu Fong wouldn't obey. She struggled fiercely to free herself and tried to push her way inside. Li Weigua's face was red with frustration. His face had already been embarrassed enough today at the military camp gate. If this shrew caused trouble in front of the political officer, he might never be able to lift his head again. So he used all his strength, ignoring Lu Fong's screams of pain, and dragged her outward. Lu Fong, in pain and anger, started shouting and cursing. In her heart, Li Weigua had changed completely these past few days. Not only was he giving her the cold shoulder, but he also criticized her for not getting along with the other military wives. A few days ago, he slapped her, and she hadn't settled that score. Today, after a few words of argument early in the morning, he pushed her again, knocking her to the ground with her legs splayed out. She knew she had to teach this man a lesson, or she feared she wouldn't be able to live peacefully in the future. Without hesitation, Lu Fong ran out of the compound, her hair disheveled, and flagged down a passing car to go to the city and complain to the political officer. Li Weigua hurried after her, reaching the regiment headquarters. The soldier on guard recognized Lu Fong and let her in. Luckily, when he arrived at the political officer's office, the door was closed. Lu Fong was lying on the ground, crying and throwing a tantrum. He immediately felt as if his face had been completely ruined by Lu Fong. He pulled her roughly and pushed her away. Lu Fong struggled desperately, insisting on staying at the office door waiting for the political officer to return. This led to a chaotic scene right in front of them. The soldier on duty looked hesitant. Usually, if ordinary people caused trouble at the guard post, they would step in to stop them. But these people were the company commander and his wife. The 2 young soldiers lacked experience and hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, a figure stepped forward and said coldly and firmly, "This is a military area. No one is allowed to cause trouble or make noise here. Leave immediately." Li Weigua and Lu Fong were both surprised. They turned around and saw it was Meng Jiun, with Yu Chang'e watching nearby. Li Weigua's face turned red with embarrassment, and he was sweating. He didn't know if it was from the heat or shame. Old Meng, why are you here at the regiment headquarters too? A bad feeling rose in his heart. Could it be that Meng Jian brought Yu Chang'e here to talk to the political officer and complain about old issues? Meng Jian shot him a glance. Something's the matter, Lao Li. Just a reminder. Pay attention to the image of soldiers and their families. Before Li Weigua could reply, Lu Feng, furious after tidying up Yu Chang'e, couldn't hold back her anger. Perfect timing. Let's go. We're going to talk to the leaders. I didn't lie or make things up. Why did you, Li Weigua, hit someone? And you too, banging on my door late at night and insulting me. I want the leaders to see how you bully people. Yu Chang'e frowned when he heard this. It seemed Lu Feng's stubborn attitude was sticking to him like a stubborn patch. Meng Jian clearly didn't want to get involved in this mess. He turned to the soldier on duty and said seriously, "The guard post is sacred and must not be violated. No matter who it is, no one is allowed to cause trouble here. Handle this immediately." The soldier stepped in front of Lu Feng and said, "Please cooperate with our work and leave the guard area." Lu Feng looked incredulous and shouted, "Why should we listen to him? He's the company commander, and my husband is too. I won't leave. I'm waiting for the leaders to come back." Seeing that persuasion didn't work, the soldier had to try to pull her away. At that moment, a military jeep stopped in front of the guard post. The door opened, and a friendly-looking man in his 40s got out. The soldier and Meng Jian immediately saluted him. "Commander Ning." Ning Ziyuan looked at Lu Feng, who was still lying on the ground, then at Li Weigua and Meng Jian. Finally, his gaze settled on Yu Chang'e. "It seems you all came to see me," he said kindly with a smile. "Old Li, help your wife up." Li Weigua hurried forward to support Lu Feng, but she pushed him away. Fortunately, she didn't dare cause trouble in front of the political officer, so she managed to get up by herself. As soon as she entered the office, Lu Feng burst into tears. "Leader, you have to help me. I really can't go on like this." Ning Ziyuan slightly frowned but kept a gentle tone. "Old Li, I remember your wife came here a few days ago. Is this another new problem? You should pay more attention to your family." This remark made Li Weigua feel embarrassed and ashamed, leaving him speechless. Everyone in the camp saw his wife, often rushing to the military base. She had just complained about Meng Jian the day before, and now was here again to complain about him. Lu Feng cried loudly, tears and snot flowing. "Leader, you don't know. Because I honestly reported the situation to you. Meng Jian and his wife came to my house that night, kicked the door, and shouted at me. They even tried to stir up trouble between Li Weigua and me. I just can't live like this." Ning Ziyuan looked at Meng Jian and his wife, who had been called into the office. "Is that true?" Before Meng Jian could answer, Yu Chang'e stepped forward confidently and said, "Yes, but not entirely. I was the one who kicked the door and scolded the person. It has nothing to do with Meng Jian." This was the first time Ning Ziyuan saw Yu Chang'e's wife. She looked fresh and neat, confident and poised, and seemed honest about her actions. She didn't seem as bad as they had described. He was about to speak and try to mediate when Yu Chang'e continued, "The reason I kicked the door was because Lu Feng kept spreading false rumors behind my back. I went to her house to confront her. There was no revenge involved. Even the previous incident where Meng Jian was punished was because Lu Feng made up rumors about me in front of Meng Jian, and Meng Jian stopped her. That led to the conflict. Leader, I don't think I was wrong to kick the door to stop someone from slandering me behind my back. Likewise, I don't think Meng Jian was wrong to stop others from insulting his wife. On the contrary, I believe that people who make up stories and stir trouble without reason should be punished." Yui Chang'e clearly explained the full story and stated her position confidently, without arrogance, showing grace and composure. The word villain deeply offended Lu Feng. Ignoring Li Weigua pulling her sleeve to stop her, she shouted sharply, "Are you making things up out of nowhere? In front of the leader, you dare say you were pulling and tugging with a man on the bus, and you even shared an apple." Hearing this, Ning Ziyuan's eyebrows furrowed deeply. If what Lu Feng said is true, this is no longer just a personal disagreement between a couple but a serious matter that could interfere with military marriage. Seeing Lu Fong reveal this matter in front of the political officer, Li Weigua's heart sank. This meant a big problem with old Meng. Yu Changlu looked at Meng Jiuan with no change in expression. Clearly, he had heard about this before, but he had never asked her about it. She firmly denied, "Comrade leader, I can responsibly say that I, Yu Changlu, have never been involved in what Lu Fong just described." Seeing Yu Changlu deny it, Lu Fong was furious. "You're lying with your eyes open. I saw it myself. More than once. Think you can get away with denying it? I heard everything at the station. The man was Ning Fong. Bring him here, and we'll find out who's lying." This was the first time Meng Jiuan heard that name. He looked at Yu Changlu intently. Yu Changlu looked calm. "According to your story, if I know someone, you can call them here to question. Who gave you such power?" "You." Lu Fong couldn't argue further. She turned to complain to Ning Ziyuan, "Leader, look at her. She's guilty and afraid to bring the person here for a confrontation." Unexpectedly, Ning Ziyuan's expression was somewhat strange. "Are you sure his name is Ning Fong? Slim. Wears glasses?" Now Yu Changlu found this odd too. Ning Ziyuan described him perfectly. Could she know him? "Yes, leader. The friend I know is really named Ning Fong. He is indeed slim and wears glasses. But we've only met twice. Besides his name, I don't know where to find him." Yu Changlu spoke calmly, with nothing to hide. Her honest words unexpectedly eased Meng Jiuan's previously restless mood. Ning Ziyuan took off his glasses and rubbed his forehead. "I came to see you." After speaking, he called the guard inside while everyone looked on in surprise. Soon, a report came from outside, and a figure appeared at the office door. "It's Ning Fong." Lu Fong was especially excited. "That's him. I saw him myself." Unaware of the situation, Ning Fong immediately saw Yu Changlu standing by the door and happily walked over. "Yu Changlu, it's been a long time. Why are you here?" Meng Jiuan frowned slightly and quietly stepped forward, blocking the two of them. Yu Changlu didn't expect to see him either. She thought the army's search was too quick and felt a bit guilty. "Sorry to trouble you. There's been a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding? What kind of misunderstanding?" Ning Fong pushed his glasses and looked puzzled. "Dad, what's going on?" Hearing him call Dad instantly froze everyone, especially Li Weigua and Lu Fong, whose faces turned green. "Isn't Ning Zhengwei only a daughter? When did he have such a big son?" Ning Ziyuan helplessly pointed at a few people. "Look at the trouble you've caused. I've told you many times, girls should act like girls. You always keep your hair short and don't wear skirts. Isn't that misleading?" Ning Fong was curious. "Who is misled? And who said girls can't have short hair? I like wearing shirts and pants. I don't like skirts. That's my choice." Ning Ziyuan had always struggled with his only daughter. Growing up in a military family compound, he hoped she would love military uniforms like him. But she only loved short hair. After finishing high school, he wanted her to join the army, but she insisted on taking the college entrance exam and applying to an art college, and she got in. Ning Fong was tall and slender, with sharp features. She spoke softly with a low tone, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. She looked like a gentle, artistic young woman from modern times. Not only Lu Fong and others who lacked experience couldn't recognize her, even Yu Changlu hadn't thought in that direction. Who would have thought that in the 1980s, a girl could have such progressive ideas? The situation has developed to this point, and it is now clear who is right and who is wrong. Lu Fong confidently told everyone that she saw Yu Changlu pulling and tugging with someone, and even reported it to Commissar Ning, which was extremely embarrassing for the family. Li Weigua, feeling ashamed but unable to avoid responsibility, forced himself to stand up and say, "Commissar, it's my fault for not managing my family properly. I caused trouble for old Meng and his wife, and I also caused old Meng to be punished. This has also affected our military's reputation. I ask to accept any punishment." Lu Fong opened her mouth to defend herself, but was frightened by Li Weigua's red eyes, so she immediately shut up. Ning Ziyuan looked at Lu Fong and then said in a serious voice, "The common people say it well. I would tear down 10 temples, but never break a marriage, especially a sacred military marriage. Our military wives are very great. Their hard work keeps our soldiers' support stable. Their sacrifices strengthen our soldiers' faith. Soldiers build the Great Wall of our country, but military wives are the strongest support behind that wall. We must not let our support feel heartbroken. Commissar Ning's words were warm and meaningful, deeply touching everyone present. Li Weigua hitting someone is wrong. Any problem should be solved through communication. If you can't handle it yourself, you can seek help from the organization. A grown man shouldn't bully a woman just because of gender. And this woman is back home washing clothes, cooking, and raising children for you. For this, I strongly criticize you. Your eligibility for this year's awards will be cancelled, and you must immediately correct your mistake and apologize to our military wife. If there is a next time, you will face disciplinary action from the organization. Commissar Ning's words made Li Weigua feel ashamed. He lost control and hit someone, and afterward, he regretted it. But due to his old-fashioned ideas about masculinity, he didn't admit his mistake and even worsened the situation. This was truly wrong. Yes, Commissar. I accept your criticism. I will correct my mistake immediately and will not do it again. Li Weigua turned around and faced Lu Fong, who was crying with her face covered. Comrade Lu Fong, I apologize to you. I shouldn't have hit you. I'm sorry. Hearing this, Lu Fong felt supported by the commissar and cried even louder. Unexpectedly, Commander Ning continued, although this incident was a misunderstanding, I also admit I didn't properly supervise Ning Feng's attire. Ning Feng, who was suddenly called out, immediately glared at his father. Ning Ziyuan quickly changed the subject, but this misunderstanding could have been avoided, and it shouldn't have become an event that harmed the reputation of a military spouse. Lu Feng, comrade. Lu Feng, who was called out by Commander Ning, stopped crying and looked at him blankly. Ning Ziyuan's expression was very serious. As fellow military spouses, you should understand more than others how hard it is to be a military wife. As a woman, you should also realize how much rumors can hurt a woman. Today, we are not discussing your reasons for doing this. Only you know what was in your heart. I just have one hope. I hope you can be like Comrade Li Weigua in the unit, set a good example for the soldiers, lead by example, unite your comrades, and even if you find problems, there are proper ways to solve them. Ning Ziyuan's words were serious, but to the point. He even made a joke at the end. My office is always open for your visits, but next time, don't cry here. If you do, I might flood the place. Despite this, Lu Feng blushed deeply and felt too embarrassed to continue crying. She nodded heavily and, feeling ashamed, followed Li Weigua out of the office. Ning Ziyuan looked at Yu Chang'e, who was standing calmly beside without crying or making a fuss, and his eyes were full of admiration. Xiaoyu, you've been wronged this time. Yu Chang'e responded confidently, rumors end with wise people. Thank you, sir, for your clear judgment. His polite words made Ning Ziyuan nod repeatedly, smiling. He thought to himself that Meng Jiuan had chosen a good wife. As for you, Meng Jiuan, to protect your wife, you kicked someone else's wife off the vehicle. Is that something a soldier should do? One rule applies to all. Your punishment still stands. Meng Jiuan had no objection. Yes, Commander. Good. You can go now. He had a lot of other work to do. After a while, seeing Meng Jiuan and Yu Chang'e still standing there without moving, Ning Ziyuan wondered, is there anything else? Meng Jiuan stepped forward and handed over the prepared divorce application with both hands. Political Commissar, Yu Chang'e and I voluntarily want to get a divorce. Here is the application. Please approve it. Ning Ziyuan, who was drinking tea, nearly choked and slammed his cup onto the table. Nonsense. Do you think divorce is a joke at such a young age? Ning Feng, who was waiting nearby to talk to Yu Chang'e, was also shocked. She was still stunned by Yu Chang'e's young marriage and didn't expect her to want a divorce again. Sure enough, she is a friend Ning Feng likes, someone with a strong personality. Meng Jiuan looked serious. Commissar, we are not joking. We truly want a divorce. Ning Ziyuan glared at Meng Jiuan, then turned kindly to Yu Chang'e. You tell me, do you really agree to the divorce? Trying to stand up for her husband, Ning Ziyuan personally confronted her. He didn't say much, but he liked her boldness. Just for doing this, she definitely doesn't want to divorce Meng Jiun. To everyone's surprise, Yu Changel nodded. Commander, I agree to the divorce. Ning Ziyuan frowned. Then tell me, why do you want a divorce? This question stumped Yu Changel. She hadn't prepared an answer, so she looked at Meng Jiun expectantly. Meng Jiun thought for a moment, because of incompatible feelings. That's not acceptable. Ning Ziyuan's face darkened, and he immediately rejected it. He was very good at judging people. Meng Jiun and Yu Changel were both good people, so there was no reason for their relationship to fail. Because you want to protect her, you got a reprimand, and because you want to stand up for him, you came here to ask for justice. Does that sound like incompatible feelings? Look at Li Weigua and his wife. Things got so bad, but they didn't mention divorce. Yet you two, silent and holding back, suddenly go for something big. Problems should be solved, conflicts resolved. Divorce has never been the only way to solve problems. Ning Ziyuan pushed the divorce application back. I won't approve this application unless you give me a reason that leaves no room for rejection. Meng Jiun and Yu Changel were ruthlessly dismissed by Commissar Ning. Yu Changel didn't expect that a military marriage would be so complicated to divorce. Even if they wanted to divorce voluntarily, it wasn't enough. They needed approval from the organization. She left the office and said to Meng Jiun, I'll go back first. Think of a good reason, and call me whenever you're ready. Suddenly, she remembered something else. Oh, I've packed my things.
I can move out today.
Meng Jiun was a bit surprised and blurted out, You're moving out today? Yu Changel paused for a moment, thinking that their marriage hadn't been officially divorced yet, and assumed he was worried about the impact. Don't worry. Most of the military wives in the compound know I found a job in the city, so no one will gossip. Meng Jiun was silent for a while, and then said, I'll see you off. Yu Changel waved her hand. No need. I don't have many things. I'll just go back and get them. At the staircase, Ning Feng saw them talking and came down to greet her. Yu Changel, seeing someone waiting for her. Meng Jiun nodded to Ning Feng and stepped aside to wait. Ning Feng glanced at Meng Jiun and asked Yu Changel, Are you really going to divorce? Didn't you say the misunderstanding was cleared up? Yu Changel smiled softly. Even without the misunderstanding, we were going to divorce anyway.
Why is that?
Ning Feng looked curious. She looked at Meng Jiun, who stood tall like a tree, and thought for a moment before answering. I once heard a saying that marriage is the grave of love. It was meant as a joke about marriage, but I see it differently. Having marriage as a grave at least shows that the love has come to an end and can rest in peace. That's better than something fleeting and insubstantial. But what about marriages without love? They can't even serve as a grave. What's the point of keeping them? Ning Feng listened, feeling she didn't fully understand. She thought Yu Changel's answer seemed to address her question, but also didn't. It made her find Yu Changel more interesting. She liked making friends with people who have their own ideas. So, how will you live after the divorce? Ning Feng, who grew up in a military compound, knew that most military dependents didn't have jobs. They mainly stayed at home to take care of the family, and even capable people in the village would find it hard to find suitable work in the city. Yu Changel smiled. I opened a clothing store on Shunqing Street, right at the corner. It's called Chong Le Clothing. When I open, you should come and visit if you have time. Ning Feng was quite happy. That's great. I've been out on military training lately, so we often see each other in the city now. No more relying on chance encounters like before. After saying goodbye to Ning Feng, Yu Changel, feeling relaxed and happy, walked toward Meng Jiun under the tree. Meng Jiun. Under the thick shade of the tree, a figure dressed in military green stood straight. Hearing the voice, Meng Jiun turned around. The golden sunlight shone on Yu Changel, making her look like she was glowing herself. Seeing Yu Changel walking toward him with a smile, Meng Jiun suddenly felt as if the sunlight filled his heart, making him feel full and bright. He was starting to understand his strange feelings less and less. Before Yu Changel got close, he composed himself, calmed his excited feelings, and quietly said, Let's go. Yu Changel didn't want to waste his time. As they walked, she said, You really don't have to see me off. But Meng Jiun didn't listen. He wanted to check if her new place was suitable and safe. Living alone in the military district was safe, but outside the district, it was less reassuring. Old Meng, sister-in-law? A surprised voice came from behind. Both of them stopped and looked back. They saw Bai Chuan parking his car behind them, happily running toward them. He punched Meng Jian in the chest. No wonder I couldn't find you. Turns out sister-in-law is here. Yu Chengel smiled and nodded in greeting. Meng Jian asked, what do you want from me? Bai Chuan happily took out a certificate from his briefcase. You guys won first place again in this exercise. Here's a certificate for the leader. Meng Jian looked calm, as if winning first place was just what was expected. Hold on to this for me first. I'll take Yu Chengel back. Seeing that he had important things to do, Yu Chengel quickly said, no need. You guys go ahead. I'll go back on my own. This was the first time Bai Chuan saw Meng Jian proactively say he wanted to see Yu Chengel off. His eyes lit up, something was going on. Why did their relationship seem to have improved after not seeing each other for a week? Could it be that a little time apart made the heart grow fonder? As a brother, Bai Chuan naturally wanted to help. He immediately took out his keys. Why don't you drive my car and take sister-in-law? It saves time. I still need to go to the second and third units to deliver awards, so I can't go with you. Meng Jian was not polite. He took the keys and sat in the driver's seat, saying to Yu Chengel, get in the car. Since things had come to this point, Yu Chengel couldn't refuse anymore. She had no choice but to sit inside, especially as Bai Chuan enthusiastically opened the front passenger door for her. Watching the car drive away, Bai Chuan nodded and said, Old Meng, I can only help you this much. You need to work harder. Yu Chengel thought Meng Jian insisted on driving her because he had something to tell her on the way. But during the drive, he didn't say a word and had no smile on his face. She guessed he was upset about not getting divorced, so she tried to comfort him, saying, don't be discouraged. Maybe the boss is in a bad mood today. We can go another time, and our request will probably be approved. Meng Jian's face looked even colder. He shot her a sharp look and said, I'm driving. Don't talk to the driver. Yu Chengel stuck out her tongue. Meng Jian seemed like an old-fashioned person, strict and a bit too formal. After passing the gate of the family compound, a familiar yet strange face suddenly appeared in Yu Chengel's view. She paused for a few seconds, then suddenly shouted, stop. Meng Jian quickly pressed the gas pedal and asked, what's wrong? Yu Chengel didn't answer him. Instead, she jumped out of the car and ran toward the gate of the family compound. Meng Jian pulled over to the side and followed her. Yu Chengel ran a few steps back to the gate, heading straight for a young man standing nearby. She breathlessly asked, why are you here? At first glance, she almost didn't recognize him. Wasn't this her original brother, Yu Changxi? They hadn't seen each other for half a year. Yu Changxi had grown taller and looked thinner. He was wearing a plain gray cloth shirt, cloth shoes, and carrying a big bag, standing helplessly at the gate, looking around. Yu Chengel suddenly appeared in front of him, making him tear up with excitement. He quickly hugged her and said, sister, I got in. I got into Yuzhou normal school. Yu Chengel was almost unable to breathe from his hug. Just then, a pair of large hands suddenly grabbed Yu Changxi's arms, preparing to throw him over the shoulder. Yu Chengel hurriedly shouted, he's my brother. Meng Jian loosened his grip on Yu Changxi's arms and looked a bit uncomfortable. He asked, Yu Changxi? Yu Changxi felt like his arm was about to break, but could only grimace and greet him, brother-in-law, it's me, Changxi. No wonder Meng Jian didn't recognize him. He only saw the young boy behind Yu Chengel 3 years ago when he visited his mother in the village. Back then, Yu Changxi was short and shy, hiding behind Yu Chengel and looking very scared. Unexpectedly, after 3 years, today he has grown into a young man nearly as tall as him. Yu Chengel, feeling a bit excited, took the conversation back. You just said you got into a good school? Just one word made both siblings tear up. In the original owner's memory, besides Meng Jian, her most cared about was her younger brother. Maybe she had many faults, but her love for her brother was real. She didn't go to school for long, but always encouraged her brother to study. When she saw that the family who adopted them had issues, she immediately found her own way out, hoping the family would treat her brother well. After arriving at the family compound, Meng Jian sent most of the money he gave her to her brother, while she just got by. She wasn't very smart, but she knew the money and vouchers she sent might not reach her brother directly. Still, she believed that as long as she kept sending them, the family would continue to take care of him. She knew Meng Jian didn't like her and felt she wasn't worthy of him, so she never dared to ask him to bring her brother to live with her. Meng Jian was like a straw in her muddy life, tightly held by her. She was afraid of losing him, which made her lose her only bit of hope. Seeing the excited pair, Meng Jian also felt happy for Yu Changxi. Hand over the things, get in the car, and we'll talk at home. She was worried that her visit might not be welcomed by her brother-in-law, but now seeing Yu Changle's calm expression, Yu Changxi secretly felt happy. It seemed her sister's letter was true. Her brother-in-law treated her well. Yu Changxi happily agreed and helped Meng Jian load the things onto the car. As soon as they reached home and entered the yard, Yu Changxi quietly asked Yu Changle, "Sister, why is there no crop planted in this yard?" Yu Changle looked a bit uncomfortable. "Your sister is busy most of the time, so she doesn't have time for that." She couldn't say she didn't know how to farm. Yu Changxi quietly kept this matter in his heart. Since his sister was busy, he decided to help her plant the fields so that her family could also enjoy fresh vegetables. After bringing everything home, Meng Jian said to Yu Changle, "Stay at home with Changxi. I'll go buy some vegetables and host a welcome dinner for him tonight." "Thank you, brother-in-law." Yu Changxi quickly responded, feeling happy inside. Does this mean his brother-in-law doesn't dislike him? Seeing Yu Changxi's happy smile, Yu Changle couldn't help but smile too. That's a big help. The money and the tickets are in the desk drawer. Meng Jian looked at the similar smiles of the siblings and suddenly wanted to smile like them. He quickly turned around. "I have some." As he left the house, his smile blossomed. Honestly, hearing him called brother-in-law sounded quite nice. Yu Changle poured a basin of hot water and told Yu Changxi to wash up first. She didn't know how he had traveled all this way, but he looked dusty and dirty all over. Yu Changxi washed his face with hot water, then his hands. His eyes, very much like Yu Changle's, sparkled as he looked at her. "Sister, from now on, I'll take care of you." His sudden words caught Yu Changle off guard. Her nose tingled, and she slapped him. "What nonsense. Do I still need you to take care of me?" Yu Changxi nodded seriously. "Sister, I mean it. I got into Yuzhou Normal University. The tuition is free for 3 years, and after graduation, the government will assign me a job. I can also tutor students in my spare time. I can earn money and take care of you." Hearing this, Yu Changle felt very touched. Her younger brother hadn't been raised in vain. She smiled and wiped away tears from the corner of her eye. "All right, I know you're capable now and can take care of me. But you're still a student, so studying should come first. Don't think about earning money." "I can earn money." Yu Changxi wasn't quite sure she could earn money. He carefully glanced at the door before speaking. "Sister, you sent me money and food coupons before."
Brother-in-law doesn't mind, right?
He knew his sister's situation well. She only finished 4th grade in elementary school, didn't want to do farm work, and wasn't very capable in the village. What could she do in the city? He guessed that the money she said she could earn was probably the living expenses her brother-in-law gave her. Yu Changle looked at his cautious behavior and felt a little sad inside. She knew how the brother and sister had lived their lives, always watching others' faces. She forced a small smile and said, "What's there to complain about? Didn't the letter already tell you? Your brother-in-law listens to me about everything." Yu Changxi watched her proud look and felt a bit less worried. At least today, her brother-in-law didn't give her a hard time and even went to buy groceries. Thinking of that made Yu Changxi happy again. "That's good. Sister, seeing you and your husband happy makes me happy too." Before he came, he had thought of many possible situations. He was afraid that Meng Jian might not treat his sister well, and he was even more worried that it might be because of himself. Yu Changle looked at this sensible child with satisfaction. For the first time, she felt that the original owner wasn't so bad to her. At least, she had a good younger brother. At mealtime, a military vehicle stopped in front of the Hakili restaurant. The owner thought guests had arrived. He opened the door curtain to greet them, but suddenly the vehicle started again and drove away. The owner was confused. Finally, the military vehicle stopped at the gate of the state-run restaurant. Meng Jian got out of the car. Just now, on the way, he remembered Yu Chang'el said she liked the three-piece set from Hakili, so he drove the car to the restaurant's entrance without thinking. But when he got out, he suddenly realized why he was going out of his way to buy what Yu Chang'el liked. He found it strange. So he started the car again and drove to the state-run restaurant, where the food was more popular, tasty, and affordable. As soon as he stepped into the restaurant, he saw someone he knew, Bo Chuan. Bo Chuan saw Meng Jian and immediately shouted loudly, "Hey, over here." He had waited a long time, but didn't see Meng Jian return with the car. He decided to come to the state-run restaurant to have dinner first. Coincidentally, he met Meng Jian there. "Why didn't you think of returning my car first when you came back? Instead, you have time to come eat?" Bo Chuan said angrily. "Don't you know I was waiting here hungry for you?" Meng Jian focused on the menu on the blackboard and casually replied, "When have you ever gone hungry?" "Hey." Bo Chuan pointed at the menu and said, "No, today you must treat me to braised pork." Meng Jian did not reply. He went straight to the ordering counter, took out money and meal tickets, and asked the waiter to prepare the bill. "Hello, comrade. 1 braised pork, 1 potato chicken, 1 pig's ear, and a large bone soup. Also 5 plain steamed buns." "Hey, that's enough. You can't eat that much." Bai Chuan was surprised. He didn't expect the usually stingy Meng Jian to be so generous today. Was he feeling unwell, or was he in a good mood because of good news? Meng Jian gave him a quick look and handed him a lunchbox and a bag. "Comrade, please pack all the dishes into the lunchbox. The buns can go in the bag." This made Bai Chuan stare in surprise. "What? Not eating here?" Meng Jian smiled. His deep, calm eyes now sparkled with a bright smile, making the waiter at the counter stare in awe. "Yes, not eating here." Bai Chuan was even more confused. "Then where are you going to eat? Buying food from a restaurant and taking it back to the unit might not be good if someone sees." Meng Jian nodded. "That's right. So I'll eat at home. As for you, you decide for yourself." Meng Jian took the lunchbox and bag from the waiter and turned to leave. Bai Chuan suddenly rushed forward, grabbing his shoulder and forcing himself to follow outside. "What do you mean? Are you joking with me?" They pulled and tugged as they left the restaurant. The waiter at the counter was still watching eagerly. The waiter serving the food smiled and said, "He's gone now. Why are you still looking?" The young girl blushed and almost buried her head under the counter. Such a polite, confident, and handsome soldier. How many young girls wouldn't admire or like him? In the end, Bai Chuan used the excuse of needing to drive to persuade Meng Jian to go back to the residential compound together. On the way, he learned that Yu Chang'el's younger brother had arrived and had been accepted into the Yuzhou Normal School. He patted Meng Jian on the arm and said, "Good job, Lao Meng. You see, you're showing off. I should have said earlier. With this good news, I'll add 2 more dishes." Meng Jian frowned. "What am I showing off? When guests come, I buy a few dishes to treat them. Isn't that normal?" Bai Chuan shook his head with a grin. You just like to argue. I know what kind of person you are. When have you ever invited someone to eat?" Today, Meng Jian was in a good mood. Even when Bo Chuan provoked him, he didn't get angry. He kept quiet and didn't respond. Just ignoring him was enough. But Bo Chuan couldn't help it. Surely, he was the only one who saw that Meng Jian's behavior was really unusual. "Tell me honestly, what did you and your sister-in-law do at the group headquarters today?" Bo Chuan thought Meng Jian looked so happy that it was strange. Something must have happened that he didn't know about. Meng Jian casually replied, "We applied for a divorce." "Your sister-in-law agreed to divorce?" Bo Chuan was shocked. "Yes," she agreed. "Really divorced?" Bo Chuan still couldn't believe it. "No, it didn't happen." Sigh. "Meng Jian, do you have to breathe so heavily when you talk?" Bo Chuan patted his chest and took a deep breath. There was a quiet pause of 3 seconds. Then he suddenly asked, confused, "Wait, so you're so happy now. Are you happy because your sister-in-law agreed to divorce, or because the divorce didn't go through. Meng Jian, who is usually quick-witted in front of Bo Chuan, couldn't find an answer to this question. His relaxed expression became tangled again. Curious, Bo Chuan kept asking but got no answer. He even annoyed Meng Jian, which I saw me happy. You're so talkative. If you keep talking, go downstairs. Bo Chuan silenced himself for a second, then suddenly realized, wait a minute, this car is mine. If anyone's going down, it's you. Meng Jian ignored him and drove home with a cold, icy expression. Outside, Yu Chengel heard the sound of a car and knew Meng Jian was back. She was about to go out and help carry things. But Yu Chengxi moved faster. She asked, is brother-in-law back? Before she finished, a figure already rushed out of the door. Yu Chengel found it funny. She knew Yu Chengxi admired her brother-in-law, but she didn't think he was that much of a sycophant. Since Yu Chengxi went to greet him, Yu Chengel took 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen and poured a bowl of hot water nearby. Soon, the sound of talking grew closer. Yu Chengel suddenly heard another familiar voice, great. When school starts, I'll come visit you at your school. What are you talking about? Chengxi is going to study. Don't bother him. No need to bother you. After class, I will show you around our school and treat you to a meal at the cafeteria. Okay, it's a deal. Yu Chengel looked toward the door and saw Bai Chuan leaning on Yu Chengxi's shoulder, walking behind Meng Jian. Bai Chuan is here. Yu Chengel warmly greeted him. She always thought Bai Chuan was a good person and never looked down on anyone. Bai Chuan grinned and replied, came to grab some food, sister-in-law. Look at you, visiting as a guest. I welcome you with both hands. Yu Chengel joked casually while taking the lunchbox from Meng Jian and turned to go into the kitchen. Meng Jian felt that Yu Chengel was different now. Why did she seem so relaxed and happy talking to others, but when talking to him, she was so serious? In the kitchen, Yu Chengel cleared some space for the dishes and grabbed another set of bowls and chopsticks. Seeing Meng Jian still standing there, she reminded him, the hot water is at the door. Wash your hands first before eating. Meng Jian automatically responded and then looked up to see Bai Chuan smirking at him from the side. He frowned and asked, why are you laughing? Bai Chuan leaned close to his ear and whispered, good, Commander Meng. You're very obedient. That comment was like a slipping into Meng Jian's ear, making him feel ticklish and blush instantly. He pushed Bai Chuan away and warned softly, stop joking, or you won't get to eat. Bai Chuan smiled knowingly, but said nothing. He had already eaten his fill today. Yu Chengxi looked at the table full of meat dishes and white steamed buns and was stunned speechless. Brother-in-law, you're too generous. Back home, they mostly ate coarse grain bread with scallions or coarse flour noodles. During festivals, they might get a boiled egg or some meat on special occasions or New Year, but never like this. Yu Chengel also frowned. If they ate these meats and buns tonight, the weight she had worked hard to lose would all come back. She stood up and said, you all eat first. I'll make a couple of small dishes. Yu Chengxi hurriedly urged, no need, sister. That's enough. Don't bother. Meng Jian also looked a bit puzzled. Why was she frowning even when serving her brother? Was she disappointed? Was she not being a good host? He didn't realize he momentarily felt regretful, wishing he had gotten off the bus to buy her favorite dish instead. Yu Chengel moved quickly, preparing a garlic cucumber salad and stir-fried greens, which were soon served. While waiting for Yu Chengel to finish cooking, Bai Chuan suddenly remembered there was half a bottle of wine left in his car. He immediately got up to fetch it. Now, the table had meat, vegetables, wine, and steamed buns, all ready. Seeing that the 3 of them were a bit shy, Bai Chuan took the lead and raised his glass, saying, come on, everyone, let's raise our glasses. The first toast is to welcome Chengxi and celebrate his arrival. Meng Jian glanced at Bai Chuan helplessly. This guy was always lively no matter where he was. But since Yu Chengel was already smiling and raising his glass, he had no choice but to join in and take a big sip. Before he could put down his glass, Bai Chuan picked up the wine bottle and poured again. For the second toast, we celebrate Chengxi passing university entrance exams and wish him a bright future. Chengxi was very touched. He immediately stood up, holding his glass to toast him. Yu Changel also felt happy for him and responded enthusiastically, raising his glass as well. Meng Jiuan stared at his wine, frowning slightly, then tilted his head and drank it all in one gulp. For the third toast, we thank old Meng and his wife for providing this hearty dinner, giving us a chance to gather, share laughter, meet new friends, and remember old ones. Before Bai Chuan could finish, Meng Jiuan couldn't hold back. Are you done? The food's getting cold. Bai Chuan awkwardly chuckled. All right, cheers. Everything goes, without saying. After 3 drinks, Bai Chuan sat down satisfied, his face already starting to turn red. Changxi's face was even redder, looking like a cooked lobster. He was happily chatting with Bai Chuan, full of energy, completely different from his cautious self when he first arrived. Getting into university was not easy, so he was rarely this happy. Yu Changel was pleased to see him so relaxed and joyful. Already a bit tipsy, Yu Changel secretly glanced at Meng Jiuan. He saw that Meng Jiuan still sat straight, looking calm, and thought to himself that soldiers really had good alcohol tolerance. The group ate and talked, mainly Bai Chuan chatting with the siblings. Meng Jiuan just listened quietly, focusing on his meal. After a few drinks, even Yu Changxi, who was initially a bit afraid of Meng Jiuan, completely relaxed and held onto Meng Jiuan's hand, refusing to let go. Brother-in-law, besides my sister, the person I am most grateful to in this world is you. Because you love my sister, treat her well, and also treat me well. You don't know how worried I was back home, fearing that you might drift apart because of me. If that had happened, I wouldn't have minded staying in my old place. Yu Changxi, feeling the effects of the alcohol, finally expressed his long-held worries and gratitude. Meng Jiuan felt both touched and guilty, because he hadn't been as good as Yu Changxi thought, and today even. All these words he couldn't say out loud, he swallowed with his drink, taking sip after sip. Plus, Bai Chuan was a talkative person, so the meal lasted over 2 hours before ending, and by then, it was already dark outside. Yu Changel, still sober, felt troubled. He had promised to move out today, but now that Changxi had come over, what should he do? Bai Chuan, full from drinking, hiccuped and was sent out by Meng Jiuan. He couldn't drive, but insisted on walking home. Worried about dangers on the road, Meng Jiuan went to the first courtyard to ask old Lu for help to give him a ride. After running around for a while, Yu Changxi had already collapsed from exhaustion. Yu Changel tidied up the table thoroughly, finished cleaning the kitchen, and only needed to decide what to do with Yu Changxi. As soon as Meng Jiuan entered the house, he saw her lost in thought. He looked at Yu Changxi, who was lying motionless on the table, then went over and directly carried him onto his shoulder. Let him sleep in my bed. Yu Changel, waking from her daze, hurried to help. Yu Changxi was about Meng Jiuan's height, and so drunk he was unresponsive. Moving him was indeed difficult. Once they got him safely onto the bed, both Yu Changel and Meng Jiuan were exhausted. Meng Jiuan's face was slightly flushed, and beads of sweat covered his forehead. He panted heavily, casually unbuttoned his collar, and finally felt a bit more comfortable. A drop of shimmering sweat slid down his Adam's apple, rolling into his neck. Yu Changel looked up and happened to see it, her face suddenly feeling even hotter. She quickly looked away. After settling Yu Changxi, a bigger problem remained. There was only one bed. How could she and Meng Jiuan sleep together? She thought for a moment that since her brother had already taken her bed, there was no reason for her to sleep on another one. Yu Changel decided to take a blanket and a thin quilt from the wardrobe. While making a bed on the floor, she said to Meng Jiuan, "Tonight, you sleep in my bed. I'll sleep on the floor nearby. It wouldn't look good if someone saw me sleeping outside." Yu Changxi didn't know about their divorce plans. If she woke up early and saw her sleeping on the living room floor, she would think a lot. Meng Jiuan didn't say anything and just sat still in his chair, maintaining his previous posture. Yu Changel didn't know that Meng Jiuan, who usually never drank alcohol, had already reached his limit after drinking so many glasses. After waiting a while, she felt something was wrong. She bent down to look and saw that Meng Jiuan, who had looked normal earlier, now had a face as red as a ripe apple. She squatted down and gently patted Meng Jian. "Wake up. Can you still move?" Earlier, both of them had exhausted themselves, and now she was supposed to carry Meng Jian onto the bed alone. She felt it would be too much for her. "I can't move you alone. Maybe you can hold on a bit longer. Just a few steps and you'll be there. Wasn't he fine just now? Why did he suddenly get like this? What should we do? We can't just leave him here. What if he falls?" Meng Jian only felt his head buzzing, and everything around him was flashing with colorful lights. He could vaguely hear Yu Chang'e murmuring. He forced himself to stay alert and open his eyes. Seeing this, Yu Chang'e cheered happily. "Yes, that's it. Just a few seconds longer, hold on." At the same time, a pair of soft little hands lifted his arm, and in the next moment, a sweet, fragrant scent hit his face. Meng Jian struggled to open his blurry eyes, but suddenly saw Yu Chang'e's face very close to his. Under the orange-yellow light, her cheeks were flushed, her lips slightly pouty, biting her lower lip gently, trying hard to help him up onto her shoulder, occasionally exhaling a faint scent of alcohol. In that moment, Meng Jian suddenly thought that Yu Chang'e looked quite nice. Yu Chang'e was too close to him. Her whole body was rubbing against his side. His reason told him to push her away, but his limbs were too weak to obey. Her face was also close, swaying near his, almost kissing him several times. Why would he want to kiss Yu Chang'e? Meng Jian suddenly felt a jolt in his mind. For a moment his reason took over. He forced himself to stand up, staggered a few steps to the sleeping mat and lay down directly. Yu Chang'e was still unaware, and Meng Jian had already started breathing evenly. She chuckled softly, realizing that this soldier's alcohol tolerance wasn't very good. Yu Chang'e helped him take off his shoes and covered him with a thin blanket before beginning to wash up herself. As she washed, she wondered how she should tell Yu Changxi that she wanted a divorce. The next morning, Meng Jian woke up with a headache and a feeling of tightness in his chest. He looked down and was almost startled. A small, delicate, white foot was resting on his chest. Following the smooth leg, the owner of the foot was sleeping soundly on the bed. A faint smile appeared on Meng Jian's face. It seemed that Yu Chang'e was so restless even when sleeping. He gently lifted her foot and placed it back on the bed, then stood up, stretched his stiff muscles after sleeping all night, and tidied up the sleeping mat, doing everything quietly. After glancing at Yu Chang'e still deep in sleep, he quietly opened the door and left the room. His room door was already open. The bed was neatly made, indicating Yu Changxi had already gotten up. After washing up, Meng Jian heard some movement outside in the yard. He went out and saw Yu Changxi digging the ground with a she had found somewhere. In the morning sunlight, the young boy's face, still youthful, was sweating profusely. Seeing Meng Jian come out, he happily greeted him. "Good morning, brother-in-law." Meng Jian smiled. "Good morning. I'm going to buy breakfast. What do you want to eat?" Yu Changxi wiped his sweat and replied honestly, "Brother-in-law, I don't usually eat breakfast. Anything is fine." Meng Jian looked at Yu Changxi and thought of the tough years he had gone through when he was younger. He felt a little touched. "Take a break. Why are you working so early?"
"No one is planting anything."
Yu Changxi smiled, showing 2 neat rows of teeth. "I know. Sister and brother-in-law are busy. I have some free time, so I plant a few vegetables. That way, when you come back, you can eat fresh vegetables." His simple and sincere words moved even Meng Jian, who usually remained indifferent to others. He didn't know what to say, so he simply said thank you. Brother Yu Changxi kept waving his hands. "Brother-in-law, if anyone should thank you, it's me. If you and my sister hadn't supported me with my studies and encouraged me to keep going, I wouldn't have been able to get into university." Supporting him with his studies? Meng Jian had a quick thought, but he nodded calmly. "Rest if you're tired. It's not too late to eat breakfast first." Yu Changxi happily agreed. Since brother-in-law cares so much about him, he must care even more about his sister. His sister's letter was right. Brother-in-law is really a good person, kind and generous. From what he saw, the relationship between his sister and brother-in-law is very good. Brother-in-law goes out to buy breakfast and dinner, and his sister probably hasn't even gotten up yet. If this were in their countryside, such things wouldn't happen. No daughter-in-law would get up before dawn to serve the family. Meng Juan thought about Yu Changxi's words again, and recalling what he said last night when he held his hand, he quickly understood what was going on. It seems Yu Changel was secretly using family money to help her brother. Meng Juan wasn't angry about this. He didn't think she was wrong either. But the way she did it secretly. Did she think he would disagree? Does she think he's so indifferent? Feeling a bit upset, Meng Juan bought 2 baskets of buns and 3 steamed rolls. As he reached the gate, he saw Yu Changel and Yu Changxi talking and laughing in the yard. Yu Changel had lost quite a bit of weight recently. She was wearing a light blue cotton dress, her hair casually tied back, and her smile was relaxed and bright. She looked like a lively 18-year-old girl. Noticing a gaze on her at the gate, Yu Changel naturally looked up and saw the smile still on her face. "You're back? Sorry to trouble you again for breakfast." "Yeah, it's fine." Meng Juan awkwardly looked away, nodded, and signaled for them to come inside and eat. Yu Changxi quietly leaned close to Yu Changel's ear and said, "Brother-in-law is talking to you. Why are you so shy?" Yu Changel rolled her eyes at him. Does he think brother-in-law is shy? No, he just doesn't want to say more to her. After breakfast, Meng Juan was about to leave for the army. Before he went, he called Yu Changel aside. "Changxi doesn't know about our situation, right?" Yu Changel nodded, still not having had the chance to tell him or decide how to say it. Meng Juan also nodded and said, "Since you haven't said it, let's not say it for now." Seeing Yu Changel look confused, he cleared his throat and explained, "It's happy that Changxi got into college. I think he's very emotional and sensitive. Yesterday, he also pulled me aside and shared many worries. He said if his actions affect our relationship, he might stop studying. I'm worried that if I tell him now, he might overthink. Let him get used to college life first. It's not too late. Besides, we are not divorced now." What Meng Juan said was exactly what Yu Changel was worried about. She gratefully said, "Thank you for understanding. I will find the right time to tell him the truth." Meng Juan looked deeply at Yu Changel, his eyes shining with an unclear light. Yu Changxi decided that this morning he would finish turning over all the land in the yard. After breakfast, he immediately started working again, ignoring Yu Changel's suggestion to rest. He worked until noon, when Yu Changel returned from Li Mei's house. He had just finished turning the last piece of land. Seeing his face all red from the sun, Yu Changel felt a little worried. "You said you just turned the land. Why are you in such a hurry? Why not finish it all at once?" Yu Changxi chuckled and took the sugar water handed to him by his sister, drinking it in one gulp, feeling sweet in his heart. "Why put sugar in it? I only drink plain water. Don't you think if I finish early I can plant sooner? You and brother-in-law can enjoy the vegetables I grow earlier." Yu Changel couldn't argue with him and gently pushed his head with her finger. "Silly boy, here, take this." Yu Changxi looked and saw that Yu Changel had taken some vegetable seeds and seedlings from Li Mei's house. He was so happy. "This is loofah, this is chili, this is bitter melon, and this is tomato. Great. I have almost everything I want to plant." He knew his sister loved him best. She said he shouldn't do more, but in fact, she always supported him. Yu Changel also felt very strange. Before meeting Yu Changxi, she had no special feelings. But from the moment she first saw him, when he hugged her tightly and cried with joy, she felt as if she had already accepted him as her younger brother. All her childhood memories seemed to come alive, and she felt a strong sibling bond that she couldn't control. At noon, the brother and sister were making noodles again. Since there was no refrigerator at home, they couldn't buy meat to store. To cook, they had to buy meat early in the morning from the supply and marketing cooperative. Eating noodles was the easiest option. Even a simple fried egg noodle bowl made Yu Changxi very happy, and he drank all the soup at the bottom. Yu Changel felt very sorry. "Didn't I send you money and food coupons? What do you usually eat?" Yu Changxi hesitated, shyly scratching his head. "I usually eat these things too. It's just that your cooking is so good, I couldn't help but eat messily." Yu Changel didn't believe his excuses. Last night, She didn't want to remind him, but from how he was eating meat, it was clear he hadn't had meat in at least half a year. Tell me honestly, did the money and food coupons I sent reach you? Yu Chang'e straightened up. Seeing her serious face, Yu Changxi didn't dare lie anymore. He paused for a moment and shook his head gently. Yu Chang'e took a deep breath. She knew it was like this. Then, what do you usually eat? Yu Changxi mumbled for a while, then stammered, Aunt Sure makes 2 mixed grain steamed buns every day, and she grows scallions in the field.
Slap.
Yu Chang'e angrily slapped the table. I probably know that the money and coupons didn't reach you, but you should at least eat better. How can she cheat you like this? Yu Changxi looked worriedly at her hand on the table and carefully said, Aunt Sure said the money and coupons you sent are just enough for me to go to school. She saves the rest for food. I don't know how much you sent, only what she told me. Yu Chang'e sneered coldly. 15 yuan a month plus 5 jin of fine grain and 10 jin of coarse grain. Enough for you to go to school?
How can she say that?
Yu Changxi was surprised to learn that his sister sent him so much every month. He felt even more guilty. Sister, why did you send me so much? How are you living? Yu Chang'e, who was originally furious, suddenly turned her head when she saw Yu Changxi's eyes turn red with worry. She quickly comforted him. Are you still worried about me? You see, your brother-in-law treats me well. Do I look like I've suffered? Yu Changxi carefully looked her over and honestly shook his head. Not really. Her answer made Yu Chang'e both laugh and cry, but at least it eased Yu Changxi's worries. Yu Chang'e asked the final question. How did you find this place? Jinbo City said it was neither too big nor too small, but without an exact address, finding someone by luck was almost impossible. Based on Yu Chang'e's understanding of human nature, in order to keep receiving her monthly money and food coupons, that wicked woman would not tell him her address. Moreover, if they met above, her past years of withholding Yu Changxi's share would likely be exposed. Yu Changxi smiled slyly because your brother is smart. He knew very well that Aunt Sure was wary of him. The village postman had long been warned, and every letter Yu Chang'e sent had to be personally collected by her. No one else was allowed to. By the time he got the letter, it was already opened and read. Sometimes, he could see tear marks at the bottom of the paper, which probably meant Yu Chang'e had left her address. But she only cared about her own family and couldn't control others' homes. Besides, with her limited mind, she probably never thought that Yu Changxi had already gone to Meng Jiuan's mother's house and obtained the envelope from Meng Jiuan's return letter. So, he resolutely filled out his application to Yuzhou Normal School in Jinbo City. Once he received the acceptance letter, he could openly pack his things and leave that place to reunite with his beloved sister. Yu Chang'e watched him happily talk about his plans, but she knew how much hardship her brother had endured along the way. She couldn't help but ask, since you know my address, why didn't you write to tell me about your situation? She believed that even the original owner wouldn't just watch her own brother suffer like this. Yu Changxi paused, his voice a bit muffled. I didn't want you to worry. I know if you could come to pick me up, you would have already done so. The money you sent Aunt Sure was just to give me a safe place before I became independent. If I wrote to tell you I was not doing well, it would only worry you for nothing. I don't want to trouble you anymore. So, I worked hard to study, hoping one day I could leave that mountain valley on my own, become self-reliant, and then come find my sister. Yu Chang'e's eyes filled with tears, which is why Yu Changxi said, let me take care of you. This young boy loved her in his own simple way, trusting her, caring for her, and protecting her carefully. At this moment, Yu Chang'e felt both happiness and sadness. Seeing tears fall on her face, Yu Changxi quickly panicked. Sister, don't be sad. Look, I'm standing here healthy. I got into university, so soon we'll have a good life together. Hearing this, Yu Chang'e smiled through her tears. Yes, soon we will have a good life. After calming herself, Yu Chang'e started to look at Yu Changxi, making him feel a bit uncomfortable. Sister, what are you looking at? Yu Chang'e pouted. I'm looking at your worn-out clothes. They're so faded I can't see the color anymore, and the cuffs are torn. Are you planning to wear this to register? Yu Changxi smiled honestly. It's okay. I'm going to study, as long as I have clothes to wear. Yu Changle shook her head. Change your clothes and take a shower. You've been sweating all morning and it smells. Feeling a bit shy, Yu Changshi sniffed himself and obediently said, Okay, I'll go wash now. While Yu Changshi went to shower, Yu Changle went to Li Mei's house. She picked out a fine piece of white cotton fabric and a piece of dark blue cotton fabric. She made a stylish shirt and pants for Yu Changshi herself, even ironing the seams carefully. Li Mei watched and praised, Changle, how do you come up with so many nice designs? Is this for a boy? Did you make it for Juan? Yu Changle felt a little embarrassed. She hadn't really thought about making clothes for Meng Jiuan. No, my brother got into Yuzhou Normal University and came to Jinbo to study. I made him a set of clothes. Oh, that's great. If he becomes a teacher, it's a stable job, honorable and respected. There's nothing better than that. Li Mei kept exclaiming happily. She knew Yu Changle was from the village too. It was a big deal for a village girl to get into university, especially a prestigious teacher's college. Yu Changle modestly smiled and was about to leave. Li Mei stopped her, insisting she wait, so she could pick a big basket of vegetables and fruits from the garden to bring back. She said it was for the college student to eat. Yu Changle carried a big basket of vegetables and her finished clothes home. When she arrived, she saw Yu Changshi had finished his shower and was bending over watering the newly planted seeds and seedlings. Yu Changle teased, You like planting vegetables so much, you should consider studying at an agricultural university. When her sister returned, Yu Changshi put down his water scoop and went to greet her, taking her belongings. He smiled brightly. I've already decided. I can choose biology at the teacher's college too, it's no problem. In front of his younger brother, Yu Changle no longer needed to hide her pride. She smiled happily. This is vegetables sent by Aunt Lee from the big courtyard. I heard we have a university student in the family, and they're so jealous. They said these are for the university student to eat. Yu Changshi shyly smiled. Thanks, sister. Please tell Aunt Lee thank you for me. Already thanked her. But I still want you to try on this, Yu Changle said, pointing at the clothes he was holding. Yu Changshi was surprised. Is this for me? He had thought it was a new outfit for his brother-in-law. Just now, he was thinking how comfortable the fabric felt and how good the style looked. His brother-in-law would look very handsome wearing it. Of course, it's for you. Your brother-in-law wears military clothes every day, and that outfit fits him so well he can't take it off, Yu Changle urged. Don't just stand there, go try it on. Yu Changshi's eyes lit up with joy. Carefully, he unfolded the clothes and examined them for a full minute, then reluctantly folded them back. Sis, I don't want it. Just return it. Yu Changle was surprised. This was the first time her handmade clothes had been rejected. Why? Don't you like the style? Yu Changshi shook his head with regret. Sis, I have clothes to wear. Don't spend money on buying me more. How can buying you clothes be considered spending money? Yu Changle knew he was trying to save her money. Besides, I didn't spend any money on this. I made it myself from fabric I already had. Unexpectedly, Yu Changshi chuckled when he heard this. Sis, stop joking. I really can't accept this. It's obvious it's not expensive. Yu Changle nodded. My clothes aren't cheap, but I made this for you free of charge. Did you really make this, sis? Yu Changshi still looked suspicious. Has she learned to sew clothes in the past 2 years? Yu Changle thought he was too talkative and simply pushed him back into the house. You're like an old man, asking questions nonstop and not trusting me? Hurry up, don't dawdle. If the size doesn't fit, I'll have to borrow a sewing machine from someone to fix it. Yu Changshi couldn't argue with his sister, so he had to go inside and change clothes. This new outfit surprised Yu Changlo. Was her younger brother so handsome? Standing at about 1.8 meters tall, he looked even more handsome and upright in the white shirt. His shy smile and deep brown eyes, like pure amber, always seemed full of innocence. Is he the kind of charming young guy who will become popular in the future? All right, Changshi, Yu Changlo said with a smile. Now her sister wouldn't worry about him finding a wife. Yu Changshi blushed and looked even more lovely with a rosy glow. Sister, what are you saying? You're embarrassing me. Ha ha ha. Yu Changlo laughed happily, feeling like a proud young man who had successfully teased his little wife. She agreed with Li Mei that passing the college entrance exam was a huge achievement in this era. She also needed to worry more about her brother. He could sew his own clothes, but other supplies had to be bought in the city. She decided to take Yu Changxi to the city today. He was very excited because he had never been to Jinbo City before. In the afternoon, there were fewer people in the city, and when they got on the bus, they found seats. Yu Changxi sat happily by the window, clutching the handrail tightly, pressing his face against the glass, and kept looking outside, his mouth almost stretching to his ears. Yu Changli teased him, "Haven't you ridden in a car before? Why are you so excited?" But Yu Changxi, lost in the breeze, closed his eyes to enjoy the fresh air and shook his head instinctively. "When I came here, I either rode a farmer's ox cart or walked. I've never sat in such a big vehicle before."
Yu Changlu's smile froze instantly.
From their rural mountain village to Jinbo City, he hadn't taken a single ride. She wondered how many days it took him to get here. She didn't say anything but silently made a vow in her heart. She must make a name for herself in this era and never let her family suffer again. When they arrived in the city, Yu Changlu wanted to take Yu Changxi to the Xinhua bookstore to buy some books and stationery. The Xinhua bookstore was located at the big crossroad, not far from the station, about a 10-minute walk. By the time they reached the city, it was already 4 p.m. Worried that the bookstore might close, Yu Changlu hurriedly led Yu Changxi there. When they saw the large sign of Xinhua bookstore from afar, they realized a long line had already formed outside. What was happening? The two of them approached the end of the line and asked the person in front, "Excuse me, what are people queuing for?" The person turned to look at them. When he saw Yu Changxi looking like a student, he replied, "Don't you know? Today, they say the new issue of Scars is out. If you don't come early, you won't be able to buy it." Yu Changel was okay, but Yu Changxi's eyes lit up. "Is it the Scars that was published in the Wenhui newspaper?" Seeing that Yu Changxi knew about Wenhui, the man thought they were both readers and became much friendlier. "Exactly. Only those who know about it early come to queue. When the others finish work, it's already sold out." Hearing this, Yu Changxi became even more excited. Maybe he still had a chance to buy Scars. Just then, the front of the line suddenly moved. The bookstore was clearing out and releasing the books. The crowd became lively. Everyone was eager to buy the book, but also worried it might be sold out by the time it was their turn. People at the back started pushing forward. The bookstore staff had to bring out a few chairs and stand on them to shout and keep order. Soon, the first person who bought the book squeezed out of the crowd, holding it high and waving it at the others behind. "Got it. It's Scars. It's really Scars." The crowd got even more excited. Some worried they hadn't brought enough money and asked, "Comrade, how much is it?" The person smiled so broadly his mouth almost couldn't close, holding the book like a treasure. 1 yuan and 25 cents. Wow, many in the line found that price hard to accept. Unable to buy or unwilling to leave, some people came out of the line and stayed nearby, hoping to get a chance to see the book. With fewer people in line, those at the back could step forward several paces. But Yu Changxi hesitated. He only had 2 yuan from the village reward, which saved him bus fare. During these days, he was so hungry he couldn't resist spending 6 mao on a snack. Now, only 1 yuan and 40 mao remained. If he bought the book, he'd only have 1 yuan and 50 mao left, not enough for school subsidies. But if he missed Scars, he knew he'd regret it forever. Yu Changel quickly saw his hesitation and quietly took out a big ration coupon from her pocket, then handed it to him. "Stand in line here, and after you buy that book we talked about, buy 2 notebooks, a pen, and a bottle of ink. I need all of these. I will check later." After saying this, she turned and walked away. Yu Changxi was caught off guard and hurriedly asked, "Sister, where are you going?" Yu Changel waved her hand confidently, without looking back. "I'm going to the supply and marketing store to buy some things. When you're done, wait for me here." Yu Changxi watched her leave and then looked at the ration coupon in his hand. He pressed his lips together, feeling his nose sting, but his heart was very warm. Yu Changle walked very quickly because she was afraid Yu Changxi would keep talking and that he was reluctant to spend money. She also worried that if they finished buying books and then went to the supply store, it might be too late. She knew her way around and went straight to the supply and marketing store. Today, the clerk had changed. "Hello, comrade. I ordered a sewing machine earlier. Has it arrived?" Fortunately, she had written an order slip when she ordered, and the previous clerk had handed over the matter. After confirming the slip was correct, the clerk cheerfully said, "It arrived yesterday, in the back warehouse. Wait a moment, I'll get it for you." Soon, two clerks carried out a brand new Peony brand sewing machine, decorated with a big red flower. The clerk smiled and said, "Sister Luo said this is your dowry, so she specially put a flower on it." Yu Changle was a bit amused and could only politely thank the clerk for her kindness. "Thank you. I want to buy a few more things, and I'll pay all at once later." On the way here, Yu Changle had already decided to buy as many daily necessities as possible for Yu Changxi, so he wouldn't be reluctant to buy them himself. Next, she started shopping wildly inside the store, attracting the attention of the other customers. Because she was buying too much: matches, candles, soap, shampoo, plastic combs, plastic sandals, slippers, hair oil, handkerchiefs, nail clippers, iron spoons, enamel basins, enamel bowls, thermos bottles, towels, toothbrushes, toothpaste, and she even bought a plastic basket to carry everything. Of course, she didn't forget her own needs and bought sewing machine needles, buttons, hooks, and other small items. Today, there were no fruit candies for sale, or she would have bought half a jean. The shop assistant, who had been working for many years, had never seen such a way of buying things. After counting 3 times on the abacus, she finally announced the total price. Total is 211 yuan, 85 cents. The main item was the sewing machine, which cost 175 yuan. Everyone at the supply and marketing cooperative was stunned. They watched as the young girl calmly took out a large stack of money from her bag. Yu Changle counted the money, handed it over, and the clerk checked it 3 times to make sure it was correct, then asked worriedly, "Comrade, how will you carry all these things?" Yu Changle didn't expect to buy so much at once, but she felt each item was needed by Yu Changxi, so she bought them without hesitation. Now, carrying everything was clearly a problem. She thought for a moment and said to the clerk, "Comrade, can you hold these for me for a while? I'll come back to pick them up later." The clerk saw that a young girl couldn't carry so much and agreed, "Just come quickly, though. We finish work at 7 o'clock. "Okay, thank you, comrade." After shopping, Yu Changle headed towards the big crossroad. Before she got close, she saw a large crowd surrounding the entrance of the Xinhua bookstore, 3 layers deep. She instinctively looked at the bookstore entrance, but didn't see Yu Changxi. Her heart suddenly tightened with unease. She hurried a few steps and pushed through the crowd, calling out loudly, "Changxi! Yu Changxi!" At that moment, Yu Changxi's voice came from inside the crowd. "Sister, I'm here." Hearing his voice, Yu Changle pushed her way in. When she looked down, she saw someone lying on the ground. Yu Changxi was twisting the person's arm with a few others, and his knee was pressing the person's back. Seeing Yu Changle squeeze out of the crowd, Yu Changxi quickly called out, "Big sister." Seeing that the person was safe, Yu Changle relaxed and asked, "What are you doing?" "Chasing a thief." "This person was stealing money from the line earlier," Yu Changxi said excitedly. The bookstore staff already called the police. It was his first time bravely catching a thief, and he felt a little proud. Just then, someone from the police station arrived. To everyone's surprise, it was a female police officer. People around couldn't help but discuss, "Is there no one at the police station? Can it really take someone back to the police station? Look at her thin arms and legs. She probably had to help carry him back." The female police officer heard these words, just glanced at them, and without saying a word, she stepped forward and handcuffed the person. Then she turned to Yu Changxi and the others and said, "Please come with me to the police station to explain the situation." Her voice was quiet, calm, and firm, with a tone that left no room for refusal. At that moment, taking advantage of her turning her head, the thief stood up and tried to run. Quick as a flash, The police officer spun around and grabbed the thief's arm, then threw him down. The thief spun in the air, completing a full circle, and then hit the ground hard with a loud bang, crying out in pain. Everyone was stunned, not knowing what had just happened. Only Yu Changxi, who was closest, saw her lift the 100-plus-pound person easily and then perform a smooth shoulder throw. His heart was pounding uncontrollably, as if struck by an electric shock.
It was
So impressive. Noticing someone staring at her closely, the police officer frowned slightly and looked at Yu Changxi with deep, dark eyes that seemed cold and indifferent. Are you done looking? Can we go now? Yu Changxi's face immediately turned red.
He hurriedly apologized. Sorry.
I was just looking. No, I wasn't looking enough. No, that's not it. Yu Changxi's sister, Yu Changel, looked at him speechlessly. From blushing to his neck and arms, it seemed his whole body was flushed. She stepped in to help. Officer, my brother isn't very good at talking. He means no harm. Please forgive him. The police officer glanced at Yu Changxi with a faint look, nodded, and said nothing more. So, the brother and sister followed her to the police station, where they spent a lot of time giving statements. Yu Changel took a moment to ask Yu Changxi, "Did you buy everything you were supposed to?" He nodded. "Yes, I bought everything." "What about the books? Did you get them?" He nodded again. "Yes, I got the books too." Talking about the books, Yu Changxi suddenly perked up and took them out of his bag like a treasure, showing Yu Changel. "Look, sister. Wounds." As she was about to give a detailed introduction, the female police officer who had finished taking the notes came over to tell them they could leave. She immediately noticed the book. "Wounds? Did you buy it at the Xinhua bookstore?" She suddenly asked, her voice carrying a hint of surprise. Yu Changxi was momentarily stunned and replied, "Yes, but it was sold out today." Hearing that it was sold out, the female police officer looked a bit disappointed. She glanced at the book in Yu Changxi's hand again and then said, "Thank you for your cooperation and bravery. You can go now." "Okay. Thank you, officer." "It's what we should do," Yu Changel replied politely, preparing to leave. But at this moment, Yu Changxi suddenly said, "Officer, if you want to read this book, I can lend it to you." Both Yu Changel and the police officer were surprised by his words. Yu Changel didn't expect shy and reserved Yu Changxi to start a conversation. The police officer also didn't expect him to offer to lend her the book. Usually, she would have refused outright, but she had wanted to read this book for a long time. She had seen some parts of it in a newspaper and couldn't forget it. Today, the bookstore had new books, but they were sold out again. She didn't know when they would get more. She hesitated a little and asked, "Is that okay?" Yu Changxi generously handed over the book. "Of course. You're a police officer. Do you think I'd worry about you not returning it?" The police officer took the book, thought for a moment, and said, "Thank you. I'll take good care of it and promise to return it in the same condition." Yu Changel nodded. "We'll be going now. By the way, I'm Yu Changxi. What's your name?"
I'm Bai Ling.
After leaving the police station and seeing Yu Changxi in a good mood, Yu Changel couldn't help teasing him. "Changxi, tell your sister, are you interested in Officer Bai?"
What?
Sister. Yu Changxi, who had been confident just moments ago, suddenly turned shy again. "You're talking nonsense. I've never seen you so proactive before. Don't you have feelings for her?" Yu Changxi blushed and explained, "I just admire her skills. Besides soldiers, I respect police officers the most. They protect our country and help people. Plus, I'm still a student. College is the best time to fall in love. You must not become a bookworm who only studies. While learning is important, don't miss out on experiencing different parts of life." Yu Changxi was stunned. Could his sister really say something like that? "Big sister, I think you've changed." Although his sister was still kind to him and even more thoughtful than before, he felt that something was different. Yu Changel was surprised and quickly realized that the words she just said weren't something someone who only finished elementary school would say. She forgot that they had depended on each other for over 10 years, and Yu Changxi knew her best. Yu Changel's mind was racing. She could only blame Meng Jiuan and pretended to stay calm as she said, "Isn't that true? Your brother-in-law keeps telling me to study more and open my mind. He made me read quite a few books. Now it made sense. Yu Changxi suddenly understood. He said seriously, your brother-in-law is right. Sister, you should also read more when you have time. It will do you good. Seeing that she had been tricked, Yu Changel nodded and let out a breath of relief. Yu Changxi returned the remaining money in his pocket to Yu Changel, looking embarrassed. Big sister, I spent 6 yuan and 95 cents. Here's the 3 yuan and 5 cents left. He had chosen the cheapest pen, which still cost 5 yuan. Thinking about how much money his sister spent made him feel guilty. Yu Changel didn't take it. Keep the rest yourself. You're grown up now, you should carry some money in your bag. Yu Changxi hurriedly said, I don't need the money. The school will give me a subsidy. Yu Changel chuckled. I've grown up, but I've never seen a time when money was useless. Without another word, she shoved the money into his bag. Stop hesitating.
Keep the money well.
Let's go. I still have things to buy at the supply store. The two hurried and finally arrived before the store closed. Yu Changxi saw the pile of things his sister bought and was so shocked he couldn't speak. Good heavens, how much did that cost? Yu Changel carried a large pile of scattered items in a plastic basket with one hand and held a filled enamel basin in the other, walking in front. Yu Changxi carefully carried the sewing machine behind her. Sister, where are we going? Yu Changel pretended to be mysterious. You'll find out soon. She had already made up her mind. To help Yu Changxi accept her and Meng Jiuan's divorce more easily, she decided to take things step by step. The first step was to tell him about her new shop. Once he knew that his sister could earn money and support herself, he wouldn't worry that she couldn't survive without Meng Jiuan. This would help reduce some of his anxiety. Fortunately, the supply and marketing cooperative was not far from Shunqing Street. After carrying things for about 20 minutes, they arrived in front of Chang'le clothing store. Yu Changel proudly tilted his chin toward the white storefront on the side of the road. Yu Changxi looked up confused and said, Chang'le clothing store? Sister, the name of the shop is the same as yours. He thought his sister had deliberately brought him to see the name. Of course, it's the same. I opened the shop, she replied. Yu Changel waved the keys in his hand and said, Stop hesitating.
Guomin.
Yu Changxi stared in shock as his sister used the keys to open the door and then confidently carried in her things. He could only follow nervously. Watching Yu Changel skillfully organize her purchases and look around, Yu Changxi finally asked with some doubt, Sister, is this shop really yours? While tidying up, Yu Changel answered, Of course. What do you think? Pretty good, right? Yu Changxi's eyes filled with admiration. Not just good. It's amazing. Sister, you're so impressive. The shop was decorated so beautifully that even he, someone who had just come from the countryside, could see it was very different from the dull, gray shops on the street. That must have cost a lot of money, right? He said while looking around.
The rent can't be cheap.
Yu Changel smiled and teased him. You college students talk about money all the time. I think you're obsessed with it. She explained, we paid 3 months' rent up front. After that, we'll pay for the house. Buy a house? Sister, you want to buy this place too? Yu Changxi was shocked today. Yu Changel calmly replied, yes. The location of the shop is good, and the price is reasonable. There's also a small yard behind it where people can live. She then took Yu Changxi to the back door. Opening the door, they entered a small room. It wasn't big, just enough for a single bed, with a small cabinet in the corner. Outside the window was a yard. It was quite large but empty, with nothing in it. Yu Changxi hesitated and asked, Is this small room big enough to live in? This reminded Yu Changel that he had only thought about himself. He thought it was just enough for him, but now that Yu Changxi has come, the small room might not be enough. Although he usually stays at school, there are holidays when he needs more space. When the shop opens, sister can stay there first. Later, we will build 2 more rooms in the backyard. When you come back from your holiday, you'll have a place to stay. Yu Changxi shook his head. I can stay in the dormitory, but with such a small bed, how will you and your husband sleep?
I didn't expect him to ask that.
Yu Changel's round face turned red. Kids shouldn't ask about such things. It's none of your business how I and your brother-in-law sleep. Yu Changxi was speechless. Just now, someone told him that college students can date, and now they say he's a kid. The book is right. Women really are unpredictable creatures. Yu Chang'e changed the subject and pointed at the plastic basket and the enamel basin. These are all for your school stay. Check if anything is missing. As soon as she said that, Yu Chang'e's attention was diverted. He was surprised again. All of this is for me? No way. Sister, let's take it back and return it. Yu Chang'e's face turned red with worry. He didn't recognize many of the items inside and thought they were a waste of money. Yu Chang'e wouldn't let him do that. Since he arrived, she had observed many times how he reacted to money. Every time, he only cared about the amount of money, but he never saw how spending that money could bring him happiness. But it's not his fault. The era and environment limit the thoughts of most people in this time. This is a common social phenomenon that can't be changed overnight. Taking this opportunity, Yu Chang'e gently explained, Changxi, now that you're a university student, you'll meet classmates from all over the country. The people around you are no longer rural villagers, but educated and knowledgeable. I know you want to say that students mainly focus on studying. We don't compare ourselves to others, but we also shouldn't be stuck in the past. Learn to accept new things and pursue a better life. There's nothing wrong with that. You worked hard to get out of the mountains and into university. That's your first step toward a new life. But it shouldn't be the last. We all deserve a better life. This heartfelt talk made Yu Chang'e feel restless inside. His goal had always been to get into Jinbo University and be close to his sister, but he never really thought about what kind of life he wanted in the future. Big sister, you're right. I understand now. Yu Chang'e originally planned to take Yu Chang'e to the Hakila restaurant for dinner before heading home, but this time he refused no matter what. Big sister, let's go home and cook ourselves. Otherwise, brother-in-law will have no dinner when he comes back. Reluctantly, Yu Chang'e looked at her brother-in-law Fan and thought, your brother-in-law was bumped into yesterday and can't show his face. Whether he comes back today is uncertain. Her thinking was reasonable. Meng Jian knew there was no place to sleep at home, so he would definitely stay at the military dormitory and wouldn't specifically come back for dinner. Meanwhile, Meng Jian finished a day of training. After taking a shower, he was walking from the bathhouse to the dormitory when he met Lu Changshan and Deng Yue. Come on, Lao Meng, today the canteen has braised fish. Lu Changshan greeted him, while Deng Yue didn't say anything, just glanced at Meng Jian with an uncomfortable look. Meng Jian ignored it and said to Lu Changshan, you go ahead. I'll come after I put my things away. Lu Changshan nodded and took a few steps before asking Deng Yue, what's wrong with you two? Why aren't you talking? Deng Yue looked upset. He has a bad temper. He splashed mud on me with his attitude. Ah! You don't know him well. Lu Changshan said, knowing there was no big deal. He's straightforward. When he's angry, he just gets mad on the spot and then forgets about it. You're still holding a grudge? Deng Yue was anxious. What grudges? It's been a week, and he acts like he doesn't see me. I don't argue with him, but he keeps remembering. This made Lu Changshan a bit curious. Oh, what could make Lao Meng so angry? Deng Yue felt embarrassed to say that his wife had spoken badly about Lao Meng's wife, so he could only vaguely say it was a family disagreement. Lu Changshan was even more curious. Are you saying Lao Meng is upset because of his wife? When did he start caring so much about her? Deng Yue also felt helpless. Everyone knew Meng Jian didn't get along with his wife, but he didn't expect Meng Jian to be upset with him over this for so long. Next week is the arms race. The second platoon leader went to study, so he was temporarily filling in under the commander's orders. He wasn't sure if Meng Jian was doing it on purpose. On the training ground, the second platoon trained until 5 p.m., while the first platoon trained until 6 p.m., and then the second until 6 p.m., and the first until 7 p.m. It seemed like Meng was deliberately making things difficult for him, as if warning him to stay in line. Lu Changshan disagreed with this view. You don't understand old Meng. He's always strict about training. Not just our group, but even the whole division knows old Meng is a tough leader. Anyway, you should find a way to prepare well. Try not to fall too far behind. Deng Yue, who was always proud and confident, naturally felt annoyed when he heard this. But he had no choice because Meng Jiwen's first platoon was known as their division's best team. Meng Jiwen had been staring at his lunchbox for a while, lost in thought. Just now, he had planned to go to the cafeteria with his lunchbox, but as he was about to leave, a sudden idea popped into his mind and wouldn't go away. What if Yu Changle was waiting for him to come home for dinner? After all, Changxi came over and mistakenly thought their relationship was close, so maybe she was hoping he would play along and come home every day. He had never felt so conflicted before. He just felt that whether in the past or now, Yu Changle always gave him a headache. He picked up his lunchbox to leave but almost bumped into someone at the door. Bai Chuan, who came to invite him to dinner, saw the lunchbox in his hand and said, "The cafeteria has been waiting for you for a long time. Why are you still standing here?" Meng Jiwen frowned, and with a loud bang, he slapped the lunchbox on Bai Chuan's chest. "Eat at the cafeteria yourself. I'm leaving." Bai Chuan let out an ouch and quickly took the lunchbox, calling after Meng Jiwen's hurried departure. "Where are you going?" Today, there was no meat at home, but Yu Changle didn't want to treat herself unfairly. She decided to make a high-protein meal: tomato scrambled eggs, steamed egg custard, bitter melon with eggs, and a loofah egg drop soup. A full egg feast. Yu Changxi watched his sister keep cracking eggs, holding back what he wanted to say. Her words from earlier that afternoon still echoed in his mind. He decided to think differently. All these eggs would be eaten later, and they were tasty and nutritious, good for health. Yes, all good things. He secretly felt confident about his change of attitude, but little did he know, his eyebrows were still tightly furrowed in a knot. Yu Changle accidentally caught a glimpse of him hesitating to speak beside her and found it amusing. Yes, this is a small step forward. Changing ideas takes time. Yu Changle was cooking, while Yu Changxi was serving dishes and setting the table. They were quick cooks and didn't spend much time. When she carried out the last dish, a bottle-gourd egg drop soup, she noticed 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks on the table. Big sister, brother-in-law usually comes home around what time? Yu Changxi looked outside, as it was getting dark. Yu Changle was caught off guard. She didn't even know if Meng Jiwen would come back, so she had no idea what time he would arrive. Suddenly, there was a noise at the gate. Yu Changxi happily stood up. It must be brother-in-law coming back. She went out to greet him. Yu Changle smiled bitterly. She guessed it was probably Li Mei coming to talk about the order, so she was going to disappoint Changxi. Just as she put down her soup, she heard Yu Changxi cheerfully call from outside. "Big sister, brother-in-law bought some groceries. We made lots of dishes today." Yu Changle was surprised. Meng Jiwen really came back? Why did he come back? Seeing Yu Changle's stunned face, Meng Jiwen felt his cheeks heat up. He pointed at the dishes Yu Changxi had already taken and pretended to be calm. "I just happened to pass by Keek's place and bought some dishes you all like." After saying that, he coughed awkwardly twice, his Adam's apple moving up and down. Yu Changle was truly stunned. She couldn't believe what was happening. Meng Jiwen really came back? And he bought dishes they liked? Yu Changxi's excitement broke the tense atmosphere between them. Wow. Big sister, brother-in-law bought fish. Brother-in-law, what's this? Is it chicken? Suddenly, Yu Changle snapped out of her surprise, smiling as she took the dishes. "You're drooling over it. You should thank your brother-in-law." "Thank you, brother-in-law." Meng Jiwen also relaxed his awkwardness and gave her a faint smile. His eyes fell on the table with 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks, and a wave of happiness rose in his heart. Thankfully, he was back. Looking at the big table of dishes, Yu Changle, who usually believed in not wasting herself, felt it was a bit wasteful. Since there was no refrigerator at home, any leftovers in this hot weather would have to be thrown away. She sighed helplessly. "Eat more. There are so many dishes. If you don't finish, it will be wasted." At that moment, a sudden voice sounded outside the door. "I'm here, if you need help." Meng Jiwen frowned. The voice was very familiar. Why was he here again? Bai Chuan casually entered through the open door, smiling happily as he greeted everyone. "Wow, such a big table of food. I'm glad I came." Yu Changle thought he and Meng Jiwen had come back together, just arriving a little later, so the awkwardness was lessened. If Meng Jian had truly come home alone just for dinner, she wouldn't know what to think. Having Bai Chuan here made things feel more normal. Yesterday, he and Yu Changxi had talked endlessly, as if they were old friends. Bai Chuan admired Yu Changxi for being a college student, educated and knowledgeable about many things he didn't understand. Yu Changxi admired Bai Chuan for being a soldier, brave and heroic. He also shared exciting stories from the military. They got along well because they shared similar personalities. Bai Chuan was cheerful and easygoing. If they hadn't run out of alcohol, they probably would have talked until dawn. Sure enough, when Yu Changxi saw Bai Chuan arrive, he immediately stood up and gave him a big hug. Bai Chuan-ji, you're here too. Sit down quickly. He then naturally went to the kitchen to get bowls and chopsticks for him. Bai Chuan sat happily beside Meng Jian and whispered, having a feast at home, and you call me to eat in the cafeteria? Come on, Lao Meng. Meng Jian kept a serious face. If you want to feast, go eat at your own house. Bai Chuan, sensing that Lao Meng had a soft spot, chuckled confidently, as if saying, you asked for it, and then turned to Yu Changle. Sister-in-law, sorry to bother you again. After work, I told Lao Meng we'd just eat at the cafeteria to save you trouble. But who knew Lao Meng would insist? Before he finished, a steamed bun was stuffed into his mouth. Meng Jian spat out a few words through her teeth. If you want to eat, just eat. Don't talk.
Bai Chuan smiled proudly. See?
You yourself stuffed the bun into my mouth and told me to eat. Yu Changle, hearing half of his words, cleverly guessed what he meant and felt a little uncomfortable too. Meng Jian's acting was so convincing that even she almost believed it. Today, although the dishes were plentiful, there was no alcohol. The meal ended quickly. Meng Jian said she had an early training session tomorrow and needed to return to the military tonight, so she grabbed Bai Chuan and left. Bai Chuan drove here, and he will drive back too. Throughout the trip, Meng Jian kept a serious face and said nothing. Bai Chuan broke the silence. Old Meng, I really think you see your sister-in-law a bit differently now. Meng Jian's eyes flickered, and he coldly replied, is that the reason you came along? Bai Chuan looked a little embarrassed. I'm just curious. Don't you feel you've changed a lot lately? Meng Jian stubbornly said, I don't think so. As I always say, mind your own business. Don't go around talking nonsense. If you keep saying that, how will others see me? Oh, Bai Chuan pretended to suddenly understand. So you're upset about that? I'm right, aren't I? You've changed. When did you start caring about what others think? Let me be more specific. The person I mean is your sister-in-law, right? Bai Chuan bluntly and openly exposed Meng Jian's privacy. Meng Jian was a little angry and embarrassed, but didn't know how to respond. He kept quiet, feeling annoyed. Bai Chuan looked at him knowingly. It seemed he needed to give his brother some advice. Not just you, people change too. Don't you think your sister-in-law has changed as well? Meng Jian's expression softened a bit. What has she changed? Seeing that mentioning Yu Changle got a response, Bai Chuan secretly smiled but kept a serious face. She's become a more caring and capable wife. Did you see the dishes at today's table? They looked and tasted wonderful. Such good cooking skills. Thinking of Yu Changle's egg feast, Meng Jian's face showed a faint smile. All those eggs, her cooking skills are impressive. Bai Chuan defended Yu Changle. You don't understand. Just one egg can be turned into so many dishes. That's real skill and cleverness. Meng Jian smiled slightly, but didn't argue further. Bai Chuan took the opportunity to say, can't you enjoy these good days? I suggest you think carefully. His words implied that Meng Jian should not divorce such a good wife. She also defended him in front of the political officer and was a good cook. Moreover, after getting to know her better, the rumors about her being lazy, greedy, and sly are not true. Instead, she is generous, elegant, smart, and capable. Such a good wife. What more could a man ask for? Meng Jian did not speak. He also felt that Yu Changle had changed quite a bit these days, but he wasn't sure if it was just a temporary change or a real, complete transformation. Bai Chuan saw Meng Jian deep in thought and, rarely, quietly closed his mouth. He hoped that old Meng would figure things out on his own and not leave himself with lasting regrets. Because Yu Changxi arrived unexpectedly. The preparations for the clothing store's opening were delayed by a day. Early the next morning, Yu Changle's loyal supporter, Li Mei, brought over a big bowl of millet porridge. "Good morning, Sister Li." Hearing her sister greeting someone in the yard, Yu Changle came out to say hello. "Good morning, Sister Li. Thank you for the vegetables you brought last time." Li Mei looked at Yu Changle, who was handsome and well-mannered, and liked him immediately. "Good morning. Just look at this college student, so good-looking and polite. How old are you this year?" Yu Changxi politely replied, "I'll be 17 when school starts." "Only 17, and already in college? Truly a hero among youths, talented at such a young age." Li Mei found him more and more charming. Suddenly, she remembered she had a niece who was also 16 this year, just finished high school, pretty and gentle. The two looked quite suitable together. "Do you have a girlfriend?" This was the most important question. At 17, he was among the younger students. For those working in factories, some had already been working for 2 years. Kids who woke up early had already started families. Yu Changxi's face turned bright red, and he shook his head repeatedly, looking at Yu Changle for help. Yu Changle smiled and said, "Not yet, but I probably have someone I like." When she said this, Yu Changxi's already red face turned even redder, and he looked embarrassed. "Sister, having someone he liked, that was a pity." Li Mei was a bit disappointed. She rarely saw such a good young man, only to find out he was already taken. After this little interruption, Li Mei remembered her reason for coming. "Changle, the clothes you asked me to prepare for the opening are all ready. Should we go to the city today to decorate the shop?" According to the announced opening date, there were only 3 days left. She didn't feel confident about opening without proper decoration. Seeing Li Mei so attentive, Yu Changle was also very happy. "All right, after breakfast, let's pack up and go to the city to prepare for the opening." Yu Changxi took the opportunity before reporting to school to go into town with Yu Changle and the others to help out. As the three of them just left the station, they saw a large crowd gathered around the notice board, pointing and talking. Li Mei also liked to watch the excitement. She moved closer and asked, "What are you all looking at? Is there some big news?" Someone nearby immediately responded, "Look at this, something serious has happened." Li Mei couldn't get close enough and asked quickly, "I can't see. Tell me, what's the big news?" Another person chimed in, "The police issued a notice. Last week, 2 women in the city were followed by someone. One got away, but the other, well, it's not good." Someone else argued, "Don't spread false rumors." The notice didn't say what happened. It only said there was an attempted crime, and the crime was stopped. The first person was not convinced and said, "Stop doesn't mean it didn't happen. It just means it was interrupted, maybe because someone bumped into her, and ended it early." Yu Changle shook her head as she listened. Rumors spread like that, from one false story to another. Luckily, the notice wouldn't reveal the victims' names, or they might suffer more harm. Someone nearby agreed, "He's right. The unlucky one is from our neighborhood. Everyone here knows. She and her mother haven't left the house these days, crying every day." When they heard someone knew the victim, the crowd's excitement grew. "Which neighborhood are you from? Tell us, was she really hurt?" The person saw they had become the center of attention and spoke more passionately. "Our Tunghua Alley neighborhood. That girl is quite pitiful. She's an orphan with only her mother. Now, after this, it's going to be hard for them to survive." Hearing about the orphan mother from Tunghua Alley, Li Mei's face suddenly changed. She ignored greeting Yu Changle and pushed through the crowd, rushing south. "I know Tunghua Alley. Who is it? Say the name, I might know her." The crowd grew more interested. Just as the person was about to speak, a sharp shout interrupted. "Shut up. A good man like you not doing your work, trying to be a gossip. If you dare say another word, I'll take you to the police station for spreading rumors." A surge of anger burst inside Yu Changle, and her shout was so loud it made the crowd fall silent for a moment. The man turned around and saw a young girl, not very old, and didn't take her seriously. "I'm talking about my own stuff. What's it to you? If you want to listen, listen. If not, get lost." Someone nearby also teased, "What's the matter? Is one of you the girl?" Are you lucky or unlucky? Ha ha ha. These rude words caused some onlookers to laugh loudly and mockingly. A bunch of bullies. Seeing these people teasing Yu Changle, Yu Changshi's face turned red with anger. He grabbed the collar of the person speaking and shouted loudly, "Apologize.
Apologize to my sister right now."
Let go. You little brat. You dare to act tough with me. The bully saw Yu Changshi, who looked like a polite student, and slapped him with a backhand. Smack. The slap landed on Yu Changshi's face, leaving 5 red handprints instantly. Yu Changle's hair stood on end. Her eyes turned red, almost like they were about to shoot fire. Without hesitation, she lifted her leg and kicked at the man's groin. She used all her strength, aiming precisely and fiercely at her target. A sharp, painful scream echoed out. The bully curled up on the ground, twisting and wailing in pain. The people nearby were stunned by this ruthless act. Seeing the bully's miserable state, they instinctively clenched their legs tightly. Catch that woman. I want to kill her. The bully, writhing in pain, kept rolling and shouting, while also ordering his companions to hold her down. Yu Changshi quickly stepped in front of Yu Changle, tense and alert, ready to protect her from the bully's actions. What are you doing? Stay back. How dare you do this in broad daylight? The bully on the ground kept crying and cursing, while a few others around him also snapped out of their shock, almost intimidated by the young man and the girl. People watching the fight hurriedly moved away. In an instant, the bullies surrounded Yu Changshi and Yu Changle. One sneaky bully with a pointed face looked at Yu Changle with ill intent. He sized her up and said, "Little beauty, don't be nervous. Play along with me for a bit, and this matter will be over." The rogue called Kaozi on the ground was in so much pain he couldn't stand up, cursing loudly. I swear I'll get you next time. I want to hurt her." He kept insulting loudly, making Yu Changshi's temples throb with anger. At this moment, Yu was very nervous, afraid someone might hurt his sister. Yu Changle looked coldly at the group of bullies surrounding her. She quietly calculated whether her skills, from winning the women's 42 kilograms division at the Provincial Youth Martial Arts Tournament years ago, could take down these 5 bullies in 5 minutes. Yu Changshi didn't know what she was thinking. He was so nervous that his fists clenched and trembled slightly, but he stubbornly stood in front of Yu Changle. His nervousness was seen by the bullies, who sneered and looked like they were about to attack Yu Changle. Yu Changshi suddenly pushed to get them away, but was grabbed from behind. One of them kicked him in the stomach, causing him to fall back a meter. Another bully tried to grab Yu Changle's shoulder, but she quickly squatted and dodged, then delivered a swift punch to his temple with lightning speed. With a loud clang, the man fell to the ground unconscious. This made the other 4 even angrier. They rushed forward, shouting insults as they attacked. Seeing Yu Changle alone fighting 8, Yu Changshi desperately got up and tried to rush over to help her. Suddenly, a group of tall figures appeared as if from the sky. In just a moment, the 4 bullies, who had been so arrogant, curled up on the ground, rolling in pain like the others. Kaozi hadn't yet realized what was happening. He was still cursing, "You woman. When I get up, I'll deal with you right then and there." Suddenly, a towering figure blocked his view, like a divine being. A heavy military boot stomped down on his filthy mouth, crushing it, step by step. He felt blood rushing to his mouth, his broken teeth blocking his throat, making it hard to breathe.
Ugh.
He desperately tried to push away, trying to lift his head, but was pressed down even harder. "You won't be able to stand up for the rest of your life." Today, Meng Jiuan led a team to the military district for a weapons competition, passing by the station with a truckload of soldiers. Seeing a group of people gathered on the roadside, making noise, he became alert and paid extra attention. Unexpectedly, he saw a familiar stubborn face among the crowd. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. He slammed on the brakes, got out of the car without hesitation, and hurried over. The soldiers on the truck didn't know what was happening. Seeing their squad leader run toward the crowd, they thought there was a fight and quickly jumped out to help. When they got closer, they saw it was actually a group of troublemakers trying to bully a weak woman. Furious, The soldiers quickly knocked the troublemakers to the ground. Turning around, they saw their usually calm and composed squad leader with one foot on one of the troublemakers' faces. The man looked pained, blood was dripping from his mouth, and his whimpering made others frown. But that wasn't the scariest part. At this moment, their squad leader radiated an intense, oppressive aura that made everyone afraid. It was like an icy mountain with boiling lava underneath, calm on the surface but ready to erupt at any moment. They had never seen their squad leader so angry before, and no one dared to speak or move forward. Yu Changel snapped out of her shock at the sudden appearance of the army green figures. Her eyes immediately found Meng Jian, who looked like a war god descending from the heavens, and she felt a sense of relief. He was tall and strong in his army green uniform, with a stern, tense expression. His dark, deep eyes were full of coldness, and the veins on the back of his hand were bulging, showing his anger. "Why are you here?" A soft, gentle female voice brought him back to his senses. The anger in Meng Jian's eyes faded like a receding tide. He then withdrew his foot and awkwardly rubbed it on the ground. The soldiers beside him immediately stepped forward to hold down the troublemakers and took them aside to deal with them. "I also want to ask, why are you here?" Meng Jian's voice was cold. He was a little scared, thinking about what might have happened if he hadn't happened to pass by. What could have happened to Yu Changel and Changxi? Yu Changel heard the dissatisfaction in his tone. She frowned slightly, but remembered that Meng Jian had helped her and Changxi earlier. She patiently answered, "It's about the clothing store. It's about to open, so I came to the city to prepare." Meng Jian's eyes flickered. He almost forgot that Yu Changel had mentioned she found a job at a clothing store. It seems that the reason for moving is because the business is about to open. Recently, there have been a few serious incidents in Jinbo City, and the criminals haven't been caught yet.
You
all need to be extra careful and stay alert. His voice was a bit hoarse, and he didn't know what else to say. "Okay, I understand," Yu Changel nodded, looking at Meng Jian sincerely thank him. "Thanks to you and your comrades for what happened earlier." Hearing her thanks, Meng Jian managed to force a small smile. Yu Changxi hobbled over, looking somewhat relieved but mostly frustrated. "Brother-in-law, it's a good thing you came. I almost couldn't protect my sister." Meng Jian patted his shoulder. "When there's time, I'll train you so you can be useful in dangerous situations." Yu Changxi nodded heavily. He understood the feeling of anger, frustration, and helplessness when he couldn't protect his family during a crisis. It was really hard to bear. He secretly decided that when his brother-in-law had time to teach him, he would learn well. At least, he wanted to learn skills like Bai Ling, the female police officer, so he wouldn't be afraid if such a situation happened again. Just as he finished this thought, it was as if he heard Bai Ling speaking. Someone reported a fight at the station. Are these the people involved? Yu Changxi's face flushed red instantly. The 5-finger marks on his face were no longer visible. They say that fate is strange. He was just thinking about how someone might come, and suddenly, they did. He turned around and saw it was indeed Bai Ling, along with several other police officers. When they arrived, the scene was already clear. A group of soldiers was escorting 5 troublemakers. One of them looked seriously injured, while the others looked tired and downcast. One soldier looked at their squad leader, whose expression seemed to soften, and then stepped forward to remind him, "Captain, the police are here. Let's hand the people over to them. The military district doesn't have much time." Meng Jian recognized someone he knew and went over to explain what had happened. When he mentioned Yu Changel and Yu Changxi, his face looked a little uncomfortable, the guy and girl being bullied. "One is my brother-in-law, and the other is my wife. I still need to go to the military district, so I'll leave them in your hands." A young soldier who was eavesdropping behind was suddenly shocked and widened his eyes. It turned out to be the company commander's wife and his little brother-in-law. No wonder the commander was so angry. At first, Bai Ling was a bit surprised to see the brother and sister again. When she heard Meng Jian say it was his wife and brother-in-law, she was even more surprised. Fortunately, she has always been calm. "Okay, Brother Jian, don't worry. I will take good care of your sister-in-law and her brother." After I understand the whole story, I will send them back. Meng Jian rarely asked others for help like this and was not used to it. No need to send them. Just let them go after you understand. But we must not let these bad people off easily. Higher authorities have already issued orders to down such crimes. These villains have probably done worse than today. We must find out the truth and root out the problem completely. Yes. Bai Ling, who comes from a military family, was used to such conversations and responded reflexively. After giving instructions to Bai Ling, Meng Jian walked over to the brother and sister who were still standing there. I have to go to the military district now, so I can't go with you to the police station. Bai Ling is Bai Chuan's sister. If anything happens, just find her. Yu Chengel suddenly realized. No wonder she looked familiar. It was Bai Chuan's sister. These two siblings are quite different in personality. Okay, I understand. You go ahead and do your work. I can handle the rest. Meng Jian looked at Yu Chengel deeply, feeling a strange sensation in his heart. When did she become so strong that she no longer needed him? He nodded without saying much and turned away silently. Yu Chengel felt a bit confused. Was it just her imagination? Why did she feel that Meng Jian's gaze just now seemed a little sad? The military vehicle slowly drove away. Suddenly, soldiers in the truck shouted in unison, "Hello, sister-in-law." "Goodbye, sister-in-law." It turned out that the young soldier who overheard the company commander's secret information had told everyone about Yu Chengel being the company commander's wife as soon as he got on the vehicle. Everyone was very excited. This was the first time they saw the company commander's wife. Yu Chengel was stunned and turned her head. She looked at the soldiers' enthusiastic smiles and waving hands. She couldn't help but smile too. "Hello. Thank you.
Goodbye."
Learning that Bai Ling was actually Bai Chuan's sister, Yu Chengxi was surprised but also felt a little happy inside. He shyly greeted Bai Ling, saying, "Hello, we meet again." Bai Ling smiled gently. I didn't expect to see you so soon. I haven't finished reading the book I borrowed from you." With the previous chance to borrow the book and learning that he was Meng Jian's brother-in-law, Bai Ling was less cold than during their first meeting. Yu Chengxi quickly waved his hand. "It's okay, no rush. Take your time. I have many books, and I still want to read more." Bai Ling smiled slightly. "By the way, I forgot to ask last time. When you finish the book, how will I return it to you? Now I know you're Jian's brother-in-law, so I can find you to return it." Yu Chengxi scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "You didn't tell me? I forgot. I was just thinking about how you're a police officer and forgot to introduce myself. I just got accepted into the biology department at Yuzhou Normal University. After you finish reading, you can come to the school to find me, or I can come to the police station to see you." Bai Ling looked at him with admiration. "So you're a college student. Once I finish reading, I'll come to the school to return the book." Yu Chengxi shyly nodded, feeling happy just thinking about seeing Bai Ling again soon. The brother and sister followed Bai Ling back to the police station to explain the whole incident. It didn't take long, and Bai Ling saw them out. "Sister-in-law, in recent days, there have been several cases in Jinbo City. It's not very peaceful. When you go out, please be extra careful. Try not to go out late at night." This was something Meng Jian had mentioned earlier, and now Bai Ling repeated it. Yu Chengel remembered it well. "Okay, thank you for the reminder. I will remember. When there's time, come to our house for a meal." Bai Ling nodded. She liked this brother and sister quite a lot, especially since they were family of her brother's good friends. As they left the police station and headed toward the clothing store, they suddenly remembered someone was missing. Yu Chengel asked Yu Chengxi, "Did you see when Sister Li left?" Yu Chengxi shook his head. During the commotion, the three of them got into a fight, and he was so focused on dealing with the troublemakers that he didn't notice when Sister Li left. Yu Chengel also felt puzzled. She thought carefully and remembered that she hadn't seen Sister Mei during the fight. Thinking about how Li Mei is usually honest and dependable, always doing her part, I wouldn't suspect her of being a troublemaker who avoids problems. I was just worried she might have an urgent matter to attend to and leave without saying a word. I didn't know what the current situation was. But since Jinbo City is so big and full of people, the two siblings couldn't just wander around like headless flies. After some thought, They decided it was safest to wait at the shop for Li Mei. As noon approached, Li Mei appeared at the shop door looking lost and upset. Yu Chang'e immediately went out to greet her, and seeing her state, she couldn't help but feel worried. Li's sister-in-law, where have you been?
You really worried me.
Did something happen? Li Mei snapped back to herself, looking guilty. Chang'e, I'm sorry. I was in such a rush I forgot to tell you earlier.
Yes.
I did have an urgent matter to deal with. Seeing her still looking worried, Yu Chang'e knew things hadn't been resolved and asked with concern. What happened? Do you want to tell us? Maybe we can help you think of a solution. It's better than facing it alone. Li Mei looked at the caring faces of Yu Chang'e and Yu Changxi, hesitated as if she wanted to speak but couldn't, then finally sighed deeply. This is hard to say. Yu Chang'e listened and didn't press her, just reassured. It's okay if you can't say.
We're just worried about you.
If you need help, just ask.
Don't be shy.
Li Mei nodded gratefully. Don't worry, sister. I understand. Since Li Mei had returned, Yu Chang'e closed the shop and took the two to a state-run restaurant for lunch. The restaurant was not far from the clothing shop and was cheaper than Hakalai. Even though Hakalai's food was delicious, Yu Chang'e couldn't afford to eat there every day with her current income. They ordered a simple meal: shredded pork in Beijing sauce, stir-fried gourd, 3-flavor soup, and 3 bowls of rice, costing only 1.40 yuan in total. It wasn't very cheap, but it was much more affordable than Hakalai, where a meal often cost 5 or 6 yuan. Li Mei still couldn't help but feel a little distressed. Listen to me, it's better to just eat a pancake to fill your stomach. Why spend so much money on all these dishes when you go home? It's not worth it. Yu Chang'e saw that she was feeling better and could worry about spending money, which made her happy. That little money is nothing. When our shop opens and business gets better, we'll ask the state restaurant to deliver meals for our staff, so we don't have to bring food from home. Li Mei listened and exclaimed, No way. That would cost so much money. I can't afford to eat at the state restaurant every day. Yu Chang'e smiled and didn't argue with her. She decided to handle it herself later. Even if Li Mei didn't want to eat, she would make sure she did. After eating and drinking enough, the three of them returned to the shop. They finished some final work and then headed back to the big yard. Most of the chores were already done while Li Mei was out shopping for the store. Li Mei felt a bit guilty and said, Look, I suggested we go to town today to tidy up the shop, but I didn't do anything. I just ate a meal. That's really unfair. Yu Chang'e comforted her and joked, Once the shop opens, there will be lots of work. Aren't you afraid of not having anything to do? When that time comes, don't complain to me every day. I'll be thankful just to have some peace. Li Mei immediately decided, No way. I'm looking forward to our shop doing well. The more customers, the better. I'll be happy working all day long. Li Mei's words weren't only because she was enthusiastic. A few days ago, Yu Chang'e had talked to her about her salary and offered 2 options. The first was a regular schedule, working in the shop from Monday to Saturday. When there were customers, she would serve them. When there weren't, she would handle orders. The basic salary was 20 yuan, with piecework pay of 50 cents per item and a 1 yuan set bonus. The second was working from home, doing piecework only, with no basic salary. After thinking carefully and discussing with her husband Lao Wang, Li Mei decided to choose the first option. She chose it because she would get a basic salary of 20 yuan, which was similar to the wages of ordinary workers in the city. Also, her children were older and in school during the day, so she only needed to pick them up after work. Plus, since the shop was new and hadn't hired others yet, Yu Chang'e would be too busy alone. Yu Chang'e was very happy with her choice. She also had a surprise she hadn't told Li Mei yet. Once the business was steady, she would increase the basic salary and commissions based on her level and skills. She would earn much more in her shop than elsewhere. While they were talking, suddenly a disheveled person with messy hair rushed toward the street-facing glass window, startling Yu Changxi, who was cleaning the glass with a stool, almost causing him to fall from a height. A heart-wrenching scream came through the glass. Help! Help me! Yu Chang'e and Li Mei both were shocked upon hearing this. They hurried over to support Yu Changxi. Outside the window, The person with messy hair, tears, and a face covered in dirt and mucus immediately started pounding on the glass when she saw Li Mei. Mei.
Mei. Help me. Help me.
Sister-in-law? Li Mei's face changed drastically. She recognized her sister-in-law's voice at once, dropped what she was holding, and rushed outside. She quickly helped her sister-in-law and asked urgently, "What's wrong? Didn't everything seem fine? What happened now?" Her sister-in-law was crying so hard her eyes were swollen, and she clung to Li Mei, trembling all over. Cui cui.
Cui swallowed.
Her voice and body were trembling intensely, mixed with sobs. Li Mei was so anxious she couldn't understand clearly. Speak clearly. What happened to Cui Cui? Was she okay when I left? Seeing this, Yu Chang'e thought something was wrong. He hurriedly followed and held Li Mei's sister-in-law. "Big sister, take your time. What happened?" With Yu Chang'e's support, Li Mei's sister-in-law finally managed to stand steadily on her weak legs. After catching her breath, she cried, "Mei Zi, not long after you left, I think Cui Cui seemed to understand what was happening. She stopped crying and fussing. I wanted to cook her some noodles, but then what? When I finished cooking and brought the noodles to her, I saw her lying on the bed with her eyes closed and not moving. She was clutching an empty medicine bottle. No matter how I called her, she wouldn't respond." Hearing this, Yu Chang'e and Li Mei gasped. "She took medicine?" Li Mei's sister-in-law cried so hard she couldn't speak anymore, only nodding bitterly. This poor child, she lost her father at a young age. Her mother, uneducated, could only do small jobs to raise her. If Li Mei and her husband hadn't helped often, they probably wouldn't have survived as a family of an orphan and a widow. Life was hard, but her mother remembered her father's last words before he died. She was frugal and careful, never letting her miss a day of school. The child is also very talented and has always done well in school. She finished high school in one go but then refused to continue studying, insisting on working to support the family. She knew this was because the child was worried about her health and wanted to take on the family's responsibilities. As the child grew older and had her own ideas, she tried to persuade her but couldn't. However, she never expected that what she thought would be a day of relief would suddenly turn into a nightmare.
Li Mei's throat was dry.
Where is the person now? Have they been taken to the hospital? Li Mei's sister-in-law looked confused. I don't know what to do. You said something happened, so I came here to find you." Hearing this, Yu Chang'e didn't hesitate. She quickly grabbed Li Mei. "Sister-in-law, hurry. Where is her home? Go quickly and save her." Li Mei's face turned red with worry. She pushed her sister-in-law aside and ran towards Tunghua Alley. Yu Chang'e left a quick message for Yu Changxi to take care of her sister-in-law and followed her. Without stopping to rest, she chased Li Mei into a small alley. At the entrance, an old, rusty sign read Tunghua Alley. Yu Chang'e's heart sank suddenly. Could it be that Li Mei's relatives are? She didn't have time to think further and ran into the deepest part of the alley, into a dilapidated small courtyard. The door was wide open, probably because Li Mei's sister-in-law was too panicked to close it. As soon as she entered, she felt the place was dark and gloomy. The room was empty and run down, with no decent furniture. The only weak light came from a small bulb, barely enough to light the whole room. Li Mei rushed straight into the inner room and let out a cry of shock. Yu Chang'e followed and gasped. On the bed lay a girl about 17 or 18 years old. Her forehead was turning blue, and she was foaming at the mouth.
"Quick.
Sister-in-law, lift her up, take her to the hospital." If they had noticed earlier that she had taken medicine, they could have given her water to induce vomiting and rushed her to the hospital. But now, because of Li Mei's sister-in-law's delay, Yu Chang'e didn't dare waste any more time. They had to get her to the hospital immediately. She rushed over, lifted the girl's upper body, and Li Mei quickly followed, lifting her legs. Together, they carried her outside. When they brought her out, the commotion inside Li Mei's home had already alarmed the neighbors. People gathered outside the yard, pointing and talking about what had happened. Yu Chang'e thought that it was not practical for her and Li Mei to carry the injured person to the hospital. She shouted loudly, Does anyone have a cart? Please lend it to us to take the person to the hospital. She called out several times, but although people whispered among themselves, no one responded. Li Mei was so anxious she was crying. Please, we're rushing to get the child to the hospital. It's too late if we wait. Suddenly, a woman from the crowd whispered, who would want to use a cart to carry a dead person? That's bad luck. Although others didn't speak, their expressions showed they agreed with her. No one wanted to be associated with bad luck. Li Mei was so angry she wanted to slap that woman, but her hands were busy. She spat at her and said, "Which I saw my niece die. People who ignore saving others will face consequences someday." Yu Chang'e also felt a surge of anger. Seeing no one was helping, she didn't hesitate. She continued to carry Cui Cui towards the alley entrance, hoping to stop a vehicle along the way. She didn't have time to argue with these cold-hearted people. There's a saying that goes, helping is kindness, not helping is duty. She wouldn't curse or insult them like Li Mei did, but she looked down on such people in her heart and didn't want to waste words on them. While they struggled to carry Cui Cui out, a young man's voice suddenly came from behind. "Put her in the car. I'll take you there." They turned around happily and saw a 17 or 18-year-old boy pushing an old cart running after them. The woman who had just said Cui Cui was dead was chasing and shouting, "Old Second-Chen, are you crazy? Come back, or your brother will beat you when he gets home." The young man ignored her shouts and quickened his pace to catch up with Yu Chang'e and Li Mei. "Hurry, put her in." Without hesitation, Yu Chang'e and Li Mei quickly placed the unconscious Cui Cui onto the cart. Then, they pushed the cart hard and ran forward. Despite the woman chasing behind, she couldn't catch up. With their combined effort, they reached the hospital entrance in less than 20 minutes. Yu Chang'e and Li Mei were gasping for breath, but the young man carried Cui Cui into the hospital loudly shouting, "Doctor, save her! Doctor!" The emergency doctors and nurses heard the noise and rushed out. When they saw Cui Cui's condition, they immediately brought over a stretcher. Yu Chang'e had just caught her breath and quickly followed. She took out the medicine bottle Cui Cui was clutching. This was a vital clue for saving her. "Doctor, she took medicine." To help the doctor start emergency treatment quickly, Yu Chang'e handed over the medicine bottle. Emergency Dr. Zhang Xiyuan looked at it and saw it was a common cold medicine. But since the patient was unconscious and drooling, she must have taken quite a lot. "Do you know how much she took?" Yu Chang'e shook her head. "I don't know. When I saw her, the bottle was already empty." Zhang Xiyuan nodded and then said to the nurse, "Take her to the rescue room. Prepare to wash her stomach." The red light in the rescue room turned on. Yu Chang'e sat on a bench outside, feeling her limbs go weak. Li Mei was even more exhausted, her face pale and unwell. When Yu Chang'e recovered a bit, she saw the young man who had brought them here still waiting at the stairs, staring intently at the door of the rescue room. "Thank you for your help earlier," Yu Chang'e said politely. The young man looked at her, then lowered his head shyly. "No problem. We're neighbors, helping each other is what we do." Yu Chang'e remembered what the woman had said earlier and asked, "Was the person who chased after you a family member? Did we cause you trouble by borrowing the car?" Li Mei also looked over. "Yes, young man, did we bother you? Once she's okay, my sister will go with you to explain everything and apologize to your family." The young man was very shy. "It's okay, Aunt Li, don't worry about her.
That's my sister-in-law. She's like that."
My brother won't listen to her gossip." Hearing this, Li Mei looked a bit puzzled.
"You. Do you know me?"
The young man nodded, a faint blush on his face. "Auntie, my name is Chen Feng. I'm Cui Cui's neighbor. Usually Cui Cui talks about you. She says you take good care of her and her mother. So today, when I saw you, I guessed who you were. So, you and Cui Cui are quite familiar?" Hearing this, Li Mei thought Chen Feng and Cui Cui probably had a good relationship. Chen Feng nodded politely and said, "Cui Cui is a good person, and she studies well. We have always been
good friends."
Li Mei comforted him and nodded. "Good child, today we are really grateful to you. Otherwise, Cui Cui." When mentioning Cui Cui, Chen Feng's face grew serious again. He turned his head toward the emergency room and whispered softly, Tsue. Why are you so foolish?
Why did you do such a silly thing?
The red light outside the emergency room stayed on, and nurses kept coming in and out with medical tools, busy and unable to answer Li Mei's questions. At the stairway, Li Mei's sister-in-law's weak voice was heard. Maisie, how is Tsue? Did they manage to save her? It turned out that Yu Changxi helped Li Mei's sister-in-law into the shop to sit for a while. She suddenly realized she had delayed her daughter's rescue and immediately got up, crying as she hurried home. Yu Changxi was worried she might have trouble on the way, so he closed the shop and followed her back to Tunghua Alley. When they arrived home, they found the house empty. A fierce-looking woman appeared at the door, pointing at Li Mei's sister-in-law and shouting that she would report her to the police, accusing her of stealing her family's cart and pushing Tsue to the hospital to die. Li Mei's sister-in-law was scolded until she felt dizzy and nearly fainted. Luckily, Yu Changxi was there, and after a few words of rebuttal, the woman dared not be aggressive anymore and left cursing. Yu Changxi then took Li Mei's sister-in-law to the hospital. Seeing her sister-in-law, Li Mei's anger surged. If she hadn't delayed Tsue's trip to the hospital, Tsue wouldn't have been in the emergency room for so long without being rescued. But she also felt very sorry for her sister-in-law. If Tsue had a serious problem, it could cost her life. Li Mei took a deep breath, suppressing her emotions, and said, "Sister-in-law, Tsue is still being rescued. We don't know what's happening inside yet." Li Mei's sister-in-law felt her hands and feet go cold. She trembled and asked in a shaky voice, "It's been so long, and she's still being rescued?
Could it be? Could it be?"
She started to cry again. Yu Changxi went over and helped her sit on a bench. "Big sister, the doctors and nurses are doing their best. There is no news right now, which is a good sign. If there was any bad news, they would inform the family immediately." Aunt Li Mei nodded confusedly. She didn't understand everything clearly, but she felt that the girls spoke honestly and steadily, which made her feel at ease. Suddenly, as if the heavens were playing a joke, the red light in the rescue room went out immediately, and the door opened. The doctor in charge, Zhang Xiyuan, came out with a serious expression. "Is the family member of the young woman just brought in here?" At this moment, not only the usually timid Aunt Li Mei, but also Yu Changel felt her palms go sweaty. At a critical moment, Li Mei stepped forward confidently and said, "Doctor, I am her aunt." Zhang Xiyuan glanced at Yu Changel and Aunt Li Mei, then said to Li Mei, "Come with me." Li Mei instinctively looked back at Yu Changel. Seeing her nod seriously, she felt a little more at ease. As soon as they entered the rescue room, the smell of disinfectant filled her nose. Li Mei grew more nervous and asked, "Doctor, is Tsue okay? Did you save her?" Zhang Xiyuan didn't answer immediately. Instead, he brought her to Tsue's side. Tsue's face looked a bit better now, with less blue color. But she was still frighteningly pale. The foam around her mouth had been cleaned away, but her tightly closed eyes looked like a bad sign. Li Mei only looked once, and dared not look again. She kept her eyes on Zhang Xiyuan, hoping to hear some good news from him. Even a 3-second silence felt unbearable to Li Mei. Finally, Zhang Xiyuan spoke. "First of all, yes, we saved her. She is no longer in immediate danger." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Mei felt as if she had come back to life, and her spirit lifted. That's good. Thank you, doctor." "Thank you." Zhang Xiyuan raised his hand slightly, signaling her to wait. His face remained serious.
"But..."
Li Mei's heart jumped into her throat as she looked at him anxiously. "But she took the medicine for too long, and the overdose caused damage to her cardiovascular system, nervous system, and other organs. Some of the damage is irreversible. She might remain unconscious for a long time." Unconscious. For a long time. Li Mei's mind was a bit foggy. She mechanically repeated Li Xiyuan's words. "So, is that what they call a vegetable state?" Li Mei walked out of the emergency room in a daze. Tears that hadn't dried on her face made Yu Changel feel heavy inside. Her sister-in-law saw this and suddenly cried, collapsing to the ground, hitting her chest repeatedly. "It's all my fault, this old wife. Why didn't I die sooner? If I had died, Chui wouldn't have gone out of school and encountered all this terrible stuff.
I really am to blame.
Boo-hoo. Just as she was crying desperately, Li Mei suddenly spoke calmly. Sister-in-law, the doctor has brought Chui back. Everyone present was stunned. Yu Chengel felt even more confused. Since Chui was saved, why did Li Mei look like that? Her sister-in-law didn't think much. Hearing that Chui was saved, she quickly got up and pulled Li Mei. Really? She's saved? Thank heaven. Bless her dad. What did the doctor say? When will she leave this room? A trace of regret flashed across Li Mei's face. Her mouth moved, but no words came out. Her sister-in-law was anxious and asked, Mei, just tell me, what did the doctor say? Li Mei's nose twitched, and she couldn't hold back her emotions. The doctor said Chui was saved, but she might not wake up. The longer she stays asleep, the less hope there is for her to wake up. What does that mean? Didn't they say she was saved? Why can't she wake up now? Her sister-in-law asked blankly. After a few seconds, she wiped her nose and tears from her face and said to Li Mei, It's okay. She hasn't slept well these past few days. When she has dinner later, I'll wake her. Li Mei's eyes filled with tears again, and she shook her head repeatedly. Her sister-in-law showed a smile that was even more painful than crying. It's okay, it's okay.
As long as she's saved, it's fine.
She'll sleep for a while, and that's good. Yu Chengel and her brother watched this scene and couldn't help but have tears in their eyes. A nurse came over and asked, Who is the family member? Please go to the finance office to pay the fees. Li Mei's sister-in-law's face changed from red to white, clearly embarrassed. Yu Chengel stepped forward in time. I'll go. Li Mei was very grateful. Thank you, Chengel. When we get back, I'll pay you back.
于长乐拍了拍他的手，安慰说：“别着急，李嫂，这些都是小事。”于长乐跟着那位护士走向2楼的财务室，才发现不知道什么时候陈峰已经离开了。他没有多想，毕竟别人已经帮了这么多忙，难道还要一直守着不走吗？交完费后，他帮忙把翠翠转到病房里安顿好。想到李梅身上可能没带多少钱，他把自己剩下的大部分钱留给他，保证应急。李梅现在没办法离开，不仅担心她的侄女，也担心她的嫂子一个人扛不住，只好又麻烦于长乐。长乐，嫂子实在没办法了，厚着脸皮也要麻烦你再帮忙跑一趟。我今晚肯定不能回去了，麻烦你到团部给你王哥带句话，让他一定记得今天去学校接丽丽。于长乐点头答应，嫂子你放心，我一定会带话去。如果王哥去不了，我也一定会去接丽丽。李梅此刻不知道该怎么感谢于长乐，只能把这份情谊记在心里。于长乐和弟弟从医院出来，一路上于长喜总是一副若有所思的样子。没过多久，他开口问：“姐，你说，李嫂的亲戚是不是就是车站那群人提到的？”于长乐瞥了他一眼，声音难得有些冷淡：“这些事不该你问，也不该我问。现在追究这些，就像在伤口上撒盐一样。”于长喜被他话里的含义吓住，慌忙解释：“姐，你别误会，我没有别的意思。刚才去了一趟他们家，看到胡同叫桐花胡同，就在想会不会这妖巧，翠翠就是那个被害的姑娘。”他的解释越说越糟糕，听在于长乐耳里非常难受。那又怎么样？不是又怎么样？人已经被逼得吞药自杀，你难道还感受不到流言的可怕吗？还是说你也想添一把火？于长乐真的很生气，不仅因为于长喜的提问，更因为翠翠面对流言蜚语，选择了逃避，试图一了百了。他到底做错了什么？他什么都没做错。凭什么要他用生命来成全那些罪人？
Those who commit crimes against her, those who speak maliciously about her, and those who point fingers at her. Her death will only give criminals a false sense of protection, provide gossip for troublemakers, but will forever hurt those who truly love her. For people like that, Yu Chengel cannot help but feel extremely angry, as if her pain has been poked at. Earlier, when the situation at the hospital was urgent, She didn't show her feelings out of concern for Li Mei's family. But now, when Yu Changxi brings it up again, she really doesn't want to hold back anymore. Yu Changxi was startled by her sudden anger. Since childhood, Yu Chengel had never been so angry with him. For a moment, he even thought she might have experienced similar pain. Big sister, I'm sorry, I didn't think it through. Yu Chengel suppressed her intense emotions and spoke calmly after a moment. Changxi, I know you didn't mean any harm. Maybe I overreacted a little, but I don't want to talk too much about other people's pain, especially when I can do so little. Yu Changxi nodded obediently. He thought what she said made sense, but deep inside, he couldn't help feeling a strange sensation. Can a person really change so much in half a year? It's not about habits or speech patterns, but about thoughts and spirit. Can someone truly undergo a complete transformation? The two of them kept their thoughts to themselves and didn't speak further as they walked to the guard post at the team headquarters. Yu Chengel was about to step forward to ask the sentry for a report when a military vehicle approached and stopped beside her. A familiar face appeared at the window. Xiaoyu, why are you here? Yu Chengel turned to see it was Commissar Ning. She smiled. Hello, sir. I'm here to find Li Mei's husband, Wang Zhengwo, to pass on a message. Ning Ziyuan looked a bit surprised. Recently, Meng Jiuan had been focused on leading troops and hadn't come to talk to him. He thought the young couple had already reconciled. She was here to see Meng Jiuan, but as long as she's not here to cause trouble over a divorce. He noticed a young man standing beside Yu Chengel who looked somewhat like her. Who's this? Yu Chengel introduced him. This is my younger brother, named Yu Changxi. Yu Changxi politely greeted him. Hello, sir. My name is Yu Changxi, a first-year student at Yuzhou Normal University. Ning Ziyuan nodded with a smile. The young man looked good, clean, fresh, tall, polite, and educated. He was a promising talent. Do you have a partner?
Huh.
Yu Changxi reacted and shyly shook his head. He didn't expect the leader to ask such a personal question on their first meeting. Could it be a local custom in Jinbo City? When Li Andy first met him, she also asked about this. Yu Chengel was clearly not in the mood for jokes today. He was eager to pass a message to Li Mei. If he delayed too long and Lily didn't answer, the young girl might get scared. Comrade leader, may I go in and see Wang Zhengwo? Ning Ziyuan noticed her urgency and didn't press Yu Changxi further. Instead, he called over a soldier. Go to the training ground and call Deputy Battalion Commander Wang. Tell him that Meng's squad leader's wife is looking for him. The soldier found his words a bit awkward but understood his duty as a soldier. Yes, Commissar. Yu Chengel also felt the words sounded strange, but they were correct. He decided it was best just to call him out. Ning Ziyuan smiled warmly and said, the military competition is about to start. Everyone is training at the training ground. It's hard to find him in the crowd. I'll call him out, and you can wait here. It's more convenient. She thought about it and agreed, thanking him. Thank you, leader. I'll wait here. Ning Ziyuan nodded with a smile. All right, I'll go now. Goodbye, comrades Yu. Yu Chengel smiled back. The commissar still liked to joke around. Goodbye, leader. Yu Changxi also said farewell. Goodbye, leader. The military vehicle drove off a bit. Sitting in the front seat, the political officer couldn't help but turn around and remind him, Commissar, didn't you just instruct Deputy Battalion Commander Wang to prepare the materials? He should be in the office now, not at the training ground. Ning Ziyuan remained calm. Oh? Really? It's okay. If he can't be found at the training ground, he'll naturally go to the office. The young officer was a bit confused. Usually, the commissar had a good memory. Why did he forget in less than 10 minutes today? Ning Ziyuan closed his eyes to rest, and a proud smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Meng Jiuan and his wife probably had no issues. He should focus more on his family's big problem, Ning Feng. Speaking of Yu Chengel's younger brother, Yu Changxi, he's quite good too. The little soldier received the order and honestly ran to the training ground. He circled around once, but didn't see Deputy Commander Wang's figure. But the political commissar said to look at the training ground, so Deputy Commander Wang must be there. It was probably just that he didn't find him. So, the stubborn little soldier quietly sneaked around the edges of the formations, looking back and forth. His behavior immediately caught the attention of Deng Yue, who was resting nearby.
Hey,
what are you doing? Can't you see we're training? Hearing the question, the little soldier immediately stood at attention and saluted, saying, "Report to Commander Deng. I was sent by Political Commissar Ning to find Deputy Commander Wang at the training ground and tell him that Commander Meng's wife is looking for him."
what?
Deng Yue almost couldn't believe his ears. The little soldier repeated it clearly, and only then did Deng realize he hadn't misheard. This is really interesting. She's not looking for her own husband, but for another man, and now she's come to the regiment headquarters? He smirked, eyes full of schadenfreude, and glanced at Meng Jiuan, who was training under the blazing sun nearby. He deliberately raised his voice and asked loudly, "What did you say? It's too noisy here. I can't hear you. Say it louder." The little soldier believed him and answered loudly and honestly, "Report to Commander Deng. I said Commander Meng's wife is here looking for Deputy Commander Wang. She's waiting at the gate now." As soon as he finished shouting, the surrounding silence fell. Countless eyes turned sharply toward him, and one cold, piercing gaze made him feel like a needle was stabbing his back. A tall figure strode toward him and stopped just in front of him. "You said my wife is here? Waiting at the gate for Deputy Commander Wang?" The little soldier finally realized why he felt uncomfortable, but it was too late. Not only had he spoken those words, but they had also been shouted out loud for everyone to hear. He was so scared he almost cried. What kind of trouble had the political commissar given him to deal with? "Re-report to Commander Meng, it's like this." He even felt the cold aura radiating from Commander Meng and couldn't help trembling. "Understood. I will pass the message to Deputy Commander Wang. You can return to your post." Meng Jiuan's tone was emotionless. Zhao Dezhu, the squad leader Zhao Dezhu, who was called by Meng Jiuan, immediately stepped forward. "Continue training." After giving the order, Meng Jiuan turned around and headed toward the office building. Behind him, Deng Yue still pretended to remind him, "You're going the wrong way. Your wife is at the main gate." Meng Jiuan ignored him. He didn't care about Deng Yue's tricks. He just wanted to know what Yu Chang'e wanted and why she preferred to find Li Mei's husband, Wang Jiangwo, instead of him. Wang Jiangwo was sitting in his office, worried and scratching his head. The political officer didn't know what he was thinking, asking him, a rough man, to write reports. He could lead soldiers well, but he wasn't good with writing. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. He put down his pen and said, "Come in." The door opened, and Meng Jiuan stood straight at the door, Deputy Battalion Commander Wang. Wang Jiangwo saw it was him and brightened up immediately. "Jiuan, come in." "Close the door." Meng Jiuan frowned slightly, but followed his advice and closed the door. Before he could speak, Wang Jiangwo quickly got up and sat him down at his desk. "Quick, Jiuan, help me out. Look at this pile of reports. So many words. Only you understand them. I don't understand a thing." Meng Jiuan glanced at the reports. They were Wang Jiangwo's personal files, probably related to his promotion this year. That's why the political officer wanted him to organize the reports. Since he arrived at the military district, Wang Jiangwo and his wife had taken good care of him both at work and in life. When he was single, Wang Jiangwo often invited him home for meals. Their relationship was much closer than typical superiors and subordinates. Helping him organize the reports was easy. But right now, Meng Jiuan had something else on his mind that he needed to deal with first. "Brother Wang, your wife is waiting for you at the main gate of the regiment." There were only the two of them in the office, and Meng Jiuan had also changed how he addressed Wang Jiangwo. Wang Jiangwo was busy flipping through the reports when he suddenly heard Meng Jiuan say this. He thought he had misheard. "Who? Your wife?" Meng Jiuan's voice was a bit muffled, "My wife." Now Wang Jiangwo understood clearly. He widened his eyes. "What does your wife want from me?" Meng Jiuan also couldn't imagine what Yu Chang'e might want from Wang Jiangwo. He was feeling upset himself, and his tone sounded a little sour. "I don't know. Ask her. She's looking for you, not me." Wang Jiangwo felt his forehead breaking out in sweat. This was even more stressful than writing reports. Besides, he had never seen Meng Jiuan look so upset before. Come on, let's go see what's going on. Maybe it's something related to you. Although Meng Jian looked unwilling, he honestly stood at the door waiting for him. Wang Zhengwo felt that today was so tiring. Nothing seemed easy. He just wanted to find out what Yu Changel wanted from him. They arrived at the entrance of the group headquarters and saw Yu Changel and her brother Yu Changxi waiting there. When Yu Changel saw Meng Jian also came, she was a bit surprised. Oh, I got the wrong person. I was here to see Brother Wang. How come I called you out too? She was worried it might interfere with his work, and honestly, she didn't have any real reason to see him. Hearing this, Meng Jian felt even worse. He coldly replied, I was reporting work to Deputy Commander Wang, and he asked me to come along. Did she think someone was trying to come along? Yu Changxi was happy to see Meng Jian, but because there were others around, he called him brother-in-law and obediently stood aside. Wang Zhengwo, hearing that Yu Changel was here to see him, became curious. Changel, what do you want to see me about? Yu Changel then relayed everything Li Mei asked her to tell Wang Zhengwo, word for word, and also mentioned the situation at Li Mei's sister-in-law's house. Wang Zhengwo immediately became anxious. Such a big thing happened, and she didn't even tell me. Now he couldn't stay any longer. He needed to pick up the kids and find time to visit the hospital. His wife might be confused and not sure what to do. But the report was due tomorrow. Joan, look, such a big thing happened. I really need to go see it. But the report has to be handed in to the political officer tomorrow. Can you? Before Wang Zhengwo finished, Meng Jian generously said, I'll write the report. You go handle the family matters. This was a big help to Wang Zhengwo. He turned around, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said to Yu Changel, Changel, you see, today I need Jian to help me write the report. Maybe I'll be home late tonight. Please understand. Yu Changel kept waving her hands. It's okay, Brother Wang. Even if he doesn't come back today, it's fine. When she said this, she choked herself and quickly realized she had spoken the wrong words. She carefully glanced at Meng Jian. Sure enough, his face turned pale. Wang Zhengwo still smiled foolishly. It's not a big deal. My old stories, with Jian's skill, can be finished in less than a night. Meng Jian smiled gently, clenched his teeth, and said, This time, the material is very important. I need to write carefully. Even a whole night might not be enough. Yu Changel seemed to hear the grinding sound of his teeth. She could only pretend to be naive and say, You focus on your work in the army. As family members, we will support you fully. Wang Zhengwo nodded approvingly. Meng Jian's gaze swept back and forth across Yu Changel's face, trying to see if her words were sincere or just politeness. But Yu Changel's thick skin made it impossible for him to find any flaw. Wang Zhengwo didn't dare to delay any longer. He hurriedly said goodbye to the three of them. He still needed to go back and report for leave, so he could rest assured and handle his affairs. Meng Jian and Yu Changel looked at each other in silence. Yu Changel sensed something was wrong, but didn't dare to speak. Seeing that Yu Changel was silent, Meng Jian broke the silence first. It's okay, I'll go in first. Yu Changel nodded relievedly. It's fine. You go ahead and do your work. Meng Jian frowned slightly, feeling that every word Yu Changel said somehow pricked his heart. He didn't like this feeling. He wanted to turn and leave, but then remembered the recent cases in Jinbo City and stopped in his tracks. Don't go into the city these days if you don't have to. The criminal is still at large, and the city isn't safe. The impact of this case was very serious. The criminal had committed multiple crimes without being caught, making the people anxious. The police station was short-staffed and under great pressure. They had to ask the military district for help, hoping to send more people for investigation and patrols. Meng Jian also heard about this. But Yu Changel couldn't agree because her clothing store was about to open in 2 days. The opening had already been announced, and delaying it before opening wasn't a good sign. It's a bit difficult. The clothing store is opening in 2 days, and Sister Li's family had an issue. I also need to help take care of her work. Meng Jian's brows furrowed. When did Sister Li also start working at her clothing store? Seeing that Yu Changel wouldn't listen to advice, Meng Jian got a little angry. Is the clothing store more important, Or is your safety more important? Yu Changel also frowned and said, to be honest and trustworthy in what we do, if you follow your way, then before catching the criminal, the entire city's workers wouldn't work at all and would just stay home? Meng Jian was annoyed by her sharp words and clenched his teeth. I already said my part. Whether you listen or not is up to you. Yu Changel knew he was trying to protect her, but her way was too impulsive. It was like giving up on something just because of a small obstacle, which she absolutely couldn't accept. Okay, I understand. I will be careful. When Meng Jian heard this, he knew she wouldn't listen to his advice and would stay at home obediently. He felt a bit frustrated. Seeing this, Yu Changxi stepped in to smooth things over. Brother-in-law, don't worry. I will stay close to my sister and won't let her get into any danger. Meng Jian nodded at him. They shared the same mother, but one was so obedient and sensible, while the other was so hard to manage. Their brief meeting ended on a sour note. But Yu Changel really couldn't easily change her opening schedule. Not only had she informed many clients, but she had also spent a lot of money on the opening ceremony activities. Moreover, losing a key team member at the last minute meant she had to make quick arrangements herself. She might even have to go into the city tomorrow to find help. After a busy day, Yu Changel returned home and wished she could just collapse into bed. But her strong will told her that discipline leads to freedom. She still hadn't finished her workout for weight loss today. Before going home, she and Yu Changxi had eaten wontons at a small stall outside the station. If she didn't burn off those calories before bed, she would have nightmares. So, Yu Changxi saw his sister, looking pale as if she had seen a ghost, get up from bed and start doing various exercises she had been doing these past few days. She kept at it for another half hour before stopping. By now, Yu Changxi couldn't help but wonder, when did his sister become so determined? Exhausted from her efforts, Yu Changel slept peacefully through the night without dreams. Because of Li Mei's last-minute absence, she had to change one of her marketing plans for the opening. She had to go into the city today and needed to ask Brother Bo for help. After she finished packing, Yu Changxi was still asleep, but Yu Changel didn't wake him and left the house alone. Upon arriving in the city, Yu Changel went straight to Lu Bo's silk factory, where he worked. After asking the security guard at the reception for help in finding someone, Lu Bo soon ran out of the factory to meet him. Why are you looking for me today? You must be busy preparing for the opening in the next few days, Lu Bo said with a big smile, clearly happy to see Yu Changel. Yu Changel felt a bit embarrassed. Recently, he had been busy with the opening and other matters involving Yu Changxi, so he hadn't contacted Lu Bo. Now he had a reason to visit. Brother Bo, sorry to trouble you. I've been really busy lately. The opening is the day after tomorrow, and there are unexpected issues to handle. Lu Bo was not the type to complain. When he heard Yu Changel was in trouble, he immediately asked, what unexpected issues? Do you need my help? Yu Changel gratefully replied, thanks, Brother Bo. To be honest, I came today to ask for your help. During the opening event, Yu Changel planned a special activity. He wanted to select a lucky customer to do a live fashion consultation, tailoring a unique outfit that highlights that the clothing store not only sells ready-made clothes but also customizes styles to suit each person's personality. He was responsible for designing and taking measurements, while Li Mei would handle on-site tailoring. During the process, she could also introduce the audience to the high-end, professional service. However, Li Mei's family suddenly had an emergency, so she might not be able to attend on the opening day. She had to both entertain customers and do measurements and tailoring herself. This could lead to chaos and poor results. Rather than risk that, it was better to cancel this activity and come up with a more eye-catching idea instead. He thought of the elegant white dress and black silk battle outfit from later stories, simple yet classical and graceful, highlighting the charm and elegance of women. This style, still regarded as a classic 30 years later, combined traditional modesty with modern aesthetics, sure to impress everyone and make a big impact on the opening. But there was a problem. At this time, silk was not like cotton fabric. It wasn't easy to buy from the supply and marketing cooperative, which couldn't sell to individuals. Yu Changel needed the silk urgently and decided to ask Lu Bo if he could help find a way to buy the silk directly from the factory. Lu Bo listened carefully and looked somewhat troubled. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but the factory supplies were strictly for designated clients and were not sold to private buyers, even if he had the money. Yu Chang'e specifically came to ask for his help. White and black, each needs 5 feet. I understand this. I'll find a way for you, but I can't guarantee it this time. Yu Chang'e understood that the policies hadn't fully relaxed yet. Even if state-owned companies wanted to enter the market, they were still cautious and watching carefully. She nodded and said, I understand, Brother Bo. This is quite complicated. It's okay if it doesn't work out. I have prepared several backup plans. Lu Bo thought about how hard she was working alone. He clenched his teeth and said, You go back to the shop and busy yourself. I'll try to deliver it to you after work today. At worst, he would argue with Lao Zhu this afternoon. He was determined to get those 10 feet of fabric for Chang'e. He had seen Lao Zhu's wife secretly take fabric from the factory before, and he was paying for it now. Yu Chang'e was very happy. She knew Lu Bo was confident because of his words. She felt more assured. Brother Bo, thank you so much. Without you, my shop probably wouldn't even be open yet.
Lu Bo smiled generously.
Oh, I just helped a little. You're capable yourself. I saw outside your shop that many people are gathered. Your opening will be very successful. Yu Chang'e smiled happily. Then I'll take your words as good luck. Oh, Brother Bo, this is my VIP card. You can get an 80% discount. Please give one to your wife.
Lu Bo awkwardly chuckled.
I'd like to, but I don't even know where your wife is. Yu Chang'e comforted him. Brother Bo, you're such a good person. Don't worry about meeting a good girl. Maybe fate will bring you together someday.
Lu Bo smiled.
He had met a good girl, but he didn't know when he would meet his special one. Before leaving, Yu Chang'e handed Lu Bo 2 large union cards, saying she couldn't let him pay for her anymore. After she left, Lu Bo went to the office of director Zhu Kaigui. Zhu Kaigui saw Lu Bo and immediately felt a headache. He was the factory's #1 troublemaker. Seeing him never brought good news. Why are you here instead of working on the production line? His tone of questioning made Lu Bo very uncomfortable. He wanted to reply back, but since he needed Zhu's help today, he held back. He calmly answered, I have something to ask for your approval. Zhu Kaigui was a bit surprised. When did he start calling himself director? Usually, everyone just called him Old Zhu, showing no respect for the leader. Seeing that he obviously had something to ask for, Zhu Kaigui immediately picked up a stick. Just to get approval and submit a form? You think you can just come to the office and talk? You're too disorganized and undisciplined, used to being careless. Lu Bo clenched his lips tightly, swallowing the angry words he was about to say. You're right to criticize me. I'll pay attention in the future. Today, it's not convenient to submit a form, but for you, it's just a matter of your word. Lu Bo was unusually polite today, which made Zhu Kaigui curious. Go ahead. What's the matter? I want to buy some silk fabric from our factory.
Huh.
Zhu Kaigui snorted dismissively. Did I hear right? You're bold enough to think about taking state assets? Do you want to go to jail? You're just talking nonsense. What are you thinking? Trying to drag me into it? I tell you, that's impossible. Lu Bo, who had a quick temper, had been holding back, but Zhu Kaigui's scolding and mockery finally pushed him over the edge. You're giving me face today. Huh? Can you speak properly? What do you mean I want to go to jail? You think I don't read documents or newspapers? So many factories across the country are joining the market economy, and goods are flowing into the market. Why hasn't anyone been arrested? Don't try to accuse me of buying state assets. I didn't buy the whole silk factory. In one sentence, 10 yards of silk fabric. Will you approve or not? Zhu Kaigui was stunned by his shouting. After reacting, his face turned red with anger. What's your attitude? Do leaders talk to subordinates like that? I won't approve. Lu Bo smiled instead of getting angry. Not approving, huh? Fine. Then I'll make it public that your wife took state assets without permission. Let's see who ends up in jail. You're talking nonsense. Zhu Kaigui's face turned pale like pig liver, and he slammed the table in a rage. If it's nonsense, the police will investigate and find out. It's not just me who saw it in the factory. Can you shut everyone's mouths? In this era, most workers are honest and afraid to cause trouble. When they see leaders doing something illegal or wrong, they pretend not to notice. But there are also bold troublemakers like Lu Bo who don't shy away from confrontation. It's better not to provoke him, but if you do, he's really ready to fight. Zhu Kai's confidence was clearly wavering, but he didn't want to be easily led by Lu Bo. He puffed himself up and said, Fine, since the police are here, I might as well report it. Someone threatened a government official and tried to sell state assets. Lu Bo sneered. That's hilarious. It's like a toad trying to croak loudly. Such big words. You're also a government official? You really love to flatter yourself. Enough, I won't argue with you anymore. Just one last thing. Your wife is involved in black market deals. Coincidentally, she's my close friend. Otherwise, I wouldn't know so much. Later, when the police come to search your house, with the evidence, let's see how you can deny it. Of course, Lu Bo was bluffing Zhu Kai. Whether or not he really had such a close friend who would risk their reputation just to testify for someone else. But Lu Bo was clever enough to guess that Zhu Kai's wife was involved in illegal activities. Given her frequent and large shipments of fabric, it was clear she wasn't just making clothes for herself. When Lu Bo mentioned the black market, Zhu Kai, who had been pretending to stay calm, suddenly panicked. He quickly ran to the office door, peeked out, then turned back and grabbed Lu Bo's hand. Brother, you really can't say things like that. If someone hears, I'll be in big trouble. I'd be speechless. Lu Bo, disgusted, shook his hand off. If I'm talking nonsense, isn't that clear to you? You know best yourself. Zhu Kai looked embarrassed and flattered at the same time, smiling awkwardly. Let's not talk about that. By the way, how much fabric did you say you wanted earlier? Seeing how quickly he changed his attitude, Lu Bo rolled his eyes. 10 feet, 5 feet of white, 5 feet of black. No problem. I'll let the warehouse know. You can pick it up after work. Just keep a low profile. Zhu Kai didn't hesitate this time. For just 10 feet of fabric, he could easily report a small damage and get more than that. But that's not right. Why should I get it for free? I want to buy it. Lu Bo also became more cautious. If he truly tried to save money without paying, Zhu Kai would definitely use this against him and might harm him someday. Zhu Kai looked worried and said, It's not that I want to make things difficult, but I really can't sell it. The newspaper announced the policy, but our factory hasn't received the official instructions yet. Selling now would be a mistake. Zhu Kai's words were partly true and partly false. He was afraid to sell because he hadn't received the official instructions, but he didn't want to be the first to act. He preferred to wait until other factories started before doing anything. In the end, he didn't really care about the factory's profits. He just wanted to avoid mistakes and keep his position. Lu Bo was not worried. He took some paper and a pen from Zhu Kai's desk and quickly wrote a purchase receipt. He had learned this from Yu Changle, always prepared for problems before they happen. After finishing, he handed the receipt and money to Zhu Kai. I'm buying the best silk, 2 yuan per foot, a total of 20 yuan. Keep the money safe. Find a way to record it officially and sign and stamp the receipt for me. Zhu Kai was shocked. Where did this troublemaker learn these tricks? He was blocking all avenues for him to cause trouble. Not only could he not use this as a handle against Lu Bo, but he also dared not keep the money. Lu Bo might come to check the account anytime, and keeping the money would make him uneasy. Seeing Zhu Kai still hesitating, Lu Bo impatiently urged, Hurry up, sign and stamp it. What are you waiting for? Reluctantly, Zhu Kai took out the official seal from his drawer, stamped it, and signed his name. After all that, he felt he had handed Lu Bo another advantage. Lu Bo happily took the purchase receipt, waving it proudly at Zhu Kai. All right, thanks for your support, Director Zhu. Remember to inform the warehouse. Zhu Kai's face turned green. He thought, no need for thanks, better to just get rid of this troublemaker. Eager to leave work, Lu Bo rushed straight to the warehouse. Luckily, the old man was sensible and didn't cause him trouble. Instead, He obediently had the warehouse manager load 10 feet of silk for him. Lu Bo happily headed to Yu Changle's clothing store, thinking to himself, haha, everything I read in the books is true. Knowledge is the best weapon to arm yourself. Today, I showed Zhu Kaigui a trick that left him stunned. I should learn more from Changle when I get the chance. Yu Changle had been waiting eagerly in the shop for a long time. Lu Bo promised to come after work. As the time approached, she felt a bit anxious. Suddenly, the sound of a clear wind chime came from the door, and Lu Bo's voice followed. Oh, there's a bell hanging on the door. It sounds really nice. Yu Changle quickly stood up to greet him. Brother Bo, you're here? Her excitement was obvious in her voice. Lu Bo couldn't help but tease her. You're probably saying, Silk, you're here.
Embarrassed, Yu Changle smiled.
But the next moment, she saw Lu Bo holding a bag and she immediately exclaimed with joy, Did you really buy it? Of course. When has my word ever been wrong? Lu Bo proudly handed her the bag. Here, take it. With happiness, Yu Changle opened the bag. Inside were 2 pieces of silk fabric, white and black. The fabric felt smooth and delicate, shiny and warm like jade. Really good material. Great, Brother Bo. This fabric is even better than I imagined. Lu Bo was happy to see her so excited. Aren't you planning to make something called? Oh, right, the shop's treasure? I decided to buy the best silk from our factory for you. It costs 4 cents more per foot than regular silk. The 2 big bundles you gave me are worth it. He made a funny gesture with his hands, making Yu Changle laugh out loud. Brother Bo, thank you so much. When I finish this project, I'll treat you to 3 sets of clothes. No, a whole week's worth. Lu Bo shook his head with a smile. No need. Eating 3 sets in a week would get boring, and I want to enjoy this for many years. After joking, Yu Changle didn't waste any time. She took out the fabric and started measuring and cutting. Lu Bo looked outside at the dim, yellowish sky and advised her, Let's do it tomorrow. Go home early. Yu Changle's focus was entirely on the fabric and cutting. This style looks simple, but the work is complicated. I'm afraid I can't finish it in one day. I'd rather start some today and be at ease. Seeing her serious expression, Lu Bo didn't want to disturb her anymore. He had planned to go home after delivering the fabric, but seeing her stay alone in the shop and recalling recent news reports, he felt a bit uneasy. Anyway, there was nothing much to do at home, so I simply sat on the long bench in the shop, waiting for Yu Changle to finish, so I could feel more at ease sending her to the station. At dusk, all the shops on the street turned off their lights and closed their doors one after another. Only Yu Changle's clothing store stood out brightly in the night. A pair of deep, water-like eyes looked through the glass window at the store, shimmering with a faint glow. Bai Chuan knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered. He was a bit puzzled. It's only just past 7, and everyone is asleep? Are they that tired today? Just as he finished speaking, a shadow appeared beside him, swiftly passing by and opening the door to go inside. Bai Chuan looked surprised. Where did you go? After training, the person disappeared without a trace. He even looked for him at the bathhouse but found no one. The dormitory was also dark and empty. Meng Jiuan had a stern face, looking unfriendly. He entered the room without turning on the lights and sat heavily on the bed, motionless. Bai Chuan keenly sensed that something was wrong. Meng Jiuan was in a bad mood, and not just a little. Usually, if Meng Jiuan was upset, he would have already chased him away. But today, he seemed to ignore Bai Chuan completely, lost in his own feelings as if he didn't notice him at all. This strange and unusual behavior made Bai Chuan unsure whether to ask about it. After thinking for a while, he decided to give him some space. It was better to be quiet today and not bother him. Just as Bai Chuan was about to quietly leave the room, Meng Jiuan suddenly spoke in the darkness. Bai Chuan, what do you think Yu Changle really feels? His words came out of nowhere, and Bai Chuan didn't understand what he meant at first. What do you mean? Meng Jiuan was silent for a few seconds before speaking again. About the divorce. Bai Chuan frowned. Usually, with Meng Jiuan's personality, he wouldn't ask about this kind of thing. Since he brought it up now, it meant this issue was causing him great trouble and couldn't be easily solved. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Bai Chuan. Bai Chuan stopped in his tracks, his expression becoming serious. Do you want the honest truth? There was another silence across from him for a few seconds before he replied in a muffled voice. Yes. Bai Chuan had long wanted to talk to him about this matter, but out of respect for his friend's family issues, he hesitated to interfere. Since Meng Jiuan brought it up, he decided to sit across from him and chat openly. First, I think my sister-in-law isn't as bad as others say. Actually, she's smart, capable, generous, and beautiful. She's kind and friendly to everyone. Overall, she's a good girl. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Maybe she has her issues, but to be honest, old Meng, you have your problems too. You're too serious, lack a sense of fun, and don't care enough about others. You should admit that. Even I, who am not married, know that if a couple spend their time picking at each other's faults, they won't last long. As he spoke, Bai Chuan tried to see Meng Jiuan's expression, but unfortunately, the room was pitch dark without a light, and he could only hear his slightly heavy breathing. Secondly, I think she's not as clingy as others say, always pestering you and acting desperate. I believe she's quite independent. To be honest, she might not even need you that much. If they divorced, who would miss whom? It's not certain. He paused, thinking carefully, and decided to tell his brother his true feelings. So, I don't think proposing a divorce is a good idea.
Divorce.
I didn't suggest it, Meng Jiuan said with a hint of grievance in his voice. He had once thought about it this way, but whenever he saw Yu Chang'e, he couldn't bring himself to say such things. In the end, he only decided to send her back to the countryside. In contrast, Yu Chang'e repeatedly took the initiative to say she agreed to the divorce, actively looked for a job, moved out of the compound, and even arranged a time to submit the divorce papers at the district office. He felt like he was just completing a task step by step, but inside, he was growing more resistant and anxious, feeling like he was being roasted over a fire. The moment Ningzheng refused him, he even felt a flicker of luck and secret joy. All these strange reactions made him feel lost. His mood constantly fluctuated with Yu Chang'e's words and actions. Today was a good example. Bai Chuan was shocked. You didn't suggest it? Could it be that your sister-in-law did? This was beyond his expectations. He had always thought old Meng disliked his sister-in-law, but it turned out she didn't like old Meng either? No, that's not right. He remembers that the night 3 years ago when Lao Meng returned to the army from his hometown, he was also very upset and drank all night, saying that someone forced him to get married. Meng Jiuan didn't speak, but his very gloomy face showed everything.
Bai Chuan suddenly understood. No wonder.
No wonder what? Bai Chuan accidentally revealed part of his thoughts, which Meng Jiuan overheard, but the rest of what he wanted to say, Meng Jiuan definitely didn't want to hear. Even in the dark, Bai Chuan could feel Meng Jiuan's eager gaze, seeking answers. He swallowed hard, thinking, if I die, I die. I mean, no wonder. When I saw how my sister-in-law interacted with you, although they were polite and respectful, I always felt something was missing. Turns out she wanted a divorce. Bai Chuan carefully chose nicer words to describe his thoughts. Seeing the atmosphere across him grow more serious, Bai Chuan quickly changed the subject. But I think right now, the first thing you need to figure out isn't what your sister-in-law thinks, but what you think. Have you thought about this? Do you, Meng Jiuan, want to divorce Yu Chang'e? If you haven't figured out your own feelings, how can you make the right decision about handling this? What if your sister-in-law doesn't want a divorce, but doesn't know what you're thinking? You too might just miss your chance, and then regret it for the rest of your life. Bai Chuan's words were like a light shining into Meng Jiuan's confused mind. He had never thought about this question before. Bai Chuan was right. If even he didn't know the answer, how could Yu Chang'e know what he was thinking? Meng Jiuan began to think carefully, recalling every detail from the past. His feelings for Yu Chang'e had changed from helplessness and resentment to some understanding, and now to a state of uncertainty. Does this mean he's starting to like her? No matter if he thought her sudden and significant change was surprising or not, these were just illusions hiding the truth. He only needed to be brave enough to face his own heart, to clarify whether he was attracted to her, whether she moved his heart, rather than questioning why she suddenly changed. These questions are insignificant. Meng Jiwen has never been a person who is shy or pretentious. Once he figures out what he truly feels inside, he no longer hesitates or wavers. In the dark, his voice was very firm. I've made up my mind. I don't want to divorce her,